Late at night, Ronghai Expressway Section 3 Project Apartment. The barbecue stall outside the side door was still bustling, with cups and plates scattered across the tables. Everyone held their green bottles of beer, surrounding a middle-aged man, stirring up the atmosphere. Come on, come on. Thanks to Engineer Zhou's guidance, the tunnel has been successfully penetrated. Let's raise another bottle and finish it. Everyone, stop drinking so much. We still have an all-nighter for pouring concrete. Finishing a bottle of beer in one go, the middle-aged man finally collapsed, startling the others who were about to down their drinks. Engineer Zhou. Damn it. Engineer Zhou is foaming at the mouth. Hurry up. A few brothers helped carry him back to the project apartment. That night, Chief Engineer Zhou Jiangnan lay dead in the dormitory from vomiting and suffocation. The next afternoon, the early February chill disturbed his sleep, and the headache from the hangover left him dazed. Damn it, what are you standing there for? Aren't you trying to impress, Zhou Jiangnan? Get going. A boisterous laugh came from beside him, followed by a heavy slap on his shoulder. Zhou Jiangnan, groggy and confused, jumped up in alarm. As soon as he opened his eyes, the sunlight was blinding. He covered his face with his hand, stumbled, and fell back onto the stone steps, cursing under his breath. Damn it, you fools. I told you not to go to Aunt Wang's barbecue. Their beer is watered down. You want to eat barbecue without me? And didn't invite your dad to drink? Unacceptable. Dad? Which bastard dares to speak to me? Engineer Zhou, like this on Ronghai Expressway Section 3. Zhou Jiangnan's face darkened as he moved his hand away, only to see a grinning fat face, making his mood even worse. How unlucky. Wasn't this damn fatty enjoying life in the Maldives? Why is he back already? Looking at that pig-like face, so fair and tender, while I've been pouring concrete for 18 years, I could be his grandpa. But the fatty was eyeing a pretty girl, talking nonstop. 18 years, I know you well. You can't play basketball. What? Just because Zhou Jiangnan provokes you to play, will you jump off a building if she says she wants to see you fly? She said you're weak, and you believe her? If I say you're weak, would you hit me? You scoundrel. Hearing that nightmare name, Zhou Jiangnan's face turned grim. Li Pengfei, how many times have I told you not to mention her in front of me? Even in my dreams, you don't let me rest. Get out of my dream. Dream? Are you drunk? Look clearly, this is the school playground, and we're in the middle of a game. With your condition, if you can score a basket, I'll not only help you deliver another love letter, but also give you my new BBK 9188 electronic dictionary. Li Pengfei continued chattering. Zhou Jiangnan looked at the cement playground and the banner hanging above the podium, stunned. Lingjiang No. 1 High School, 2005 College Entrance, Exam 100-Day, Oath-Taking Ceremony. He pinched himself hard, then slapped Li Pengfei. The pig-like scream made him feel relieved instead of startled. Good, am I reborn? After reading hundreds of reincarnation novels, it's finally my turn. So difficult, finally managed to escape. Thinking about the hardships of pouring concrete day and night over the years, Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but tear up. Damn it, I'm the one being slapped. Why are you crying? I'm too moved. Zhou Jiangnan excitedly grabbed Li Pengfei's hand. Fatty, do you keep your word? Help you deliver another love letter? No, the next sentence. If you score a basket, I'll give you the electronic dictionary? Of course, I'll tell you. The game Three Kingdoms Hegemony inside is super fun. Zhou Jiangnan stood up, staring intently at Li Pengfei, making him uneasy. Li Pengfei, do you dare swear? I swear. If you score 2 baskets, then you're my dad. Fing-san, just wait. Zhou Jiangnan patted his pants and excitedly stepped onto the court. Class 6 was already far behind in this friendly match after the oath-taking ceremony. Seeing him voluntarily step forward, the homeroom teacher Zhang Minfu looked pleased. Jiangnan, well done. Since DeWei sprained his ankle and had to sit out, your courage to step up makes me very happy. Facing his beloved teacher, whom he had seen cremated, full of vitality on the high school playground, the joy of reincarnation overwhelmed him. Zhou Jiangnan grinned. Old Zhang, never thought I'd see you again. Great. When can we have a drink? What do you mean, see me again? I'm not dead. Old Zhang's face darkened like coal, veins bulging on his temples. Zhou Jiangnan, can you take this seriously? Zhou Jiangnan raised an eyebrow in a man's dictionary. There's no such thing as can't. After pouring concrete for 18 years, his faith had become harder than concrete, just one phrase. Don't hesitate, just do it. Work in light rain, work in heavy rain, work in storms during breaks, work tirelessly when it's dry, roll up your sleeves and work hard. 3 words, go, go, go. Of course. He tucked the jersey with number 18 into his pants, weighed it in his hands, bounced it, and smiled satisfactorily, feeling the youthful vigor. Teacher Zhang's eyes widened in fury. Zhou Jiangnan, you curse your teacher, behave improperly, and reek of alcohol. Write a self-criticism and bring it to me tomorrow evening class, and call your parents too. All right, first let me enjoy my youth. Zhou Jiangnan entered the court nonchalantly, leaving his 4 teammates dumbfounded. Teacher Zhang, maybe don't use substitutes. We can play 4 against 5. Bringing a burden might cause more trouble. Yeah, Zhou Jiangnan has never played before. Don't end up spraining his ankle too. His house is far, and cycling isn't convenient. Never played? Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. Not playing 18 years ago has nothing to do with now. Before reincarnation, he was known as the Construction Owen. Enough, stop nagging. Let's finish the game quickly. I want my electronic dictionary. Zhou Jiangnan waved. Who should I guard? Red number 8. Follow him. Pass the ball whenever you get it. Don't dribble or shoot. Avoid fouls. All right, Zhou Jiangnan, you dare to suffer for the sake of the school beauty. I admire you. Get lost. What class beauty? School beauty? Dogtail flowers more like it. You're done for. Zhou Jiangnan is glaring at you. The game continued. Several rounds later, Class 6 was beaten 8-0. Zhou Jiangnan ran several laps without touching the ball once. These 4 bastards obviously didn't trust him. Being Construction Owen and sitting on the bench, truly frustrating. Zhou Jiangnan waved desperately. Pass the ball, damn it, pass it. Pass your ass. 4 pairs of white eyes responded, ignoring him completely. At this moment, the opposing defender broke through skillfully. Dribbling, turning, starting a graceful little hook shot, seemingly scoring again. A white figure descended from the sky, blocking the shot with a massive rejection. It was Zhou Jiangnan. Holy SHD? The 4 teammates stared in disbelief. Is this the Zhou Jiangnan they knew? Launching off explosively, half a meter off the ground, clean and decisive. The spectators were also stunned. Who said he couldn't play? This is a scam. Zhou Jiangnan held the ball, smiling happily. At this moment, holding the ball against the light, he looked incredibly cool, a pose worthy of reincarnation. Note, the translation closely follows the original text, maintaining its style and tone. Chapter 2. The First Strike of Rebirth, severing the affectionate fool astonishment. Incredulity. The silence in the arena was unnervingly profound. Zhou Jiangnan tousled his bangs and broke into a grin, while Li Pengfei's right eyelid twitched incessantly, a foreboding sign of impending financial loss. It was sheer luck. He was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Jiangnan, pass the ball. Stop showing off. The air around Zhou Jiangnan was saturated with shouts of encouragement. Yet, the notion of passing seemed absurd. With the defender standing a mere 3 meters away, even his 80-year-old grandmother could easily maneuver past such feeble resistance. Dribbling the ball across the midline, his teammate extended a hand from the corner, but Jiangnan didn't spare a glance. He feigned a shot, tauntingly declaring, "Go ahead. Take your shot. If you score, I'll eat excrement while standing on my head." The opponent, hands on hips, scoffed in derision. With a sudden leap from beyond the 3-point line, Zhou Jiangnan released the ball, which sailed through the air and swished through the net. "Brother, relying on deceit for sustenance is hardly commendable," he retorted fiercely, then gestured towards Li Pengfei. With tears brimming in his eyes, Li Pengfei nodded and quietly approached Zhou Jiangnan, presenting her with a meticulously folded pink origami crane. A jolt of recognition surged through Zhou Jiangnan, unleashing a torrent of painful memories that tore at his heart. Zhou Jiangnan, cease your letters. A grown man folding paper cranes like a girl is utterly revolting. What do you possess? No academic prowess, no affluent background, not even a temper. You are utterly unmanly. Only a fool would be enamored with you. Prove yourself, then take action and enroll. Standing tall yet retreating at the slightest challenge is truly pathetic. What can such a feeble man achieve in the future? Damn it. To return from rebirth only to be pierced by the boomerang of his own past was unbearable for Zhou Jiangnan. The name Zhou Jiangnan haunted him throughout his life. In the years prior to his rebirth, when he studied civil engineering at a second-tier university, Zhou Jiangnan diligently honed his basketball skills, eventually securing a spot as a key player on the college team in his junior year. With his remarkable talent and striking appearance, he attracted the attention of Li Xiaoyu, the belle of the music academy, who pursued him fervently. What should have been a harmonious union of beauty and brawn was marred by the incessant shadow of Zhou Jiangnan lurking in his subconscious. Each time he reveled in exhilarating moments with Li Xiaoyu, her voice echoed in his mind. Zhou Jiangnan is not a man. Under the weight of this psychological torment, he increasingly felt less like a man. Time and again, Li Xiaoyu's discontent grew. After graduation, their paths began to diverge. Then, After a 6-month hiatus, Zhou Jiangnan returned to the provincial capital only to find that she was 3 months pregnant. Love is a blinding light, one that can provoke anxiety. Li Xiaoyu had strayed, showing no remorse, and vehemently claimed that she did not love him, as her heart was forever occupied by another. Zhou Jiangnan, chewing on a piece of gum, found himself unable to retort. The wealthy suitor embraced Li Xiaoyu as they climbed into his car, while he merely gazed at the rear of the luxurious vehicle, lost in contemplation. That night, he drowned his sorrows in copious amounts of alcohol, attempting to numb himself. In a fit of reckless abandon, he squandered his entire life savings on gifting a rocket to the streamer Su Cici, reveling in the extravagant indulgence of his newfound status as the top donor. As the saying goes, to heal a heartache, one must address the heart itself. The root of the ailment lies before us, and we must resolutely avoid falling into a state of hopelessness. With the first strike of rebirth, one must first eliminate the object of affection, followed by silencing the sycophantic flatterers. Zhou Jiangnan's gaze grew increasingly resolute, and in an instant, his formidable aura set the sidelines ablaze with excitement. Ah, how fierce he is. Goodness, did Zhou Jiangnan just sink a 3-pointer? Wait, have you noticed? His posture is remarkably precise, and his ball handling skills are exceptionally coordinated. Distinctly unlike someone who lacks basketball prowess. That scoundrel Zhou Jiangnan has deceived us terribly, who claimed he was the weakest boy in Class 6. He is clearly adept at driving to the basket and shooting with precision. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhou Jiangnan transformed entirely. He dribbled past a double team, using a teammate's screen to find an open spot at the corner. He leapt and made a layup. The ball went in again. Goodness, another 3-pointer. His teammates were astonished, as if they had just rediscovered a long-lost relative. Next, he weaved left and right, exhibiting unmatched speed and skill. The perception of all shifted. No one doubted his capabilities any longer. With a change of direction, a spin, and a layup, he scored another 2 points. In 3 plays, Class 6 retaliated against their opponents with an impressive 8-0. Wow, that number 18 is phenomenal. His playing style is so graceful. He is quite handsome as well. When did Class 6 have such a talented player? I've never seen him before. Unbeknownst to them, a large crowd gathered, with many young girls gasping in awe. 1-1. Stop listening to your MP3. Look, Zhou Jiangnan is amazing. Zhao Wanwan was pulled by her friend Lin Yu, who snatched off her headphones. As she lifted her head, she beheld the radiant Zhou Jiangnan. At that moment, he received the ball once more at the 3-point line. Dribbling behind his back, he executed a smooth crossover to bypass an opponent. Following that, with a deft fake, he spun elegantly and accelerated into the paint. Good job, Jiangnan, an open layup. His teammates anticipated a simple bank shot, but instead, he leaped high, cradling the ball above his head. Was he going for a dunk? Bang. Indeed. He delivered a resounding slam dunk, the ball crashing through the hoop. He did it. Incredible! The rim reverberated with a buzzing sound as Zhou Jiangnan landed, rubbing his wrist while feeling a twinge in his feet. Ugh, who dirted this court? Such rubbish. Wow. Zhou. Incredible, Brother Nan. Brother Nan. From now on, we should call him paternal figure. Ah, Zhou Jiangnan is so handsome. Zhao Wanwan winced as Lin Yu squeezed her arm, frowning. I see it. You're so loud. Bathed in the setting sun, she witnessed a Zhou Jiangnan she had never seen before, graceful, passionate, and confident. Where was the timid and weak demeanor he usually exhibited? This boy, once mocked for his lack of basketball skills, now shone brightly on the court. Why keep such brilliance hidden? Zhao Wanwan's impression of Zhou Jiangnan was far from favorable. Despite achieving commendable grades upon enrollment, he succumbed to the allure of video games and novels, associating with wayward peers and neglecting his studies. A boy of ordinary means, he displayed a lack of ambition, poor academic performance, and a timid disposition. Aside from being moderately pleasing to the eye, he seemed devoid of any redeeming qualities. Even his handsome appearance proved futile, as he lacked any remarkable traits. However, upon reflection, he indeed exhibited considerable prowess in basketball. Zhao Wanwan observed Zhou Jiangnan's radiant smile in the sunlight, feeling a mix of disdain and regret. The priority now was to gain admission to a prestigious university. Excelling in basketball would yield no academic advantage. She shook her head, donned her headphones, and resumed her English studies, unaware that a paper crane had been blown beneath her feet by the wind. Zhou Jiangnan smiled nonchalantly. He owed a debt of gratitude to the tunnel that had connected his past and present, akin to a mystical Mosubi guiding him back to his former self. The tunnel of the third section of the Ronghai Expressway had been completed yesterday, prompting a celebration with barbecues and drinks, only for him to awaken reborn. Now that he had returned to the age of 18, he was resolute in his decision to forsake a career in civil engineering. To hell with that. He had no intention of being an employee. He aspired to be Zhou the executive. As for the campus belle, Zhou Jiangnan, he would rather perish than continue as a sycophant. The pent-up frustration and resentment of a lifetime surged forth at this moment. Breakthroughs, steals, and dunks. His opponents could do nothing as the score leveled. None could effectively guard him. In the final 3 seconds, facing a triple team, Zhou Jiangnan launched an extraordinary 3-point shot to clinch the victory. Amidst the deafening cheers of Class 6, they achieved an astonishing comeback. He approached the crowd with poise and confidence, declaring, "Fellow classmates, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zhou Jiangnan. Behold the enchanting landscapes of Jiangnan, where the fallen blossoms herald our reunion." Chapter 3. When Brothers Become Licentious. What a splendid poem, indeed. At this very moment, the words resonate profoundly. Zhou Jiangnan articulated it splendidly. My dear students, the youth must possess that fervor and tenacity. If youth cannot soar, what purpose does it serve? Strive diligently for 100 days and lead a carefree life thereafter. Our homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, seized this opportunity to invigorate Class 6 of Senior 3. In this elite class, he had little concern for most students, as even the least capable could still secure a place at a reputable university. However, among the few who required his attention was that scoundrel Zhou Jiangnan. This lad, having ranked 53rd in the county during the entrance examination, managed to enter Lingjiang No. 1 high school, the finest in the city. Yet, inexplicably, upon entering high school, he began to squander his potential. Initially, he was engrossed in online novels, and later, he fell in with the wealthy second-generation student Li Pengfei, indulging in the distractions of internet cafes. Unsurprisingly, his academic performance plummeted. A promising seedling had transformed into a crooked tree. At this rate, not only would prestigious universities be out of reach, even a regular undergraduate program would pose a significant challenge, which was truly disheartening. Mr. Zhang observed Zhou Jiangnan, and the momentary sense of relief evaporated. Just when he believed the boy had made a fervent declaration of intent to reform, he turned around only to find him once again consorting with Li Pengfei. Oh, this youth, how it pains me as a teacher. Zhou Jiangnan, what are you doing? Zhou Jiangnan snatched a brand new electronic dictionary from Li Fatty's hands, grinning widely as he tucked it into his pocket. This latest model, the Bubu Gao 9188 electronic dictionary, was quite a luxury in 2005, costing over 1,000 yuan. Mr. Zhang noted the pained expression on Li Pengfei's face, expecting him to intervene, only to be met with a loud reprimand. Li Pengfei, it is commendable that Zhou Jiangnan borrows your electronic dictionary for study. Do not wear that reluctant expression. Good tools should be utilized wisely. Placing them in the hands of the unambitious is a waste. It is only right that students assist one another. You and Zhou Jiangnan are as close as brothers. You should share the wealth of knowledge. Li Fatty, feeling utterly dejected, could not restrain himself. Report, Mr. Zhang, it is not as you think. Oh? And how is it then? I wish to report that Zhou Jiangnan has taken my electronic dictionary, not for studying English, but to play games. Mr. Zhang's temples throbbed faster, and his lips twitched slightly as he gazed at the sweating Zhou Jiangnan. Jiangnan, is what Li Pengfei said true? Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, fondling his rigid pocket with affection. He is speaking nonsense. I am certainly borrowing it to study English. Indeed, the teacher has not misjudged you. With a focused effort over the remaining 100 days, securing a place at a second-tier university should pose no issue. Mr. Zhang's words of encouragement were interrupted by Zhou Jiangnan's follow-up. After I finish studying English, I will play games. Ah, rebellious disciple, you little rascal. Write 2 reflections. And you must bring your parents in tomorrow. Mr. Zhang, infuriated, puffed his cheeks and glared, the joy of the class victory dissipating entirely. He angrily pointed at Zhou Jiangnan before leaving the field. Li Pengfei, reveling in his misfortune, laughed until he could scarcely breathe. Jiangnan, you insolent rascal. Why do you resist instruction so stubbornly? Ha ha. Chubby, how many goals did I score just now? I lost count, but it must be several. Classmate Zhou Jiangnan, you scored a total of 13 goals, earning 29 points. Linyu, like an infatuated admirer, responded with a look of adoration, while Zhou Jiangnan could not help but roll her eyes. Zhou Jiangnan smiled faintly at Lin Yu. Chubby, did you hear that? 13 goals. Ah, and what of it? You once said that if I scored 2 goals, you would call me daddy. From this day forth, I shall be your father, foolish son. Zhou Jiangnan, I curse your ancestors. As the match concluded, it coincided with the end of the school day. Students residing on campus were granted a brief reprieve, as there would be no evening study session. In 2005, Linjiang County had just opened a bus line, which only operated within the urban area. Students from the suburbs were left to ride bicycles or walk to school. Zhou Jiangnan wheeled his bicycle alongside Li Pingfei, who was riding a racing bike equipped with gears. Jiangnan, I've gifted you an electronic dictionary. But you ought to play fewer games. If I fail to enter university, I can still inherit the family fortune. Do you truly wish to engage in manual labor? The mere mention of manual labor darkened Zhou Jiangnan's mood. He never wished to hear those words again in his lifetime. Do you even know how to speak? That is termed a rectangular prism directional movement engineer. Li Pingfei halted, scrutinizing Zhou Jiangnan's expression. What is wrong? You seem off. Why do I feel your words have a different flavor today? What is different? I can't quite articulate it, but it has an air of arrogance, reminiscent of a mature man like my father. Precisely, otherwise, how could I be your father? You little brat, Li Pingfei retorted in frustration. Zhou Jiangnan, equally exasperated, grasped his shoulder with an exceptionally serious expression. Say it again. I did not come here to hear you call me a brat. I desire you to call me handsome. Suddenly, laughter erupted from behind, shattering the atmosphere of their banter. Zhou Jiangnan turned to see Zhao Wanwan and Lin Yu. The laughter emanated from Lin Yu, the school beauty's close friend, who was currently clad in a short-sleeved white t-shirt and school uniform trousers, her cheeks flushed in the sweltering heat. Classmate Zhou, how come I never realized you possess such humor? It is said that like attracts like, those who can befriend a school beauty must not lack charm. Though Lin Yu's allure was often overshadowed by Zhao Wanwan's brilliance. Zhou Jiangnan smiled at Lin Yu. That is because you never approached me. Distance has clouded your judgment. Ah, what distance is necessary for accurate judgment? Surely, it must be close proximity. Lin Yu blushed fiercely, lowering her head, too timid to utter another word. Zhao Wanwan shot Zhou Jiangnan a disdainful glare, appalled that he would so brazenly act lewdly in public. Disgusting. Xiao Yu, let us depart. Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pingfei are not good influences. You should ignore them. She tugged Lin Yu away, her tall ponytail swaying in the air, her hair catching the sunset's glow, radiating a proud brilliance akin to that of a peacock. Lin Yu, see you tomorrow. Do not be afraid. I am truly not a good person. Zhou Jiangnan waved his hand and turned around, only to find Li Pingfei staring at him intently, his eyes red and breathing heavily like a bull. What is wrong? You have changed. You used to blush when speaking to girls, and Zhao Wanwan could scarcely bear to meet your gaze. Now, you have transformed into such a brazen and lewd individual, daring to tease her deskmate in plain sight. What on earth transpired last night? Chapter 4. How to break the goddess aura. Last night, it was merely a sip of counterfeit liquor. Otherwise, how could I have encountered you again, you fool? Zhou Jiangnan, meeting Li Pingfei's bewildered gaze, displayed a paternal smile, his eyes narrowing as he was inevitably reminded of unpleasant memories stirred by this overweight man. Indeed, what had prompted such a transformation? When did he, once vibrant and cheerful, succumb to cowardice? He had been the pride of his middle school, revered by both teachers and peers, the top scholar in the town. He had won accolades in mathematical competitions and spoken under the national flag. Before the age of 16, he had been remarkably exceptional. So when did it all change? Perhaps it began with his encounter with Zhao Wanwan. In his youthful naivete, he willingly became a devoted admirer of the school beauty. Little did he know, her family was affluent, her popularity soared above his, and even the teachers favored her more. She outshone him in every conceivable way. Is it any wonder that the age-old adage of social compatibility has persisted through the ages? Zhao Wanwan's brilliance was blinding. Initially, he could hold her gaze for a few seconds, but gradually he found himself lowering his head in her presence. Letters went unanswered, gifts of milk were rejected, and offers to help with chores met with disdain. After countless rejections, he became submissive, ultimately losing himself amidst her cold words. He sank into self-destructive behavior, resigning himself to degradation. His fragile values crumbled, leading to profound self-denial. Over time, he became increasingly marginalized, ultimately developing an inferiority complex that cast a long shadow over his psyche. Returning to the present, It seemed that Li Pengfei was perhaps the only classmate who genuinely cared about him. Zhou Jiangnan felt a wave of warmth, and his gaze softened further. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm no Zhao Wanwan. Li Pengfei stammered, retreating 3 steps in fright. Could it be that this fool had suppressed his feelings for too long and turned peculiar? Stop mentioning Zhao Wanwan. She is not that remarkable. If you see her as a goddess, then she is a goddess. If you see her as a mere flower, she is just that. Zhou Jiangnan regained his composure and chuckled. As a father figure, let me impart a method to shatter the goddess aura, ensuring you never falter in the presence of beautiful women again. I don't believe you. You haven't figured it out yourself, yet you wish to instruct me? I dreamed about it last night, and I just practiced it. You witnessed the results. So, do you want to hear it or not? Oh, then what are we waiting for? Hurry up. Li Pengfei hastily approached, eager for guidance, while Zhou Jiangnan took on the role of a mentor, determined to eradicate the traits of a sycophant. Let me tell you, some girls may appear glamorous on the outside, yet at home, they are often quite the opposite, unkempt. With discarded socks, unwashed underwear, and sheets that haven't been changed in a month. They can even have body odor and foot odor. Moreover, no matter how beautiful they are, they still need to use the restroom. They might even suffer from constipation. Just imagine that scene. An exquisite face contorted in distress. Doesn't that strip away the aura? Li Pengfei immersed himself in thought before quickly shaking his head. Ugh, how disgusting. However, Jiangnan, your method is rather vulgar, don't you think? Just tell me, does it work or not? It seems to have some effect, given your intelligence. It is quite challenging for me to elucidate complex principles. Thus, I can only convey knowledge to you in this crude manner. Really? I can't shake the feeling that you're just trying to fool me. Which part? Zhou Jiangnan purchased some fried stinky tofu from a roadside vendor, casually offering a skewer to Li Pengfei while munching on it and coaxing him gently. Look at this stinky tofu. It smells terrible but tastes delightful. Much like certain girls who may not appear attractive but possess kind personalities and make for pleasant company. Conversely, there are those who look adorable, akin to lemons, yet are sour and unpleasant, leaving a bad taste. In summary, have you grasped my point, fatty? Are you suggesting I choose between girls who are pretty but impractical and those who are practical but unattractive? Exactly. Well, I still prefer the pretty ones. I haven't grasped it. Li Pengfei scratched his head, revealing an awkward yet polite smile. Haven't understood? Then that is precisely right. Zhou Jiangnan replied seriously. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, merely being full is insufficient. One must also eat well. Stop. I don't comprehend your theories. Just get to the point. Once one is well fed, desires emerge. Speak plainly. It is perfectly normal to prefer beauty. Humph, you speak so eloquently. Yet you still favor someone like Zhao Wanwan, don't you? To clarify, I appreciate beauty, but I no longer have feelings for her. I don't believe that. As they passed a bus stop, Zhao Wanwan was waiting for the bus, and Li Pengfei, with a glint in his eye, approached her with the stinky tofu. Li Pengfei, are you trying to kill me? Get that away, it stinks. Zhao Wanwan covered her nose in disdain, perplexed by the antics of this rotund fellow. It may smell, but it's delicious, Li Pengfei exclaimed blissfully, taking a bite. Unlike some people who look appealing but taste worse than stinky tofu. What do you mean, fatty? Speak clearly. The campus belle felt she had been subtly insulted. There was more to the fat boy's words. It wasn't me. It was Zhou Jiangnan who said that Zhao Wanwan is less palatable than stinky tofu. Li Pengfei jumped on his bicycle and sped away, laughing heartily. A water bottle came flying at him, which he deftly dodged. Zhao Wanwan glared at the scapegoat. Zhou Jiangnan, what do you mean by comparing me to stinky tofu? Zhou Jiangnan glanced at her but chose not to respond, mounting his bicycle to take off. Speak up. You were so vocal this afternoon during basketball. Why are you silent now? Too cowardly to speak face to face. Only willing to gossip behind backs? You coward. Who are you calling a coward? The handsome boy retorted, displeased. Say it again. Zhou Jiangnan, you coward. A feeble, spineless wretch. Then let me show you my strength. Zhou Jiangnan's anger surged from within as he seized her hand tightly. It hurt immensely. Zhao Wanwan swiftly withdrew her hand, only to retaliate with a sharp slap. Anticipating her move, Zhou Jiangnan deftly captured her hand again with a firm grip. Ah, Zhou Jiangnan, you scoundrel. I shall never harbor any affection for someone like you. Is that truly the case? Thank heavens. Li Pengfei observed the unfolding scene from a distance, utterly astonished by their actions. Zhou Jiangnan then pursued him, delivering a swift kick. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan remained motionless in place for an extended period. Chapter 5. Do not emulate your father in craftsmanship, Jiangnan. I must commend you. You actually dared to touch Zhou Jiangnan's hand. At long last, I have come to a realization. What have you realized? One must not indulge women. One must take charge. Fool, just wait to be trampled by the sewing machine. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head in disbelief. How could a man in his 30s still be unsettled by Zhou Jiangnan? Today, Fat Li had no intention of returning to his luxurious mansion in the urban area, but chose instead to accompany him to the suburban cement factory. The two exchanged laughter and banter, indeed as close as brothers. Zhou Jiangnan understood that even if he did not score today, as long as he spoke up, the electronic dictionary from Li Pengfei would surely be his. The depth of their friendship was also rooted in the occupations of their fathers. The limestone resources in Lingjiang County were abundant, and during the national development boom, the government established a cement factory on the outskirts of the county. The factory bore a name steeped in the era, Lingjiang People's Cement Factory. Li Pengfei's father, Li Jiangguo, served as the factory director, while Zhou Jiangnan's father, Zhou Xiangdong, was a worker there. If one were to classify him, Zhou Xiangdong could be considered a minor leader, serving as the foreman of a three-person team. In Zhou Jiangnan's recollection, their fathers had initially been mere laborers. However, during the reform of state-owned enterprises in the 1990s, Li Jiangguo took a bold leap, securing loans and connections to become the factory director. Over a decade later, he had risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals in the county. As for Zhou Xiangdong, his overly reserved and honest nature kept him from advancing. He spent his life diligently producing cement, unable to muster the initiative to achieve greater success. Had Zhou Xiangdong possessed half of Li Jiangguo's audacity, Zhou Jiangnan would have long been a wealthy heir. One might say that fate plays a role, and it is unjust to blame old Zhou. Each individual's destiny relies on personal endeavor while harmonizing with the tides of progress. For instance, now that Zhou Jiangnan has returned with 18 years of experience, if he cannot alter his life's trajectory and achieve prosperity despite his inherent informational advantage, then what is the significance of his rebirth? It would be better to find a branch to hang himself from. If in the past Zhou Jiangnan was troubled by the lost opportunity to become a wealthy heir, he now felt no such turbulence. As they passed a large truck, Zhou Jiangnan inhaled deeply the pungent aroma of diesel fumes, his expression one of delight. "Fatty, what brings you to the factory today? Is the grand villa not comfortable?" "Oh, my mother went shopping in Rongqing, and there's no one at home to cook. I might as well find my dad at the factory. We can have dinner at my place later." "Forget it. I'll grab something from the factory canteen and then come find you." "No, wait. You should come find me instead. I've got something good to show you." Li Pengfei's mysterious demeanor amused Zhou Jiangnan. This chubby fellow was likely up to his usual antics, having discovered some martial arts novel or game card in a back alley, eager to flaunt it. He had always been this way. "All right, let's head home." Li Pengfei rode his bike effortlessly, speeding along the bumpy road crushed by trucks. Zhou Jiangnan's steed was a modified bicycle, a clunky relic that creaked and groaned with each exertion, consuming an inordinate amount of energy. He had no choice but to stand and pedal. Occasionally, a cement truck would rumble past, and Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei would take turns leaning against it for a brief respite. The driver, familiar with their antics, bore no ill will. These two rascals were well-known troublemakers at the People's Cement Factory, a reputation that had only grown over the past decade. As the early summer sky lingered in twilight, two towering smokestacks came into view, belching out wisps of grayish-white smoke, the emblem of the Lingjiang People's Cement Factory and a symbol of home. In accordance with the original trajectory of his life, Zhou Jiangnan's father, Zhou Xiangdong, had succumbed to late-stage lung cancer in 2013, unable to survive until the new year. His mother, Luo Xiaoying, had also passed away in 2021 due to respiratory failure from unforeseen circumstances. Now, having returned to the past 18 years, his parents were still alive. Zhou Jiangnan felt like a wayward son returning home after many years, a mix of excitement and anxiety swirling within him. After all this time, were his parents still in good health? "Fat Fei, I'm heading home first. I'll find you later," he called out. "Very well, Brother Zhou. Until we meet again," Li Pengfei replied, clasping his hands together before darting off towards the factory director's office. That rascal had clearly been engrossed in too many martial arts novels. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Zhou Jiangnan ascended to the third floor of the employee dormitory and arrived at his doorstep. Inside, the sound of a spatula sizzling in the pan filled the air. His mother, Luo Xiaoying, called out, "Old Zhou, go check by the window if Jiangnan is back yet. They don't have evening classes today. What are you looking for?" "He's 18 now. Do you really think he could be abducted? This familiar banter was unmistakably in the style of his father, Zhou Jiangnan. Zhou Jiangnan pushed the door open. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Good to have you back. Master Huang, who just drove a big truck, mentioned seeing you and Peng Fei hanging onto the truck again. How many times have I told you not to follow behind large vehicles? It's dangerous. Luo Xiaoying's admonition was cut short as her son enveloped her in a tight embrace, leaving her bewildered and tense. Jiangnan, what's wrong? Were you bullied at school? It's nothing. I just missed you, Mom. Zhou Jiangnan made his way to the living room, disregarding the dust on Zhou Xiangdong's work uniform, and offered him a hug as well. Zhou Xiangdong, having not experienced such affection since his son turned 8, was taken aback. Father, you've worked hard. Zhou Xiangdong forced a calm facade, suppressing a smile. No pocket money left? No. Today at school I had some realizations about how difficult it is to be a parent. So I thought of you both. Zhou Jiangnan set down his backpack and eagerly went to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. After a moment of silence, Zhou Xiangdong finally managed to speak. Xiaoying, our son has grown thoughtful. He cares about his old man. Luo Xiaoying, wiping her hands on a towel, picked up chopsticks and served Zhou Jiangnan a piece of meat. I know you're pleased that your son cares for you. If you want to smile, just do it. Why pretend to hold back? Zhou Xiangdong poured himself a small glass of liquor, prompting Luo Xiaoying to quip. Working with cement every day has made you a bit rough around the edges. Your smile is more akin to a grimace than anything else. Though spoken lightly, a piece of meat was still sent to old Zhou's bowl with the chopsticks. Zhou Jiangnan watched this scene with delight. The love between parents in this era is characterized by its simplicity and inseparability. Such affection is not expressed through abundant words, but rather manifests in the subtle, nurturing aspects of daily life. After taking a few sips of wine, old Zhou grew more talkative. Jiangnan, I've heard that there are only 100 days left until your college entrance examination. Do you believe you can secure a spot in a university? What nonsense are you speaking, old man? You know very well what my capabilities are. If I can't get into a university, I'll take your surname. I only asked because I am aware of your potential. You, my boy, entered school with such excellent grades, yet now you find yourself at the bottom of your class. What on earth are you doing? Old Zhou took another sip of wine, raising his voice. You cannot compare yourself to Peng Fei. Zhang Wo is a man who has earned a fortune. Peng Fei doesn't worry about food despite not attending university. Why should you fret over college? Exactly, chimed in Luo Xiaoying. You must strive harder, my son. Are you planning to follow in your father's footsteps and become a mason? Chapter 6. Old Zhou. The teacher asked me to convey a message to mix mortar. Zhou Jiangnan felt utterly despondent. After finally escaping from the construction site, how had he found himself back in his childhood home? Hearing that term once again, was this the heavy hand of fate? Before he could protest, old Zhou interjected. Hey, what's wrong with mixing mortar? It's a skill. Once learned, it can sustain you. Be quiet. Do you truly wish for your son to toil in this factory, day in and day out, beside the furnace? Certainly not. But I still hope he pursues a university education in civil engineering. Guogua privately told me that those in civil engineering earn quite handsomely these days. What? Zhou Jiangnan was left in disbelief. Was this truly his father? What kind of parent pushes their child into a burning pit? Suddenly, he recalled that after repeating a year, he had the potential to enter a prestigious university. However, due to food poisoning on the day of the exam, his score only qualified him for an ordinary institution. When it came time to fill out applications, it was old Zhou who insisted on civil engineering. Where there are parents who mislead, there are children who suffer. Old Zhou's reckless decision had even caused Zhou Jiangnan to miss his father's funeral. Engineering? Mixing mortar? This father was better off discarded. Zhou Jiangnan glared at Zhou Xiangdong, and the atmosphere at the dinner table grew thick with tension. What's with that expression, you little brat? Old man, let me make it clear, whether in this life, the next, or the one after that, even if it means jumping off this building, I will never mix mortar or work in construction. Not even Jesus could persuade me. Hey, you're a bit lost in your teachings, aren't you? Old man, why are you scolding yourself? I have my own plans for university. You and Mom needn't worry. Just expect to enjoy the good life ahead. Luo Xiaoying, of course, favored her son, especially since Zhou Jiangnan's aspirations were not misguided. Working in construction meant enduring the elements, dirt on sunny days, and mud on rainy ones. With such a handsome son, he deserved an office job with air conditioning. Not to mix mortar. I support my son's ambitions. A laborer has no future, Luo Xiaoying encouraged. Jiangnan, I believe in you. Just put in a strong effort during this remaining time, and you can definitely get into a second-tier university. Don't worry, Mom. I will secure a spot in a prestigious institution for you to see. Zhou Jiangnan vowed confidently, observing old Zhou silently pouring himself a drink. He couldn't help but snatch the cup away. Old man, you should drink less. Since it's poured, it would be a waste not to drink it. Give it to me. He raised the cup and downed it in one gulp, catching Luo Xiaoying and old Zhou off guard. Zhou Xiangdong, look at the mess you've created. Will not drinking kill you? Luo Xiaoying was flustered and anxious, while old Zhou began to panic. Their son consuming such a large cup of liquor could lead to trouble. Zhou Jiangnan patted his mother's hand reassuringly and then, with a composed demeanor, sat down. Old man, I need to discuss something with you that requires your support. Old Zhou was preoccupied with his drink, distractedly responding with a hum. It was not so much a discussion as it was a message from Teacher Zhang, who asked me to convey to you that you should visit him tomorrow. What does that imply? It is, as the saying goes, a request to involve the parents. After a brief silence, old Zhou set down his chopsticks. You better come clean with me. What have you done at school that warrants calling your parents? Zhang Minfu is a former classmate of mine. Under normal circumstances, why would he summon me to the school? Luo Xiaoying anxiously glanced at Zhou Jiangnan, fearful that he might reveal something detrimental. It's nothing serious. I merely astonished him while playing basketball today. You can play basketball? Why have I never heard you mention it? Self-taught, it's quite normal for you not to know. Under Luo Xiaoying's watchful gaze, the father and son reached an unspoken agreement. Tomorrow afternoon, Zhou Xiangdong will accompany his son Zhou Jiangnan to the school to discern what mischief this rebellious child has committed before evening classes commence. After dinner, Luo Xiaoying and old Zhou tidied up while washing the dishes. The conditions at the workers' dormitory in the cement factory were rather basic. However, the boiler operated daily, providing hot water at no cost. Zhou Jiangnan took a refreshing shower in the cramped bathroom and then stared at his reflection in the mirror. His skin was smooth, his features delicate and faint. Soft stubble was just beginning to appear on his lips. Apart from the depth in his gaze that belied his age, he was the quintessential 18-year-old youth. His abdomen bore no hint of a belly, with even the faint outlines of abdominal muscles visible. His thick hair, styled in the trendy F4 fashion, cascaded past his ears. What a ridiculous hairstyle, Zhou Jiangnan muttered, feeling a pang of embarrassment. Leaning closer to the mirror, he scrutinized his image. Tomorrow, I'll get a haircut, completely transform my look. A new life shall begin anew. He resolved to put in the effort. As he had already laid the foundation for retaking his studies, aiming for admission to a prestigious 985 university to achieve something significant. And then there was CC. If fate allows, he would cherish her, ensuring she no longer pursued a career as an internet celebrity. Which university did she graduate from again? Linen Media College. Yes, that is the one. Then I shall strive to gain admission to Linen University. As for Zhou Jiangnan, Zhou Jiangnan had long since banished her from his thoughts. What of the school beauty from Lingjiang No. 1 High School? She was not ice cream. Zhou Jiangnan was determined to shed the role of a sycophant. There are countless women in the world. Once he escaped the confines of Lingjiang County, a vibrant world full of beautiful women awaited him, especially in the Jiangnan Linen region, where elegance and grace abounded. My very name is Zhou Jiangnan. Where else could I possibly go? That dismal second-tier school from my previous life is not worth revisiting, nor would I fill in any third-choice applications. Zhou Jiangnan changed into a refreshing outfit of a t-shirt and shorts, slipping on his sandals before stepping outside. Luo Xiaoying hurried after him, inquiring, Where are you going? My son? I'm off to find Li Fatty. Don't worry, Mom. He waved his hand at Luo Xiaoying and sauntered towards the factory director's lounge. As the director of the cement factory, Li Jiangwo's office was conveniently adjacent to a well-equipped lounge, where he resided whenever he did not return to the urban area. When Zhou Jiangnan knocked on the door, Li Pengfei was engrossed in fiddling with the television, startled by the sudden sound. What are you up to, Fatty? What on earth are you doing with the DVD? Li Pengfei hurriedly pulled him into the room, peered outside, and then locked the door behind him. Jiangnan, I only share this with you because I consider you a brother, so please don't go blabbering about it. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled, thinking that this fellow must have stumbled upon some extraordinary treasure to be acting so secretively. He nodded as Li Pengfei turned on the DVD, and the screen illuminated with 4 brilliant characters, the Lantern Grass Monk. Zhou Jiangnan's expression darkened. Indeed, it was a remarkable find. Chapter 7. An ominous sign. Where on earth did you acquire this, my portly friend? Zhou Jiangnan inquired, stroking his non-existent beard, somewhat taken aback. During the 1980s. The Hong Kong film industry produced numerous classic romantic art films, epitomized by the strange tales from a Chinese studio series and the urban beauty genre represented by Yi Yuqing. The array of films, including those featuring ghostly encounters, truly sparkled with brilliance. However, these discs were deemed contraband in the mainland. Those fortunate enough to possess one often kept it a closely guarded secret, unwilling to share their treasure. This rotund fellow certainly had his connections. Hey, don't concern yourself with where I got it. Just tell me, is it impressive or not? Impressive indeed. So what are we waiting for? Let us begin. Zhou Jiangnan approached the viewing with an appreciation for artistry, while Li Pengfei assumed he was driven by an insatiable thirst, casting a scornful glance. Jiangnan, I told you. You're just pretending to be serious. This just reveals your true nature, you lecherous rogue. Zhou Jiangnan chose to remain silent and leisurely settled into an old, comfortable sofa. One must adopt a relaxed posture when watching such films. Otherwise, discomfort may ensue. Li Pengfei, the Navi youth, initially stole glances out the window, but soon became engrossed, completely lowering his guard. Zhou Jiangnan, however, occasionally remained vigilant, cautious of Uncle Li Jianguo's potential return. As the narrative reached its climax, Li Pengfei's face flushed crimson, his breath coming in ragged gasps, akin to a boiling kettle on the verge of explosion. Zhou Jiangnan silently chuckled, pondering that this evening might indeed plant the seeds for the portly fellow's future life of luxury with stunning models. Experienced individuals knew well the profound impact such imagery could have on a spirited and impetuous youth. The effect could be likened to dropping this fellow into Hiroshima. Zhou Jiangnan distinctly observed a trickle of excited blood from Li Pengfei's nose. Well, my friend, it seems tonight's meal was consumed in vain. Li Pengfei dabbed at his nose, a mix of embarrassment and discomfort evident. Jiangnan, how can you remain so composed? Have you seen this before? Not at all. Zhou Jiangnan promptly denied, shaking his head. Look at your lack of composure. Such commonplace fare has left you utterly flustered. If this continues, you might find yourself swindled by models, losing everything. Li Pengyu, who had heard his brother mention models several times without understanding the term, could no longer contain his curiosity. You keep talking about these models. What exactly are they? Zhou Jiangnan hesitated before responding. Models are simply very youthful and attractive women, those with striking physiques. Li Pengfei looked perplexed. Aren't those just the runway models we see on television? Not quite the same. Never mind, it's too complicated for you. Just imagine if Zhao Wanwan were a model that would embody the essence of a youthful model. Oh, had you said that earlier, I would have understood. That certainly sounds far more thrilling than this film. As the movie concluded, Li Pengfei felt an inexplicable discomfort, a surge of emotions yearning for release. Perhaps a cold shower would do you good. I sense your internal heat is excessive. I am a bit warm. I'll take a shower first. You can occupy yourself with the television. Li Pengfei rushed into the restroom, and soon the sound of a cascading shower could be heard. When he emerged, Zhou Jiangnan was engrossed in a game on his electronic dictionary, engrossed in the world of Three Kingdoms dominance. Jiangnan, I've come to realize you possess an extraordinary talent for gaming. I tried playing this game a few times, yet I couldn't conquer a single city. This illustrates the disparity in intelligence among individuals. Is it so difficult to admit that you are more astute than I? Curse you, you scoundrel. Under Li Pengfei's insistent persuasion, Zhou Jiangnan chose not to return home that evening. The two 17 or 18-year-olds sprawled on a bamboo mat atop the rooftop, basking in the evening breeze. The sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars. Jiangnan, cradling his head, searched for the direction of the Big Dipper, his right leg casually resting atop his left, exuding an air of leisure. Li Pengfei, however, was not as tranquil. The refreshing shower had worn off, and his restlessness began to resurface. Jiangnan, what do you think women truly smell like? Just like that, akin to riding a bicycle. After a while, it becomes tiresome. Really? How do you know? If you don't believe me, then why bother asking? It's not that I don't believe you. I merely wish to broaden my horizons. Damn. How come you're so much older than me? Jiangnan, the college entrance examinations are approaching. I estimate I can only manage to get into a vocational college. What should I do? And what of vocational colleges? You have a grand factory awaiting your inheritance. Those pursuing a bachelor's degree will ultimately work for you. True enough. So, you should come work with me. At least I can arrange for you to be an assistant factory manager. Get lost. By the time you inherit the factory, my grandson will be about to arrive. Your grades are only slightly better than mine. My father says that ordinary third-tier colleges make finding a job difficult. I will gain admission to a prestigious university. If you do, Then I must be your grandson. Jiangnan you. Hey, I say, why do you talk so much? You hefty fellow. Your incessant chatter surpasses your intellect, giving me a headache. Let us calm down and observe the stars. What is so fascinating about stars? They can reveal fortunes and misfortunes. Li Pingfei became intrigued, quickly asking, what do you see? Zhou Jiangnan shot him a glance. You have ominous signs. Are you slyly insulting me? Not at all. Your DVD is still in the player. At this hour, Uncle Li should be back. Oh damn. Li Pingfei leapt up, darting into the corridor like a nimble piece of pork. Moments later, he returned to the rooftop, his spirits dampened. He really is back now. I dare not retrieve the disc until he leaves. Good luck. The early summer breeze was refreshingly cool against their skin, providing unparalleled comfort. Li Pingfei was, by nature, a chatterbox, babbling endlessly. Eventually, fatigue set in, and he soon succumbed to the sounds of snoring. Zhou Jiangnan pondered his last question. Jiangnan, will you still write letters to Zhao Wanwan? She never even glances at them, and I no longer wish to deliver them. It's too embarrassing. Write letters? What nonsense. I am not inherently drawn to self-deprecation or seeking suffering. It is rare to find a three-legged toad, while beautiful women abound. To put it simply, Su Sisi is nothing short of a campus belle. If any other woman were to speak of familial misfortunes or academic burdens, Zhou Jiangnan would not lend an ear. However, when Su Sisi utters such words, he believes them to be genuine. After all, how could a graduate of a media university, a veritable flower of the nation, remain chaste at nearly 30? The mere thought of Su Sisi stirs a tempest within Zhou Jiangnan's previously placid heart. Such an exquisite woman, with a temperament far superior to that of Zhao Wanwan, is indeed an ideal match. He is grateful for the faux beer from Wang Ma's barbecue. For Zhou Jiangnan now finds himself at the perfect moment of youthful infatuation, encountering her neither too early nor too late. How delightful. This is the essence of youth. Chapter 8. Quietly astonishing everyone Achu. The following morning, Zhou Jiangnan descended the stairs, rubbing his nose, as Li Jiangguo ascended carrying a bag of steamed buns. Good morning, Uncle Li. It's Jiangnan. Come, have a few buns, they're warm. Thank you, Uncle Li, but I'll have breakfast at home. Take them, just take them. Unable to withstand Li Jiangguo's persistent insistence, Zhou Jiangnan accepted one in his hand and another tucked in his mouth, expressing his gratitude before heading towards the employee dormitory. Uncle Li truly knows how to make things work. It's no wonder he is the factory director. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Have you finished your reflection? Don't make me follow you around like a fool. Zhou Xiangdong quickly stuffed a box into his bag, and Zhou Jiangnan distinctly noticed it contained a cigarette. Jin Wunyo. In the early 2000s, it was a locally popular brand of cigarettes in the Sichuan-Chongqing region. Huh, this old man is finally getting clever about gift-giving. What are you staring at, you spendthrift? Facing his rebellious son's gaze, old Zhou felt a flush of embarrassment. Gift-giving is indeed a rather awkward affair. Although Zhang Minfu was his junior high school classmate, he had shown Zhou Jiangnan considerable care over the past 2 years. Luo Xiaoying insisted that one must uphold the principle of reciprocity in relationships, with his wife managing the household. Zhou Xiangdong conceded that she had a point and reluctantly steeled himself to confront the situation. Zhou Jiangnan was unperturbed by the reprimand and did not expose old Zhou's shameful anger. After the family had their lunch, the father and son pushed their bicycles out of the factory gates. Zhou Jiangnan did not invite Li Pingfei to join, as this outing was meant for his father to accompany him in writing the reflection and secretly delivering a gift to the homeroom teacher. Strangely, during this time alone together, they exchanged very few words. Old Zhou occasionally posed a question, to which Zhou Jiangnan casually responded. Before long, they arrived at the school. As they made their way to the third-floor teacher's office, Zhou Jiangnan led his father. In the large office of the senior-year teachers, only Zhang Minfu was present, which put old Zhou at ease, and he impatiently urged his son inside. Minfu, are you busy? Hearing the voice, Zhang Minfu, with a stern expression, beckoned the father and son to approach. Zhou Xiangdong, with a sheepish demeanor, inquired, I see you're not looking well. You must take care of your health. I'm not looking well. Isn't it because of your troublesome son? Zhou Xiangdong, after all these years, you're still the same. Zhang Minfu unleashed a torrent of pent-up frustration. Let us be honest, when Jiangnan first entered school, he ranked among the top 100 in the county. Now, he has fallen behind to over 500 in his grade. What kind of parent are you? Zhou Xiangdong's face burned with shame, feeling utterly humiliated. Sensing his sensitivity, Zhang Minfu refrained from further provoking him and shifted the topic. Has that rascal Jiangnan mentioned what he did yesterday afternoon? Just that he was startled while playing basketball. Bull. What does that have to do with basketball? Your son exposed himself in front of dozens of female classmates, reeking of alcohol, behaving like an aimless scoundrel. Have you seen the reflection I asked him to write? Well, not exactly. All right then, let him read it aloud to you. Zhang Minfu rapped his fingers on the desk, prompting Zhou Jiangnan to promptly recite his self-critique. In 300 to 500 words, he succinctly summarized his transgressions, expressed a profound willingness to repent, and outlined clear objectives for his reformation. Zhang Minfu couldn't help but admire the young man's eloquence. He was particularly pleased with the self-assessment's ambitious goal to strive for a top-tier university within 100 days. Although Zhou Jiangnan's current grades rendered this aspiration somewhat fanciful, the positive attitude was commendable. His expression softened, and he began to impart some earnest advice. Zhou Xiangdong, accompanying his son, bore the brunt of the admonishment, refraining from retorting. Zhang Minfu, out of consideration for their long-standing friendship, selflessly assisted in overseeing Jiangnan's studies, a significant favor indeed. Were it not for his vigilance, Jiangnan's grades might have plummeted further. Resolute, Zhou Xiangdong peered cautiously out of the office door, noting the absence of onlookers, before hastily retrieving a gold cigarette pack from his bag, intending to place it into the drawer of the desk. Minfu, I am truly grateful for your guidance with Jiangnan over the years. This is a small token of appreciation from Xiaoying and me. Please accept it. Hey, what are you doing, Zhou Xiangdong? Zhang Minfu's expression shifted dramatically as he reprimanded. I do not smoke. Are you attempting to hasten my demise, much like your son? What? Jiangnan said that? Zhou Xiangdong erupted in fury, glaring at Zhou Jiangnan, ready to strike. This insolent child dared to insult a teacher. Zhang Minfu had refrained from mentioning this matter until now, but the cigarette incident had inadvertently slipped out, leaving him regretting his words. He knew that despite Zhou Xiangdong's seemingly honest demeanor, he could be as formidable as a blacksmith when provoked. Jiangnan merely misspoke. Do not be rash, he interjected quickly. Yet Zhou Jiangnan remained undeterred, meeting his father's gaze with unwavering composure. Ah, Teacher Zhang, I spoke those words out of fear after dreaming you had suffered a heart attack. You treat me like your own son. I was understandably alarmed. After waking, I couldn't sleep, overwhelmed by the stress. So I sneakily took a sip of my father's liquor to calm my nerves. Uncle Zhang, you must take good care of your health. With such eloquence, Zhou Jiangnan had evidently mastered the art of persuasion. Zhang Minfu was visibly moved, his expression softening further. Seizing the moment, Zhou Jiangnan handed the cigarette pack to Zhang Minfu, insisting, Uncle, you must accept this. It symbolizes my respect for my elders and serves as a celebratory gift in anticipation of my admission to a prestigious university. This cigarette is also a testament to my resolve to work hard for 100 days and turn over a new leaf. If you refuse to accept it, it implies you doubt my potential to succeed. As a teacher, how could he possibly contend with such a persuasive young man? With just a few words, Zhou Jiangnan had firmly ensnared Zhang Minfu. The stakes of the college entrance examination were immense. It was paramount not to undermine Jiangnan's confidence. Very well. I shall accept it for now. After the examination, I will return it to you, he conceded, recognizing that encouragement was essential for a wayward youth's reform. Very well. I shall keep this cigarette for the time being. Should you fail to gain admission to a 211 university, I will reclaim it. Zhang Minfu placed the cigarette into the drawer, yet Zhou Xiangdong displayed little enthusiasm. The tone of this disobedient child was rather audacious. With his current academic performance, he was unlikely to secure a place in a prestigious university. Even gaining entry to a decent second-tier institution would be considered a remarkable achievement for the Zhou family. Zhou Jiangnan was acutely aware of the sentiments shared by him and Zhang Minfu, recognizing that mere words held little persuasive power. Never mind, he thought. I shan't waste my breath on explanations. Stealthily entering the village, I shall not engage in any futile endeavors. He resolved to diligently apply himself in silence, aiming to astonish everyone. All would be revealed after the college entrance examination. In his previous life, he had repeated a year, diligently catching up on the subjects he had fallen behind in. What significance did a 211 university hold? I shall strive for a prestigious 985 institution instead. When the time comes for the teacher appreciation banquet, I shall personally ignite the festivities for old Zhang. Even if I do not smoke, I will partake. Chapter 9. The prodigal son's return. Old Zhou departed with a sense of satisfaction. With the assistance of his son, he successfully delivered the gift, fulfilling the task assigned by comrade Luo Xiaoying. This journey home meant he could forego sleeping in the living room. Zhou Jiangnan gazed at his father's retreating figure. Overwhelmed with emotions, the only ones who unconditionally wish you well in this world are your parents. Old Zhou mounted his bicycle, pedaling happily out of the school gates. While Xiao Zhou prepared to embark on his first evening study session since his rebirth, Zhou Jiangnan settled into his seat at the back of the classroom. Casually flipping through a few books, their pages as pristine as a woman's freshly washed face. Not a word was written, nor a single line drawn. No wonder he had failed to secure even a spot in the third tier during his first college entrance examination in his past life. He was undoubtedly a poor student. Opening the drawer, he discovered a small box containing a stack of colorful sticky notes, alongside a few neatly folded origami cranes. He absent-mindedly unfolded one, discovering it covered in meticulous penmanship. Zhao Wanwan, the bitterness of love is not as profound as the tide of promises. Longing makes one realize the sea is not as deep. Your eyes are like a bottomless abyss, entrancing me. Zhao Wanwan. I am but a solitary hill formed from sand, unable to withstand the gentleness of the waves. With just one gentle glance back, I shatter. What is love in this world that binds life and death so intimately? Zhao Wanwan. If you are willing to accept me, even for just a second, I would gladly die. This was utterly embarrassing. The more he read, the more he felt as if he could dig a hole to hide his shame. Had he truly penned such cringeworthy lines? What had possessed him in the past to express such infatuation? Zhou Jiangnan's expression darkened. He wished he could have been reborn sooner. Back to the moment 2 years prior when he could have snuffed out this foolishness. He gathered all the origami cranes, tore them to shreds with little regard, and unceremoniously tossed them into the trash bin. Earlier that morning, while getting a haircut, Tony, the stylist, had asked why he was ruining his rebellious side part. His words tinged with regret. Zhou Jiangnan sighed, confessing that he was burdened by a handsomeness that did not befit his age. His heart felt heavy. The shampoo girl laughed uncontrollably, taking an eternity to wash his hair, which should have taken mere minutes. As he stepped out after the haircut, he felt as though he had shed a couple of pounds. This salon deserved a 5-star rating. Their hairstyling skills rivaled the premium services of the future. Here he was, a striking young man, who with just a hint of initiative could make the girls blush, yet he had spent over 2 years as a mere sycophant. What a disheartening reality. Zhou Jiangnan covered his face in despair, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. Zhou Jiangnan, what the hell? Why didn't you call me before you left? Li Pingfei's furious voice pierced through his thoughts. What are you hiding your face for, you coward? Did you just call me a coward? Zhou Jiangnan lowered his hand, ready to retort, only to find Li Pingfei's face swollen like a pig's, speechless in disbelief. What are you staring at? This is all your fault. You left early without calling me. If you had, I wouldn't have been beaten by that old ghost. Li Pingfei grumbled as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Zhou Jiangnan immediately deduced that the matter concerning monk Diao Chao had surfaced. His laughter so exuberant that it seemed to light up his entire face. You laugh, but I am utterly disfigured, unable to face anyone again. Henceforth, do not request that I deliver love letters for you. Fear not. Even if you were not beaten into a pig's head, I shall not require your services anymore. Really? Li Pingfei cast a swift glance into his drawer, his expression transforming to one of alarm. Where is your 1,000 paper cranes? Torn apart, discarded. My heavens, Zhou Jiangnan, you handsome lad. In the past, a mere touch to your pride would have ignited your fury, and now you have willingly torn it apart. Oh, and you have even cut your hair? You have truly changed. You are no longer the same person. The former Zhou Jiangnan is no more. Suddenly, Zhou Jiangnan recalled something and hastily inquired. Fatty, yesterday on the court, you mentioned you would help me deliver a love letter. Did you truly do it? Is there any doubt? I ended up receiving a glare from her. Li Pingfei exclaimed in distress. She accepted it? No. I saw her toss it to the ground carelessly. That is good. Zhou Jiangnan exhaled a sigh of relief. He now harbored a profound disdain for his former self, genuinely wishing to no longer be a sycophant. At that moment, the bell rang, marking the commencement of evening study. Zhou Jiangnan opened his mathematics workbook, preparing to tackle a set of past exam questions. With the foundation built from his previous life, he resolved to immerse himself in 2 sets of genuine problems each day for the remaining weeks. Confident that he would not falter in the upcoming college entrance examination, Li Pingfei appeared to witness something terrifying, repeatedly pinching himself in disbelief. Heavens! Zhou Jiangnan is determined to strive for excellence. He was about to speak, but, reconsidering, succumbed to boredom and laid down to sleep. A few moments later, their homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, entered the classroom, silencing it further. Adjusting his glasses, old Zhang cast an almost imperceptible glance toward the back of the room. Zhou Jiangnan felt as though the gaze was directed at him, prompting him to elbow Li Fatty. He is watching us. Don't slouch. Reluctantly, Li Pingfei straightened up. And old Zhang appeared satisfied. Classmates, you all seem to be in great spirits tonight. I just observed through the back door for a while, and I can see that nearly everyone is diligently studying. I especially want to commend Zhou Jiangnan. I have been watching him for some time, and he has been studying earnestly, quite unlike his usual self. Zhou Jiangnan was speechless. This old trickster. No wonder I always felt a sense of hostility looming behind me. Old Zhang then shifted his tone, building animosity. As the ancient saying goes, a scholar should be regarded anew after 3 days apart. Have you all noticed the significant change in Zhou Jiangnan since yesterday afternoon? The entire class turned to look, Zhou Jiangnan appearing bewildered, while Li Fatty squirmed uncomfortably. This afternoon, Zhou Jiangnan submitted a reflection to me, and I was deeply moved. Each word in his reflection bled with remorse, demonstrating a genuine desire for reform. It was truly poignant. The classmates, initially stunned by the transformation of the seasoned sycophant, were instantly intrigued. Witnessing someone's embarrassment is a cherished spectacle. Thus, some began to cheer. We too wish to hear it, to learn from it. Teacher, allow me to share in this enlightenment. I have recently felt that my studies are lacking, and I hope to draw inspiration from Zhou Jiangnan's reflections to elevate myself. I want to as well. Zhou Jiangnan's forehead bore a large character for danger. There are always troublesome subjects who wish to harm me. Old Zhang gazed at him with a smile. His eyes warm and benevolent. Jiangnan, the students have a strong desire. Why not indulge them a little? Desire? I am no mere duck to be satisfied for the sake of it. Teacher Zhang, it is not modesty on my part. After all, I am but a struggling student. Perhaps you should seek someone more capable. No, a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. The more you resist, the more persuasive your words will become. And your feelings will resonate deeply. Do not be shy, come forth. Zhou Jiangnan felt offended. Which I of old Zhang saw him as shy. Such baseless disdain. No matter how one looks at it, before his rebirth, he was the master of verbal sparring on the Ronghai Expressway's third segment, cursing the ancestors of others daily at the construction site. This trivial scene before him was hardly intimidating. Chapter 10. You are seated behind Zhao Wanwan. Very well. I shall utter a few words for your casual consideration. Zhou Jiangnan chose not to approach the podium but instead stood up in his seat to express himself spontaneously. I am particularly fond of the saying, regret not the past, for there is wisdom in acknowledging it. The future is still within reach, and the path is not yet lost. Awaken to the present and recognize the folly of yesterday. At 18, we have reached the juncture where we must take responsibility for our choices. Teacher Zhang often imparts to us the wisdom that recognizing one's mistakes and striving for improvement is of utmost importance. Recently, I have been reflecting deeply on my own shortcomings, even engaging in moments of introspection late at night, asking myself, Zhou Jiangnan, what kind of man are you? I pondered for a long time, unable to fathom why I have lived so humbly for the past 2 years. What in this world could possibly hinder me from holding my head high? Then, yesterday afternoon, as the sunlight pierced through with blinding intensity, I experienced a moment of clarity. I realized that as long as I possess self-respect, self-love, and an unwavering spirit, the only thing that should keep me from standing tall is the sun itself. It filled me with dread to acknowledge how much time and energy I had squandered on trivial matters, effectively feeding my most vibrant youth to the dogs. A grievous error indeed. Fortunately, with merely 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination, a revelry provided me with a moment of enlightenment, and the scorching sun awakened me to reality. Of course, I do not advocate for my classmates to indulge in drinking. That would be misguided. Do not follow my example. What I wish to convey is that our youth is finite, and life should not be wasted. We must devote our limited time to meaningful endeavors and invest our energy in pursuits that yield positive returns. Returning to the present. The college entrance examination embodies the greatest significance. I advise the young women, excel in your studies, and you shall have dominion over your marriages. Falter, and you may find yourself wed to mediocrity. To the young men, succeed, and your future shall be bright. Fail, and you may be relegated to laborious toil. Classmates, this concludes my brief address. Let us encourage one another. The entire class was left in stunned silence. Is this what one calls a brief statement? Zhou Jiangnan, when did your tongue become so adept? Lin Yu, seated in the front row, felt her face flush with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan sensed something amiss. feeling as though Zhou Jiangnan was subtly alluding to her, albeit lacking any tangible evidence. Old Zhang found himself both amused and exasperated. This rebellious student had indeed transformed, exhibiting greater passion and confidence, yet had adopted a rather brash demeanor. Zhou Jiangnan's words, though coarse, conveyed a profound message. The paramount goal is to excel in the college entrance examination. Do you all comprehend? We do. Well then, seizing this opportunity, I announce a new initiative, peer support. All seating arrangements will be adjusted. Students who perform well will assist those who struggle academically. Old Zhang quickly concluded, and Zhou Jiangnan immediately grasped his intent. Good heavens, is he really implementing this approach at such a critical juncture? Is he not concerned about backlash? Indeed. The class instantly polarized into factions. No way, Teacher Zhang, the examination is imminent. We can't spare time to tutor them. It will affect our studies. This protest came from the high achievers. As if I'm begging you to teach me. Who would want that? Retorted the rebellious faction, led by the instigator Li Pengfei. In a moment of carelessness, Zhou Jiangnan had already risen to his feet, slamming his hand on the table. Sit down, Li Pengfei. What do you intend to do? Rebel? Lao Zhang forcefully struck the lectern, restoring order to the room. In that case, let us proceed with voluntary sign-ups. Those who wish to pair up and assist their classmates, please raise your hands. The crowd hesitated, no one daring to take the lead. Lao Zhang, with gentle persuasion, remarked, Fellow students, our time together is a rare bond. We have decades ahead of us. I believe that those receiving help will remember this friendship throughout life. We often rely on others. By helping someone today, you may find yourself receiving help in the future. Rest assured, I will meticulously select those who will be on the assistance list, ensuring they do not hinder your own studies. Lao Zhang emphasized that he would only rescue those still worth saving, explicitly excluding hopeless cases like Li Pengfei, who would be left to their fate. Following this explanation, doubts were dispelled. The class monitor raised his hand to volunteer, and soon, more hands joined. Zhao Wanwan also lifted hers. Lao Zhang felt a sense of satisfaction and quickly confirmed the pairing list. Surprisingly, Zhou Jiangnan, having performed well on 2 occasions, was assigned to Zhao Wanwan. Teacher Zhang, may I refuse? I fear that seat will be uncomfortable for me. No refusals. You must go. Just as I praised you, you falter. Don't be a hopeless case. Lao Zhang's eyes narrowed, insisting that he and another student relocate to the elegant back row behind Zhao Wanwan. A complete rearrangement of seats was mandated, immediate and absolute. Zhou Jiangnan shrugged in response to Li Pengfei's gaze. Fatty, I tried. It's Lao Zhang who disagrees. You're beyond saving now. Li Pengfei felt insulted, lamenting Zhou Jiangnan's betrayal of their brotherhood. Jiangnan, didn't you say brothers for life? Are you abandoning our bond for progress? The fat boy's tone resembled that of a distraught spouse sending their partner off to take an exam, fearing that success would lead to abandonment. Ironically, Zhou Jiangnan was not even going to take an exam. The absurdity of it all was that he feared his brother's suffering while simultaneously envying his brother's success. Zhou Jiangnan patted Li Pengfei on the shoulder, exuding camaraderie. Fatty, do you really doubt me? Brotherhood resides in our hearts. Li Pengfei nodded, touched. Their so-called brotherhood was forcibly dismantled as Zhou Jiangnan clutched his books and moved to the front row. Meanwhile, Linyu, a young girl, blushed deeply. What should I do? Zhou Jiangnan is coming over. She desperately shook Zhao Wanwan's arm. Wanwan, I think Zhou Jiangnan looks so handsome with his new hairstyle. Should I switch with you and tutor him? Sure. Go speak to Teacher Zhang. I have no objections, Zhao Wanwan replied, brushing her hair behind her ear. When Zhou Jiangnan had voiced his objections earlier, she felt personally affronted. What does he mean by unbearable? Is it so torturous to sit behind me? Huh. These immature boys, who once pursued with the fervor of dogs, now found themselves rejected for their lack of charm. Coincidentally, she had no desire to tutor him either. What a farce it is to speak of repentance and renewal. It is merely self-deception. With less than 100 days remaining, if you can secure a place in a prestigious university, I, Zhao Wanwan, shall grant you an opportunity. Thus, with each harboring their own thoughts, the temporary support group was hastily formed. The new desk mate receiving assistance alongside Zhou Jiangnan was also a boy, who, at this moment, gazed eagerly at the 2 enchanting figures ahead, especially Zhao Wanwan, the academically gifted belle of Lingjiang No. 1 High School. What a stroke of fortune this is. Starting from a vocational college, a third-tier university would be a steal. Zhou Jiangnan twirled his pen, suppressing a laugh. Indeed. It is the law of the devoted admirer. Such individuals do not simply appear or vanish, they merely transfer their affections from one object of desire to another. Is Zhou Jiangnan truly so alluring? Chapter 11. You are ever in my peripheral vision. The night passed in silence. Lin Yu swiftly immersed herself in her role. Having begun tutoring the struggling student in the back row since last night's evening study session. Yet, she occasionally cast furtive glances at Zhou Jiangnan, which subtly altered the nature of her tutoring. Although Zhou Jiangnan was diligently working on past exam papers, he effortlessly detected her movements. Lin Yu, you don't need to keep staring at me. If you wish to understand me better, we could converse more closely, he remarked. Ah, you who is looking at you? You have your head down. How could your eyes possibly see me? Do not question whether I can see you, in my peripheral vision. You occupy my entire field of sight. Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away. Her deskmate, at that moment, was astonished, regarding Zhou Jiangnan with newfound admiration. Who said this guy was a loser? He certainly possesses a sharp charm when it comes to attracting girls. For a fleeting moment, Zhou Jiangnan paused her writing. But Zhou Jiangnan remained oblivious. Women merely disrupted his pace in tackling problems. Once the distraction was gone, his exam papers became all the more captivating. The previous night, Zhou Jiangnan completed a set of mathematics questions, and upon self-evaluation, he found his score reasonably satisfactory, over 110 out of 150, even while his memories from his previous life had not fully integrated. With additional practice, reclaiming a further 10 or 20 points would be a trivial matter. The rhythmic clamor of the cement factory held no sway over him. He could sleep soundly even amidst the cacophony of a construction site. This noise was merely a minor inconvenience. As he lay in bed, he contemplated the significance of his rebirth. Foremost was the rectification of past regrets, each of which required meticulous addressing. First was his academic standing. In his prior life, he had failed the college entrance examination, and after a year of retaking, his abilities had significantly improved, only to be thwarted by a sudden bout of illness that relegated him to a mediocre civil engineering program at a second-tier university. Given the chance to start anew, he was resolute not to repeat that mistake. He would undoubtedly secure a place in a prestigious institution like a 985 university. Next was love. In his previous existence, he had come to his senses too late, meeting CC too tardily and losing the ability to love anew. On his first night in Dongguan at the age of 35, dining out, he realized his youth had come to an end. Now reborn, he possessed a clear understanding of his current self, tall, handsome, the darling of soft girls, having remedied his financial shortcomings. He was poised to thrive. As for wealth, he had formulated a plan to secure his first fortune. If memory served him correctly, by the end of June 2005, a government announcement would reveal a new highway passing through the outskirts of Lingjiang County, precisely where an impoverished town lay. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to purchase 2 properties in advance, awaiting the announcement of demolition plans to profit from the resale, a delightful prospect indeed. However, the source of initial capital required careful consideration. Li Pengfei was a good friend, but he was uncertain about the amount of his red envelope money. He needed to find an opportunity to gauge his friend's financial situation. Having 1 or 2,000 would suffice to set his plans into motion. Wealth begets wealth with relative ease. The key lies in acquiring the initial capital. Zhou Jiangnan contemplated his future plans, clearly aiming for a harmonious balance of love and career. Striving for a comprehensive approach without any blind spots. He could hardly contain his eagerness to embark on his university journey. In the crisp morning, the dew was slightly chilly. Zhou Jiangnan rode his modified bicycle to school while Li Pengfei pedaled his racing bike, feeling somewhat melancholic, unable to cease his complaints about their new deskmate's unpleasant habits. Chewing sunflower seeds during class, foot odor, body odor. It was truly unbearable. Hey, chubby, how much pocket money do you have? Zhou Jiangnan interrupted his lamentations, bluntly catching Li Pengfei off guard. Why do you ask that? Are you borrowing money for an abortion? You fool, does my junkie bike need that? I have a project that urgently requires venture capital. What is venture capital? It's a term for risk investment. You don't need to understand the jargon. Just tell me how much savings you have. The two were childhood friends, having shared their most innocent moments together, and Li Pengfei did not hesitate to respond. Not much. Just around 30,000. Just? What the hell, you hefty fellow, you're quite wealthy. Zhou Jiangnan retorted fiercely. My father is ready to help you make some money. Are you in? Jiangnan, I knew I was right about you. As brothers, you thinking of me makes it worthwhile for all those years I helped you pass love letters. Shut up. Don't mention those love letters again. Just find a way to get me the money. Consider it a loan from me. If it succeeds, I'll split it with you, and if it fails, I'll pay you back later. Zhou Jiangnan was uncertain if the trajectory of this world after his rebirth would mirror the past, hence he refrained from making definitive statements. Li Pingfei, however, smiled with ease. I trust you. I'll give it to you after school. You can use it, and if it doesn't work out, you don't have to pay me back. My family isn't short on that. Good brother, when we strike it rich, I'll take you for a foot massage. Starting at 668. What's that? It's a colloquial expression. Li Pingfei was thrilled, as he had heard that 288 was already quite good, and with 668, they would surely soar. At 9 a.m., class commenced promptly. The first lesson was Chinese, where the passionate homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, fervently reviewed the key points of the examination. Zhou Jiangnan was eager to absorb every detail. Once the understanding between teacher and students was finally attuned, Mr. Zhang felt a profound satisfaction. It seemed that this rebellious student had truly turned over a new leaf, his eyes now brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Excellent, a second-tier university seems within reach. Next came the English class. The English teacher, Mrs. Wu, with her cascading waves of hair and clad in a fitted long dress, was in her early 30s, exuding an alluring charm. As she approached the podium and set down her textbook, she refrained from announcing the day's lesson. Instead, she produced a crumpled pink sticky note. Li Pingfei recognized the paper and felt an ominous premonition. Oh no, wasn't that the very paper Zhou Jiangnan adored for folding into cranes? Could it be that Zhao Wanwan's love letter, discarded on the playground, had been picked up by Mrs. Wu? Li, in a state of anxiety, regretted that his close friend had already ventured into the realm of ambition. The distance between the front and back rows of their high school classroom felt like an insurmountable chasm. There was no telepathy among their foolish camaraderie. Indeed, Mrs. Wu spoke. Classmates, while taking a stroll on the playground after dinner yesterday, I happened upon a beautifully folded paper crane on the basketball court. Its intricate design compelled me to pick it up. To my surprise, there were words inscribed upon it. Driven by curiosity, I unfolded it and discovered a small poem brimming with youthful emotions. Mrs. Wu's gaze danced around the room, and Zhao Wanwan suddenly felt a pang of nervousness. Her intuition whispered that the paper crane in question was the very one she had discarded. However, the poem was written in English, which piqued her interest further. Just before class, she decided to test everyone's translation skills. Mrs. Wu turned to the blackboard and inscribed the English poem. I love 3 things in this world: the sun, the moon, and you. The sun for the day, the moon for the night, and you forever. I will randomly select students to translate this. You had Chinese class just before, so let's see whose translation is the most faithful, elegant, and profound. Zhou Jiangnan watched with great interest, a smile gracing his lips, completely oblivious to any underlying tension. Chapter 12. You are my everyday alas. As soon as Teacher Wu arrived, the intensity escalated. Li Pingfei buried his face behind a pile of books, unable to fathom how embarrassed Zhou Jiangnan would feel once the incident unfolded. The imagery was too exquisite for him to bear. Meanwhile, the other students seemed oblivious, captivated by the beauty of the poem, which resonated with the essence of youth in a way that was ineffable yet profoundly understood. Lin Yu could not resist transcribing it into her notebook and attempted a translation, though she felt it fell short of her expectations. Teacher Wu's unconventional approach to the lesson surprisingly yielded excellent results, as everyone engaged in deep contemplation. Pleased with the outcome, she called upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I see you are fond of this poem. Why don't you give us your translation? Speak boldly and set an example for your classmates. As Lin Yu stood, her trousers clung closely to her legs, accentuating their slender form. In this world, I cherish 3 things: the sun, the moon, and you. The sun illuminates the day, the moon brightens the night, and your radiance is eternal. Her translation was commendable. Teacher Wu nodded approvingly before casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Wanwan, casually stating, Zhao Wanwan, as our class is representative for English, I would like to hear your version. Zhao Wanwan rose, instantly capturing everyone's attention, except for Zhou Jiangnan. In this world, I hold dear 3 things: the sun, the moon, and you. The sun sparkles in the day. The moon glows at night, and you shine with timeless brilliance. Very well, your translation is also admirable. Does anyone else wish to respond? Teacher Wu gazed expectantly at the class, her eyes sweeping repeatedly in Zhou Jiangnan's direction. He felt a twinge of discomfort, wondering why she kept looking at him. Was this some predetermined selection akin to a lottery? Yet, even if she called upon him to translate, he remained unfazed, considering it a trivial matter. He sat composed, as if merely observing the unfolding drama. Teacher Wu frowned. The instigator of this spectacle was indeed this boy, who now maintained an unflinching demeanor while gazing at the poem. How had she not noticed his formidable composure before? His audacity was rather vexing. Then, it's you, Zhou Jiangnan. Huh, why don't you give it a try? Oh. Zhou Jiangnan feigned deep thought, as if racking his brain for an answer. Li Pingfei, feeling the awkwardness, covered his face and muttered, Brother Nan. I can't help you this time. Everyone was curious about what Zhou Jiangnan, a student with mediocre grades, would produce in translation, as he was merely at a passing level in English. Why would Teacher Wu choose him? Perhaps she aimed for a stark contrast to Lin Yu and Zhao Wanwan's impressive translations to highlight the disparities. That made sense, after all, without comparison. There is no discernible difference. Yet, something about that sheet of paper felt familiar. There seemed to be only one person in their class who favored such vividly colored sticky notes. Who could that be? As Zhou Jiangnan pondered. His classmates engaged in lively discussions. Within a mere 10 seconds, he spoke softly, In this transient world, my affections are 3. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wu's eyes sparkled with delight. Lin Yu turned in astonishment, while Zhao Wanwan's shoulders quivered. The chatter ceased, and all gazes were riveted upon him. As he continued his translation, the sun, the moon, and you. To translate you as? What a clever lad, truly impressive. Li Pingfei suddenly lifted his head, sensing an air of bravado. At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan stood tall, radiating charm under the sun, nearly outshining him. The sun represents dawn, the moon dusk, and you. Why you? Mr. Wu, in a state of urgency, could not contain his voice. Zhou Jiangnan surveyed the room, smiling as he locked eyes with Lin Yu. Then addressed Mr. Wu word by word. Dawn, dawn, dusk, dusk. A collective gasp echoed in the room, captivated by Zhou Jiangnan's audacious brilliance. This translation was nothing short of magnificent. When had he become so impressive? Just yesterday, he dazzled with his basketball skills, and today, he astounds with his eloquence. Lin Yu nearly gasped in delight, her heart fluttering at the poetic expression. Had he smiled at her? Could that you refer to her? No, Lin Yu. You're imagining things. Zhou Jiangnan likes Wanwan. How could he possibly favor you? She glanced at Zhao Wanwan, the most beautiful girl in Lingjiang High School, who seemed equally entranced. Murmuring softly to herself, Lin Yu recognized that she was reciting Zhou Jiangnan's translation. For a fleeting moment, Mr. Wu saw a reflection of the campus heartthrob from his university days in Zhou Jiangnan, memories of youthful romance flooding back. How wonderful it is to be young. By all that is sacred, Jiangnan, I must applaud you. Your translation is truly remarkable. Mr. Wu clapped enthusiastically, and the other students joined in. In this transient world, my affections are 3, the sun, the moon, and you. The sun for dawn, the moon for dusk, and you for the eternal cycle of dawn and dusk. What a splendid notion of eternity, Jiangnan. Today, you have truly impressed me. Mr. Wu, whose name was Wu Yuanyuan, had once been the most beautiful flower among the teaching staff at the school. In those days, those who studied English tended to be more romantic, especially the girls. She wrote Zhou Jiangnan's Chinese translation on the blackboard, prompting the students to quickly jot down notes. Such exquisite sentences were bound to dazzle in essays. Even if one did not write essays, crafting love letters in college using such phrases would surely be enchanting. Wanwan, aren't you going to write this down? No need, Xiao Yu. It won't be on the exam. Zhao Wanwan retorted, and Lin Yu ceased her persuasion. Zhou Jiangnan's performance today had indeed surprised Zhao Wanwan, sparking within her a fleeting desire to retrieve old love letters she had discarded, wondering if they contained any similarly stunning phrases. However, just as this impulse arose, she swiftly quashed it. Before college, she vowed never to date, especially since there was no one at Lingjiang High that caught her fancy. Zhou Jiangnan possesses an exquisite exterior, yet his character is regrettably feeble. He cannot even deliver a love letter without the intervention of Li Pingfei, showing no interest in even casting a glance at it. Moreover, after the despicable act he committed yesterday, which incited public outrage, her disdain for him has only deepened, leaving no room for even the slightest affection to blossom. Zhao Wanwan, whose father serves as the director of the Public Security Bureau, has been profoundly influenced by her upbringing, cultivating a stronger desire for power than most. Teacher Wu abandoned the initial intention of handing the love letter to the homeroom teacher, old Zhang. After all, who has not experienced the fervor of youth? Let these innocent sentiments of the children ferment into a fine vintage over the years, intoxicating when uncorked. At that moment, a male student suddenly raised his right hand. Report. Teacher Wu, I understand why Zhou Jiangnan translated it so well. It is because he originally penned this poem. Chapter 13. The Turmoil of Love Letters. What? It was indeed he who penned it? Ah, Zhou Jiangnan, how unprincipled you are, resorting to such self-incrimination to deceive and ambush. The boy continued to strike. Only he in our class favors this type of stationery, and he alone enjoys folding paper cranes. Teacher, the paper in your hand bears creases. It must surely belong to him. Before Teacher Wu could react, a classmate near the podium impulsively snatched the paper. Indeed, it is written by Zhou Jiangnan. However, why does it address Zhao Wanwan? Could it be a love letter? Oh dear. The classroom erupted into chaos. Zhou Jiangnan caught red-handed writing love letters to Zhao Wanwan. Astonishing. He truly dares to pursue the campus beauty. Beneath that timid exterior lies audacity unbounded. Seemingly unafraid of being reprimanded by Zhao's father, Li Pingfei buried his face in his arms on the desk. It's over. There's no saving him now. Zhou Jiangnan is doomed. Wow. So this means Zhou Jiangnan just confessed in front of the entire class? What sensational news. Zhou Jiangnan is remarkable. How bold of him. With tangible evidence, the murmurs grew louder, and discussions erupted. Zhao Wanwan was both furious and anxious, unable to maintain her composure any longer. Now, Zhou Jiangnan has thrust her into the spotlight. While it is common for high school students to gossip about whom they fancy, such discussions usually remain private. This brazen display is unprecedented. Moreover, this incident would soon reach the ears of their parents, and without a reasonable explanation, it would be impossible to quell the matter. Teacher Wu was taken aback as well. Being relatively young and inexperienced as a homeroom teacher, she could only admonish the class to quiet down. Every class has a few instigators, and the weight of academic burdens and the pressure of college entrance exams had left everyone restless. Besides, Zhao Wanwan's aloof demeanor provided a rare opportunity for teasing, and they would not let it pass by easily. Lin Yu, both envious and anxious, shook Zhao Wanwan's arm. More excited than she. What should we do? Everyone is talking about you and Zhou Jiangnan. You must say something. What is there to say? It's trivial. I can't silence their chatter. Zhao Wanwan forced herself to focus on her English textbook, deliberately acting as if this matter did not concern her. Zhou Jiangnan, too, was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. After all this commotion, it turned out that this was, in fact, the love letter he had written to Zhao Wanwan in his previous life, an utterly bewildering situation. All right. He suddenly stood up, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention. No need to speculate further. Since you all seem so intrigued, I feel compelled to clarify as the party involved, to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. This English sentence is not my original composition. It is derived from Tagore's Stray Birds. I encourage you all to read more books. As for why I wrote to classmate Zhao Wanwan, it is simply because she is the representative for our English class, and naturally, I can seek her assistance with any English-related queries. Upon encountering this statement, I pondered for quite some time without arriving at a satisfactory translation. Thus, I sought her assistance, only to inadvertently drop it on the playground, much to my chagrin as I searched for it extensively. Folding paper cranes is merely a personal hobby, after all. A single crane soaring amidst the azure sky evokes poetic sentiments that rise to the cerulean expanse. As for love letters and declarations of affection, that is sheer nonsense. I hold no affection for classmate Zhao Wanwan, as she does not align with my preferences. To be frank, I am attracted to girls who possess both a pleasing physique and temperament. Moreover, I would never entertain the idea of a romantic relationship before university. If you doubt me, feel free to observe my actions in the remaining 90 days. Should I initiate even a single conversation with Zhao Wanwan, I shall consider myself a dog, no less. Zhou Jiangnan's earnest proclamation instantly quelled the murmurs of speculation. It is undeniable that he is quite resolute regarding himself, daring even to resist the paired tutoring arranged by our homeroom teacher, old Zhang. His refusal to engage with Zhao Wanwan renders any assistance moot, and he stakes his own reputation as a wager, truly a man of conviction. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, felt an unexpected surge of delight and hastily pinched herself. What concern is it of yours that Zhou Jiangnan does not fancy Zhao Wanwan? How could Lin Yu revel in this misfortune? Indeed, Zhao Wanwan was infuriated, genuinely so. It was not merely because Zhou Jiangnan had brazenly declared his disinterest in her, but rather because he had the audacity to insinuate that her figure was lacking and her temperament poor. Is my figure not commendable? I possess a delicate oval face, A graceful swan neck, a slim waist, and long legs. Which girl in this class could surpass my beauty? Am my temperament poor? Is it merely because I rejected your love letter or ignored the clumsy advances of those less appealing? How then does that equate to a poor disposition? Have I raised my voice at you? Have I struck you? This is intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Zhou Jiangnan was on the verge of exploding with anger. Had it not been for her exemplary self-control, she would have immediately overturned the table and shredded Zhou Jiangnan's paper to shreds. Zhou Jiangnan, having diffused the situation with poise, remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil surrounding him and nonchalantly made an okay gesture towards teacher Wu Yuanyuan. Ms. Wu smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she shot him a warning glance. Zhou Jiangnan offered a reasonable explanation and was instructed to take his seat. Classmates, the topic I introduced before the lesson was not intended for you to discuss romantic relationships, but rather to cultivate good reading habits. Accumulating materials will benefit your writing, whether in English or Chinese. In this regard, Zhou Jiangnan had excelled, demonstrating a commendable breadth of knowledge and a willingness to engage with classmates for mutual growth, certainly deserving of praise. Teacher Wu led the applause, and Zhou Jiangnan shamelessly basked in the accolades. Zhou Jiangnan ground her teeth in frustration. Why should I be subjected to scrutiny while you bask in praise? Suddenly, she turned, glaring fiercely at Zhou Jiangnan, radiating an aura of menace. What are you staring at? Zhou Jiangnan, steadfast in his principle of silence, met her gaze defiantly. The two locked eyes, a battle of wills unfolding. Strangely enough, her countenance was striking, with elegantly arched eyebrows, large expressive eyes, and a complexion fair and luminous. Even in anger, she possessed an undeniable allure. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward as Zhou Jiangnan unexpectedly discerned a hint of colorless admiration in Zhou Jiangnan's eyes, devoid of any emotion. Ultimately, unable to endure the defeat, she turned away in frustration, her tall ponytail striking Zhou Jiangnan across the face, causing him to involuntarily sneeze as it brushed past his nose. Zhou Jiangnan rubbed his nose and withdrew his gaze, showing no inclination to indulge her. The new deskmate looked on in awe, captivated by Zhou Jiangnan's eloquence and his earlier confrontation with Zhou Jiangnan, wishing to honor him as a surrogate father. If only he could learn a trick or two of the art of persuasion. How could he ever feel inferior again? Brother Nan, if you would not disdain me, I would gladly kneel before you as a son. Get lost. Chapter 14. Dear, that is not love. The emotions of youth are often shrouded in innocence and naivety. Zhou Jiangnan has recently emerged like a brilliant star in a time of chaos, capturing the attention of everyone around him. Li Pengfei felt a surge of joy from within. This rascal has finally ceased to be an obsequious admirer, and he could now proudly declare Zhou Jiangnan as his brother without shame. The events of the English class swiftly reached the ears of their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang. He was gratified by the effectiveness of Mr. Wu's interactive teaching method, which encouraged mutual growth. At the very least, any student from Class 6 could now recite the English poems from a collection of birds along with Zhou Jiangnan's exquisite translations with clarity and precision. What delighted him even more was the apparent transformation of Zhou Jiangnan, who seemed to have truly changed his ways. Not only had he renounced early romance, but his dedication to his studies had also intensified manifold. If this momentum continued, Mr. Zhang found himself genuinely eager to see what results Zhou Jiangnan might ultimately achieve. Surely, it could not be worse than the present. The morning classes soon passed, and in line with the principle of balancing work and rest, Lingjiangno, one high school organized singing sessions for students each afternoon before classes. Zhou Jiangnan listened as they sang popular songs from before 2005, such as Fairy Tale and 8,000 Years Later. It was a flood of nostalgia, a sweet reminder of youth. He sang with fervor, his magnetic voice overshadowing Zhou Jiangnan's, leaving her feeling as though her ears were overwhelmed. How dare he stand behind me? She thought. Jiangnan, what is wrong today? You seem off and rather sulky, someone asked. I'm just not happy. Why? Because of that insufferable jerk behind me. Lin Yu stole a glance at Zhou Jiangnan, who was lost in his singing, and stifled a laugh behind her hand. What a unique insult. As the class bell rang, the students were surprised when the substitute music teacher entered instead of the math teacher. Confusion spread across their faces. Isn't this supposed to be math class? Why is the music teacher here? The substitute music teacher, Wang Yueran, was young and stunning, a college student from an art school who had come to intern even before graduating. Students, I apologize for the abrupt change. I will be away for a few days for a work trip. So I arranged with your math teacher to have this week's music class today instead. You're not upset about this, are you? No, not at all. The entire class shook their heads in unison. Great. Since this is a last-minute adjustment, I Haven T prepared a specific song to teach you all. Therefore, today, I will randomly select a student to come up and teach us a song that they know, but we do not. With a cheerful smile, Ms. Wang clasped her hands behind her back, causing the boys, who had been fixated on her, to collectively lower their heads. Another random selection? What a joke. If you dare to meet her gaze, you are certain to be the chosen one, they thought. The girls mirrored this reaction, particularly those tone-deaf, who would have preferred to remove their heads and kick them out of the classroom. Don't be afraid, classmates. I promise I won't bite. Teacher Wang could hardly contain her amusement as she pulled out a student roster. The teacher, with no other option, began to call out names from the list. The soft, gentle tone of her voice, in this moment, evoked a profound sense of trepidation. Please, not me. Please, not me. The students fervently prayed within their hearts. As Teacher Wang's gaze fell upon the name Zhou Jiangnan, she instinctively recalled the famed song Jiangnan by JJ, which had captured the hearts of many. Additionally, she had just heard about an incident in the 6th grade English class that morning, where the student, Zhou Jiangnan, had delivered a translation she found particularly delightful. She was curious about this seemingly talented youth who had emerged from class 6. Zhou Jiangnan. Surely, it can't be me again? Zhou Jiangnan thought anxiously as he sat in the front row, his heart sinking as he realized he had once again been chosen. Damn it. These teachers must be rigging this, he grumbled inwardly. Reluctantly, he stood up, and Teacher Wang's eyes brightened. This fellow had changed his hairstyle and looked quite sunny and handsome now. Zhou Jiangnan, it's you. Are you up for it? She inquired. Zhou Jiangnan furrowed his brow but replied, of course. Why not? It's just singing. I can play the piano too, you know. The thought of playing the piano reminded him of his college girlfriend, Li Xiaoyu, the belle of the music academy. In the early days of their relationship, they were so enamored with each other. To foster their musical harmony, Li Xiaoyu had taught him to play the piano. After graduation, they even bought a piano for their little home, where countless nights were spent playing chaotic melodies in the name of love. Regrettably, after their separation, the once cherished instrument became an eyesore and was eventually sold to an art student on an online marketplace. As Zhou Jiangnan reminisced about the past, a veil of melancholy enveloped him, evoking a sense of sympathy. Teacher Wang felt a tremor of concern. Well, if you're not willing, there's no need to force yourself. No, it's fine. I'm willing. Some matters must be faced and resolved. I might as well take this opportunity to teach everyone a song, Zhou Jiangnan declared. He walked to the front corner of the classroom and slowly sat down in front of an old-fashioned organ. Wow, he can play the piano? Zhou Jiangnan's classmate marveled. Yes, just a little, he replied modestly. Wow, amazing. You have truly surprised me. I'm looking forward to your performance. Teacher Wang encouraged him. After pressing a few notes, Zhou Jiangnan sought his rhythm, and he began. This song is titled Dear, That Is Not Love. Zhao Wanwan felt her heart skip a beat. She was perplexed. Just this morning, there had been an incident involving love letters, and now this boy was singing a song with such a title. Was he hinting at something? Did he mean to imply that the love letters he had written to her in the past were insincere, that they were not truly love? The melodious sounds of the organ interrupted her thoughts as Zhou Jiangnan commenced his performance. The organ in the classroom chimed melodiously, reminiscent of a confession of love. His movements were gentle, and he smiled as he imagined the figure of someone departing after delivering a message, admiring their elegant handwriting and heartfelt concern. Zhao Wanwan was bewildered. How could this possibly be so captivating? She involuntarily lifted her head as sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a melancholic aura around Zhou Jiangnan, shaping the shadows into delicate forms. This scene was undeniably harmonious. I cannot help but admit that this charming rogue possesses a certain allure. Such beautiful promises, squandered in youth. Yet, my dear, that is not love. It is akin to a sprite misplaced in the wrong forest, where love becomes painfully transparent. What does he mean by singing these lines? Is he suggesting that all his past actions were misguided, that he loved the wrong person? The exquisite melody captivated everyone present. Even Wang Yueran, a teacher with a background in music, was entranced. Zhou Jiangnan's voice was enchanting, and his piano playing was commendable as well. A young man like him, upon entering university, would undoubtedly be a formidable presence. What kind of girl could he not attract? It seems that what he claimed during music class this morning was indeed true. Those words were not love letters penned for Zhao Wanwan. He merely wished to learn English. Wait, hold on. Why have I never heard this song before? If this piece were to be released publicly, it would undoubtedly become a hallmark hit. Wang Yueren's eyes sparkled with excitement. Goodness, is this a self-composed, self-performed masterpiece? Where did this treasure of a boy come from? Chapter 15. You made her cry. As the final notes of the melody faded, the audience remained entranced, enveloped in a bittersweet radiance that lingered in the classroom. Refusing to dissipate, Zhou Jiangnan sat quietly before the organ, lost in contemplation, the slanting rays of the setting sun casting a nostalgic glow upon his memories, which surged forth like an overwhelming tide. There were the mundane days of his mid-30s, juxtaposed with the aimless years of his late teens. Despite basking in the brilliance of the sunlight, his eyes brimmed with sorrow, and in that moment, he exuded a depth that belied his 18 years. Curiosity danced in Teacher Wang's eyes, while Lin Yu felt an acute pang of empathy, and Zhao Wanwan sensed a profound emotional impact. Li Pengfei, the most carefree among them, watched as his once carefree friend transformed into a brooding prince, captivating the hearts of the female classmates around him. He wished he could bestow an Oscar upon Zhou Jiangnan. Look at you, old six. You can play basketball, sing, and now you can play the piano and feign melancholy. What can't you do? Teacher Wang snapped back to reality, applauding excitedly, prompting the entire class to join in. Classmates, can everyone sing along now? No. Let us do it again. Zhou Jiangnan. Everyone wishes to hear you teach once more. All right, I'll teach one last time. Zhou Jiangnan began to play and sing again. This time, everyone was earnest in their efforts, especially Teacher Wang, who had already grasped the song after 2 rounds. She led the class in a couple more repetitions, and soon their chorus was taking shape. As the music lesson drew to a close, the melodious strains of an unfamiliar song wafted through the floors and classrooms nearby. After class, students from other classes flocked to inquire about the tune, while Lin Yu and Zhao Wanwan were on their way to the restroom. They overheard a group of girls chattering animatedly. I found out it was a boy from class 6 who taught the song. Everyone in his class loves it. I love it too. It's beautiful. I wonder who the original artist is. I'll look it up online after school. I heard that boy can also play the organ, and he is really handsome. Should we sneak a peek? What for? My friend told me he publicly declared he wouldn't date anyone before college, saying girls would only slow him down with his studies. His name is Zhou Jiangnan, I think. I heard he used to have a crush on Zhao Wanwan. He must be so heartbroken now, having lost faith in love. Ugh, still pining for Zhao Wanwan. What is so special about her? Just because she is pretty? At this point, Lin Yu could no longer contain herself. She burst out of the restroom. Indeed. Being beautiful is remarkable. You gossip about him behind his back, and he wouldn't like any of you. Who are you? What does our discussion about Zhao Wanwan concern you? I'm Wanwan's best friend, and I can't stand hearing you speak ill of her. Did we say anything wrong? She walks around with her eyes to the sky, completely dismissing others, acting as if she is so important. I don't understand what Zhou Jiangnan sees in her. That is none of your business. Zhou Jiangnan wouldn't like any of you. Could it be that someone might like you? Lin Yu felt overwhelmed and painfully pricked, her voice trembling. Zhao Wanwan emerged from the door, pulling her away. Xiao Yu. Do not engage in arguments with them. It is utterly futile. If anyone wishes to pursue Zhou Jiangnan, they should do so with their own merit. I have no connection with him whatsoever. The gossip behind them was abruptly silenced as the subjects overheard, leaving several girls awkwardly speechless. Throughout the evening study session, Lin Yu remained despondent. When a classmate from the back row sought her assistance, her sharp retort sent him shivering in fear. Why is she so fierce? I was merely trying to ask a question. I've told you not to call me father. Refer to me as Nan Go instead. Zhou Jiangnan, engrossed in his exam paper, replied nonchalantly, women, you see, have those few days each month when they are utterly unreasonable. One merely has to get accustomed to it. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yu's lips quivered as she began to cry, feeling utterly wronged. Be quiet. Zhao Wanwan turned around, angrily shouting at Zhou Jiangnan before rushing to comfort her distressed friend. Zhou Jiangnan was utterly perplexed. What is so unreasonable? Whom have I offended? What do you mean, what? It's all your fault. You are the cause of this trouble. And what about me? Just stop talking. It's exasperating. Zhou Jiangnan looked bewildered, exchanging glances with his desk mate, completely at a loss regarding the antics of these 2 young ladies. Never mind. Arguing with women is a waste of life. It is far more interesting to immerse oneself in study. He buried his head back into the sea of knowledge. Why are you silent? Huh. Apologize to Xiao Yu. Why should I? You made her cry. Huh. Zhou Jiangnan feigned ignorance, his focus on the math problems undeterred. Zhao Wanwan was infuriated. What an insufferable attitude. How can he be so arrogant and devoid of gentlemanly decorum? It is utterly baffling that any girl would find such a boy appealing. She glared at Zhou Jiangnan, who remained oblivious, confidently solving problems. All right, Zhou Jiangnan. So you wish to study? Study my foot. Zhao Wanwan seized his exam paper and tore it to shreds. The scene caught the attention of the surrounding students, leaving them wide-eyed and curious about what Zhou Jiangnan had done to provoke such a fierce reaction from Zhao Wanwan. Do not look at me. She is the one with issues. You are the one with issues. You made Lin Yu cry and yet refused to apologize, you scoundrel. Hey, how am I to blame for this? I did not harm her in any way. Suddenly, the boys erupted into laughter, leaving Zhao Wanwan flustered. She realized her face was burning, blood red with embarrassment. How had Zhou Jiangnan transformed into such a brazen individual? Where had the respectful demeanor of the past gone? Instead of studying, you've learned to talk back. Zhou Jiangnan, you scoundrel, your actions only disgust me. I shall never harbor feelings for someone like you. Once again, I understand. I shall no longer bother you. You may depart now. Zhou Jiangnan, unfazed and composed, unfurled a fresh examination paper. After a moment's thought, he playfully jabbed Lin Yu's shoulder with his pen. Classmate Lin Yu, I misspoke earlier. How about you turn around, and I shall perform a magic trick as an apology. Lin Yu, wiping her tears, turned around, her shoulders quivering with quiet sobs, a sight both tender and poignant. Zhou Jiangnan tore a sheet of draft paper into shreds before her, then crumpled it into a ball. Observe closely, the paper is in tatters. Yet with a few firm rubs, it shall return to its former state. Do you believe me? Lin Yu, captivated, momentarily forgot her tears and whispered, Really? Is that true? I don't believe it. Zhao Wanwan rolled her eyes in exasperation. This friend has gone astray. She is no longer worth keeping. Chapter 16. The uniqueness of Zhou Jiangnan those who have not experienced it cannot comprehend. What allure does a young and handsome boy performing sleight-of-hand tricks hold for young girls? At this moment, Lin Yu was utterly captivated, fearing she might miss even the slightest detail. Zhou Jiangnan appeared to her as the epitome of charm. Even Zhao Wanwan's curiosity was piqued. Zhou Jiangnan feigned a serious demeanor, reciting incantations while deftly rubbing a crumpled piece of paper between his left hand and right palm. Repeating the motion several times, his hand, turned away from the two girls, moved with the grace of fingers dancing on piano keys, mesmerizing all who beheld it. Then came the moment of witnessing a miracle. With a flourish, he unveiled the paper, revealing a pristine sheet of draft paper before the astonished crowd. Wow, Zhou Jiangnan, how did you do that? I distinctly saw you tear it apart. You're amazing, Lin Yu exclaimed, her excitement causing nearby classmates to stretch their necks. Akin to ducks suspended in midair. No one anticipated that Zhou Jiangnan, the seemingly aloof boy, possessed the talent for magic that elicited such enthusiastic reactions from the girls. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let everyone hear. Brother Nan, they already heard us. Be quiet. I'm not talking to you. You have no sense of atmosphere. Zhou Jiangnan chided. While Lin Yu glared at him, clearly irritated, his deskmate fell silent, sensing the tension. Zhou Jiangnan, how did you accomplish that? If you want to know, come closer. I will tell you, but only you. As Lin Yu leaned in, suddenly a thought struck her, causing her to turn away, her cheeks flushed. Zhao Wanwan, however, did not notice this exchange, as she was deep in thought, her brows furrowed. Suddenly, she exclaimed, I've got it. Yet her shout failed to elicit a response from the two involved. Lin Yu, blushing, was lost in her own world, while Zhou Jiangnan continued to focus on his studies. Oblivious to the commotion, a profound sense of disappointment washed over Zhao Wanwan, akin to the feeling of swinging a fist through empty air, as she grappled with a sensation lodged in her throat. Zhao classmate, I wish to know, can you enlighten me? Be quiet, she barked, causing Zhou Jiangnan's deskmate to cower, silently lamenting the lack of compassion from these two girls. It's not his fault he is not handsome. Why must you be so harsh? Unable to contain herself, Zhao Wanwan asked, Zhou Jiangnan, did you prepare 2 sheets of paper, one of which you never tore, and then concealed it in your hand? Zhou Jiangnan remained silent, his focus unwavering. And while you rubbed it, you switched the papers, didn't you? Still no answer. He was engrossed in solving a challenging chemistry problem on his paper, scribbling a vigorous response in the blank space. Calcium oxide's chemical formula. All right, fine. So you choose not to speak to me, is that it? Then don't blame me for not helping you with your work. You filled in the wrong answer, that's not calcium oxide. I know. Then why did you write it incorrectly? Just expressing my feelings. After finishing his injuries, My desk mate leaned over and remarked, Zhao, that isn't a chemical formula, it's Chinese pinyin. Zhao Wanwan, taken aback, responded with a puzzled expression. My desk mate, eager to enlighten, encouraged her, sounded out, CGO dash. Zhao Wanwan, suppressing a smirk, swiftly delivered a slap to his face. Huang Xiaolong. I never imagined you could be such a rogue. Don't speak to me again. Huang Xiaolong covered his face, sniffling, while Zhou Jiangnan struggled to contain his laughter. What are you laughing at? You're no saint yourself, Zhao. The school bell shot him a fierce glare. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head and returned to his studies. Zhao Wanwan, not having received the answer she sought, was convinced that the secret of the trick was as she had assumed, but without Zhou Jiangnan's affirmation. The thrill of unraveling the mystery eluded her. She turned to Lin Yu for clarification, only to find Lin Yu half-heartedly responding, clearly not paying attention. Damn Zhou Jiangnan. Foolish Lin Yu, you both drive me insane. Zhao Wanwan felt utterly unfulfilled. The entire evening study session had yielded nothing in terms of learning, only internal turmoil. As the evening study session concluded, she threw out a parting remark. Zhou Jiangnan, you truly want to speak to me, huh? Well, I want to utter another word to you either. If Teacher Zhang inquires, don't blame me. Zhou Jiangnan remained unfazed, not even glancing in her direction. If you choose to ignore me, so be it. You're not a bicycle I wish to ride, and I don't require your guidance. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and called out to Li Pingfei as they exited. In the following days, Zhao Wanwan indeed refrained from initiating any conversation with him, while Zhou Jiangnan remained utterly indifferent, a stark contrast to his former self. A girl with such a princess-like temperament, who demands exclusivity, would surely bring a husband 2 decades of misfortune. Thus, when faced with challenging questions, he would directly approach Lin Yu, completely disregarding Zhao Wanwan. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, she had unconsciously shifted her tutoring focus from Huang Xiaolong to him, much to Huang Xiaolong's dismay. After much internal struggle, he finally voiced his frustration. Nonggu, you can't steal my tutor. What am I supposed to do? Zhou Jiangnan understood his plight and casually pointed toward Zhao Wanwan's retreating figure. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened in horror as he vigorously shook his head. Zhou Jiangnan could only lament the unfortunate circumstances, angered by the missed opportunity. Countless individuals longed to approach the school bell, but found no openings. Soon enough, another week of freedom from studies arrived. At 5 p.m., Zhou Jiangnan exited the school gates, but did not head toward the cement factory. Jiangnan, where are you going? Not returning to the factory? I'm heading to the southern suburbs for some market research. Fatty, care to join? Though I don't grasp the details, it sounds impressive. Count me in. The two rode their bicycles straight to the suburbs, and before long, dilapidated buildings came into view. Beside them lay a stretch of farmland, with eucalyptus trees dotting the hills, creating a jarring contrast to the crumbling structures. This region was once designated as a development zone by Lingzhang County, but following the demise of the former leadership, the new administration's first act was to amend the plans, shifting focus from southern expansion to northern advancement, hoping to embrace the charm of the mountainous city. The transition between the old and new leadership occurred within a mere 6 months, during which a group of self-proclaimed experts, eager to invest, sought to undertake substantial construction in the development zone. Naturally, 6 months proved insufficient to erect towering edifices. Thus, after the new plans were unveiled, some buildings with only foundational work hastily rose to a mere 2 or 3 stories, lacking necessary surrounding infrastructure and failing to attract buyers. Others poured their life savings into these ventures, only to find themselves ensnared in a web of ever-changing directives, left to call out in vain for answers. Even now, many still visit the county government during festive seasons, seeking explanations. Zhou Jiangnan stepped down from his bicycle, pushing it along the uneven, muddy path. Jiangnan, what is there to admire in this desolate place? A few dilapidated buildings in the wilderness, unable to sell, and yet they dare to advertise for tenants. Li Pingfei ripped down a flyer from the door, disdainfully spitting on the ground. Renting anywhere else would be preferable to here, on a Sunday. Not a soul in sight. Are they attempting to deceive the public? Chapter 17. Rescuing a female classmate Ba. Only a fool would rent here. Li Pingfei spat, turning to see Zhou Jiangnan lost in thought, staring at the phone number in the ad. Jiangnan, why are you so earnestly gazing at that number? Are you really considering being a fool? Fatty, I intend to purchase this dilapidated 2-story building. What? Are you certain you aren't jesting? Why would I jest? You're hardly a beauty. Li Pingfei's eyes narrowed with suspicion. You're not borrowing money from me just for this, are you? Clever, You possess a modicum of wisdom. Damn it, I won't agree. Even if you use it for gaming or a sauna, I wouldn't oppose, but renting this decrepit building is a waste. Zhou Jiangnan folded the advertisement and tucked it away in his pocket. I'm not renting, I'm buying. Li Pingfei, exasperated, shouted in vain. But there was nothing he could do. Zhou Jiangnan was resolute, and he had already handed over the 30,000 yuan. Worry not, this is a risk investment. The greater the risk, the larger the reward. You'll understand in due time. For now, just observe with me. That money shall be considered a loan. Should we profit, we'll split it 50-50. Should we incur losses, I shall repay you regardless. After all, they had grown up together as brothers. Li Pingfei could never truly let him face such a fate. Though internally frustrated, he had no choice but to accept reality. Zhou Jiangnan had always been obstinate, unyielding in his pursuits. Fine, I'll consider this a lesson in fortune. With that, Li Pingfei hopped onto his racing bike and rode back, while Zhou Jiangnan pedaled on his old bicycle. By 6 or 7 in the evening, as the sun dipped low, they hurried home, hoping to arrive before nightfall. Li Pingfei, confident in his swift bike, raced ahead, while Zhou Jiangnan cursed under his breath, furiously pedaling his bicycle. Upon reaching a small hill, Li Pingfei suddenly halted, and Zhou Jiangnan, catching up, gasped, "You finally know how to wait for your dad. It shows you have some humanity." Ignoring him, Li Pingfei seemed to be listening intently. Just as Zhou Jiangnan was about to speak again, Li Pingfei interrupted in a hushed tone. "Jiangnan, listen. Is that a girl crying?" Zhou Jiangnan leaned in to hear. And indeed, there was a voice of distress emanating from the hilltop. "Let us check it out." He dashed forward, with Li Pingfei hastily following behind. As they climbed to the top, they spotted a blonde youth gripping a girl in a school uniform, forcefully pulling her toward him, while her belongings tumbled from her bag. "Damn it, let us take him down." Zhou Jiangnan's anger surged. In a previous life at the construction site, he despised such lecherous scum. Once, he had dealt with a pervert who had exploited a naive village girl, breaking his legs and throwing him out of the project. Seeing this scene again ignited a fury within him. Li Pingfei, too, a man of valor, charged forward alongside him. Together, they subdued the blonde youth, delivering a fierce beating and rescuing the girl. The youth seized an opportunity to flee, hurling threats as he escaped. "I'll remember both of you. Just wait. Come back. If you can't kill me, I'll break your legs." Zhou Jiangnan, seemingly unfazed, leisurely helped the girl organize her backpack. "Fatty, go back and inform Uncle Li to find someone to throw that yellow-haired guy into the classroom. Even if you don't say it, I would do it anyway. With the college entrance examination approaching, I certainly don't want anyone obstructing you every day." "Why not obstruct us?" "Because I have no intention of returning to the cement factory. I plan to stay in the city." "Damn, you rascal, what happened to our brotherhood?" "Hee. Did you not say that brotherhood resides in the heart?" The two chuckled, but suddenly recalled the girl who had nearly been assaulted, still sobbing, and quickly ceased their banter, waiting for her to compose herself. After a while, the girl wiped her tears and repeatedly expressed her gratitude to them. "All right. This incident would have prompted others to lend a helping hand as well. Just express your thanks. Where do you live? We'll escort you home." "Thank you so much. My home is in Qianjin village." Zhou Jiangnan calculated that it was conveniently on their way, so the two pushed their bike alongside her. Due to the earlier incident, time had slipped away, and the sky was gradually darkening. The girl, perhaps still shaken, kept her head down, making it difficult to discern her features. After walking for a while, Zhou Jiangnan noticed the encroaching darkness, and, concerned that his parents might worry if he didn't return home soon, said, "Classmate, how about I give you a ride on my bike? It would be quicker, and if I delay further, my mother might start to fret." The girl's voice trembled slightly as she replied, "My name is Fong Xin. I'm a senior at County No. 1 High School. You can call me by my name." "What a coincidence. We are also from there." "I'm Zhou Jiangnan, and this is Li Pingfei. Which class are you in?" "Class 1. "Oh, so you're in the liberal arts. We are in Class 6, the sciences." As they conversed, the girl's fear began to dissipate. Seated behind Zhou Jiangnan, she felt a sense of security. The evening breeze tousled her hair, revealing a gentle and lovely visage, unnoticed by the two boys riding ahead. She cautiously grasped the hem of Zhou Jiangnan's shirt, as if wishing to etch his silhouette deeply in her memory. Before long, a stooped figure appeared in the distance, calling out Fong Xin's name. "My grandmother is here to find me." Fong Xin leaped off the bike and hurriedly ran to her grandmother, throwing herself into her embrace and weeping. The elderly woman initially assumed that her granddaughter had been bullied by the two boys, but upon hearing her tale, she became infuriated. ready to storm the police station for justice. Grandma, it was Zhou Jiangnan and classmate Li who saved me. Then we must thank them. The grandmother took Fong Xin by the hand to express her gratitude to the two boys. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Jiangnan waved goodbye and departed, realizing that if he lingered any longer, his mother might come out looking for him. The unnamed classmate Li followed behind, lamenting, Jiangnan, I feel like a mere accessory in your presence. After the heroic rescue, she doesn't even remember my name, yet she recalls yours so vividly. It's not shameful to acknowledge that I am more handsome than you. Besides, how could you judge her beauty when you can't even see her? I was just making a comparison. Damn it, don't run away. If you have the guts, let us settle this. The two individuals, engaged in playful banter, gradually distanced themselves, seemingly indifferent to the kindness they had just exhibited. Such is the spirited nature of youth in this place. An elderly woman, holding her granddaughter's hand. Watch them depart. Xinshin, let us return home. I must call your father. Grandma, Dad is busy with work. Let us not disturb him. The girl replied. That simply will not do. You have been wronged, and regardless of his busyness, he must be informed. I'm fine. There are still 3 months until the college entrance examination is over. The elderly woman chose not to press further. Her granddaughter, having lost her mother at a young age, possessed a remarkably understanding disposition, which would likely lead to her being taken advantage of in the future. Moreover, those with dyed hair cannot be of good character. They all ought to be dealt with properly. Back in the 80s, during the strict crackdowns, public order was far better than it is today. Chapter 18. The bargain sale. Upon returning to the cement factory, Zhou Jiangnan borrowed the telephone from Li Pingfei's home to contact the number listed in the advertisement. Initially, the recipient of the call was skeptical, but after confirming that the call was indeed from the Lingjiang County People's Cement Factory and that the caller was interested in purchasing his dilapidated building, his demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly cordial. They arranged to meet the following morning to discuss the transaction. Zhou Jiangnan gauged the other party's limits and, upon returning, smashed open his piggy bank. To his surprise, he had nearly 2,000 yuan saved over the past decade, though it still fell short of his expected price. After dinner, he sought out Li Pingfei once more. Hey, could I borrow a bit more of your private stash? Li Pingfei was taken aback. What is this? Is it still not enough? That ramshackle building's second floor isn't even finished, and considering its location, offering over 20,000 is already generous. Don't tell me you've been duped. Rest assured, I'm well aware. There's still a pile of mud bricks on the roof, and once we acquire those, we can hire a couple of workers to finish the second floor. After all, we have plenty of cement at the factory. It shouldn't be too difficult to procure some. Acquiring a few bags of cement is easy, but I truly don't understand what you're trying to accomplish. You don't need to understand. I foresee a small fortune awaiting us. Forget it. You've been acting a bit peculiar lately. My mother just arrived today, so I'll ask her for some assistance. Li Pingfei ascended the stairs and soon returned with 5,000 yuan. Here you go, that's all I can spare. This is all my pocket money from the last few months. Reflecting on how he had saved less than 2,000 over many years, Zhou Jiangnan felt a renewed determination to accumulate wealth, especially seeing how easily Li Pingfei had managed to gather a substantial amount. How did you explain this to your mother? I told her you needed to borrow money for an abortion. Without hesitation, she handed me 5,000 and urged me to remind you that this matter cannot be delayed. What? You fool. Are you trying to get me killed? What are you afraid of? I never specified what kind of abortion you needed. If it comes up, just say you need to fix that old bicycle of yours. Oh, you seem to have become a bit clever. If I didn't get a bit smarter, how could I keep up with you? We are cement brothers after all. With a self-satisfied expression, Li Pingfei left Zhou Jiangnan momentarily speechless. The next day, Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pingfei arrived early at the desolate outskirts to find a middle-aged man waiting at the base of the crumbling building. Despite their attempts to dress differently, their youthful appearances were still evident. The man eyed them suspiciously. You're the ones interested in buying the house? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Because if that's the case, I'll have a serious talk with you today. Who has the time to toy with you? I was the one who called you yesterday. Just tell me if you're selling or not. Zhou Jiangnan met the man's gaze without flinching. You barely look old enough to be an adult. What do you want with this rundown place? That's none of your concern. You want to sell? And I want to buy. It's a mutually beneficial transaction. The middle-aged man thought to himself that regardless of whether they had stolen money from home to waste on this, it was imperative to get rid of the dilapidated building as soon as possible. He became enthusiastic once more, skillfully extolling the various advantages of the dilapidated building. even resorting to the original development plan of the area as a selling point, painting an optimistic picture of its promising future. My dear sir, do you genuinely believe we are naive enough to be easily deceived? Everyone in the county knows this place has long been abandoned by the government. With no hope in sight for the next decade, why not be honest and simply state a price? If it is reasonable, we can proceed with the paperwork. If not, we can part ways without wasting time. Indeed, you cannot fool us, my friend. This wretched place holds no prospects whatsoever. The middle-aged man, realizing he could not easily sway the two, noted the depth and wisdom in the handsome one's gaze, while the other, a portly fellow, displayed evident impatience, as if ready to leave at any moment. This was unacceptable. He had not had a customer in years, and he could not let this opportunity slip away. Gritting his teeth, he assumed a troubled expression. The cost of renovating this house, including labor and materials, averages around 500 per square meter. With 80 square meters on the first floor, the total cost comes to 80,000. I can offer you a discount, let's say 70,000. Without hesitation, Zhou Jiangnan called Li Pingfei and prepared to leave. Hey, let us discuss this. Don't go just yet. The owner pleaded. We are sincere, after all. Calculate for yourself. Could labor and materials be that expensive 5 years ago? Moreover, you have only completed half of the second floor. How can you include that in the total? Jiangnan, I believe he simply does not grasp the situation. The fact that we even consider this place is his good fortune. This dilapidated building isn't worth even 20,000, let alone 70. Why not just rob it? 20,000. Why don't you go ahead and rob it? You little chubby one. Are you suggesting a price like you're bargaining for a chicken? Zhou Jiangnan, not one to squander the opportunity presented by Li Pingfei's banter, calculated with his fingers. We will only purchase the first floor at 300 per square meter, so for 80 square meters, we'll offer you 24,000. As for the half-built bricks on the second floor, if you feel it is a loss, you may take them with you. Look at this desolate area. If we wish to make the house livable, we'll have to spend extra to hire someone to dismantle the excess structure, which will cost several thousand. Consider this, owner. If you don't sell, that's fine, we'll leave immediately. Zhou Jiangnan exchanged a knowing glance with Li Pingfei, who, feigning loudness, remarked, Jiangnan, I've long advised you not to waste your money. Let us just buy a motorcycle instead. This decrepit old bike should have been discarded long ago. Zhou Jiangnan was intrigued, prompting the middle-aged man to become anxious. Young man, please don't leave just yet. 24,000 is indeed too low. It must be at least 35,000. A moment of silence ensued as Zhou Jiangnan mounted his bicycle, preparing to depart. 33,000, that's my final offer. At most 30,000. If you counter any further, I shall indeed buy a motorcycle. What need have you for a motorcycle? Forget it. If it weren't for my elderly relative being ill and in desperate need of funds, I wouldn't sell for even 60,000. 30,000 is the price. How shall we proceed? The middle-aged man's face was a picture of anguish. Zhou Jiangnan was not inclined to believe his tale of an ailing relative. It was far more plausible that the owner was attempting to flee with his sister-in-law, offloading this property at a rock-bottom price. 30,000 was already below his psychological threshold. His original budget had been 35,000, yet it was clear that this place was indeed undesirable. The boss truly executed a swift decision, much to everyone's surprise. Both parties convened at the county housing authority to finalize the transfer contract. In a bid to expedite the sale, the boss discreetly slipped a red envelope. And on that very day, all procedures were efficiently completed. Zhou Jiangnan supplemented a nominal fee, and by the afternoon, he had acquired the property ownership certificate. The 3,000 yuan was counted out in plain view. Upon receiving the money, the middle-aged man exited the housing authority with a smile, leaving a group of staff members staring in bewilderment at Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pingfei. Today was indeed an eye-opener. Who would have thought that someone would dare to take over that desolate and dilapidated area in the southern district? Had it not been for Zhou Jiangnan's 18-year-old identification card, the staff would have been ready to alert the authorities. A young man, before entering society, certainly ought to face a few hurdles. The foolish son of a landlord, indeed. Chapter 19. Why do you gaze at me this way? Jiangnan, I feel a bit embarrassed. They seem to regard me as a fool. As Li Pingfei stepped out of the housing bureau, he felt somewhat slow to realize the situation. However, Zhou Jiangnan was smiling, the joy in his eyes barely contained. Fatty. We are about to strike it rich. Time will reveal who the true fool is. What could I say? The money has been given. I hope you understand what you are doing. Trust me, with your audacity, just hire a few bricklayers to renovate the second floor, and remember, The work must be completed swiftly, by the end of June at the latest. How could it possibly take that long to repair one floor? Li Pingfei calculated the time. It was barely mid-February, leaving 4 months, ample time to complete the work. Even if we had the time, we lack sufficient funds. It's merely labor costs. The bricks are already at hand. I believe the remaining pile of bricks from the house is enough to construct a model for 3 stories, and as for cement, that is practically free. All right then, we shall build as many stories as we can. After all, the government is not keeping a close watch. And it is high time for us brothers to prosper. Li Pingfei nodded in agreement. What is the harm in taking a few bags of cement from his own home? There is plenty of loose material lying around, so it shouldn't pose a problem. Brother La Ji had a bowl of noodles by the roadside before leisurely making his way to school. The evening study session was about to commence. From a distance, he could already see Class 6 bustling with activity. This group was truly dedicated to their studies, arriving earlier than ever. Li Pingfei, as per his usual routine, entered through the back door, while Zhou Jiangnan chose the front entrance. As soon as he stepped inside, silence enveloped the room. Dozens of eyes were fixed upon him. Why are you all staring at me? Do I have flowers on my face? Zhou Jiangnan distinctly noticed Zhao Wanwan was also watching him. It was one thing for others to gaze, but why was she staring? Did we not agree to ignore each other? It has only been a day. And already I'm being contradicted. Being too handsome has its downsides. Wherever I go, I become the center of attention. What a burden. Zhou Jiangnan, confess where that song came from. Someone called out as he passed the podium. What do you mean where it came from? Yesterday, during the break, didn't you check online? It was precisely because we searched online that we are asking you. I couldn't find any information about that song at all. Indeed, my cousin studies music, and she claims she has never heard of it. Zhou Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that it was 2005. Hadn't the Zhang surnamed female singer released this album yet? No, it seemed that it truly had not been launched. Dear, that S Not Love had gained fame during the earthquake year. Could it be that he had sung it ahead of time? Numerous possibilities flashed through Zhou Jiangnan's mind, leaving his expression complex and enigmatic. Zhao Wanwan observed his demeanor, confirming her suspicions. Indeed, he had composed the song himself, perhaps to demonstrate his resolute attitude, specifically crafting such a piece for her. Zhou Jiangnan, you have concealed this too well. Lin Yu's gaze shifted, finding Zhou Jiangnan even more mysterious in her eyes. A boy so handsome and talented. How could Wanwan possibly resist? Moreover, he had made her feel inferior for over 2 years. What a misdeed that was. She involuntarily glanced towards Zhao Wanwan, who happened to be looking back at her. Under the mutual gaze, both felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly averted their eyes. Just then, a loud voice erupted from the last row. I think I forgot something important. Oh, it's here. Jiangnan, I spent ages searching online for that song last night. And I meant to ask you about it this morning, but I completely forgot. So is it really you who wrote that song? Zhou Jiangnan was at a loss for words. The situation was getting more complicated with each passing moment. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. He couldn't possibly claim he had learned to write songs in a dream, could he? Remaining silent, he pulled out a physics test paper and began solving problems. Li Pingfei seized the moment. Not speaking is an implicit admission. You, my friend, claim to be my brother yet keep secrets like knowing how to write songs and play the piano. What else are you hiding from me? What would I tell you? You're not a stunning beauty for me to serenade. Ugh, how utterly disgusting. You should go charm Zhao Wanwan instead. She is the belle of the school. Fatty, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Zhou Jiangnan raised his voice, and surprisingly, Li Pingfei felt a hint of guilt, promptly shutting his mouth. However, their exchange had already been overheard by the entire class. Zhou Jiangnan did not deny his songwriting abilities, which was tantamount to an admission. What a talented individual he was. Look at how Zhao Wanwan had transformed him. He had once been timid and subservient. Now he had awakened and penned a poignant song to express his feelings, resolutely distancing himself from his past. It was truly a remarkable revelation. One couldn't help but wonder what Zhao Wanwan thought of it all. Surely, she must feel some regret. Unbeknownst to her, everyone's attention shifted back to her. And she felt as if 1,000 eyes were upon her. Wanwan, everyone is watching you. What will you do? Lin Yu prodded Zhao Wanwan, causing her already frazzled nerves to erupt. Zhao Wanwan whirled around, her anger flaring in response to the scrutinizing gazes. What are you all staring at? Zhou Jiangnan and I have nothing to do with each other. Whether he writes songs is none of my concern. Ah, what spirit! Zhou Jiangnan inwardly admired her fiery temperament. At that moment, Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, entered the classroom, prompting everyone to disperse into self-study. Yet, Zhou Jiangnan understood that this was merely the beginning. Once doubt took root, the accusations would inevitably follow. Although unintentional, the discussions surrounding Zhao Wanwan would not cease so easily. The school belle, once flawless, had unwittingly become the protagonist in a tale of a wayward suitor's redemption, and rumors were bound to circulate. A person who appears too perfect often attracts jealousy, and the fall from grace is a spectacle much cherished by the masses. Nevertheless, Zhou Jiangnan had no intention of intervening. Experience had taught him that the best approach to handle public opinion was to remain calm. If Zhao Wanwan were wise, she would remain silent and maintain her aloof demeanor, allowing the gossip to dissipate naturally. The more she panicked, the worse it would become. As the imminent college entrance examination approaches, why concern ourselves with such trivial matters? After the exams, we will each go our separate ways, and for most, communication will dwindle to nearly nothing. The wise remain untroubled, while the benevolent are not perplexed. When one takes things too seriously, they risk losing. Until the end of evening study, Lin Yu and Zhao Wanwan did not glance back, and Zhou Jiangnan experienced a serene evening class. Today, Fatty Li did not return to the cement factory, leaving Zhou Jiangnan to make his way home alone. He had stowed a piece of rebar in his backpack. Though he claimed to be unafraid, he preferred to err on the side of caution. He wondered if that bully, the blonde-haired boy who tormented Fong Xian, had been apprehended. Tomorrow, he must inquire with Fatty Li whether he mentioned this incident to Uncle Li last night, as the blonde-haired boy remained a looming threat. Upon returning home, Zhou Xiangdong and Luo Xiaoying were already on high alert, their piercing gazes suggesting they could break his legs with a mere glance. A foreboding omen. Chapter 20. What kind of trouble have you found yourself in? Humph. You little rascal, do you even know how to come home? Old Zhou was clearly beside himself with rage, berating even himself in his fury. Dad, it's one thing to scold me, but why drag yourself into it? Zhou Jiangnan calmly removed his shoes and placed his backpack on the chair. Old Zhou exchanged a glance with Luo Xiaoying, raised his hand, and slammed it heavily on the table, bellowing, Zhou Jiangnan, come here this instant. What do you want? Old man, I've worked hard to finish my studies and come back, and you greet me with that sour face? Huh, you, old Zhou. In a fit of rage, reached for a feather duster as if to strike. Luo Xiaoying, concerned for her son, quickly intervened. No hitting. Let us ask for clarification first. What is there to ask? This rascal has borrowed money from Li Panghua to get an abortion. Who knows what else he is hiding from us? I've noticed his grades slipping over these past 2 years. Turns out he has been busy with a relationship. Old Zhou glared at Zhou Jiangnan. Speak. Which girl have you gotten pregnant? I heard you even wrote love letters to that campus belle, Zhao Wanwan. Is it her? Zhou Jiangnan paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Indeed, Li Pengzi's wild tales had ensnared his brother. It must have been that morning when his mother turned around and informed Uncle Li, who then related to old Zhou. In this era, early romantic relationships among students were feared by parents like the plague. Upon hearing the word abortion, they would surely go into a frenzy. Zhou Jiangnan casually snatched the feather duster from old Zhou's hand and tossed it onto the table, pulling up a chair to sit down. Dad, Mom, there's nothing going on. I haven't been involved with any female classmates. Zhao Wanwan's father is the police chief. Why would she bother with the son of a worker? Please refrain from making wild accusations. You might end up getting arrested. What is wrong with being a worker? My son is tall and handsome. He has no shortage of admirers. Luo Xiaoying, however, was not quick to agree. Zhou Jiangnan had always been her pride and joy, and he was certainly not inferior to anyone. Old Zhou, momentarily distracted by her, became agitated again, recalling the pressing matter. What is the deal with this abortion? You see, my bicycle tire is leaking, and I need to replace the inner tube. Is that all? Ah, are you disappointed? If you truly want a grandson, I can certainly make an effort. It's not too late. Stop spouting nonsense. Furthermore, replacing a tire doesn't cost much. Why couldn't you just tell your mother and me instead of causing misunderstandings? Old Zhou was left speechless. The comparison between a bicycle tire and pregnancy was truly absurd. Luo Xiaoying sighed in relief, then asked, but wait, Peng Fei's mother mentioned she gave him 5,000 yuan. Some people have plenty of pocket money. Once the misunderstanding was clarified, Luo Xiaoying brought out the dishes from the kitchen, with the chicken leg hidden at the bottom of the bowl. Zhou Jiangnan realized that if he didn't clarify things tonight, he might not even get dinner. While he was being interrogated here, he wondered how that chubby Li Pengfei was faring. Both families were exceedingly inquisitive, and he was eager to see how he would explain himself. The next morning, as Zhou Jiangnan entered the school gate, he spotted Li Pingfei squatting in the corner, clutching a bag of soup dumplings, muttering to himself about something indecipherable. "You rotund fool, Jiangnan, you've put me in a dreadful predicament. Last night, my parents gave me a thorough dressing down." Li Pingfei had finally found a confidant and began pouring out his woes. Upon returning home, his mother had immediately summoned him for a cross-examination regarding the details of accompanying Zhou Jiangnan for an abortion. Li Pingfei resorted to claiming he had merely been repairing a bicycle tire, which incited his mother's fury, leading her to demand he hand over his money promptly. This money had already been earmarked for Zhou Jiangnan, and unwilling to betray him, Li Pingfei feigned that it had been stolen on the way. Thus, the situation escalated. This was not the way to squander money. Just then, his father, Li Jiangguo, returned home, and the couple combined their forces, subjecting Li Pingfei to a night of anguish. "Jiangnan, my backside aches. At this age, one must endure. You must bear it. I need some comfort. Let it be for now. Once I earn some money, I shall treat you to a massage to make up for it." Zhou Jiangnan consoled his comrade, sharing his own misfortunes. The two boys, united in their shared plight, limped into classroom 6. Today's lessons focused on reviewing key examination points, and Zhou Jiangnan diligently took notes, eager to reclaim lost time. During Chinese class, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, announced that the second diagnostic exam for the county's college entrance examination was scheduled for mid-March, leaving less than a month. He urged everyone to continue their efforts, especially those involved in paired assistance, to be even more dedicated. After the diagnostic exams, he would assess the effectiveness of the assistance. Those who showed improvement should maintain their momentum, while those who did not would have their seating arrangements adjusted. "Oh no, Zhou Jiangnan, you've stolen my Linyu. I've made no progress at all and will surely be moved." Huang Xiaolong, his deskmate, lamented. "Humph, what do you mean yours?" Huang Xiaolong. "Be quiet and refrain from your nonsense," Linyu retorted, feeling both embarrassed and irate. Meanwhile, her concern for Zhou Jiangnan grew. For the past half-month, Zhao Wanwan had not tutored him at all, leaving her uncertain about his chances of improvement on the exam. She did not wish for Zhou Jiangnan to be reassigned. He was handsome and charming, and she adored his smile. Zhao Wanwan remained silent, pondering whether Zhou Jiangnan's poor performance would reflect badly on her tutoring. If all the other students in paired assistance made progress while Zhou Jiangnan stagnated, it would be utterly humiliating. Cursed competitive spirit gnawed at her. She wanted to intervene, yet recalled her vow to cease interacting with Zhou Jiangnan, leaving her feeling awkward and distressed. Feigning nonchalance, she addressed Linyu. "Xiaoyu, why are you so anxious?" The party in question isn't even worried. Unable to contain herself, Linyu asked, "Zhou Jiangnan, are you anxious?" "I'm not worried at all. It matters not where I sit," Zhou Jiangnan replied, flashing her a smile. "However, to honor the guidance of teacher Linyu these past days, I shall certainly perform better than last time, aiming to rise 10 places. Please stay tuned. Anyone can boast. Merely maintaining your position would be commendable, let alone ascending 10 places. Since being compared to Stinky Tofu, Zhao Wanwan has been at odds with him. Class 6 comprises a total of 63 students, and recently, Zhou Jiangnan ranked 56th in the recent diagnostic examination, a remarkable leap after just over 20 days of diligent effort, something he scarcely dared to dream of. "Oh, it seems that I am merely an eyesore to student Zhao. Perhaps I should deliberately underperform." "Who said you were an eyesore? I never claimed that." Zhao Wanwan hurriedly distanced herself from any implication, but upon reflection, she felt something was amiss and promptly added, "Your performance has nothing to do with me." Zhou Jiangnan responded with a sardonic smile. Currently, Zhao Wanwan ranks 7th in the class, while Linyu holds the 8th position. With a bit more effort, it would be splendid if they surpassed her after the college entrance examination. Chapter 21. Zhou Jiangnan, a beautiful girl seeks you. The morning classes concluded swiftly, and the group of friends gathered in the school cafeteria for lunch. Li Pingfei, while eating, grumbled incessantly about the unpalatable food served in the cafeteria. The strict closed management policy of Lingjiang No. 1 High School prohibited students from venturing outside during lunch unless under special circumstances. Zhou Jiangnan glanced at the insipid potato chunks on his plate and joined in the complaints. Ever since the cafeteria was contracted out, the quality of the meals had deteriorated significantly, with the guise of food safety masking a monopolistic operation. The soup lacked even a few droplets of oil. He recalled that shortly after he entered university in the future, the principal of Lingjiang No. 1 High School was placed under investigation. likely due to some sordid dealings with the contractor. Despite the unappetizing food, they had to eat, and after evening study sessions, they would buy some fried skewers at the back door. You're treating? No problem, I'll note it down. And we'll settle it together after the college entrance examination. I knew it, you rascal. After lunch, it was time for a brief rest, and everyone slumped over their desks for a nap. Zhou Jiangnan, being tall, had to stack a pile of books on the table to rest his head, otherwise, his neck would ache. Just before the afternoon class commenced, a girl suddenly appeared at the back door. She spoke softly, her complexion remarkably fair, her eyes, though not particularly large, possessed an enchanting charm. Standing at around 1.6 meters, her oversized school uniform concealed her figure, but one could surmise it was pleasing. She quietly inquired of the boy seated at the back near the door, "Hello, may I ask if Zhou Jiangnan is in this class?" The boy rubbed his eyes and sat up, instantly captivated. Her eyes seemed to converse, and her entire demeanor exuded comfort. In terms of appearance, she rivaled Zhou Jiangnan, and her smile was genuinely sweet. Oh, you. Who are you looking for?" The boy stammered. "I'm looking for Zhou Jiangnan. Is he in class 6? "Yes. I'll call him for you." The boy raised his voice and shouted, "Zhou Jiangnan, a beautiful girl is looking for you." His shout startled the entire class awake, especially Li Pingfei, who perked up at the mention of a beautiful girl. "Wu Haohua, what did you say? Where is the beauty?" Wu Haohua opened the door a crack, allowing the whole class to glimpse the girl outside. Zhou Jiangnan did not recognize her and appeared bemused. "Do we know each other?" Feeling shy under the gaze of so many, the girl quickly replied, "I'm Fong Xin, from Literature Class 1. "Oh, I remember now. Did you come to find me for something? Could you step outside for a moment? It's not convenient to speak here." Fong Xin blushed and moved slightly towards the back door, shielding herself from the prying eyes of the crowd. Zhou Jiangnan exited the classroom. As soon as he stepped out, the entire class began to murmur, "What a stunning beauty." She specifically came to seek him out. Her bashful gaze clearly indicates an extraordinary relationship. Just half a month ago, Zhou Jiangnan was merely an inconspicuous admirer, but in such a short span, he had transformed into a dazzling presence, excelling in basketball, composing remarkable love letters, and even crafting and performing melodious songs. The young men yearned to possess all these skills. Who wouldn't he aspire to be the most dashing lad in school? Moreover, it is rumored that girls from other classes are inquiring about him. A single song has transformed him into a celebrity within the school, which is truly absurd. Fortunately, this braggart does not excel academically and can only manage to achieve a modest score. Otherwise, how would others survive in his shadow? The boys console themselves with this thought. Li Pingfei recalls Fong Xin, the girl they rescued from the clutches of the blonde 2 days ago, and a pang of bitterness wells up within him. Just because one is handsome, they can do as they please, right? I too was a savior. Why is it that only Zhou Jiangnan is remembered? It seems that only the handsome are deemed heroes in the tales of chivalry, while the less fortunate in appearance are denied even the honor of having their names remembered. He suddenly thinks of the many martial arts novels he has read, where the hero rescues the damsel. If the hero is handsome, the beauty would exclaim, "In gratitude for your life-saving grace, I have no means to repay you but to offer myself." If he is less than handsome, she might say, "In gratitude for your life-saving grace, I have no means to repay you but to toil in the next life." In that moment, he comprehends the profound essence of this superficial society, and his eyes moisten. Meanwhile, Lin Yu in the front row feels a twinge of discomfort and cannot help but poke Zhou Jiangnan. "Jiangnan, who is Fong Xin? That name sounds so familiar." Zhou Jiangnan remains silent, displeased. People tend to feel a sense of crisis when something they once dismissed suddenly becomes coveted by others. Zhou Jiangnan is certainly not precious in her heart, yet it still irks her. He had just declared that he wouldn't pursue romance before university. Yet he immediately turned around to get involved with the belle of the liberal arts class. Is this not a slap in her face? No. This isn't the first time he has done so. He denied her love letters, refused her tutoring, vowed not to engage with her, ignored her entirely, and even penned songs to express his resolve. How dare he? Am I not as good as Fong Xin? Jiangnan, speak up. I feel like I've heard the name Fong Xin before, but I just can't recall at that moment. Someone suddenly shouted. What? Isn't Fong Xin the belle of the liberal arts class, nicknamed Little Zhou Huimin? Damn, what right does Zhou Jiangnan have? Huh. I was wondering why he hadn't written love letters to Zhou Jiangnan. Turns out he has found a new target, though that rascal is rather unrefined. His taste is undeniably good. I think Fong Xin is even more beautiful than Zhou Jiangnan. Nonsense. She may be slightly less attractive, but her aura is superior, overall. They are quite comparable. The classroom erupted with chatter. Lin Yu felt disheartened, while Zhou Jiangnan was thoroughly annoyed. As for the hefty Li Pengfei, he was so wounded that he began to question his existence. To hell with righteousness. Next time, I'll just stand by and watch. Zhou Jiangnan followed Fong Xin to the stairwell. At that moment, the lunch break had not yet concluded, and no other students were passing by. Fong Xin, how did you know I was in class 6? You mentioned it that night. Have you forgotten so quickly? Fong Xin glanced at him and spoke softly. Oh, I only remember saving a beauty named Fong Xin, but I've forgotten what I said at that time. What brings you here today? Fong Xin felt a sweetness in her heart at the sound of his voice and couldn't help but glance up at him. In the bright daylight, he appeared undeniably tall and handsome, embodying her ideal of a hero. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your assistance that day. You already thanked me that evening, and it was not solely my effort that saved you. I am aware, but please extend my thanks to him as well. This is a small token of my appreciation. I sincerely hope you will accept it. Fong Xin presented him with 2 exquisite notebooks, one accompanied by a fountain pen. The one on top is for you. And the one beneath, could you kindly deliver it to your classmate? Zhou Jiangnan noted her bashfulness. Each word she spoke seemed to paint her cheeks crimson. Yet he graciously accepted the gift. Then we shall not stand on ceremony. Well, I must return to class now. Fong Xin turned and dashed down the stairs, glancing back to find Zhou Jiangnan watching her, which caused her cheeks to flush once more, nearly tripping in her haste. Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was quite intriguing. After a moment's thought, he retrieved the fountain pen and tucked it into his pocket, then returned to the classroom with the 2 notebooks. Indeed, Li Pengzi was already fuming with impatience. Chapter 22. Zhou Jiangnan. There are police looking for you. Zhou Jiangnan possessed a profound understanding of Li Pengfei's psyche. Without comparison, there can be no pain. This rotund individual once again acutely felt the disparity among individuals, a joy that he currently could not fathom. Here, take this. Someone has come to express their gratitude, and we each receive a notebook. Li Pengfei compared Zhou Jiangnan's notebook and found that the branded price on the back was identical, which brought him considerable solace. Well, should another opportunity for heroism arise, I shall certainly participate. Upon returning to his seat, Zhou Jiangnan remained indifferent to the surrounding discussions. Gossip is an intrinsic human nature, and even the most trivial matters can incite a fervor. Zhou Jiangnan cast him a curious glance before silently turning away. Lin Yu, however, inquired with interest how he came to know the belle of the liberal arts class, and Zhou Jiangnan swiftly dismissed her with a few words. Consequently, during the subsequent classes, Lin Yu's frequency of turning around to engage in conversation noticeably diminished, an occurrence that Zhou Jiangnan did not mind. In the midst of the afternoon chemistry class, the principal unexpectedly appeared outside the classroom, accompanied by the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, who pointed towards the window while conversing with him. Flanking them were 2 uniformed police officers. This scene disrupted the flow of the chemistry lesson, causing a collective unease among the students. Why had the principal and the homeroom teacher brought police with them? It appeared they were searching for someone. Could there be a wrongdoer in class 6? Principal Liang, what seems to be the problem? The chemistry teacher inquired. Nothing urgent. Please continue with your lesson. We will discuss it afterward. Principal Liang replied in a gentle tone, which instantly alleviated the chemistry teacher's anxiety. The remaining half of the class felt interminable, each student writhing internally in discomfort. As soon as the bell rang, Mr. Zhang entered the classroom. Zhou Jiangnan, Li Pengfei, please come with me. Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei stepped out, provoking a stir behind them. It was predictable that this troublesome duo could not remain in peace for long. Indeed, trouble had found them again, and the involvement of the police suggested that the situation was serious. Heavens! They must have engaged in some heinous wrongdoing for the police to come knocking. How terrifying. I always said that Li Pengfei would eventually land in trouble. He is the most irresponsible one in class, idling about day after day. It is truly unfortunate for Zhou Jiangnan to associate with him. Unfortunate? He brought this upon himself. Those 2 grew up together in carefree innocence. Birds of a feather flock together, and I doubt he is much better off. On what grounds do you speak of Zhou Jiangnan? You know nothing of the circumstances and yet indulge in baseless speculation. Can you not bear to see others thrive? Lin Yu retorted, her eyes blazing with indignation. Zhou Jiangnan, sitting beside her, was taken aback. It was her first time witnessing her good friend behave so unusually. Zhou Jiangnan had not been well acquainted with Lin Yu, having exchanged only a few words over the past month, and their bond could hardly be termed as friendship. Such fervent defense could easily lead others to misinterpret their relationship. As anticipated, someone seized the opportunity to stir trouble. "Oh, Lin Yu, with how you defend Zhou Jiangnan. Do you perhaps have feelings for him? Since he sits behind you, your frequency of turning around has certainly increased. Wasn't he once enamored with Zhao Wanwan? Are you attempting to steal his heart? Your friendship seems rather insincere. You speak without consideration. I do not have any affection for him. So why are you blushing? It is none of your concern. Likewise, our discussion does not pertain to you." Lin Yu found herself at a loss against their remarks, her breath quickening with frustration, until Zhao Wanwan could no longer bear the spectacle and glared at the chatty individuals, compelling them to cease their gossip. The daughter of the deputy director of public security, while undeniably beautiful, possessed a fierce demeanor akin to that of a mother tiger. In the principal's office, Principal Liang beckoned two police officers and the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, to sit down, and gestured for Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pingfei to take a seat across from them. "Mr. Zhang, please provide an overview of the situation. Let us not frighten the children. I can see that the plumper student appears quite anxious." Principal Liang. "This is Li Pingfei, the son of Director Li from the Lingjiang People's Cement Factory," Mr. Zhang hastily introduced. "The other, taller and fairer one, is Zhou Jiangnan. These two are likely the individuals the officers are seeking." Li Pingfei cast a glance at Zhou Jiangnan, his face paling in fear. Had the matter of diverting several bags of cement to repair a dilapidated self-built house been reported? It seemed excessive for the police to intervene over cement from their own factory. Surely a father would not willingly send his son to prison, unless the son were not his flesh and blood. Li Pingfei's mind raced with anxiety, trembling in apprehension. In contrast, Zhou Jiangnan maintained an air of calm. His years working at the construction site had acquainted him with local authorities, and he could discern the police's intentions. Recognizing that their presence was not indicative of an impending arrest, Principal Liang, "Mr. Zhang, are the officers here for us?" He refrained from referring to them as uncle, as his mental maturity surpassed that of a mere boy. "Jiangnan, do not fear. The officers are here to commend your act of bravery," Mr. Zhang explained succinctly. Upon hearing this, Li Pingfei's tension eased, especially when the police presented a commendation letter for their courageous actions. A broad smile adorned his face. "Thanks to the valiant actions of these two students, Director Zhao has insisted that this commendation letter be delivered to the school's leadership. The first high school has set a commendable example for the community, truly a source of pride for Lingjiang County," the police officer remarked. Director Zhao also mentioned that the commendable deeds of the school's students would be reported to the Education Bureau for recognition throughout the county's educational system. As Principal Liang read the commendation letter, his delight was palpable, and he promptly announced that there would be a formal acknowledgement during the flag-raising ceremony next Monday. After the police officers departed, Mr. Zhang directed Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pingfei to return to their classroom. Once they had left, he expressed his puzzlement. "Principal Liang, this situation seems rather unusual. With a population of hundreds of thousands in the county, numerous acts of bravery occur each year. Why is this one being treated with such significance? I am not certain. Let me make a phone call," Principal Liang replied, picking up the telephone and dialing a number. After a brief inquiry, his expression turned grave. Upon hanging up, he immediately informed the office to convene all faculty and students in the schoolyard for a commendation assembly. "Principal? Old Zhang, our school truly harbors hidden talents. Do you know the surname of the student they rescued? Isnt at Fong Xin from Class 1 of the Humanities? Then what is the surname of the executive vice mayor of our city? Fong." Old Zhang suddenly realized that the individuals they saved were indeed extraordinary. It is no wonder that Principal Liang was so astute in his actions. However, I did not expect the Fong family to possess such an upright family ethos, concealing their daughters so skillfully. If the children of other officials were attending our esteemed school, the entire faculty would have already taken special measures to ensure their attention. Yet, Fong Xin remains unobtrusive at school, embodying an entirely ordinary demeanor. It is little wonder that rumors abound that Vice Mayor Fong is poised for a promotion. A family's values are indicative of their character, and one can only hope that such exemplary officials become increasingly prevalent. Chapter 23. Zhou Jiangnan truly became resolute at 4:30 in the afternoon. The playground of Lingjiang No. 1 High School was filled with students. The school had hastily announced a meeting before the dismissal of the first and second-year students, leaving everyone speculating about what might have transpired. For the third-year students, It was of little consequence, as they were bound to attend evening self-study sessions. However, the younger students were somewhat discontent, as they loathed extended class times. Before the gathered crowd, Principal Liang ascended the podium and addressed the students. Dear students, we have convened this assembly to commend an act of bravery. Just the day before yesterday, 2 students from Class 6 of our 3rd year, Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei, displayed remarkable courage by rescuing a female classmate on their way home from school. The county police department has sent us a letter of commendation, praising the commendable ethos of our school. We believe this spirit is worthy of widespread emulation, and these 2 students are a source of pride for us all. I shall now read the letter of commendation, and I encourage everyone to learn from their example. As Principal Liang read the commendation, the names Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei left the students of Class 6 in stunned silence. Every gaze was fixated upon the 2, filled with disbelief. In today's world, when one encounters a bold individual, they can easily rally a legion of followers, and those who dare to confront challenges with bravery are truly remarkable. While Li Pengfei's unpredictable nature made his actions somewhat understandable, Zhou Jiangnan had always been timid and unassuming over the past 2 years, not at all resembling someone who would engage in a brawl. This sudden display of valor was astonishing. At that moment, Zhao Wanwan experienced a tumult of emotions. She recalled her recent remarks. Zhou Jiangnan is too weak. She had been discussing with Lin Yu which boy in their class provided a greater sense of security. And when Zhou Jiangnan's name came up, she had casually dismissed him with those words. In hindsight, her judgment had been flawed. Zhou Jiangnan was indeed not weak. Beneath the setting sun, he stood tall, approximately 6 feet, with a robust physique and a short haircut that lent him an air of vitality. At first glance, he appeared somewhat handsome, and upon closer inspection, he was undeniably striking. For reasons unknown, Zhao Wanwan found him much more agreeable than before. Even his posture seemed markedly more upright. Every young girl harbors dreams of a Prince Charming, yearning for him to arrive at the moment she needs him most. Despite her pride, Zhao Wanwan was merely 17 or 18, an age when youthful sentiments are often poetic and vivid. The desire for strength is innate. In her eyes, Li Pengfei wore an expression of triumph, basking in the admiration and awe of his peers. In contrast, Zhou Jiangnan exuded an air of calm and composure, seemingly unperturbed by the accolades, as though he had merely performed a trivial act. Such a disposition at this tender age is exceedingly rare and precious. Zhao Wanwan suddenly recalled the saying, "The truly courageous remain unflustered when faced with sudden challenges and do not succumb to anger when unjustly provoked." Their burdens are significant, and their aspirations are far-reaching. How had Zhou Jiangnan transformed so remarkably in just half a month? The exuberance displayed on the sports field, the brilliance revealed in translation, the melancholic passion while playing the piano, the mischievous charm when performing magic. Which of these facets truly represents him? Reflecting on magic, Zhao Wanwan turned to find Lin Yu, her eyes sparkling with infatuation like a lovesick maiden. In the past, Zhao Wanwan would have rolled her eyes, but this time, a sense of discontent unexpectedly washed over her, the reason eluding her grasp. Perhaps it was the sheer silliness of her friend? The commendation letter had concluded without revealing the name of the girl who was rescued, as under the deliberate protection of the police and the school. Fang Xian's identity remained undisclosed. She was quietly listening from below the stage at that moment. After Principal Liang finished reading the commendation, noticing the curious expressions of the students in the audience, he spontaneously decided to invite Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei to the stage to share a few words and encourage their peers. Curiosity sparked among the crowd about their appearances, and so, Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei were called to the stage to express their thoughts. A wave of applause erupted as Zhou Jiangnan walked confidently to the podium, while Li Pengfei, trailing behind, was visibly anxious, nearly stumbling in his steps. "What should I do, Jiangnan? I'm so nervous." "Relax. How will you ever become a factory director like this? Channel that assertiveness you show me in our daily banter." As they reached the stage, the contrast between them was stark. Under the gaze of thousands, one stood tall and handsome, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence and composure. The other, a portly figure, appeared evasive, glancing alternately at the ground and the ceiling, his fists clutching the hem of his clothes, betraying his anxiety. Principal Liang handed the microphone to Li Pengfei, who, feeling it too hot to handle, hurriedly thrust it into Zhou Jiangnan's hands. "Jiangnan, you go first. I'll take notes." Zhou Jiangnan took the microphone, cleared his throat, and immediately raised the intensity. "Hello everyone, I am Zhou Jiangnan. With the school day nearing its end, I wouldn't take up too much of your time, but I would like to share a few thoughts. My first reflection is on the attention from the leadership at all levels. I never anticipated that such a minor incident could stir such a significant response. I am truly flattered. Thank you to the county leaders, and thank you, Principal Liang. My second reflection is that doing good deeds isn't as daunting as it seems. At the moment, I didn't think much of it. My parents and school have instilled in us the value of helping others. And so I simply lent a hand when I saw the need. It's as straightforward as that. The third reflection is a call to mutual encouragement. The wisdom of the youth is the wisdom of the nation. The strength of the youth is the strength of the nation. As the sun rises, its light shines brightly. The hidden dragon stirs in the abyss, its scales and claws soaring. We are the hope of the future, and the state of society ultimately rests upon our shoulders. Yet, let us do good without questioning what lies ahead. Let us all strive together. In about a minute, while the audience remained momentarily stunned, he concluded his remarks. As the microphone passed to Li Pingfei, a wave of applause erupted like a tide. Lin Yu thought Zhou Jiangnan was utterly charming, his words emanating a cool demeanor. Especially as he casually pocketed one hand. Li Pingfei's speech was even briefer, his stammering and trembling tongue condensing into a single phrase, "Me too." Thus, a peculiar contrast emerged. The one who should have faltered shone brightly, while the one known for his bravado appeared timid and hesitant. The intricacies of human nature are indeed fascinating. Zhao Wanwan has gained a profound new insight, realizing that one should not hastily draw conclusions about others. Her previous words were misguided. Zhou Jiangnan is indeed a man, an exceptionally resolute man. On the other side of the crowd, in the liberal arts senior class, Fang Xin gazed at the stage with misty eyes, filled with gratitude and admiration. He is truly radiant. Chapter 24. Will you accompany me? The evening study session was rife with unrest. The government had issued certificates of bravery along with monetary rewards, 2,000 yuan per individual. Li Pingfei, seated at the back of the classroom, repeatedly counted his money, causing envy to swell in his desk mate's eyes. Feej, next time, take me along. I wish to bask in such glory. You can't manage it. At the time, the yellow-haired thug had drawn his knife. Jiangnan and I charged forward with a death-defying resolve. Could you do the same? Li Pingfei's plump face bore an expression of disdain as he cast a sidelong glance at his companion. Once stepping down from the podium, he reverted to his usual brash self, unrestrained and unyielding. In stark contrast, the other protagonist of the tale remained undistracted, fully engrossed in his review of the subject matter, impervious to the chatter and scrutiny of his classmates. From time to time, Lin Yu would turn his head, ostensibly explaining problems to Huang Xiaolong. Yet his gaze lingered on him for the majority of the time. Then there was Zhao Wanwan, who, perhaps due to an unseen discomfort, fidgeted restlessly in her seat, seemingly on the verge of turning around multiple times. Shaolin, could you focus a bit? 7 times 8 cannot possibly equal 15. Huang Xiaolong's tone was steeped in lament. Zhao Wanwan chuckled softly. Huang Xiaolong, I have some time now. Perhaps I could tutor you? Lin Yu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he awkwardly turned away. Huang Xiaolong, taken aback, struggled to articulate his thoughts, casting several glances at Zhou Jiangnan, caught between words. What are you staring at? With the school beauty tutoring you. What more could you desire? Zhou Jiangnan teased, to which Huang Xiaolong, blushing, accepted the offer of assistance. As Zhao Wanwan sat in front of Zhou Jiangnan, her need to assist Huang Xiaolong necessitated a sideways position, thus a portion of her upper body rested on Zhou Jiangnan's desk. The delicate fragrance wafting from her thin cotton t-shirt distorted the parabolas on the test paper, severely impeding his concentration. Zhou Jiangnan hesitated, finally exhaling deeply as he tossed his pen onto the desk. How about you switch seats with Lin Yu? Why should I? I refuse to change. Zhao Wanwan declined. Zhou Jiangnan shifted his focus. Huang Xiaolong, let us swap. The obstinate Zhao retorted, I'm only in a good mood today to tutor you. I never promised ongoing support. Think carefully. Huang Xiaolong faced a daunting decision, gritting his teeth as he declined Zhou Jiangnan's suggestion. Nangu, I'm sorry. Missing a chance, are we? That is unfortunate. Zhou Jiangnan remarked, picking up his pen to resume studying. Seizing the moment when Zhao Wanwan turned to retrieve something, he spread his arm across the desk, claiming a substantial portion of space. However, in the next instant, she inadvertently pressed down onto his arm, plunging the world into an abrupt silence. Huang Xiaolong, Zhao Wanwan, Zhou Jiangnan. Oh, Zhou Jiangnan, you scoundrel. Is it my fault? Zhao Wanwan, both flustered and vexed, snatched his test paper and tore it into shreds. The entire class merely cast a cursory glance, already accustomed to the spectacle in the past half-month. The frequency with which the aloof school beauty had been flustered surpassed that of the previous 2 years. What a scoundrel Zhou Jiangnan was! Li Pingfei silently gave his friend a thumbs up, acknowledging that those who dared to confront a fierce tigress were indeed warriors. Zhou Jiangnan, having set aside his personal integrity, reveled in his mischievous exploits, ultimately achieving his goal. Zhao Wanwan relinquished her tutoring duties, not once glancing back until the evening's self-study session concluded. After class, Li Pingfei draped his arm around her shoulder, exuberantly expressing his admiration. Jiangnan, you are truly my idol now. After 2 years of delivering love letters for you, witnessing your epiphany is not in vain. Enough, enough. You, the pompous one residing in a grand villa. While I must ride my bicycle for half an hour to return home, I'm too busy to indulge in your nonsense. Zhou Jiangnan, overwhelmed by his persistent chatter, could not help but scold him. The delay caused by the rotund boy meant that the classroom was now empty. He dashed out of the school gate, leaping onto his bicycle ready to start. Zhou Jiangnan, apologize to me. An irate voice rang out from behind. Zhou Jiangnan applied the brakes, shaking his head dismissively. Zhao Wanwan, this is your fault. Why should I apologize? You act like a rogue and still believe you are in the right. No apology means you can't leave. Zhao Wanwan spread her arms to block his bicycle. At that moment, Li Pingfei passed by, winking at Zhou Jiangnan with a cheerful demeanor, attempting to approach. Li Fatty, get lost. Zhao Wanwan shouted angrily, causing him to flee in haste. Jiangnan, my brother, I can no longer assist you. Farewell. The rotund boy sped away on his bicycle, leaving Zhou Jiangnan to witness the fickleness of brotherhood. Truly a worthless companion. Zhao, what are you blathering about? I'm in a hurry. Apologize. Not a chance. Then neither of us is leaving. A male and female stood at the school gate, locked in a standoff. The boy pushed an old bicycle, his impatience palpable. The girl, youthful and enchanting, appeared as though she had suffered a grave injustice. At this time, the departing crowd consisted of seniors, and they were well acquainted with Zhao Wanwan, the school beauty, resulting in curious glances from every passerby. In the past, Zhao Wanwan would have succumbed to the mounting pressure and retreated. But this time she gritted her teeth and refused to yield, stubborn and proud. Zhou Jiangnan, equally steadfast, believed that if he was not at fault, he had no reason to apologize. After a while, another graceful and lovely girl approached the school gate and could no longer contain her curiosity. Zhou Jiangnan, what are you two doing? Zhou Jiangnan turned to see Fong Xian. Clearly, he had encountered an impasse. Fong Xian, can you help me out? But how could I, an outsider, meddle in your affairs? Fong Xian hastily waved her hands. Outsider or not, I have no ties to her. I find it easier to converse with you. By the way, are you going home alone? I could give you a ride since it's on my way. Is that all right? Thank you. The two engaged in their casual banter, oblivious to Zhao Wanwan, whose anger was reaching its peak. What does it mean to be an obstacle? Does she see me as a ferocious tiger? And as for their camaraderie, does she really think I cannot engage with her? Zhou Jiangnan is utterly insufferable. She glanced at Fong Xian, realizing her undeniable beauty. It was no wonder they were both renowned as the school flowers of No. 1 high school. Compared to her, Zhao Wanwan felt as though she truly resembled a ferocious beast. Damn it. Why do I feel such a sense of frustration? Zhao Wanwan glared fiercely at Zhou Jiangnan, her large eyes fixed upon him. What are you staring at? Having big eyes is nothing remarkable. As onlookers began to gather, Zhao Wanwan momentarily abandoned her intention to demand an apology from Zhou Jiangnan. Pushing too hard would only lead to an ugly confrontation. She angrily turned to wait for the bus, watching helplessly as Zhou Jiangnan and Fong Xian laughed and chatted as they departed, even cursing Zhou the scoundrel to suffer a flat tire. Upon reaching a flat stretch, Zhou Jiangnan hopped onto his bicycle, with Fong Xian gracefully seated behind him, her genuine smile rendering her even more enchanting. Witnessing this scene filled Zhao Wanwan with profound sadness. The instant the bus passed the two, she distinctly saw Zhou Jiangnan rise to pedal, unwilling to let Fong Xian dismount, even on an uphill stretch. Why was he so gentle at this moment? They were both campus beauties. What gave him the right to treat her so well? Zhao Wanwan's anger reached a boiling point. Chapter 25. An unfathomable sense of crisis upon returning home. Zhao Wanwan found her mother alone on the sofa, absorbed in a television drama. Mom, why hasn't Dad returned yet? He seems to be working overtime excessively. Indeed, her mother replied. I recently heard that there is an urgent crackdown on public security across the county, as the deputy director. Your father must be working late. I think the security is adequate. Why the need for such a crackdown? I don't know. They say it's because some ruffian bullied the daughter of a city leader. As the mother and daughter exchanged remarks, the mother remained engrossed in the show, oblivious to her daughter's discontent. Just as Zhou Jiangnan set her backpack down and was about to enter her room, her father, Zhou Jiangnan, the deputy director of the Linjiang County Public Security Bureau, arrived home. Dad, you're always working late and hardly spend time with me and Mom, she pouted. Naturally, her father felt a pang of guilt. After changing into his slippers, Zhou Jiangnan sighed. At the beginning of the year, things weren't so hectic. Who would have thought that an irresponsible young man would dare to harass the daughter of Vice Mayor Fong? The leaders were furious, and we had no choice but to work overtime. Vice Mayor Fong. You mean Fong Shichu? It's fortunate that your classmate, Zhou Jiangnan, intervened. If he hadn't saved the vice mayor's daughter, I might have lost my position. Zhou Jiangnan reflected. I never imagined that the daughter of such a high-ranking official would be raised in the countryside, and that two frail students would dare confront a ruffian. Today's youth are quite remarkable. Upon hearing Zhou Jiangnan's name again, especially with her father's praise, Zhou Jiangwan's irritation grew. Zhou Jiangnan is far from a good person. He is quite the scoundrel. What's wrong with him? Her father inquired, puzzled. He neglects his studies, his grades are poor, and his mind is clearly not on his education. Silly girl, Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. Let me impart another piece of wisdom in our country. The selection of personnel within the system has always adhered to a principle. Talent knows no borders, and virtue is paramount. Do you know why virtue comes first? Because one with both virtue and talent is a gem. One with virtue but lacking in talent is a lesser quality. One devoid of both is worthless, while one with talent but lacking virtue is toxic. As long as one's virtue remains intact, the potential for wrongdoing diminishes. You will come to appreciate how rare it is to encounter a virtuous individual once you enter society. I believe that Zhou Jiangnan is quite commendable. With her father's high praise, Zhou Jiangnan felt increasingly disheartened. This foolish dad, my virtue is being compromised by him, and yet he is here applauding. Truly a devoted father. Biting into an apple, Zhou Jiangnan silently retreated to her room, stubbornly contemplating. Having virtue but lacking talent is inferior. Zhou Jiangnan's academic performance is abysmal. What use is virtue if one cannot even gain admission to university? Meanwhile, Zhou Jiangnan was driving Fong Xin along the highway. Fong Xin held onto the hem of his shirt, and Zhou Jiangnan sensed an awkwardness in the atmosphere. Initially, he had offered to give Fong Xin a ride to escape Zhou Jiangwan's persistent pursuit, but now, finding themselves alone together, the situation felt rather uncomfortable. Fortunately, his experience allowed him to navigate the conversation, and with frequent changes of subject and lighthearted humor, he managed to bring laughter to Fong Xin, easing the ambience. This young lady is truly innocent. While others might prefer to weep in the comfort of a BMW rather than smile on the back seat of a bicycle, she radiates such unrestrained joy. I hope that many years hence, she can still possess this same serene disposition. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Fong Xin hopped out of the car and expressed her gratitude, unable to restrain herself from asking, Zhou Jiangnan, may I ride with you again tomorrow? After the last incident, I feel a bit apprehensive walking this path alone at night. Zhou Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback, recalling that the troublemaker had been apprehended. In the current climate of strict enforcement, no one would dare to commit offenses openly, and his instinct was to decline. Yet, confronted by those shy yet yearning eyes, filled with trepidation of rejection, he remembered his own once timid self and nodded in agreement. After evening self-study, I will wait for you at the school gate. If you do not see me, just wait a moment. Thank you so much. Just then, Fong Xin's grandmother arrived, and after bidding farewell, they each returned home. The elderly woman observed the unmistakable delight in her granddaughter's eyes and casually remarked, Xin, the college entrance examination is approaching. You must concentrate on your studies. Fong Xin, possessing a keen mind, immediately discerned her grandmother's underlying meaning, blushing as she acknowledged it. Some decisions should not be rushed, especially when observing others. Take your time to observe. The grandmother added incisively, causing Fong Xin to lower her gaze. The following day in class, Zhou Jiangnan entered punctually as usual. However, he noticed an even stranger glint in his classmates' eyes, many filled with admiration and respect. He initially thought their demeanor was due to his brave actions. But as soon as he sat down, Huang Xiaolong began to interrogate him. Foster father, I heard you rode home with Fong Xin, the flower of the liberal arts class. Last night. Who told you that? I merely gave her a ride. Do not misconstrue it. Oh please, everyone knows by now. Fong Xin was smiling the entire time on your backseat. Some even witnessed it firsthand. Come on, tell us, are you two an item? Nonsense. If you keep making up stories, I swear I'll. Zhou Jiangnan's protest was interrupted when a hand slammed down on his desk, and Li Pengfei chimed in. Jiangnan. You sly dog. Being handsome really does afford you certain privileges. You fatso, are you also here to stir trouble? I'll report you to Uncle Li for sneaking off to watch Hong Kong movies. No, you traitor who forgets your loyalties in the face of beauty. Zhao Wanwan's discomfort grew as she listened. In comparison to Fong Xin, she felt a distinct lack of superiority. In terms of looks, they were nearly equal in demeanor. Fong Xin was gentle and charming. In family background, her father was the deputy mayor. Even academically, Fong Xin ranked among the top 10 in their grade. Beyond her height, Zhao Wanwan found little to boast about. This shift in mindset was jarring, reminiscent of how Zhou Jiangnan once felt facing her. Her relentless competitive spirit became a source of agitation. Enough. Are you all finished? Stop disturbing my class. With a delicate hand, she struck the desk, silencing Li Pengfei and Huang Xiaolong, who sheepishly abandoned their probing. In today's lesson, the English teacher announced an upcoming examination. In the afternoon, the other teachers were also primarily focused on arranging tests, as the county's second diagnostic examination for the senior year was approaching rapidly. Zhou Jiangnan worked at a measured pace, feeling a sense of gradual improvement due to his recent dedication. In his previous life, he had struggled on construction sites, unable to see any glimmer of hope, and had begun preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination, often studying English and memorizing vocabulary late into the night under the cloak of darkness. At this moment, English listening posed little challenge for him, as his vocabulary far surpassed that of his peers. Consequently, English had become the least daunting subject for him. Zhou Jiangnan brimmed with confidence regarding the second diagnostic examination and even the college entrance examination. After class, he leaned against his bicycle at the school gate, awaiting Fong Xin's emergence. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan once again witnessed the same scene on the bus as the day before, a bicycle with a sturdy frame carrying two individuals. The former boyfriend pedaling energetically while the girl behind him radiated a charming smile. How infuriating. A peculiar sense of crisis inexplicably washed over her. Chapter 26. You are pulling my hair. As the second round of examinations approached, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. The classroom of Class 6 in the senior year was rife with a sense of oppression, as everyone understood that the upcoming assessments would largely determine one's ultimate academic standing. According to the customary practices of Lingjiang No. 1 High School, securing a spot among the top 100 in the liberal arts generally ensured admission into a key 211 university, and the same applied to the top 300 in the sciences. However, aspiring for a place in a prestigious 985 university or an even more esteemed institution required one to be among the top 50 in the grade. In the case of Class 6 first examination results, 2 students ranked within the top 10 and 8 within the top 50, indicating a commendable number of contenders vying for admission to elite universities. Lingjiang No. 1 High School harbored 18 science classes, comprising nearly 1,000 students. 2/3 of Class 6 positioned themselves among the top 300 in the grade, while the remaining third hovered around average performance. With a concerted effort over the next few weeks, there was still hope for upward mobility. After invigorating the class, Old Zhang concluded the morning sessions. Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei lunched together, once again berating the cafeteria staff, before returning to the classroom for a brief respite. As he drifted in and out of slumber, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by a gentle tugging at his arm. Who had failed to secure the safety line properly? A slip could lead to a perilous fall. The greatest fear for those working in hazardous conditions was the recklessness of those in charge, as a single life could be worth hundreds of thousands, and any incident would necessitate a halt in operations, jeopardizing deadlines and possibly involving the authorities. Surely, this group was up to their usual mischief. Zhou Jiangnan firmly restrained the source of the pull, only to be met with a soft, exasperated sigh. Zhou Jiangnan, you are pulling my hair. Relieved, he realized it was not the safety line after all. In that moment, he was enveloped by an ethereal sense of familiarity. How often had he heard those words from his first girlfriend, Li Xiaoyu, and later from internet sensation Su Cece, whispered during quiet nights. Such a simple phrase. Yet it stirred profound emotions. Fragments of memories surged forth, and Zhou Jiangnan, in a dreamlike state, bore the brunt of recollections that left him feeling battered. A faint smile graced his face as he murmured softly, "Be good, don't fuss." Instantly, the tugging sensation ceased. Zhou Jiangnan, seated in the front row, felt an immediate loss of strength, her cheeks blooming like peach blossoms. Was it possible that this seemingly callous Zhou could exhibit such tenderness? The rich timbre of his voice resonated oddly, evoking a blush of embarrassment. No, she scolded herself. What are you thinking? Zhou Jiangnan is the last person you should be enamored with. Shaking her head to dispel the burgeoning feelings, she attempted to free herself once more, but to no avail. As she gazed at Zhou Jiangnan's innocent visage in slumber, even the pressure on her hand contorted his features in a way that seemed oddly endearing, rendering him increasingly charming. Abandoning her violent attempts to extricate herself, she leaned back against her chair, maintaining her position until the bell for class rang, rousing Zhou Jiangnan from his stupor. He blinked in confusion at the figure before him, pondering how this girl could exhibit such vitality, sitting so upright as if preparing to model. Zhou Jiangnan turned around, her gaze peculiar, her voice notably softer than usual. "You're pulling my hair," she remarked. Zhou Jiangnan hastily raised his hand, the silky high ponytail brushing against his skin, causing a gentle itch. Zhou Jiangnan pulled back her hair, standing up to stretch lazily. Goodness, it was merely 2005, and material conditions were not yet developed. How had this young lady matured so splendidly? Zhou Jiangnan quickly lowered his head, offering an apology. "I'm sorry." To his surprise, Zhou Jiangnan casually replied, "It's fine." Something was amiss. This tigress was behaving unusually. Where had her proud demeanor vanished? When unusual circumstances arise, something is undoubtedly afoot. "Xiaolong, don't you have a question you can't solve? Why not ask Zhao classmate? She seems to be in a good mood, and surely wouldn't he refuse?" Zhou Jiangnan nudged his deskmate, encouraging him to inquire without shame. Huang Xiaolong, feeling emboldened, mustered the courage to speak. "Teacher Zhao, I have a question I can't solve. Could you possibly?" "I can't. I'm busy right now. Go ask Xiaoyu." Kind words warm the heart in winter, while harsh words chill in summer. Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhou Jiangnan with a pitiful expression, feeling deeply wounded, while Jiangnan shrugged, indicating his inability to assist. This woman was unpredictably capricious. Even Jesus would tremble in her presence. Zhou Jiangnan excused himself to the restroom for a moment of relief, splashing cold water on his face to invigorate himself. Li Pengfei invited him to grab a hot dog, but he coldly declined. Today's refusal of a hot dog invitation was a strategic move for future opportunities. He resolved to invest his limited time in an infinite quest for knowledge. One must be fervent to survive. Li Pengfei was astounded by his enthusiasm, reflecting on how, had he possessed such determination 2 years ago, they wouldn't have fallen into the depths of mediocrity together. "Forget it. I won't eat either. I must strive for my diploma." The two companions returned from the restroom, and Zhou Jiangnan picked up a book, his fervor for learning sending shivers down Huang Xiaolong's spine. He needed to exert more effort, otherwise he would find himself among the bottom 10 in class. When the physics teacher entered the classroom, he was greeted by a scene of eager and studious students. Even the slacker Li Pengfei was taking notes, truly a rare sight. Following the hair incident, Zhou Jiangnan remained remarkably quiet throughout the afternoon, while her deskmate Lin Yu exhibited an unusual calmness. She continued to enthusiastically answer questions, realizing that helping others comprehend the material also reinforced her own memory, moving Huang Xiaolong to tears. Zhou Jiangnan understood that the entire class was preparing for the impending second assessment. Above all, the college entrance examination was the most pressing matter. Teacher Zhang had repeatedly advised them to endure a little longer. Once they entered university, everything would be better. He never explained why university was so crucial, as most students in the classroom had no clear plans for their futures. The teacher said so, and thus it was accepted. However, Zhou Jiangnan was acutely aware that the college entrance examination was merely the beginning. Being born into a favorable situation was far more significant than the effort one exerted. Some were born into prosperity, while others into servitude. He cherished this opportunity for rebirth immensely. Chapter 27, The Natural Course of Things in the Beginning. The entrance of Lingzhang No. 1 Middle School was merely a scene of a standoff between handsome boys and beautiful girls. The parties involved were oblivious to any peculiarities. Little did Zhou Jiangnan anticipate that the ramifications of that encounter would serve to bridge the gap between him and the enchanting Feng Xini. Once, twice, thrice. At some point, accompanying Feng Xini home after school had seamlessly transformed into a customary routine, as if it were a tacit agreement. Particularly during this period, Li Pengfei had ceased to return to the cement factory with him, reportedly due to his mother's concerns about the severe crackdown in the county and the potential dangers that might ensue. Without the company of his rotund friend, Zhou Jiangnan felt a tinge of loneliness, which was alleviated by Fong Xinyi's presence. After all, it was a natural route and motivated by a spirit of helpfulness. He willingly offered her rides home, unperturbed by the curious glances of passers-by, as their conversations made the journey home all the more delightful. The liberal arts classroom was situated closest to the school entrance, thus Fong Xinyi was invariably found waiting at the gate after evening study sessions, her hair dancing in the evening breeze, exuding a gentle and modest allure, reminiscent of a delicate lotus flower. The sight of the beauty waiting at the school gate was unprecedented, causing the senior students to cast curious glances as they passed by, compelling the inherently shy Fong Xinyi to lower her gaze, akin to a water lily wilting in the cool breeze. This was the scene Zhou Jiangnan beheld each time he ventured out. The contrast between this girl and Zhao Wanwan was striking. One was soft and gentle, while the other was aloof and proud. It was common knowledge that interacting with a girl like Fong Xinyi was far more comfortable, and Zhou Jiangnan found himself entirely at ease in her presence, in stark contrast to his demeanor around Zhao Wanwan. Upon seeing him, Fong Xinyi chirped softly, "You're here." Zhou Jiangnan patted the back seat. "No time to waste, hop on." In perfect synchrony, she naturally rose onto her toes to gracefully take her seat, a shy smile gracing her lips. Zhao Wanwan had witnessed this scene countless times and felt a pang of discontent, as her once exclusive connection was now usurped by another, leaving her in a state of disarray. That scoundrel Zhou Jiangnan, that despicable fellow. The resentment was palpable, though Zhou Jiangnan remained indifferent. Propelling the bicycle forward with a powerful push, the familiar creak of the gears fading into the distance. Beside Zhao Wanwan, Lin Yu observed her, hesitating to speak, letting out a deep sigh, filled with helplessness and resignation. On the road leading to the outskirts of the county, the two individuals, now gradually familiar with each other, engaged in light conversation, predominantly driven by Zhou Jiangnan, while Fong Xinyi listened attentively. In his past life, Zhou Jiangnan had traversed countless locales for various projects, witnessing the sunrise at 4 in the morning in the southern regions and hearing the crowing of roosters in the northern nights. Furthermore, having interacted with workers from diverse backgrounds, his experiences had indeed enriched his perspective significantly. Where could a girl like Fong Xin withstand the clever jabs of a witty individual? She often found herself stifling laughter at the antics of Zhou Jiangnan, and deep down, she considered him quite an interesting companion, possessing not only a wealth of knowledge but also an undeniable sense of security. In recent days, the two had walked home together after school on numerous occasions. Zhou Jiangnan would engage in endless conversation, yet he never pried into her familiar relationships. Naturally, Fong Xin never broached the subject either. She cherished the current state of their friendship, wishing to keep it free from any extraneous complications. It is rather hard to believe that those who do not know her might assume her father to be a deputy mayor, leading a life of indulgence. In truth, however, Fong Xin's character is markedly introverted, starkly different from the typical pampered offspring. She lost her mother at a tender age, and though her father initially managed to balance work and family while employed in a rural township, his rising career and increasing responsibilities gradually eroded his presence at home. The role of father became increasingly absent in her upbringing. From her earliest memories, she lived with her grandmother, devoid of peers her own age. Her grandmother, keen to shield her from ill-intentioned individuals, ensured that Fong Xin had few friends. Throughout her childhood, she attended school alone, played alone, and savored the spectrum of joy and sorrow in solitude. Often, she would watch her classmates frolicking in groups, consumed by envy and attempting to integrate. But the other girls shunned her despite her striking appearance, while others might have been bullied. Her exceptional academic performance positioned her as a favored subject of concern and protection among teachers. Consequently, unable to either scold or confront her, the girls opted to maintain their distance. Exceptional individuals often find themselves ensnared in loneliness, a reality Fong Xin had come to accept until Zhou Jiangnan appeared. His gaze held no ulterior motives. He was not drawn to her solely by her looks, and his assistance was not offered with an expectation of reciprocity. It was a pure and equitable interaction that she had long yearned for. In her heart, she fantasized about the prospect of seeing him frequently at university in the future. Summoning her courage, she inquired, "Zhou Jiangnan, which university do you plan to apply to?" As Zhou Jiangnan stood up, casually stretching, he replied, Do you believe I would aim for Linen University? I do believe you, she said, laughing. But I was just joking. My current grades are far from sufficient. I'll reconsider after the college entrance exam and see what scores I obtain. Nonetheless, my overall goal is to head toward Jiangnan. The coastal regions have been developing ahead of the inland for over a decade, offering a plethora of opportunities. Fang Xin was aware of Zhou Jiangnan's ranking in the first diagnostic exam. Given his current performance, Linen University indeed seemed a distant aspiration. However, with so many schools in Jiangnan, there would always be opportunities for those who sought them. And what do you aspire to do afterward? She asked. With all those opportunities. Of course, I aim to start my own business. I have no intention of becoming an employee, Zhou Jiangnan asserted confidently before returning the question, and what about you? With your exceptional grades, you can choose any top university in the country. Will you aim for Tsinghua or Beida? Both her teacher and father had expressed their hopes for her to take the examination, and she had never voiced any objections. However, at this moment, when Zhou Jiangnan inquired, Fang Xin found herself hesitating. The broad expanse of her back shielded her from the evening breeze, concealing her expression. Fang Xin's mind wandered freely, leading her to make a decision that defied her family's wishes. She would apply to Linen University. Since Zhou Jiangnan intended to study in Jiangnan, she decided to follow suit, thinking that during the winter and summer vacations, she might continue to visit. Yet, this decision was one she could not disclose. It was a secret she intended to keep for herself. I'll think it over. I'm not yet certain. I'll decide based on my results, she mused. After a moment, she added, I believe the climate in the south is more agreeable than in the north. I'd rather not head that way. That's true. The climate in Sichuan and Chongqing nurtures a girl's complexion beautifully. Going north might be quite an adjustment. Are you really set on going to Jiangnan? Absolutely. My name contains Jiangnan. I must remain true to my roots. Oh, very well then. Zhou Jiangnan, good luck. Ha ha ha. Let us both strive for success. Fang Xin's grandmother was waiting for her by the roadside, bringing apples for Zhou Jiangnan as a token of gratitude for accompanying her. Zhou Jiangnan graciously accepted the apples, smiling as he waved and continued on his way. Her grandmother's gaze towards her granddaughter revealed that she had seen through everything. She chose not to confront the matter directly, having already inquired discreetly about Zhou Jiangnan's background, discovering that his parents were decent folk and that he possessed commendable character. With such a friend by Fang Xin's side, she had become much more cheerful. As for early romance, she had no concerns. Fang Xin was discerning enough to differentiate between important matters. With him accompanying her, she felt considerably more at ease and decided to observe the situation for the time being. Chapter 28. Are you in a relationship, my child? Upon returning home, Zhou Jiangnan found that old Zhou, the foreman at the cement factory, was wielding a broom and sweeping aimlessly, clearly grappling with a topic that was difficult to broach. The expression on his weathered face, coupled with his hesitant demeanor, made Comrade Luo Xiaoying unable to contain her impatience. Zhou Xiangdong, what are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't circle around our son like this. It's quite vexing. Old Zhou, clutching the broom, pulled up a stool to sit down and pointed to the opposite stool. Raising his voice, come here, Jiangnan. I have something to ask you. Zhou Jiangnan was puzzled, wondering what peculiar mood had struck his father this evening. Dad, if there is something on your mind, just speak directly. Don't be so coy. It's quite frustrating. Now you're dismissing me? Don't you dare talk back. I'm asking you. Are you in a relationship? What? Before Zhou Jiangnan could respond, Luo Xiaoying hastily abandoned her dishes and rushed over to sit beside old Zhou. Anxiously gazing at their son, Zhou Jiangnan rolled his eyes, feeling exasperation wash over him. Here we go again. I just declared that I was in a relationship last time, and I even swore it before our homeroom teacher, old Zhang. Why don't my parents believe me? What is the point of dating, anyway? Even dogs don't engage in such frivolities. For a mere 188, you could have a beautiful girl from all corners of the world give you a foot massage that feels electrifying. For 688, she might even lighten your bones for a night. Spending money on dating one tea even get you a single hair. Zhou Jiangnan fixed old Zhou with a serious gaze. Old man, where did you hear such rumors? I have no interest in romance whatsoever. I already mentioned this last time. It doesn't matter who I heard it from. Is it true that you've been escorting a particularly lovely girl home after school every day? Is it that director's daughter, Zhao Wanwan, you mentioned last time? Luo Xiaoying exclaimed in surprise. No, this time it's another female student. You'd better come clean. Old Zhou snapped, visibly irritated. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. He was certain that old Zhou had simply heard from the cement factory drivers that he had been seen cycling with a girl. His father's sources of information were rather limited. In a small place like Linjiang County, rumors spread rapidly, which is why young people often hesitate to return after moving to the big cities. Fine, I'll come clean. She is a classmate I once saved. Fong Xin from the liberal arts class. Just think about it. A top student ranking among the top 3 in the entire grade and stunningly beautiful. What are the chances she would date someone like me? Even if I had feelings, she might not even look my way. In the face of unresolved tensions, Zhou Jiangnan had mastered the art of creating new ones. As soon as he uttered those words, Comrade Luo Xiaoying became animated again, exclaiming about how their son was by no means inferior and questioning why anyone would look down on him. Old Zhou remained focused. Upon hearing Zhou Jiangnan's explanation, he felt reassured. For him, there was no cause for concern regarding academically successful girls, as the real concern lay with their parents. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired about Zhou Jiangnan's preparations for the second diagnostic examination. With fervent assurance, the young lad pledged that he would undoubtedly make progress, declaring that if he did not, he would no longer carry the surname Zhou. While old Zhou felt a surge of joy, a tinge of melancholy accompanied it. The Zhou family had been passed down through 3 generations, and he could only pray that their ancestral line would not be extinguished. The tranquil yet heartwarming moments of their small family sped by swiftly. Zhou Jiangnan, now not only diligent in his studies, but also assisting with household chores upon returning home, left Luo Xiaoying with a sense of bittersweet loss, as if her son had matured overnight. After nurturing him for over a decade, it felt as though she was ready to release her piglet into the world. The second diagnostic examination was drawing ever closer. During this period, Zhou Jiangnan seized the opportunity to inspect the construction progress of the self-built house. After some time of repairs, the second floor was nearing completion, and the mason Li Pingfei had hired proved to be quite reliable, justifying his wages. Zhou silently calculated in his mind. The expressway plans would be announced after the college entrance examination, with less than 3 months remaining. At this juncture, self-built houses faced lax management, allowing one to construct up to 6 stories if finances permitted. Given the current pace of the masons, there was a hopeful prospect of completing the 3rd floor as well. In 2005, in Linjiang County, the price per square meter for ordinary commercial housing in the urban area approached 1,000 yuan, with better locations ranging from 1,200 to 1,300 yuan. Although the self-built house was not situated within the city limits, the compensation for demolition in that area would still amount to approximately 600 to 700 yuan per square meter. After completing 3 floors, the total constructed area would be close to 400 square meters, yielding a minimum compensation of over 200,000 yuan. Divided between him and Fatty, that would net them around 100,000 yuan. At that time, 100,000 yuan was a substantial sum, easily enough to purchase a house in the county, equivalent to the earnings of many families over a decade. However, he did not intend to use this money for buying a house. Rather, he planned to allocate it as startup capital for his entrepreneurial endeavors. Once he entered university, opportunities would abound, and there would be numerous avenues to invest his funds. Zhou Jiangnan gazed at the self-built house and sighed softly, wishing for a bit more capital to construct another one. Ultimately, it all boiled down to insufficient funds. Li Pingfei, noticing his sigh, inquired with curiosity, "What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? This is already the most reasonable priced craftsman we could find. We simply cannot afford more. After purchasing materials, our funds will only suffice to pay them." Zhou Jiangnan shook his head. "No, it's not that. I merely lament the lack of funds. If I could manage to build another self-built house, it would be perfect." "Build another? I've exhausted my pocket money over the years for this. How do you plan to profit from this shabby house?" "You need not concern yourself with the profits. You won't incur any losses regardless. For your hard work, I promise to share half with you. Enough of this talk. Let us discuss your rumors instead." Li Fatty's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Jiangnan, you've become quite the figure at school lately. Even the students from the liberal arts class are inquiring about you. Everyone is saying that you and Fong Xian leave school together every day." "Nonsense. That is not the case. I do not, so do not spread such tales. You devoted over 2 years to Zhao Wanwan, yet when the goal shifted, it changed in the blink of an eye, now to another school beauty. You truly are a heartless wretch. It has been said that what is non-existent should not be dwelled upon. Instead of fretting over such matters, you would do better to devote your efforts to your studies." "Study? What nonsense. Allow me to tell you, from my keen observation, Zhou Jiangnan has recently shown a markedly greater interest in you than before. Have you not noticed? Stop, you insufferable fool. Can we refrain from discussing these meaningless and tedious topics? The two were clearly speaking past each other, with Li Pengfei passionately continuing his discourse, unable to easily pause. In retrospect, it is understandable. During our student years, nothing is more exhilarating than the presence of a school beauty. When a brother achieves success, it is akin to one's own triumph. Li Pengfei pedaled his bicycle at great speed, like a relentless duck circling around Zhou Jiangnan. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the two young men as they gradually receded into the distance. Chapter 29, The Second Consultation Examination, March 19th. The final evening study session before the second examination was rife with tension in the classroom of Class 6, Senior 3. Every student was fervently jotting down crucial knowledge points. Those struggling with English were busy memorizing vocabulary, while others grappling with mathematics were diligently copying formulas. Zhou Jiangnan, however, was not immersed in solving problems. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the blackboard, lost in thought. Huang Xiaolong, after completing a set of practice papers, remained in the same position, embodying a sense of transcendence, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Nan go away. All right. Zhou Jiangnan crossed his arms, appearing to be focused while in reality, his gaze was unfocused. He was mentally reviewing the knowledge he had studied, particularly in biology, the most challenging subject among the three science disciplines. The Mendelian laws of inheritance often eluded his memory. Damn it, biology is truly hard to learn. Zhou Jiangnan furrowed his brow, closing his eyes for a few seconds before reopening them, attempting once more to concentrate on the biological concepts. This scene was fortuitously observed by Lin Yu, who turned to Zhou Jiangnan and said, Jiangnan, do you think Zhou Jiangnan is unwell? He looks quite pale. Why should I care whether he is sick or not? Zhou Jiangnan replied, frowning. Though she refrained from asking further, Lin Yu felt compelled to hold back her curiosity. Recently, rumors about Zhou Jiangnan and Fang Xian had circulated wildly, and Lin Yu believed she was far inferior to Fang Xian. Thus, her budding feelings, still in their infancy, were smothered beneath layers of doubt, firmly entombed within her heart. As the class progressed, Zhou Jiangnan left for the restroom, and upon her return, Zhou Jiangnan remained motionless, his brows slightly twitching in apparent distress. Zhou Jiangnan, do you need to go to the hospital? Shall we seek the homeroom teacher's assistance? Zhou Jiangnan's inquiry was met with silence, prompting her to wave her hand in front of his eyes. What are you doing? Zhou Jiangnan snapped back to reality, puzzled. You seem ill. You should see a doctor. You're the one who is ill. Go play somewhere else and don't disturb my studies. Zhou Jiangnan retorted without mercy, leaving Zhou Jiangnan nearly breathless from his response. How had this scoundrel transformed into such a person? In the past, he would ignore her while eagerly sending love letters. Now, when she expressed concern, he resorted to insults. Good intentions turned into foolishness. If he wished to perish, then so be it. If I care about him again, I must be a fool. Zhou Jiangnan sat down heavily, leaning her chair back against Zhou Jiangnan's desk, while Lin Yu and Huang Xiaolong exchanged silent glances. As the college entrance examination drew nearer, Zhou Jiangnan seemed to become increasingly carefree, showing no affection towards Zhou Jiangnan whatsoever. Still unsatisfied, Zhou Jiangnan exclaimed, What good is studying? If you ever make progress, I swear I want to bear the surname Zhou. Huang Xiaolong interjected, Then what surname will you take? Zhou. The following morning, as all students arrived at the examination hall, the atmosphere was charged with tension, echoing the simulation of the college entrance examination throughout the school. Zhou Jiangnan, surveying the Chinese language test paper before him, felt no pressure. Chinese had always been his forte. With a flow of inspiration, he completed the essay and still had half an hour to spare. He submitted his paper early and left, leaving the other candidates in a state of anxious turmoil. The invigilator paused momentarily, his curiosity piqued as he scanned the impressive essay before him. The text, neatly inscribed in black ink upon white paper, flowed with eloquence and flair. Undoubtedly a high-scoring composition. The invigilator nodded to himself, recognizing the boy's considerable talent. Indeed, there was a certain audacity to his demeanor, which was hardly unwarranted. The mathematics mock examination in the afternoon proved somewhat challenging, and despite Zhou Jiangnan's utmost efforts, he could only manage to complete a fraction of the final problem. Upon finishing, a chorus of sighs echoed throughout the school. The following morning heralded the pivotal comprehensive science examination, a subject in which he felt least confident. As his mind raced against the clock, Zhou Jiangnan managed to pin down the last answer just moments before time expired. This marked the first occasion in which he completed the science paper within the allotted time, a feat worthy of celebration, regardless of the outcome. The afternoon English examination was a mere formality. After all, even while toiling on construction sites, he never neglected his English studies. Thus, this test posed no pressure. Once again, the invigilator witnessed the dashing young man submit his paper a full 30 minutes early, departing with an air of nonchalance that shattered the composure of his fellow candidates. The invigilator mentally noted Zhou Jiangnan's name, eager to see how this self-assured individual would rank once the results were released. After exiting the examination hall, Zhou Jiangnan purchased 2 cups of milk tea at the school gate, intentionally choosing one to be hot. He knew Fong Xin excelled in English and would likely emerge soon. But he was surprised when Zhou Jiangnan also finished early. The school gate was relatively deserted at that moment, and as Fong Xin accepted the drink with a sweet smile. Her cheeks flushed slightly. How could Zhou Jiangnan have known that she had come? He had deliberately chosen hot milk tea, and when he handed it to her, he had distinctly felt the chill of the other cup. The warmth of the tea enveloped her heart, igniting a glow within. "Thank you for the milk tea. It's quite comforting," she said, her words inadvertently overheard by Zhou Jiangnan, whose mood plummeted like the temperature of the milk tea in Zhou Jiangnan's hands. Oh, what a pair of lovebirds. They even knew when to drink only hot water. It was rather too good to be true. They had claimed not to date before graduation. How disingenuous. Zhou Jiangnan remained oblivious to her thoughts, simply accustomed to avoiding any risks. He wasn't testing whether a girl would be willing to share a room. Opting for hot milk tea was merely the most prudent choice. The two girls harbored their own sentiments as they brushed past each other, a silent current of unspoken emotion swirling beneath the surface. The young man, unaware of the tension, offered no greeting to Zhou Jiangnan and departed with Fong Xin in a carefree manner. In the gentle breeze of early spring, Zhou Jiangnan found herself filled with regret while on the bus. Zhou Jiangnan, in contrast, was in high spirits, humming a tune as they traveled. Fong Xin, buoyed by the joyful atmosphere, playfully tugged at his sleeve and asked, "Jiangnan, I heard you wrote a particularly beautiful song. Could you sing it for me?" As soon as the words left her lips, she felt a pang of remorse, considering her request might be inappropriate. She quickly added, "If it's inconvenient, don't worry about it. After all, that song reflects your own regrets, and I wouldn't want to evoke any sadness." After pondering her words, she felt a deep sense of guilt for having asked, repeatedly apologizing for her impulsiveness. Zhou Jiangnan was initially immersed in his own emotions, but her barrage of self-reproach rendered him speechless. He responded with nonchalance, "You all delight in spreading rumors. That song was merely a casual rendition, devoid of any profound significance." With that, he began to sing, and Fong Xin listened intently to the nuances of each word, a peculiar sensation lingering in her heart. Once the song concluded, Zhou Jiangnan waited in vain for her response. Where are the applause? He wondered. With a start, Fong Xin snapped back to reality and hurriedly clapped her hands, lavishly praising him before inquiring, "I haven't asked you yet. How did you fare on the exam?" "I feel quite optimistic. We shall see when the results are released." "Such confidence. Allow me to congratulate you in advance." "Haha, thank you. Do remember to celebrate with me." "Oh, Jiangnan, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Chapter 30. Examination results. In the blossoming month of March, a new week commenced, and the classroom buzzed with animated discussions about the recent second diagnostic examination. Everyone eagerly anticipated the results, with a select few particularly curious about Zhou Jiangnan's performance. They hoped for a lack of progress, which would disrupt his partnership with Zhou Jiangnan. It seemed absurd that he squandered such a prime opportunity, merely sitting behind the school bell, engrossed in his studies without making any significant contributions. Li Pengfei, ever the provocateur, made his way to the front row. "Jiangnan, the results should be out today. What do you think your score will be?" "Why bother asking? It will undoubtedly be higher than yours," Jiangnan replied dismissively. "Quit the banter. Your score impacts the wager I have with my deskmate. If he loses, he has to gift me that mutated lion." Recently, this fellow had become infatuated with the game dream of the westward journey, and he had long coveted the mutant mythical beasts. "What are the terms of your bet?" "We're wagering whether you can score over 500. If you surpass 500, I win." "Oh, then congratulations are in order." Zhou Jiangnan's nonchalant demeanor only served to provoke Li Pengfei further, who felt a strong urge to dash to an internet CAF. After this exam, Teachers had opined that achieving a score of 500 would essentially guarantee admission to a second-tier university. It was surprising to see Zhou Jiangnan so self-assured. My good brother, once I acquire the mutated lion, I shall treat you to barbecue. Sounds good. The banter between these so-called brothers left Zhou Jiangnan feeling suffocated. Just before the exam, she had confidently declared that if Zhou Jiangnan showed any improvement, she would no longer bear the surname Zhao. Was her statement destined to become a self-fulfilling prophecy? Her conscience urged her, as a fellow classmate, to feel happy for Zhou Jiangnan's potential progress. One should not harbor overly dark thoughts. Yet, she found it irksome, truly vexing. As she caught sight of their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, appearing in the corridor, Li Pingfei quickly returned to his seat. Mr. Zhang, with a cheerful demeanor, entered the classroom holding a report card, clearly in high spirits. Classmates, please pause your writing. I am here to announce the results of the second diagnostic examination. After a brief commotion, the classroom fell silent. Even the sound of deep breaths was distinctly audible. Based on my expression, you can probably infer that our class performed admirably on this exam. Overall, we have made progress compared to the first diagnostic, with our average score surpassing that of the third class, placing us third among the 6 elite classes. The number of students achieving high scores within the top 50 of the grade has increased by 1, while the count of students in the top 100 remains unchanged. However, we now have 4 additional students among the top 300, which brings me immense joy. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense as Mr. Zhang surveyed the students with satisfaction. Indeed, entering the top 300 of the grade significantly enhances the prospects of gaining admission to a 211 university, barring unforeseen circumstances. It is a stable outcome. Mr. Zhang valued the ritualistic nature of this moment. While other homeroom teachers of elite classes might merely read off the top 10 or 50 scores and post the results on the wall for students to peruse, he believed that announcing each student's score aloud represented a mutual respect between teacher and student, serving as both encouragement and motivation. Now, I will read the scores. Please listen attentively. Gao Qianjun, 643 points, ranking second in the grade. The overall difficulty of this examination has increased, particularly in mathematics, which was quite challenging. Achieving this score is commendable. Continue to strive for excellence. Zhao Wanwan achieved a score of 634, securing the 9th position in her grade, a commendable rise of 1 rank. Lin Yu scored 632, maintaining her 11th place, a steady performance. Keep up the good work. Zhou Xiaolong, with a score of 611, ranked 49th, made significant progress. Having jumped from 63rd place in the previous assessment to within the top 50, truly deserving of praise, let us applaud him. Qin Hui scored 605, placing 58th. Experiencing a slight decline and needing to exert more effort, Zhang Xiao scored 573, ranking 296. With only 1 name left to reach the top 300 in the grade, Mr. Zhang paused. A smile evident on his face as he glanced appreciatively towards the front row, particularly at Zhou Jiangnan. In this examination, I wish to highlight a student whose scores had previously placed him at the bottom of the class, far beyond the 500 mark for the grade. Yet he has remarkably soared to prominence. Zhao Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Zhou Jiangnan? The others gasped in surprise, their attention drawn to the direction of Mr. Zhang's gaze, unmistakably toward Zhou Jiangnan and Huang Xiaolong, both of whom had been trailing at the bottom. Whoever managed to breach the top 300 would indeed create a stir, especially Zhou Jiangnan, handsome, skilled at sports, and talented in music. If he were to rectify his academic shortcomings, he would undoubtedly become a paragon of excellence. Zhao Wanwan pondered whether she would regret her previous sentiments, while others speculated. Huang Xiaolong was acutely aware that his expected score barely reached 500, just enough for a second-tier university. He knew instinctively that Mr. Zhang was not referring to him. Zhou Jiangnan was the only plausible candidate. Indeed, Mr. Zhang's next announcement sent ripples of excitement through the room. Zhou Jiangnan, with a score of 571, had improved by over 70 points since the last exam, ranking 298th, a remarkable leap. He deserves special commendation. As Mr. Zhang called out Zhou Jiangnan's name, the classroom erupted in astonished exclamations, compelling him to raise his voice. Once the score was revealed, many were left speechless. Goodness! Over 70 points in just 2 months. Who would believe such a feat? It was simply outrageous. Could he have cheated? My friend has been diligently studying. A fact evident to all. You wouldn't dare to undermine that, would you? Quickly, after school, We must head to the internet CAF to secure that mutated lion. Li Pengfei felt a surge of joy at his friend's success, experiencing a sense of shared pride. He let out a sharp whistle, only to be met with Mr. Zhang's fierce glare. Li Pengfei, what on earth are you doing? Apologies, Mr. Zhang. I was just too excited. Excited about what? I'm not even scolding you. Look at Zhou Jiangnan's evident progress. And then their SU, with a score of 451, ranking third from the bottom in class, struggling to even qualify for a vocational school. Still smiling? You should know better after 3 admonitions, honestly. Forget it, I won't waste my breath. Bring your parents tomorrow, and make sure it's your father, not your mother. Li Pengfei immediately deflated. His father, Li Jianguo, would undoubtedly give him a stern talking to during the parent-teacher meeting. Zhao Wanwan was already feeling anxious. And upon hearing Zhou Jiangnan's results, she was taken aback, instinctively turning to glance at him. At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan did not exhibit the ecstatic joy she had imagined. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips, evoking an inexplicable sense of absurdity within her. It seemed as though he had anticipated this outcome all along, wearing an expression that suggested it was only to be expected. How could one person undergo such a dramatic transformation in just a month or two? Zhao Wanwan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Perhaps in light of his favorable mood, Zhou Jiangnan flashed her a warm smile, radiating sunshine. Caught off guard, Zhao Wanwan felt a blush creep across her cheeks. Chapter 31. The misunderstanding of praise. The classroom remained in a state of uproar. Old Zhang continued to read the remaining rankings, but Zhao Wanwan was scarcely aware of his words, her mind enveloped in a fog of confusion, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. To her astonishment, Zhou Jiangnan smiled at her for the first time in nearly 2 months, evoking a sense of rarity akin to a long-awaited response from a beloved figure. What a peculiar whirlwind of emotions she found herself in. Zhao Wanwan, you mustn't allow such errant thoughts to cloud your mind. Meanwhile, after Lin Yu had congratulated Zhou Jiangnan, she heard old Zhang announce Huang Xiaolong's results, which had improved by over 10 places since the last assessment, evidence of his progress. Congratulations, Huang Xiaolong. The teacher has praised you, indicating that your foundation is solid. With continued effort, you can ascend to even greater heights. Thank you, Teacher Lin. It is your effective guidance that has enabled my improvement, and I am sincerely grateful. Huang Xiaolong replied, both of them engaging in a mutual exchange of compliments. Although his progress was not as dramatic as Zhou Jiangnan's, it brought him immense joy. Suddenly, he recalled that Zhao Wanwan had also tutored him once or twice. He could not solely credit Lin Yu without acknowledging her contributions. Thus he expressed his gratitude to Zhao Wanwan as well. What did you say? She asked, momentarily puzzled. I said thank you, he reiterated. Oh. You should really thank Lin Yu. She has put in the most effort, she replied. I've already thanked her, he said. After exchanging a few words, Huang Xiaolong discerned that Zhao Wanwan seemed disinterested, and the praise he yearned to hear remained unspoken, leaving him feeling somewhat constrained. At that moment, class teacher Old Zhang had finished reading the report cards and began to summarize. Students, the progress our class has made is evident to all. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence during our 3rd assessment. Upon reviewing the list of paired assistants, it is clear that most have shown improvement, validating the effectiveness of this approach, which we shall continue to promote. At this juncture, I would like to particularly commend Zhao Wanwan for her exceptional mentoring of Zhou Jiangnan, whose progress has been the most significant. This reflects her dedication and effort, and she herself has also improved, exemplifying the admirable virtues of unity and mutual support. Let us applaud her. A thunderous applause erupted. Zhao Wanwan felt her face flush with embarrassment. Did Teacher Zhang truly remain unaware of the truth? Did her classmates not know? She had not tutored Zhou Jiangnan at all. He had never sought her counsel on any issue. On the rare occasions he had questions, he approached Lin Yu instead. All the credit belonged to her. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong, of all people, should know better. Why was he clapping along? Was he mocking her? Overwhelmed by a sense of shame for seemingly taking credit for someone else's achievements, she could no longer remain seated. With a sudden surge of determination, she stood up and declared, Teacher Zhang, these results are solely the fruits of Zhou Jiangnan's hard work. They have nothing to do with me. Look at Zhao Wanwan. Not only is she humble and unassuming, but she also sets an example for us all in cultivating the noble virtue of humility. I am not. What do you mean? The results speak for themselves. Everyone can see your contributions. I have not. Where have I fallen short? Look at you still being modest. Commendation is due for commendable work, and you should not feel pressured. Zhao Wanwan yearned to express her thoughts, yet a fleeting notion crossed her mind. What if? After she clarified everything, Teacher Zhang deemed Zhou Jiangnan's capabilities sufficient and decided there was no need for further guidance, subsequently altering his seating arrangement, or perhaps assigning her a different mentee. Regardless of the outcome, neither was what she desired, and thus she fell silent. Zhou Jiangnan. Why don't you share your thoughts on whether Zhao Wanwan deserves gratitude, and if she is worthy of admiration and praise? Suddenly called upon while engrossed in the unfolding drama, Zhou Jiangnan hesitated before rising. Before he could utter a word, laughter erupted from the back of the classroom. Li Pingfei, privy to the truth, could scarcely contain himself, while Zhao Wanwan had turned crimson with embarrassment. The class turned to see. And Zhao Wanwan's gaze fortuitously collided with Zhou Jiangnan's, her eyes betraying a tumult of confusion, awkwardness, and perhaps a hint of pleading. Zhou Jiangnan pondered why she had refrained from clarifying earlier. Perhaps she had her reasons. Now, having received applause and praise, if the truth were to be revealed, this proud young lady would find herself in a most uncomfortable position. Li Pingfei, what are you up to? Teacher Zhang, I have something to say. Li Pingfei, on the brink of exposing the truth amidst Zhang's wrath, was silenced by a sharp glare from Zhou Jiangnan. After more than a decade of camaraderie, Li Pingfei understood Zhou Jiangnan all too well. That look was unmistakably a plea for silence. With a sigh of resignation, Li Pingfei reflected on his stubborn friend, who, despite claiming to have moved on, could not resist the allure of the beautiful Zhao Wanwan. Alas, if his friend wished to play the role of the devoted admirer, what could he do but forgive him? I have nothing to say. Nothing to say? Very well, you shall stand for the duration of this class. Teacher Zhang wasted no time in implementing his disciplinary measures. Zhou Jiangnan cast a sympathetic glance at his disgruntled friend before seizing the moment. Teacher Zhang, I must first express my gratitude to you and all the subject teachers, for it is your exceptional guidance that has facilitated my progress. The improvement in our class's performance is a testament to your efforts. He initiated applause, and Teacher Zhang felt a sense of satisfaction as he regarded Zhou Jiang and with increasing fondness. Moreover, I would like to extend my thanks to Lin Yu, who has also offered me support from time to time. Upon hearing this, not only did Zhao Wanwan's anxious heart lighten, but Lin Yu, feeling a sense of unfairness, also found relief. Teacher Zhang paused, surprised to learn of Lin Yu's contributions, and proceeded to commend her as well. The minor episode was adeptly resolved, and Zhou Jiangnan returned to his seat with composure, while Zhao Wanwan and Lin Yu settled back in their places, leaving only Li Pingfei in a state of bewilderment. All right. So it seems I am the only one left unscathed? You three should be ashamed. Zhou Jiangnan, thank you. Zhou Jiangnan merely nodded, unfazed. While Zhao Wanwan turned to Lin Yu, apologizing, I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. I should not have overshadowed your accomplishments. Lin Yu was understandably upset and aggrieved. Upon hearing Zhao Wanwan's words, she could no longer restrain herself and asked, what use is an apology when you have clearly done nothing wrong? Why not clarify things to the teacher? I once considered you a dear friend, yet you seem to perceive me as someone easy to bully. That's not true. I intended to clarify things, Zhao Wanwan replied. But you didn't, Lin Yu exclaimed. I just didn't want someone else to take the seat in the back. What do you mean? I meant that I didn't want to change to another person in the back row. Lin Yu immediately grasped the implications of this possibility, which was not only plausible, but also quite significant. She realized that she had misunderstood Zhao Wanwan, yet she was at a loss for words. Please don't be angry. I'll treat you to ice cream, Zhao Wanwan continued to apologize. Oh, fine, Lin Yu responded, and the two reconciled. Chapter 32. Zhao, are you considering a surname change? After old Zhang announced the results, he promptly departed, leaving the evening's self-study session to unfold. However, the atmosphere tonight was destined to be tumultuous. Those who performed well were still grappling with their emotions, while those who fared poorly remained engulfed in despondency. The classroom buzzed with hushed chatter, unable to settle into silence. Zhou Jiangnan was diligently working on his problems, while two girls in the front row engaged in whispered conversation. Wanwan, do you harbor feelings for him? One girl inquired. Absolutely not. Don't speak nonsense. I refuse to consider such matters until after university. What about you? Surely you have feelings? I don't either. I cannot compete with Fong Xian. If you have feelings, you must put in the effort. Fong Xian is truly exceptional. All right, I'm not that frivolous. The college entrance examination is of utmost importance. Zhao Wanwan, a person of pride, would never slap herself in the face by admitting she liked someone like Zhou Jiangnan. Both girls held their own thoughts, buried deep within. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong from the back shouted, "I remember now." His outburst startled the other three, especially the two girls, whose hearts raced as they turned to glare at him. Before they could retort, Zhou Jiangnan had already put down his pen and reprimanded, "Xiaolong, are you trying to stand in class like Fatty Li? Don't be like that, Nangu." I just recalled something Zhao Wanwan said before the exam. Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhao Wanwan. "Miss Zhao, do you remember?" A sense of dread washed over Zhao Wanwan. She thought that incident was behind them. Yet Huang Xiaolong had the audacity to bring it up again. "What did I say?" She retorted defiantly. "You mentioned that if Nangu made progress, you'd change your surname from Zhao to Shou," Huang Xiaolong said, his gaze intense. "Zhao, are you considering a surname change?" Zhao Wanwan's face flushed crimson, while Lin Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation, and Zhou Jiangnan shook his head in disbelief. This fool was in for it. Indeed, after a moment of stunned silence, Zhao Wanwan's fierce nature emerged, and she swiftly delivered a slap to Huang Xiaolong's head. "Have I given you permission to joke? You take my words so seriously?" Huang Xiaolong, cradling his head, stammered, I just wanted to lighten the mood." "Silence. Speak again, and I'll make you wish you hadn't." Zhao Wanwan retorted angrily. "Have you become so arrogant after advancing a few ranks? Zhou Jiangnan remains humble and diligent despite his significant progress, and here you are, disrupting everyone instead of studying properly. If you cannot joke appropriately, do not attempt to imitate others. You are disturbing the classroom order." What do you mean? Is what I said incorrect? If you possess such thoughts, it would be wiser to focus on your studies. Perhaps then you could achieve even greater progress and secure a place at a better school, thereby making your parents proud and not squandering Xiao Yu's guidance. Zhao Wanwan's fierce reprimand left Huang Xiaolong feeling dejected. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing that Zhao had a point in her vigorous stance, feigning a moment of enlightenment. "Oh, right. Huang Xiaolong has a point too. One must accept the consequences of their actions. If you lose, you must acknowledge it." Zhao Wanwan was flustered. "Xiao you too? How could I possibly change my surname?" Old Zhao would be furious. This proud school beauty, who had always maintained an air of confidence and composure, was unexpectedly rattled at this moment. Lin Yu had never witnessed such a reaction before, and it made her chuckle even more. "There's another way. You don't have to change your surname. Just add one in front. You could be called Zhou Zhao Wanwan." "Are you trying to get me killed?" she exclaimed. "In Hong Kong, they have that custom of taking the husband's surname. Ha ha ha." Zhao Wanwan lunged at Lin Yu, and they playfully tussled together, while Huang Xiaolong, feeling slightly aggrieved, focused on his studies, and Zhou Jiangnan continued working through his problems, seemingly unfazed. Zhao Wanwan stole a glance at him, relieved to see his lack of reaction. Yet a peculiar feeling stirred within her, embarrassed and indignant. She felt Lin Yu had crossed the line and decided she must subdue her first. "Xiao Yu, I'm going to strangle you." After evening study sessions concluded, noticing Li Pengfei's forlorn demeanor, Zhou Jiangnan, for the first time, invited him to accompany him back to the cement factory, engaging in conversation along the way. "Are you sure? Did they catch that yellow-haired guy? I'm feeling a bit anxious. It's been so many days. If they intended to retaliate, they would have done so by now. You're worrying over nothing." The two conversed at the entrance, just as Zhao Wanwan happened to pass by. Unable to resist interjecting, "They've already caught him. My father said so himself." "Well, if the daughter of the police chief says they've caught him, then it must be true." Thus, the two friends, in agreement, pushed their cart out of the school gates. As a chubby boy joined their group, Fang Xian showed no reluctance and sincerely expressed gratitude for his help last time. Li Pengfei accepted this with ease, and the three of them walked home together. On the bus, Zhao Wanwan observed this scene with delight, her perception of the plump boy improving slightly. With three of them together, there were certainly some conversations that became inconvenient and certain actions that became unfeasible. No one noticed her smile as the bus passed by. Throughout the journey, Zhou Jiangnan and his companions inevitably discussed the recent second diagnostic exam, with Fang Xian continuing to shine as the top student in the humanities. Unfortunately, the chubby boy lacked academic prowess, exclaiming, "I just roll with the punches." He felt sandwiched between Zhou Jiangnan and Fang Xian, akin to a pickled fish, both sour and superfluous. What did the Garbage brothers fear the most? They dreaded seeing their friends struggle, but were even more apprehensive of their friends driving a Range Rover. Fortunately, this pair of Garbage brothers was different. He genuinely felt happy for Zhou Jiangnan, though a hint of disappointment lingered within him. It was undeniably painful when someone you spent every day with suddenly drifted out of your circle. To deny that would be deceitful. Fang Xian, ever perceptive, While rejoicing for Zhou Jiangnan, did not forget to encourage Li Pingfei, highlighting numerous virtues he possessed, such as his bravery, loyalty, and emotional intelligence. The chubby boy felt a surge of pride, his face reddening from the compliments. Upon reaching the intersection where they would part ways, after watching Feng Xian being picked up by her grandmother, he sighed, "Jiangnan, you must seize this opportunity. This girl is truly exceptional, far surpassing Zhao Wanwan." Zhou Jiangnan cast a disdainful glance. "You foolish glutton, what are you rambling about? I have made it clear that I do not wish to engage in romantic endeavors. My aspirations lie in the vastness of the stars and the sea. I speak earnestly, surely you must sense Feng Xian's affections? Let us set aside such matters. I shall not entertain them before university. Very well, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not continue to fawn over Zhao Wanwan. It is truly futile." Zhou Jiangnan's anger flared. "Which of your eyes witnessed me fawning over her?" Li Pingfei was equally incensed. "Tonight. Why did you prevent me from exposing her in front of old Zhang?" Sighing, Zhou Jiangnan responded, "Dear friend, do you not grasp the wisdom of leaving room for others? At this tender age, young girls possess delicate sensibilities. Should such actions be taken, the repercussions could be dire. On a smaller scale, it might affect her mindset and impact her college entrance examination. On a larger scale, Zhao Wanwan, with her proud demeanor, might even be driven to despair. And that would be an unspeakable sin." Li Pingfei was taken aback, as if beginning to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Wait a moment. What do you mean by this age? It sounds as if you are not of the same age yourself," putting on an air of profundity. "I am inherently profound. It is you who are overly superficial. Zhou Dog, prepare to meet your fate." Chapter 33. The Invitation from Wang Yuan in 2005, Lingjiang. One high school was not only the finest institution in Lingjiang County, but also the most prestigious in the entire Lingjiang city. Consequently, the Music Academy of Sichuan Province sent university students each year for teaching practice. Serving as a substitute music teacher for a period allowed them to earn credits, while also enriching their practical experience. Naturally, the opportunities for such internships were limited, especially for music teachers, typically capped at 2 positions. In a distinguished school like Lingjiang No. 1, the chance to intern was virtually unattainable for the average candidate. Those fortunate enough to secure a position were invariably exemplary students, often ranking at the top of their respective programs. Wang Yuan was undoubtedly exceptional, consistently placing among the top 3 in her major, and possessing striking beauty that allowed her to stand out even amidst the many stunning students at the Sichuan Music Academy. Her comprehensive abilities were particularly impressive. Each weekend, a multitude of luxury vehicles would arrive at the school gates to escort her. And not just one affluent heir sought to pursue a romantic relationship with her. Numerous suitors even offered to support her financially, all of which she vehemently declined. While many of her peers opted to monetize their youth, she remained steadfast in her values, aspiring to carve out a remarkable life through her own efforts. Thus, she cherished this opportunity immensely. This internship not only provided clarity regarding her decision between further studies or entering the workforce, but also presented the joy of imparting her knowledge to a group of younger students. Interacting with them instilled in her a delightful sense of youthful exuberance, and she relished this lifestyle. Upon her arrival at Lingjiang No. 1 High School, she dedicated herself wholeheartedly, taking on the role of a substitute music teacher for 5 classes, conducting music lessons daily. Initially, she presumed that in a school renowned for its academic rigor, subjects such as music and physical education merely served to alleviate the students' heavy academic burdens. To her astonishment, she discovered a promising talent in Zhou Jiangnan, who had dramatically improved his ranking by nearly 300 places in the recent examination, garnering accolades from his teachers. According to their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, Zhou Jiangnan's transformation began on the day of the 100-Day Pledge Conference, where he declared his commitment to serious study, and he truly followed through on that promise. In just over a month, he had not once been late, nor had he slept or daydreamed during class, earning him the admiration of all his instructors. Mr. Zhang remarked that the student had a solid foundation. It was puzzling why he had previously allowed himself to decline. However, once he had awakened to his potential, achieving such results was certainly within reach. Wang Yuan had indeed heard whispers of rumors. At merely 21 or 22, she found it easy to connect with her students. Some female classmates had confided that Zhou Jiangnan had harbored a secret crush on Zhao Wanwan for over 2 years, and upon receiving no reciprocation, he experienced a moment of profound realization. Such an awakening was commendable. At a young age, prioritizing education was paramount. To allow romantic entanglements to jeopardize one's prospects for the college entrance examination would be a grave miscalculation. Wang Yueran regarded Zhou Jiangnan with a nod of approval, silently expressing her admiration. She glanced once more at Zhou Wanwan, seated before her. This girl was indeed beautiful, every bit as stunning as herself. And she happened to be the daughter of the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, with good looks, a prestigious background, and excellent academic performance. Such a girl had every reason to be proud. The young boys may not comprehend the various forms of rich and handsome, but she had been exposed to many. However, Zhou Jiangnan was already quite remarkable. Should he continue to strive, excelling in the college entrance examination and gaining admission to a prestigious university, with his talent and appearance, he would indeed be worthy of Zhou Wanwan. Is it any wonder that women are innately curious? Wang Yueran had been fixated on Zhou Jiangnan and Zhou Wanwan for quite some time, causing a flutter of unease in Zhou Jiangnan's heart. Wang Defa, is this beautiful teacher going to ask me to teach singing again? Zhou Jiangnan mused internally, meeting Wang Yueran's gaze, which left her momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances for a few seconds. Zhou Jiangnan remained unperturbed, while it was Wang Yueran who faltered first, diverting her gaze. Alas, the depth of this boy's eyes was overwhelming, reminiscent of a seasoned man who had traversed countless experiences. Wang Yueran felt shallow in comparison. How could he possess such an intense gaze? Cursing herself for feeling intimidated, she looked back, and Zhou Jiangnan, sensing her thoughts, couldn't suppress a smile. It was merely a gaze. As a civil engineering student, he often found himself lingering in the market for days after receiving his salary, locking eyes with dozens of striking young women, their predatory stares not fazing him. Why would he be intimidated by a senior student like her? He met Wang Yueran's gaze with the steadiness of an old dog, and in his eyes, admiration only grew. This little teacher was undeniably beautiful. She was likely among the best at the Conservatory of Music, nearly rivaling the likes of Su Cixi in future times, far surpassing the youthful Zhou Wanwan or Fang Xin of the present. Wang Yueran gritted her teeth, maintaining eye contact, increasingly aware that something was amiss. If one were to describe his gaze in a single word, it would be taste. Indeed, it was taste, as if she were a blossoming flower, a sumptuous dish, or a fine tea. At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan's gaze resembled that of a connoisseur savoring a floral fragrance, a gourmand relishing exquisite flavors, or a tea aficionado appreciating lingering aromas. Zhou Jiangnan, you've been staring at your teacher. Do you have something to say? Wang Yueran smiled playfully. Are you hoping to teach everyone to sing again? Ah, Teacher Wang, I'm not. Don't be shy. Teachers encourage such brave displays of self-expression. Confident students are the most charming. I'll relinquish the podium to you. You shall teach this lesson. Zhou Jiangnan distinctly noticed a mischievous glint in her eyes. Alas, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceptive she can be. Indeed, Teacher Chu had not misled him. Classmates, let us give a warmer round of applause to cheer Zhou Jiangnan on. The thunderous applause erupted, as Wang Yueran continued to stoke the flames. Jiangnan, go on. Teacher Wang beckons you. Do not miss this opportunity. Li Pingfei added fuel to the fire. Zhou Jiangnan, sing us something. Sing us something. There are always scheming individuals intent on my downfall. Zhou Jiangnan rose, walking forward with a sense of resignation. Wang Yueran giggled charmingly. He cast a glance at her, pondering the similarities between her and his past acquaintances. Li Xiaoyu from the Music Academy, Su Cixi from the Arts Department, and now, Wang Yueran. Why is it that those who pursue music and art seem to harbor grievances against him? Teacher Wang, this is the last time. Please do not summon me again, for I truly have no more to offer. Zhou Jiangnan seated himself before the organ. The title of this piece is Displaced Time and Space. I hope you enjoy it. Chapter 34. You came to my office. I breathed the evening breeze that you once inhaled. Can we consider ourselves embraced in that moment? Yet, like awakening from a dream, my hands are empty, and my heart remains hollow. I breathe the evening breeze you once felt. Have we witnessed the same scenery? As if the disarray of time has left us in a distorted dimension, ultimately, it is all emptiness. The melody pulsates, the piano speaks, and at this moment, Zhou Jiangnan embodies the essence of a melancholic little prince, captivating everyone's attention. Wang Yueran is taken aback. This is yet another song she has never heard before, and she is almost certain it is an original creation by Zhou Jiangnan. At this moment, she experiences a peculiar illusion, regardless of academic performance. The musical talent exhibited through Dear, that isn't love, and this piece distorted time and space assures that this young man is destined for anything but an ordinary life. Even if he does not follow a conventional educational path, but instead ventures into the arts, his looks and creative prowess will undoubtedly lead him to remarkable success. This fellow is not only handsome, but he also possesses a rich vocal quality, and with some refinement, he has immense potential. She gazes at Zhou Jiangnan, who is playing the piano, with admiration bordering on obsession, entranced by the beautiful melody, her eyes even reflecting a sense of reverence. Zhou Jiangnan notices her gaze and can almost discern her thoughts. It is truly mystical. The assertion that music is a universal language is no mere platitude. Ultimately, the advantages of being a reborn individual are immense. Any popular song from the future can effortlessly impress. If he were inclined to pursue a narrative akin to Charlotte's, it would not be impossible. However, that path is not under consideration. Without a solid foundation in music, it would be akin to consuming one's own resources, and eventually, the truth would surface. It is better to steadfastly continue on the path of education and financial success, treating music as an embellishment to enhance his charm in courting. He meets Wang Yueren's gaze, noticing that this music teacher's eyes are filled with stars. If tears could turn into bubble solution, she might have already blown bubbles. So beautiful. Zhou Jiangnan silently muses before shifting his attention to others. In the back row, Li Pengfei shakes his head, clearly interpreting a melancholic pop song as rock. A girl in the middle gazes dreamily, likely reminiscing about an innocent, unfulfilled romance. In the front row, Linyu scribbles rapidly in her notebook, probably documenting the lyrics. Zhao Wanwan rests her chin on her hand, listening intently, her gaze softening, occasionally tinged with guilt, lost in her thoughts. As the song concludes, thunderous applause fills the classroom, with Li Pengfei expressing his excitement through whistling. Wang Yueren exclaims, "Zhou Jiangnan, if I am not mistaken, this song is yet another of your originals, isn't it?" Zhou Jiangnan smiles without offering a reply. What can he say? He can only remain silent, just as he did last time. I breathed the cold wind you once felt. Can we consider ourselves embraced? Such beautiful lyrics. The teacher has long heard of your literary prowess, and today, she has witnessed it firsthand. If you were at our Sichuan Conservatory of Music, countless girls would undoubtedly be enamored by you. In a moment of excitement, Wang Yueren inadvertently spoke out, prompting the boys to break into a raucous cheer. The young teacher, Ms. Wang, lacking sufficient experience in managing the classroom, found herself outmaneuvered by her students. Zhou Jiangnan stood speechless, grappling with the realization that these emotionally driven girls were easily swayed. Was such a matter truly appropriate for discussion within the school? Indeed. Once she regained her composure, Wang Yueren recognized her misstep and swiftly redirected the conversation, opting to refrain from addressing such a sensitive topic. All right, class. Please forgive the teacher's enthusiasm regarding Zhou's remarkable talent. He is truly exceptional, and perhaps you, not majoring in music, may not fully grasp this. In my 4 years of university, I have never encountered a student with such creative prowess. Please, no more flattery, teacher. I'm merely saying casually. I shall return to my seat now, Zhou Jiangnan interjected. Yes, do take your seat. I will now teach everyone to sing, Ms. Wang replied. As Zhou Jiangnan settled back into his chair, Zhao Wanwan turned to him with intention. Zhou Jiangnan, your lyrics are splendid, so full of depth. Her gaze held an unusual quality, as if she were anticipating a specific response from him. Zhou Jiangnan offered a polite smile. Thank you for the compliment. He was acutely aware of Zhao Wanwan's current state of mind. The school beauty had evidently been affected by the emotional atmosphere, conjuring up vivid images of heartache, compounded by Ms. Wang's earlier praise, which had altered her perception of him. No matter how formidable a woman may be, her inherent desire for admiration remains. The manner in which she responds to various forms of adulation simply varies. For instance, if a hapless suitor were to confess his feelings with a heart-shaped candle beneath the dormitory, the goddess would douse his hopes with cold water, lamenting her disdain for public displays and moral coercion, declaring, "Such actions only leave me feeling disheartened." Conversely, if the admirer were a distinguished, affluent young man, her vanity would be greatly appeased, and the applause from onlookers would leave her dizzy, resulting in an evening of losing herself in the moment. Having lived 2 lives, Zhou Jiangnan possessed a profound understanding of the psychological intricacies of young girls. At this moment, Zhao Wanwan merely wished to hear that the song was penned for her, as he continued to express his regrets regarding the innocence of youth. Alas, the 18-year-old Zhou Jiangnan had perished on the day of the 100-day pledge ceremony. The person he had become was no longer the untainted romantic warrior charging forth for love. He could indulge in physical affection, but emotional entanglements were strictly off-limits. What? Do you have something to say? He said coolly. No, Zhou Jiangnan replied, awkwardly turning away, feeling the stark change in his demeanor. He now exuded a formidable aura, contrasting sharply with his former self. In the past, a simple greeting from her would render him blushing and stammering. Now, he responded with one word for every three she spoke, often indifferent or even dismissive, an utterly shocking transformation. So, he could write songs and play the piano, how impressive. If he were truly capable, he should aim for a better university. Zhou Jiangnan marked an X on her draft paper, suddenly recalling how Zhou Jiangnan had advanced several hundred ranks in just over a month. At his current standing of over 200, gaining admission to a reputable institution was likely within reach. With more than 2 months remaining, he might indeed ascend further, potentially securing a place at a prestigious university. What is there to be proud of? I am among the top 10 in our grade. You better strive to surpass me. Lin Yu leaned in to catch a glimpse. One on. What are you drawing? Ms. Wang is teaching us a song. Aren't you going to participate? I have no desire to learn such songs that merely indulge in the pretense of sorrow through the forced use of new words. Then why do you remember the lyrics? That was solely for the purpose of critique, to condemn the act of embellishing language. The class swiftly came to an end, and just as teacher Wang Yueran stepped out of the classroom, she unexpectedly returned. Peering in, she said, "Classmate Zhou Jiangnan, I forgot something important. Please come to my office when you have a moment." Everyone gazed at her radiant smile, and the sight of teacher Wang with her hair styled in a bun was simply enchanting. The boys looked on with envy, while Zhou Jiangnan responded calmly, "Certainly, teacher Wang." Chapter 35. Someone wishes to purchase your song. In 2005, the educational model at Lingjiang No. 1 High School adhered strictly to the traditional paradigm of diligent study, marked by a stifling and monotonous atmosphere akin to a form of hell. From the end of afternoon classes until the commencement of evening study sessions, students were afforded a mere hour. Zhou Jiangnan managed to secure a seat in the cafeteria, consuming his meal at an astonishing pace of 2 bites per second. Goodness, have you transformed into a pig? How can you devour food so swiftly and still appreciate its flavor? Fatty, time is precious. For me, eating is merely a means to satiate hunger. The taste holds little significance. Nevertheless, your speed is making it difficult for me to keep up. Don't mind me. Take your time. As Zhou Jiangnan rose with his tray amidst Li Pengfei's animated commentary, he remarked, "I must step out for a moment. Teacher Wang is looking for me." Li Pengfei, suddenly enlightened, raised his eyebrows and urged, "Go on. Go quickly. I've heard that once our college entrance examinations conclude, Teacher Wang's internship will end, and there won't be another chance to see her." "Stop rambling. Aren't we heading back to the cement factory together after school?" "Of course," with Huang Mao apprehended. "What is there to fear? All right, I shall take my leave then." After placing his tray down, Zhou Jiangnan proceeded towards the teacher's office. Upon reaching the door, he glanced through the window and was surprised to find only Wang Yueran inside. He knocked on the door, announcing, "Teacher Wang, I have arrived." Wang Yueran looked up. "Zhou, come in." Zhou Jiangnan entered the office, opting not to close the door behind him, leaving it ajar. "You mentioned having something important to discuss with me. What is it?" Before I delve into this matter, I must first apologize. I proceeded without your consent, and I am unsure if you would be amenable." Wang Yueran sat upright, her hands crossed gracefully over her thigh, exuding an impressive poise characteristic of an artist. Clad in light blue jeans and a pale green checkered shirt tucked neatly into her trousers, with sleeves rolled up to her elbows revealing her fair arms, she appeared refreshingly elegant, embodying a goddess-like aura. Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but steal a few more glances, silently marveling at her beauty, recognizing that she was the true school belle, far surpassing the likes of Zhou Jiangnan. Wang Yueran, accustomed to the attention of men, smiled nonchalantly. "What are you staring at?" "Zhou, at you," Zhou Jiangnan replied with calm assurance. "You are the most beautiful girl I have encountered thus far, and I couldn't resist taking a closer look." His candid demeanor surprisingly put Wang Yueran at ease. Such natural expression was far from offensive. "You are quite direct. You praise your teacher without a hint of embarrassment." "Not at all. I simply speak the truth. Beautiful is beautiful, no embellishment needed." "Very well. I graciously accept your compliment. I am quite accustomed to it." Zhou Jiangnan smiled, realizing that this young teacher possessed a certain degree of self-admiration and a keen awareness of her own allure. He chose not to elaborate further on the topic. In the realm of casual acquaintances between men and women, compliments should be succinct. Excessive praise may evoke the image of a sycophant, which is rather off-putting. With a shift in conversation, he smiled and inquired, "So, Teacher Wang, what is it that you mentioned?" "Well," she began, "after you performed Darling. That's not love." I recorded a short clip and shared it in the chat room, unexpectedly causing quite a stir. Yesterday, someone reached out to me claiming to be the agent of a renowned female singer named Zhang, expressing interest in purchasing the copyright for the song. "As it belongs to you, I said I would consult you before responding." Wang Yueran gazed at Zhou Jiangnan with clear eyes, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. She recognized that sharing someone else's work online without permission was hardly commendable. Her innate enthusiasm, akin to a daughter who stumbles upon a treasure, compelled her to share impulsively. After a brief exchange, Zhou Jiangnan quickly grasped the situation's intricacies. In this age, QQ chat rooms had become quite popular, where individuals with shared interests would engage and banter. He recalled his early university days, often visiting chat rooms to play word games. Those forums were teeming with talented individuals, and it was entirely plausible for someone like Wang Yueran, a music student, to encounter industry insiders there. He pondered for a moment and then asked, "How much are they offering?" This straightforward question took Wang Yueran by surprise. She had assumed that someone as talented as Zhou Jiangnan, who composed his own music, would hold his creations in high regard and be reluctant to part with the rights. To her astonishment, he displayed no hesitation whatsoever. Little did she know that this song would eventually become a signature piece for the Zhang singer. Although its release was 2 years premature, entrusting it to her was merely restoring it to its rightful owner. To receive financial compensation during this process was an unexpected delight. What more could one desire? Zhou Jiangnan felt elated, as he had been concerned about insufficient funds for constructing his own home. Now, fortune had smiled upon him. And Wang Yueran's unintentional act was a tremendous help. Wang Yueran, taken aback, responded, "But I didn't inquire. The song is yours. So it's only right that you negotiate with him." "Teacher Wang, did you not consider the possibility of not informing me and conducting the transaction on your own?" Zhou Jiangnan's words instantly altered her demeanor. Her expression turned serious, and her tone became grave. "Classmate Zhou Jiangnan, your statement is an affront to my integrity as a teacher. I possess principles and would never engage in such unscrupulous behavior. Moreover, it is illegal. As a music student, I understand the immense effort required to compose a good song. The prevalence of copyright infringement in this industry is truly abhorrent. If we fail to protect originality, the creative passion of musicians will be extinguished, and this industry will never thrive, perpetually allowing the inferior to drive out the superior." Zhou Jiangnan, though the teacher is merely a little over 3 years your senior. Given the privilege of serving as your substitute instructor at this esteemed institution, you must not question my ethical integrity as an educator. Wang Yueran, growing increasingly agitated, expressed her frustration, prompting Zhou Jiangnan to quickly apologize. "Teacher Wang, I beg your pardon. I did not intend to cast doubt upon you. I spoke without thinking and regret my thoughtless words." Wang Yueran's expression softened slightly as she nodded, saying, "Very well, I forgive you. One must always tread the righteous path. Now, returning to the matter at hand, you are fully aware of the circumstances. Consider whether you wish to sell the rights, and if so, for how much. No need for consideration. A worthy blade deserves a valiant warrior, and a beautiful song should be entrusted to a talented female singer of the Zhang lineage. Let us proceed with the sale immediately," Zhou Jiangnan asserted decisively, leaving Wang Yueran astonished at his unwavering resolve, which contradicted any notion of indecisiveness. "Are you not going to discuss this with your parents?" she inquired. "No. I shall make my own decisions regarding my affairs." "Very well then. The agent's surname is Lin. I shall provide you with his contact number." With a delicate hand, she offered a note bearing a telephone number. Zhou Jiangnan reached out to accept it. Chapter 36. How about 100,000 taels? Heavens! The elegance of this woman's hands is truly striking. Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but marvel inwardly before smiling and asking, "Teacher Wang, may I borrow your phone? I wish to finalize matters at once. Procrastination only hinders my studies. With the college entrance examination imminent, wasting even a second is a sin." Wang Yueran handed him her phone, a brand new Nokia 6680. He dialed the number, and on the other end, a voice with a Taiwanese accent responded, "Hello. This is Lin Longxian. Mr. Lin, my surname is Chun. I hear you wish to purchase the copyright for Dear. That's not love. What is your offer?" There was a moment of silence on the line, as Lin did not anticipate such a direct approach. "For your song, you should propose a price. 50,000 RMB. What? Do you think you are Zhou Tianwang?" A single song is priced at 100,000 TWD. You come in asking for double? Why not just rob a bank? Ah, Mr. Lin, please remain calm. Reflect on it. You are a professional in the music industry, and you should have your own assessment of the quality of this song. Otherwise, you wouldn't have approached my elder sister regarding copyright acquisition. Zhou Jiangnan initially intended to address her as teacher, but swiftly adjusted to elder sister, earning a roll of the eyes from Wang Yuan. The composer charges 100,000 TWD, and the lyricist and arranger are additional costs. I am offering a flat rate of 50,000, which is quite reasonable. Moreover, the recording by my sister is merely a snippet. You have yet to hear the complete version. Would you consider listening to the full piece before making a decision? Lin Longxian did not hang up. He was curious to discern what merit this Jin fellow possessed to justify such a price. Zhou Jiangnan proceeded to hum a complete melody over the phone. Upon finishing, Lin felt an overwhelming desire to secure the copyright for this song. With his years of industry experience, he discerned that this song would be exceptionally suitable for his artist, Zhang, and assuredly a hit. Although 50,000 seemed steep, when considering the potential returns, it was an investment worth making. However, would agreeing so readily reveal excessive eagerness? Even in the marketplace, one must negotiate. Lin remained silent, striving to steady his breath. After a prolonged pause, he finally remarked, "The melody is good, but 50,000 is too expensive." Zhou Jiangnan understood he was engaging in haggling. If they truly could not reach an agreement, Lin would have hung up long ago. In truth, the song's actual value far exceeded 50,000. Asking for that amount was already a display of generosity. He did not wish to quibble further and suggested, "How about this? I have another song. Perhaps you would like to hear it." Zhou Jiangnan then sang a segment of misaligned time and space, and he could sense Lin's breathing becoming noticeably rapid. "This one is for sale too?" "Yes." "And the price?" "For both songs, 100,000. There was a brief pause on the other end before Lin replied, "All right. I would like to conduct the transaction in person to ascertain the identity of the remarkable individual who penned these two songs." Zhou Jiangnan did not decline. Smiling as he said, "I am only available on Sunday morning. Are you free this Sunday?" "Today is Wednesday, and with 3 days remaining. I happen to be in the mainland, so that works. Then come to Lingjiang County in Sichuan Province. Call this number when you arrive." After reaching an agreement, Zhou Jiangnan hung up the phone and returned it to Wang Yuan. "Teacher Wang, I don't have a phone. Could you please keep an eye out for my call?" Wang Yuan was already astonished by the nonchalant manner in which he had sold 2 songs, and the fact that he remained so composed in the face of such a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan was remarkable, as if it were merely pocket change. His tone during the call was imbued with confidence. He hardly resembled a high school student, let alone the son of a cement factory worker. Who was it that claimed Zhou Jiangnan was indecisive? That was utterly unreliable. He deserved to be dragged out and reprimanded. Clearly, he was a cunning little fox, as evidenced by his spontaneous use of older sister, revealing his fear of exposing his identity and being taken advantage of. If he had intended to conceal that from the outset, it would not have been surprising. The crucial point was that Zhou Jiangnan's demeanor appeared to be an instinctual reaction, so fluidly transitioning in mere fractions of a second, which was indeed impressive. Wang Yuan felt an illusion. The boy before her was not merely a little fox, but rather an astute old fox. Noticing her silence and her dazed expression, Zhou Jiangnan inquired, "Teacher Wang?" Oh. "Yes, of course." Wang Yuan snapped back to reality. "Since you called me older sister, I will certainly assist you. Thank you very much. After the matter is settled, I will treat you to a grand feast." Zhou Jiangnan seized the opportunity and added, "By the way, there is one more thing I need help with. Could you assist me in recording the sheet music?" "Huh?" Wang Yuan's mouth dropped open, large enough to fit an egg. "You cannot write sheet music?" "Indeed, I cannot." "Then how could you compose such beautiful songs?" Wang Yuan clearly found this hard to believe. "Truly, I lack a vocal foundation," Zhou Jiangnan insisted earnestly. They stared at each other for a moment, and after 3 seconds, Wang Yuan was left utterly speechless. It was an astounding contradiction. He had already sung completed songs, yet claimed to have no vocal training. Is this what talent looks like? How terrifying. Please, dear God, grant me a pound of that too. Her astonished expression appeared adorably naive, prompting Zhou Jiangnan to sneak a few more glances. "Ah, you are trading this Sunday. With such a lengthy evening study session every day, when will you have time to record the sheet music?" "ISNT Saturday afternoon, when we are released from evening study." "That should work, though it may encroach on your rest time." "Not a problem. I am more than willing." "Then come to the vocal classroom at school. You can play the piano while I take notes. Wang Yueran tilted her head. Can you play the piano? Heh, such a charming and delightful head tilt. Zhou Jiangnan smiled. I can play a little. He was aware of the vocal classroom, which housed the only piano at Lingjiang No. 1 High School, cherished by the school and generally off-limits to most students. It must be acknowledged that beauty often garners preferential treatment. While other music instructors may not have the opportunity to engage even once throughout a semester, Wang Yueran, having merely interned for a few months, is allowed to indulge freely. This stark contrast among individuals is all too apparent. Appearance is indeed a form of capital. Zhou Jiangnan genuinely admires Wang Yueran. This goddess-like campus belle is inherently ahead of others from the very start, and she possesses such commendable values. Wang Yueran, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Wow! You can play the piano as well? That truly surprises me. Let us make sure to meet on Saturday afternoon." "All right, Teacher Wang. Thank you," she replied, waving her hand as she glanced at the time, realizing that Zhou Jiangnan needed to return for evening study. Her smile was pure and sweet, and he reciprocated with a smile of his own. Upon exiting the teacher's office, he felt an extraordinary sense of ease in the air. It was akin to the exhilarating feeling of receiving a windfall of 100,000 yuan without any effort. Wang Yueran had been such a tremendous help. He must express his gratitude properly. As for the gift, that required careful consideration. Chapter 37. Your piano playing is quite impressive on a Saturday afternoon. As the long-awaited weekend arrived, Zhou Jiangnan declined Li Pengfei's invitation to play King of Fighters, calculating the time to arrive at the vocal classroom. From a distance, he could hear the melodious strains of a classic piece, Autumn Whisper. Approaching the classroom, he glimpsed a graceful figure seated at the piano, lost in her performance. Wang Yueran was dressed casually today, in a pair of jeans paired with a white t-shirt, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a refreshing and natural charm. "Wang Laosher, your rendition of Autumn Whisper is truly delightful," Zhou Jiangnan called out. Recognizing his voice, Wang Yueran paused her hands and replied, "You seem to know quite a bit about music. Would you care to give it a try? I only know a smattering. I've merely listened to this piece before." "I wouldn't dare to play it," Zhou Jiangnan replied, waving his hand dismissively as he approached the piano, admiring the school's prized instrument, which appeared to be in pristine condition, likely due to infrequent use. He gently tapped a few keys, and a melody resonated immediately. Wang Yueran looked at him with surprise. "You can play this?" "Well, just a little," Zhou Jiangnan said, reflecting on the years spent with Li Xiaoyu, the flower of the academy, filled with affection. Many a twilight afternoon, she would lean against him, dreaming of the future, with Wedding in the Dream being the piece they played most often. The heart of a former acquaintance may change easily, yet love, unsupported by the bread of reality, remains but a castle in the air, easily toppled by the proverbial hoe of a neighbor. "That's wonderful." Before recording, "Why don't you play this piece once more, so the teacher can witness the charm of Zhou the prodigy?" Zhou Jiangnan smiled faintly. Recently, due to the incident involving a love letter and his self-composed songs, he had unwittingly earned a reputation as a prodigy among his classmates, even gaining a modest fame in other classes. Feeling no constraint in the presence of peers his age, even with her title as a teacher, Zhou Jiangnan made himself comfortable, naturally taking the seat previously occupied by Wang Yueran, still warm with her presence. His fingers danced swiftly across the black and white keys, long and powerful, a pair of hands that Li Xiaoyu had often remarked were perfectly suited for piano playing. Wang Yueran, too, shared this sentiment as she listened. The enchanting piano notes floated and lingered, yet amidst the vibrant spring afternoon, there was an unmistakable thread of melancholy woven through the melody. She felt it keenly. Her gaze shifted to Zhou Jiangnan's face. In profile, he appeared handsome and youthful, yet why did he carry such sorrow? Wang Yueran, with her professional background, was more attuned than most to the emotions embedded in music. She noticed a hint of heartache in Zhou Jiangnan's expression, and as the piece concluded, he remained lost in the emotion it evoked. "Wang Laosher, what do you think?" "Oh, it was splendid. You play wonderfully, though not on par with a professional. You certainly surpass the average person," Wang Yueran generously praised him. "For a high school student from an ordinary county, your piano skills are remarkably unexpected. How many years have you been learning?" Zhou Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, I used to have an interest, and by chance, I encountered a kind soul who taught me for a while." He was reluctant to delve further into this topic and returned to his original purpose. "Teacher Wang, shall we begin recording the score?" Wang Yueran nodded. "You play, and I will take notes, section by section, and we can go a bit slower." Thus, In the vocal classroom, the two young individuals began to collaborate. After each round of playing, Zhou Jiangnan would gaze at Wang Yueran, seeking her response. His eyes filled with inquiry. Unable to hear the piano, Wang Yueran would lift her gaze to meet his, and in that moment of eye contact, she would instantly comprehend his intent. If a repetition was unnecessary, she would shake her head. If another playthrough was required, she would nod. Over time, their understanding grew remarkably attuned, and their exchanges of glances became increasingly natural. Of course, the two were solely engrossed in their work, and Zhou Jiangnan merely appreciated her beauty in earnest. For a fleeting moment, a gentle breeze fluttered through the window, causing the papers in front of Wang Yueran to sway lightly, ruffling a few strands of her hair as it danced about. The wind then swept past her, tousling the classroom curtains. It brushed against Zhou Jiangnan's heart, creating ripples in the tranquil waters of his emotions. Wang Yueran, when she became serious, appeared exceptionally endearing. Her furrowed brow in contemplation bore a playful charm that elicited a smile from him. How delightful! This was the essence of youth. Upon reflection, Wang Yueran was merely a senior in college, just a few years older than him. Moreover, her youthful appearance, combined with her deep immersion in music, stripped away all pretenses, rendering her petite figure even more striking, embodying a captivating contrast. It was likely that in the esteemed Sichuan Conservatory of Music, she stood out among a multitude of beauties. Zhou Jiangnan found himself lost in admiration for her, an appreciation rooted in a mature and profound mindset. At that moment, Wang Yueran happened to glance up, and their exchanged gaze felt peculiar. The young man before her possessed an indescribable aura, distinctly different from his peers, resembling a mature man more than a boy. Zhou Jiangnan, are you still recording? Of course. I'm simply awaiting your response. If this section is good, shall I proceed to the next? Play. And so, the piano resonated once more. Their collaboration grew increasingly harmonious, and before long, the score for Dear, That Is Not Love was completed. Zhou Jiangnan naturally moved closer to Wang Yueran, taking a seat beside her, and picked up a pen to begin writing the lyrics. Now, it was his turn to focus, and she watched intently. His handwriting was truly beautiful. This word was penned by him, and it was remarkably fitting. As she became lost in thought, Zhou Jiangnan paused, lifting his head. Teacher Wang, I'm done. Chapter 38. I truly wish I had a brother like you are. Oh, very well. Wang Yueran nervously turned her head, ensuring Zhou Jiangnan did not detect her unease. Please wait a moment. I will use the restroom and return to record the next song. In the restroom, Wang Yueran splashed cold water on her face, then regained her composed demeanor as a teacher and gracefully walked back. Shall we begin the next piece? I am not very familiar with this song. Please perform it first. Zhou Jiangnan returned to the piano, performing and singing Misplaced Time and Space. I have blown the evening breeze you once did. Does that mean we are embracing? Hearing these lyrics once more, accompanied now by the piano, added a richer flavor to the song. Wang Yueran was utterly captivated. She adored this song. Claiming unfamiliarity was a ruse. Her major was music, and she had memorized the melody after Zhou Jiangnan's previous rendition. Having him play and sing again was merely her desire to experience it once more. Zhou Jiangnan's vocal skills were not professional, with some parts lacking stability, yet his voice resonated with emotion, exuding a sense of fragility that vividly painted the imagery of fleeting moments. A song sung by him held a distinct charm. Perhaps it was because the original creator understood the song's essence more profoundly, allowing for a more heartfelt expression, thus rendering it enchanting. Wang Yueran consoled herself with this thought. The phone on the table had long been recording, capturing Zhou Jiangnan's performance in its entirety. Teacher Wang, shall we begin recording the piece? Let us use the same method as before. After Zhou Jiangnan finished singing, he glanced at the sky. The sun was setting, and if they did not hurry back, darkness would soon envelop them. He was not particularly concerned. But the idea of a young female teacher alone with a boy of 17 or 18 in a room at night raised the risk of gossip in this age of slanderous tongues. Wang Yueran readily agreed. You play the piano, and I will compose the lyrics, and they worked in harmonious sync. This time, the tempo was significantly quicker than the previous song, and Zhou Jiangnan swiftly completed the lyrics, resulting in a satisfying conclusion. Teacher Wang, I am truly grateful to you. Lin Longxian will likely arrive around 10 on Sunday. I will come early to wait for his call. Where shall I find you? Shall we meet in this classroom? Would you like me to accompany you? I am also eager to meet such a renowned agent. That would be splendid. Let us go together. A well-known agent is still just a person, nothing extraordinary. However, I shall address you as sister in his presence. Just consider me your brother. Haha, Zhou Jiangnan, you are quite cunning. In truth, I am only 3 years your junior. Calling me sister is not a loss for you. In moments of privacy, you may refer to me as such. In the future, still calling you sister? Indeed, my parents have always wished for a son, but I have little attachment to the idea. However, having a talented brother like you is certainly acceptable. How about I become your god sister? This seems a bit too sudden. What do you mean by too sudden? Am I not allowed to be your sister? Wang Yueran's face was filled with confusion. Zhou Jiangnan felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. Yet he forced himself to suppress the oddity as he gazed into her enchanting eyes. All right, sister. Ha ha ha. Good little brother. See you later. By the time he returned home, it was already past 8 in the evening. The three of them had finished dinner, and old Zhou, distracted, stared blankly at the television. Noticing his son's lack of intention to retreat to his room to study, he feigned a stern expression and remarked, "Child, what are you doing watching TV? The college entrance examination is approaching. You must seize every moment to study. Do not let the progress from the second diagnostic exam make you complacent." Zhou Jiangnan remained unmoved. "I've studied for a week. It's time to relax and balance work with rest. Don't worry, old man. I'll definitely get into a prestigious university. That would be as miraculous as smoke rising from our ancestral grave. If you manage to enter a good university, I shall host a grand feast for 3 days to celebrate." "No, please don't. That would be a waste of money. I insist. If my child achieves success, a teacher's banquet is absolutely necessary. Regardless, you first need to earn it." "All right, as long as you're happy." Luo Xiaoying, washing the dishes, listened to the playful banter between father and son, her face adorned with a blissful smile. This was the essence of home. Observing his father's joyful demeanor intensified Zhou Jiangnan's sense of urgency. He needed to take him for a comprehensive checkup as soon as possible. The sooner cancer was detected, the better. Moreover, the cement could not continue to burn indefinitely. These matters would need to be planned after the college entrance examination, returning to life. He could not afford to leave any regrets in this regard. He rose and retreated to his room, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds. The next day, Zhou Jiangnan arrived at school early, only to find that Wang Yueran had beaten him there. At that moment, she was delicately polishing the piano. "Wang Lao, Yueran, you're here quite early. Of course, I live closer to the teacher's dormitory. Please wait a moment while I finish cleaning the piano." Her movements were gentle, as if she feared damaging the instrument. Zhou Jiangnan inquired, "Is this piano really that precious?" Wang Yueran replied, "Absolutely. You wouldn't understand. My greatest wish is to own my own piano. For someone who studies music, an instrument is the finest companion." Though Zhou Jiangnan was not an expert, he understood that a decent piano could range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Even the most basic piano would cost several thousand, akin to the savings of an ordinary family over 2 to 3 years. He watched her thoughtfully, his gaze following her movements across the piano. After a moment, as Wang Yueran finished polishing the last corner and turned to speak, she received a phone call. "Hello, this is... All right. Let us meet at the Qing Shui tea house next to the bus station. Let us go. We should head over now. He will arrive in about half an hour." Chapter 39. The younger brother, though small, is quite clever. Lingzhong Passenger Station is situated to the northeast of the county town. Although it lies away from the bustling city center, it is not in a desolate, uninhabited suburb. Long-distance buses come and go, surrounded by inexpensive lodgings and eateries. Laborers, burdened with their belongings, hurry along, and Zhou Jiangnan is filled with myriad reflections. In this inland, sixth-tier county devoid of pillar industries, and notably a populous one, the populace is compelled to leave their homes for coastal areas in search of work, resulting in a significant outflow of labor. At this moment, the provincial capital of Sichuan, Rongqing, had yet to flourish, lacking the ability to dominate the southwest as it would in later years, even becoming the capital of New Zealand. Observing the scene before him, he involuntarily thought of construction sites, recalling his years as Zhou Gong and the hard-working laborers on the projects. Who are their parents, and who will be their children? Thus, one must strive to study diligently to escape this small county and to never become a laborer for a lifetime. Sigh. Why the sigh? Are you reluctant to part with the song's copyright? No. I merely lament that life is not easy. To live is already to exert all one's efforts. Wang Yueran, in a contemplative mood, teased. Wait, soon Zhou classmate will be a millionaire, yet still retains such a compassionate heart. How admirable. Elder sister, remember to call me brother later. Don't let it slip. Rest assured, I know, you little rascal. Zhou Jiangnan poured her a cup of bitten piaoxua. This tea house is already the finest establishment around the station. The two took a seat by the window in a private room, affording them a view of the station's exit. Sister, I am curious about something. Do all music students aspire to own their own piano, much like computer students wish for their own computers? Not everyone, really. I genuinely love music, which is why I have such a thought. Moreover, a piano should be placed in one's home. Who would be foolish enough to move it to school? Oh, so it seems you come from a well-to-do family with space for a piano. Not at all. My parents are just ordinary people. They only managed to buy a small house after many years of working in Rongqing. Rongqing? May I have an address? When I attend university, I'd like to send you some local specialties. Haha, little brother, you are truly adorable, thinking of that. I am very grateful. Zhou Jiangnan grinned. Little brother? Why not big brother? In terms of psychological age, I am a whole year older than you. Wang Yueran wrote down an address for him, and he solemnly tucked it into his pocket. Lin Longxian, punctual as ever, arrived at the tea house precisely at the agreed time. Upon entering the private room, he was momentarily taken aback. Are you, Mr. Chen? This young boy before him appeared to be no more than 20. How could he have penned such profoundly resonant songs? Wang Yueran, lacking much experience in dealing with strangers, stood up, appearing somewhat flustered. However, Zhou Jiangnan approached confidently, extending his right hand. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Zhou Jiangnan, and this is my sister, Zhou Yueran. Wang Yueran felt a flicker of unease. Casting a discreet glance at him, after a brief exchange of pleasantries among the three, they swiftly delved into the matter at hand. Wang Yueran produced 2 handwritten musical scores and placed them on the table, instantly capturing Lin Longshuan's attention. He hummed softly as he examined the scores, occasionally posing a few technical questions, all of which Wang Yueran adeptly addressed. The review of the 2 songs took no more than 10 minutes, during which he did not even sip the tea that Zhou Jiangnan had poured for him. He promptly retrieved 2 printed contracts from his bag, declaring, I will take the songs, let us sign the contracts immediately. His eagerness suggested a palpable fear that Zhou Jiangnan might reconsider at any moment, and he showed no hesitation regarding the price, as they each perused their respective copies of the contracts, ensuring that the terms were satisfactory. He picked up a pen and affixed his signature. Zhou Jiangnan was entirely unconcerned with the clauses regarding copyright buyouts and profit sharing in the future. He had no intention of pursuing a career as a composer in the entertainment industry. This was merely a straightforward transaction, a sale that would yield profit. Once the contracts were signed, Lin Longxian visibly relaxed, taking a sip from his teacup. Then, to Wang Yueran's astonishment, he produced a bundle of cash, 10 neat stacks. Miss Zhou, you seem quite surprised, he remarked. I apologize, but we usually do not carry such large sums of cash. There are many thieves about. Upon hearing this, Wang Yueran momentarily froze, experiencing a tinge of apprehension. Fortunately, both parties were trustworthy. After the transaction was completed, he carefully stored the handwritten scores and prepared to return to Rongqing. Before departing, he regarded Zhou Jiangnan with a deep gaze, leaving behind a personal business card. Mr. Zhou, it was a pleasure collaborating with you. Should you have suitable works in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. Zhou Jiangnan nodded with a smile, watching him leave. Once the door closed, Wang Yueran confronted him. Classmate Zhou, you just altered my surname. Do you realize your mistake? Her feigned anger elicited a momentary daze from Zhou Jiangnan, reminiscent of the days spent with Li Xiaoyu. I acknowledge my error. And how do you intend to make amends? She inquired. Here, take this, Zhou Jiangnan said, handing her a bundle of money. Wait, 10,000. I can't accept that, Wang Yueran exclaimed, taken aback by his nonchalance towards such a substantial amount. However, she felt a surge of joy. This further affirmed Zhou Jiangnan's generous spirit and his deep sense of loyalty. Accepting such a young man as a brother seemed quite a delightful prospect. The 10,000 yuan felt almost like a hot potato, exchanged back and forth between them until Wang Yueran firmly grasped his hand, saying, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, please treat me to a meal. Zhou Jiangnan no longer insisted otherwise. After all, he had the address and had already contemplated the gift he wished to present. So he was not concerned about this immediate moment. As noon approached, Lin Longxian, having skipped lunch in his haste, truly embodied the essence of a workaholic. Zhou Jiangnan treated Wang Yueran to a cold pot fish dish, where the hurried atmosphere of the meal served to reveal one's true refinement. Wang Yueran's delicate manner of savoring the fish, particularly with her left hand elegantly holding back her hair, was indeed captivating. What are you staring at? Just eat. Sister, are you planning not to return to our school after the college entrance examination? How did you know? I haven't decided yet whether to pursue further studies or enter the workforce, but I certainly won't remain here. Although being a teacher at our school has its merits, a life that stretches predictably into the future is rather dull, and I do not wish to live that way. She smiled and asked, "What about you? Which university do you aspire to attend?" It's hard to specify a particular school, but I am definitely inclined towards the Jiangnan region, where the autumn osmanthus blossoms and the lotus flowers bloom for miles. Just thinking about it fills me with longing. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Jiangnan is truly splendid. Of course. It's splendid. Otherwise, why would you recognize me as your younger brother? Haha, little brother, you are indeed amusing. I am not that young. Humph. Though you may be small in stature, by age, you are still younger than me. Chapter 40. A true man must go all in. Zhou Jiangnan had acquired a sum of 100,000 yuan, yet he remained unperturbed. A quality that Wang Yuan genuinely admired. Calmness in the face of significant matters is a rare trait indeed. After their meal, the two parted ways at the school gate. Zhou Jiangnan took his bicycle to circle around the unfinished buildings in the outskirts, noting down several phone numbers this time. He had no intention of saving this first bucket of gold. It was merely a windfall. Seizing the opportunity presented by the land acquisition for the highway, he aimed to increase his capital, thereby laying a solid foundation for future entrepreneurial ventures upon entering university. The small unfinished building he had purchased previously had commenced construction on its third floor, while several other structures in the vicinity had only reached the first level. Varying in size, Zhou Jiangnan planned to repay the 30,000 he borrowed from Li Pengfei first, then invest the remainder entirely into the self-built housing, with hopes of acquiring several more units. The planning announcement was set for the end of June, leaving him with less than 3 months. In such a short span, one could achieve over 100% return on investment. Could there be a quicker and more lucrative way to earn money? Although he was reluctant to revisit his past experiences, he had at least reaped some corresponding rewards. He was well aware of the scope and trajectory of several major infrastructure projects. As long as he did not trigger a butterfly effect that could alter the course of history, he was assured of profits. With 100,000 yuan nestled in his backpack, he attended evening study sessions, remaining as composed as a seasoned veteran, even efficiently completing a set of comprehensive exam papers. After class, as usual, Li Pengfei accompanied him back to the cement factory. As they neared home, Zhou Jiangnan opened his backpack and pulled out a wad of cash. Handing it over, "Fatty, here is the 30,000 I borrowed from you," he said. Li Pengfei was taken aback. "What? How did you come by so much money? Isn't that building still under construction?" "Ah, it's fine to tell you. Remember those 2 songs I taught you? A celebrity's agent took notice and bought the copyright." Zhou Jiangnan replied with a chuckle. "What? You can actually sell that?" Li Pengfei was dumbfounded. "You sold 2 songs for 30,000? Not 30,000, but 100,000. Zhou Jiangnan clarified, not hiding the truth. The hefty fellow had unconditionally given him all his savings, truly considering him a brother. While Li Pengfei was at a loss for words, struggling to express his astonishment, eventually asking, "So, you've struck it rich. When will you take me for a foot massage? We can go for a legitimate one right now, but as for the less formal establishments, we'll discuss that later. The recent crackdown on illegal activities is quite stringent. If caught, Uncle Li will surely break your legs. Do you believe that?" Li Pengfei shuddered and quickly waved his hands. "I was just joking. Safety first. We shall revisit this matter." Zhou Jiangnan patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, just keep it as a debt for now." Li Pengfei remained non-committal, then inquired after a moment. "With so much money, are you planning to hand it over to Uncle Zhou and the others?" "Not at all. I'll take some time to buy a few more self-built houses," Zhou Jiangnan asserted firmly. "What is the point of handing anything over now? I'm already 18, fully capable of civil actions. Maturity is essential. Once the money starts pouring in, I'll generously share. But for now, seizing the opportunity for a significant venture is paramount. Dear friend, you must keep this a secret. Our success hinges on this pivotal moment." He had conveyed the same sentiment to his newly acquainted elder sister, Wang Yuan, confident that she would remain tight-lipped. Observing his resolute demeanor, Li Pengfei, without hesitation, returned the 30,000 yuan. "Take it, if we are to engage. Let us invest it all together. True camaraderie requires unity in both triumph and struggle. Indeed, it is true that one must risk it all to reap greater rewards. A true man embraces the gamble." With spirits high, Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei laughed heartily as they parted ways. Time swiftly slipped by, and soon half a month had elapsed. During this period, Zhou Jiangnan acquired 3 dilapidated self-built houses. He was indifferent to their condition, focusing solely on their favorable locations and substantially discounted prices. While referred to as 3 houses, they were actually 3 standalone bungalows, adorned with red bricks and blue tiles. Yet their affordability and spaciousness were their true merits. Collectively, these properties boasted nearly 400 square meters, and with his ongoing construction of a 3-story self-built house, the total area approached approximately 800 square meters. Based on the minimum compensation rates, he could expect to receive over 400,000 yuan, a significant sum in 2005. At that time, the average annual income for farmers in Sichuan province was merely 450 yuan, while urban workers earned around 7,000 yuan annually. Thus, this amount could indeed be considered a fortune. Seated in the study room, Zhou Jiangnan mused quietly, "Alas, it has scarcely warmed before it is spent. If old Zhou were to discover this, he would undoubtedly hang me by my ears." Presently, he found himself with less than 5,000 yuan remaining. Not much, indeed. This unwarranted exclamation caught the attention of his classmate, Huang Xiaolong. "What do you mean, Brother Nan? Not much? I mean, time is running short. Have you not noticed? The countdown stands at merely 60 days. Indeed, in another month, we shall face the diagnostic exams. I wonder how well we shall perform in this final mock test. You have been studying diligently. Perhaps your rank will rise further. I relish such words. This time, I aim to secure a place within the top 200. Zhou Jiangnan declared with conviction. Lin Yu was taken aback. Zhou Jiangnan, while ascending from over 500 to 300 is feasible. Maintaining such momentum to rise another 100 places will indeed be fiercely competitive. Are you so confident? Zhou Jiangnan merely smiled in response. Over the recent weeks, he had diligently fortified his understanding of biology, witnessing substantial progress in comprehensive science. His English skills were already commendable, and his writing in Chinese had matured considerably, while his mathematics had surpassed the threshold of 120 points. Now, having integrated his knowledge of comprehensive science, securing a spot within the top 200 seemed a stable prospect. Had he not feared appearing overly ambitious, he might have even set a goal to breach the top 100. Remaining composed, Zhou Jiangnan reassured himself, one must dare to dream. Who knows what may come to fruition? Lin Yu chuckled softly, while Zhao Wanwan inexplicably felt a sense of relief. She found herself in a quandary. The more exceptional Zhou Jiangnan became, the more it underscored her initial misjudgment, reflecting her lack of discernment. Yet, it was not in her nature to wish for his failure. The education she received from a young age did not support such a mindset. As time dwindled, her emotions grew increasingly complex. Although the college entrance examination loomed on the horizon, Zhou Jiangnan's 2 self-composed love songs, coupled with his recent dazzling dunks on the basketball court, undoubtedly made him the focal point of discussion among all the girls in the school. What captivates people's interest the most? It is the transformation of a wayward soul. Teachers often relish using such cases to inspire others. For a diligent student to consistently excel is expected, yet when a previously obscure underachiever suddenly improves, it draws far greater attention. Such instances abound in society, both ironic and realistic. Thus, even with merely 2 months remaining, there are still infatuated female classmates who send love letters to Zhou Jiangnan. Watching her former admirer now bask in the affection of others, Zhao Wanwan, feeling a pang of discontent, surprisingly found herself itching to speak out. Ugh, how lowly. She inwardly cursed herself, redirecting her thoughts back to her studies. After a moment, she tossed aside her pen and muttered once more, "Scoundrel Zhou Jiangnan." Chapter 41. The third mock examination. The sea of knowledge is boundless, with no shore in sight. In the blink of an eye, a month has slipped away, leaving a striking number on the blackboard at the back of the classroom, 38. There are merely 38 days remaining until the college entrance examination. Dear students, tomorrow marks the provincial third mock examination. I hope each of you achieves commendable results. With that, our homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, declared the end of class, announcing that there would be no evening study session today. Throughout this past month, Zhou Jiangnan devoted himself to his studies with the fervor of an all-nighter, immersing himself in review with an almost obsessive intensity, completely impervious to distractions. The sweltering weather, with Zhao Wanwan in the front row deliberately fanning air towards the back, and the sight of Ms. Wang Yueran in a particularly striking dress during music class, were of no concern to him. Women only served to hinder his pace in solving problems. On the way home, he and Li Pingfei walked side by side, pushing their bicycles, accompanied by Fong Xin. "Jiangnan, I fear I shall perform poorly again in tomorrow's exam. A specialist program seems impossible, Li Pingfei lamented. Have you already given up without even taking the test? Besides, I told you to focus. Why must you play that fantasy westward journey now? Can't you wait until after the exams? Alas, you wouldn't understand. My game wife is quite clingy, always pestering me for gear. I've spent all my pocket money. Li Pingfei rambled on, a clear expression of blissful annoyance on his face. By the way, she has asked to meet me. Should I agree? Ah, meeting a net friend? Fong Xian interjected, her curiosity piqued. Are you in an online romance? Just as Li Pingfei was about to boast. Zhou Jiangnan interjected sternly. Fatty, have you ever heard of a creature known as a ladyboy? What do you mean? Li Pingfei asked, puzzled. It means that through a computer screen, you can never truly discern whether the person chatting with you is male or female. You wouldn't even know if it were a dog. Some male players specifically pretend to be female characters in the game, acting cute and beguiling others into giving them gifts. Wait. Are you implying my wife might be a man? Li Pingfei exclaimed. I never said that. You draw your own conclusions. Just imagine a burly man pursuing you, sweetly calling you husband or brother. Ugh, I can't even fathom that image. Li Pingfei gagged in disgust, while Fong Xian laughed uncontrollably beside him. No. I must confront her and demand a video call. It's essential. That video could easily be faked by someone else. You're being naive. What then? I've already spent over 2,000. I advise you to focus your energy on the college entrance examination first. Afterward, arrange to meet her. I'll accompany you. If she turns out to be a ladyboy, we'll give him a good beating. Good brother. With your reassurance, I feel much more at ease, Li Pingfei replied joyfully. Nodding in agreement. After the exams, accompany me to Rongqing to meet this sad smile. I just bought a no-rank item for her. It seems I should hold off for now. Zhou Jiangnan remarked, exasperated at how much pocket money this gluttonous friend had. As they reached a familiar intersection, Fong Xian flashed a radiant smile before departing. Zhou Jiangnan, I wish you the best in your endeavors. Li Pingfei, feeling a tinge of jealousy, added, flower of the school, don't forget to wish me well too. Oh, I wish you peace. The difficulty of the third diagnostic examination was comparable to that of the second, and Zhou Jiangnan had become quite adept at it. After 2 months of intense preparation, his speed in solving problems had significantly improved. In the language arts section, he breezed through the questions and submitted his paper ahead of time. In mathematics, he astonishingly managed to solve the final complex problem as well. As for English, needless to say, his listening skills were impeccable, and he had ample time left after completing all the questions. Even meticulously revising his essay before transcribing it onto the exam paper. The comprehensive science exam, as usual, posed the greatest challenge. However, having diligently reviewed the biology concepts, he found it considerably easier this time. With just enough time to complete all the questions, he even managed a thorough review. After 2 days of examinations, he felt little pressure and was quite confident that his score would surpass that of the second diagnostic test. As for his rank, he couldn't be bothered to think about it. He preferred to leave himself a pleasant surprise. Upon finishing the exams, he seldom found time to join Li Pingfei at the arcade for a round of King of Fighters. With Mai Shiranui in her split skirt, her long legs executed a fluid combination that overwhelmed Kyo Kusanagi, leaving Li, the hefty one, in a state of exasperation. See, without the chubby guy. Perhaps you are facing someone like me who plays female characters, Zhou Jiangnan jested. Li Pingfei's expression was as grim as a stormy sea. Seemingly on the verge of a meltdown, he was eager to finish the college entrance exams and head to Rongqing to meet the girl he had feelings for, whose mere existence had now become a source of torment for him. The term transgender had become a haunting specter in his heart. Come on. It's just 2,000 yuan. You're destined to be a factory manager. It's merely a drop in the ocean. Zhou Jiangnan spent his last game token and stood up, suggesting, let us go check on those buildings to alleviate our gloom. Don't mention your broken house. That only adds to the despair. I've inquired, and the county government has no plans for this area. Superficial, just wait and see. Suddenly, Li Pingfei pulled out a few love letters from his pocket and carelessly tossed them into Zhou Jiangnan's hands. My life is cursed. The past 2 years I've helped you deliver love letters to Zhao Wanwan, and now I'm doing the same for other girls. Yet I haven't received a single one myself. Just when I finally find a girlfriend in the game, she might as well be a transgender. What a misfortune. Zhou Jiangnan, without even glancing at the letters, took out a lighter and burned them. What are you doing? Why did you burn them again? You're heartless. Ungrateful demeanor is just like Zhao Wanwan's, truly a match made in heaven for 2 scoundrels. Enough with the nonsense. I never intended to be in a relationship. With the college entrance exams approaching, I have no time to write love letters. I don't even like these female classmates. I'm not some lovesick fool. Aren't you curious about what they contained? What is there to be curious about? It's merely the naive sentiments of youth. Let the ashes commemorate my lost love. Ah, lost love. It seems Zhou Jiangnan has left quite a mark on you. Get lost. What does she have to do with this? You wouldn't understand. A few days later, the results of the third diagnostic examination were released. Zhou Jiangnan, as per usual, sat composedly in his seat, calmly listening to old Zhang's discourse. The cheerful expression on his face unmistakably indicated good news. Gao Qianjun garnered an impressive score of 653. Securing the second position in the grade, Zhou Jiangnan achieved 638 points, placing 10th, a slight drop of 1 rank, necessitating further effort. Lin Yu scored 635, ranking 11th in the grade. Old Zhang's gaze swept over Zhou Jiangnan, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. Once again, Zhou Jiangnan was recognized as the student with the most significant progress in the class, achieving yet another remarkable feat as soon as the words left his lips. The classroom erupted in excitement. What? It's him again! Did he advance by 300 places? Impossible! He was ranked 298 last time. Moving up 30 or 40 places this time would be impressive. Not necessarily. Teacher Zhang said he made the greatest progress, so it must be at least 50 places. Without further ado, old Zhang swiftly announced the results. Zhou Jiangnan, 613 points, tied for 37th in the grade. What? No way. Is this a mistake? Teacher Zhang, are you sure you didn't misread the name? Class 6 of the third year was in utter chaos. Zhou Jiangnan could no longer contain her astonishment. She turned around to gaze at Zhou Jiangnan in disbelief. How could he have progressed so remarkably? Now, she found herself as the gatekeeper among the top 10 in the grade. Would Zhou Jiangnan soon surpass her and break through? Chapter 42. Transforming the impossible into the possible. Standing at the podium, old Zhang surveyed the reactions of everyone in the classroom with immense satisfaction. It was no surprise. When he first laid eyes on the report card and discovered Zhou Jiangnan's ranking, his immediate response was one of disbelief, prompting him to rub his eyes multiple times to confirm he hadn't misread the results. After all, this was an unprecedented occurrence. In the illustrious history of Lingjiang one high school, there had never been a precedent quite like Zhou Jiangnan. In just over 3 months, he had catapulted from a ranking of over 600 in his year to the top 50, an astonishing feat. Even if his previous examinations had placed him within the top 100, it merely attested to a solid foundation. To regain such momentum after more than 2 years of neglect could only be attributed to sheer talent. No other explanation seemed plausible. A remarkable life does not require justification. If his previous performance in the second diagnostic exam could be dismissed as luck, then his achievements in the third diagnostic exam stood as undeniable proof of his capability. Over the past months, feedback from various subject teachers confirmed that Zhou Jiangnan's progress was genuine, devoid of any embellishment. That sly old Zhou had silently fathered such an extraordinary son. His timing was impeccable. Old Zhang mused inwardly, his gaze upon Zhou Jiangnan growing increasingly warm. Ranked 37th in his year, a spot at a 211 university was within reach, but now it seemed he should aim for the prestigious 985 institutions. It appeared that recent rumors regarding his early romance with the humanities classes Fong Xin were mere fabrications. Early relationships typically hinder progress, so how could such rapid advancement occur? This young man had assured him that he would not engage in romantic pursuits until after university, and he had indeed kept his word. Zhou Jiangnan met old Zhang's gaze with a radiant smile, embodying the youthful charm that transforms the impossible into the possible. Does it not? Jiangnan, you are doing remarkably well. Keep up the excellent work. I eagerly anticipate your college entrance examination results and the miracles they may bring, old Zhang encouraged, before proceeding to announce the remaining results. With some students progressing and others regressing, it was a time of mixed emotions. With just a month left until the college entrance examination, old Zhang had no inclination to adjust the pairing of students for assistance. He had done his utmost to salvage those who could be saved, while those who could not were left to their fates. The report card was affixed to the back of the classroom, and after class, the entire cohort gathered to examine it. Chinese, 128. Mathematics, 123. English, 139. Astonishing. He recalled Zhou Jiangnan previously possessing only average English skills. Did you not hear that he walks to and from school with Fong Xin from the humanities class? Fong Xin is the top student in English. Nearly achieving a perfect score, they must have studied together. Oh, that makes sense. Pursuing a science school beauty only leads to stagnation. Yet switching to a humanities beauty has spurred remarkable progress. Could it be that Zhou Jiangnan and Zhao Wanwan's zodiac signs are incompatible? Really? You believe in zodiac signs? Believing in that nonsense is less credible than believing I am Qin Shi Huang. From a distance, Zhao Wanwan cast a glance at the report card. Zhou Jiangnan had scored 223 in comprehensive science, a significant improvement from his previous 201. Clearly, he had been diligently applying himself, listening to the idle chatter of others. Particularly the comparisons drawn between her and Fong Xin stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. Cursed Zhou Jiangnan, from beginning to end. It was you who took the initiative to provoke me. Is it wrong for me to simply reject your advances? Why must we be bound together in discussion? This is all you're doing. If you perform poorly, it's my fault. If you excel, it's still my fault. But why should your performance concern me? You wretched scoundrel, Zhou Jiangnan. She silently returned to her seat, suddenly turning her head and gritting her teeth. Zhou Jiangnan, I absolutely will not allow you to surpass me. Even if you rank in the top 10 in the college entrance examination, I will ensure I remain ahead of you. Zhou Jiangnan, who was absorbed in reviewing biology, appeared utterly bewildered. What does it mean to surpass you? What does it mean to be ahead? Please, think before you speak. What madness is this? Your performance has nothing to do with me. Humph, you know what you're thinking. What am I thinking? What are you even saying? Just because I turned down your advances, you intend to humiliate me at every turn? First it was the translation of romantic poetry, then singing mockingly. And now it's about soaring grades. Everything seems to be directed at me. Zhou Jiangnan truly could not comprehend the thought process of this campus belle. Yet he had no desire to engage further with her. If you're unwell, go home and take your medicine. I merely wish to study diligently. And your affairs are none of my concern. You are the one who is unwell. You are the one who is self-absorbed, heartless, and fickle man. Insanity. Pure insanity. One cannot utter such words without a decade-long experience of cerebral thrombosis. Aren't you the aloof campus beauty? Is it so easy to break your composure? And what of being heartless and fickle? I haven't even engaged with you in any manner. How could I be accused of such? I must be exceedingly idle to argue with a girl. I would be better off solving a few more problems instead. Zhou Jiangnan chose to ignore her, relishing the ease of conversing with Zhao Wanwan, and found comfort in talking to Fong Xin and his elder sister, Wang Yueran. His disregard only served to intensify Zhao Wanwan's frustration and anger. Huang Xiaolong witnessed the entire incident unfold, yet he dared not speak, silently biting his fingernails while observing the situation. Lin Yu had the desire to offer some words of comfort to Zhao Wanwan, but was at a loss for how to express herself. Primarily, she could not comprehend Zhao Wanwan's mindset or what she truly desired. Suddenly, a phrase came to her mind. Once, I was unworthy of your attention. Now, you cannot reach my heights. In that moment of clarity, it seemed she grasped the essence of the matter. Zhao Wanwan likely resented that the person she had once discarded like a worn-out shoe was now regarded as a treasure by others, as it would imply her poor judgment. Furthermore, girls are naturally inclined to compare themselves with one another. Zhou Jiang's previous obsession with her had shifted to a close relationship with Fong Xin, which ignited a sense of imbalance within her. Indeed, it must be such a mindset that drove her to lose control. Lin Yu observed the fuming Zhao Wanwan, hesitating to offer her thoughts, ultimately deciding against attempting to persuade her. After all, Zhao Wanwan was an exceptionally proud individual. Perhaps it was best to let her come to her own realizations. She pretended as if nothing had transpired, quietly studying like Huang Xiaolong, exuding an aura of tranquil contentment. As the evening study session neared its conclusion, Zhou Jiangnan departed the classroom early. Upon his return, he approached Li Pingfei's deskmate, intending to switch seats. Li, pleasantly surprised, exclaimed, "My good brother, you actually forsake the tender embrace of gentle company for the shadows, or perhaps you have chosen the light? Starting tomorrow, I shall personally oversee your studies. I shall guide you myself, and if you fail to gain admission to a specialized school, I would feel embarrassed to call you my brother." Zhou Jiangnan's expression darkened. What? Which son is this? Earthlings do not deceive one another. I shall discuss this matter with Uncle Li when I return. We shall share both fortunes and difficulties. Damn, since you've said that, what can I do? Lu Ming. Sit behind Zhao Wanwan. You are in for a treat, so hurry along. Hee, thank you, Nanga. Zhou Jiangnan nodded with a smile. Recently, Zhao Wanwan had been emotionally unstable. The front row was a place of gossip, and it was far more peaceful to be seated towards the back. As for Li Pingfei, He had just assured old Zhang multiple times that he would not allow this hefty fellow to hinder his studies, and he would certainly encourage him to strive together. Brothers, after all, must not forget one another in times of prosperity. Chapter 43. Wishing you a bright future as the college entrance examination draws near. A trend of exchanging message books arises in the classroom. During self-study sessions, an unknown message book is often passed around. Youth remains vibrant, blossoming along the journey. Zhou Jiangnan casually pins a note and hands the book to the next student. After a moment, another message book is passed back, its pages brimming with heartfelt words, clearly treated with greater seriousness than the previous one. May your dreams shine like the stars and the sea, illuminating your path forward. May your life be as poetic and dreamlike, filled with brilliance. I am but a cloud in the sky, occasionally casting a shadow upon your heart. Whether you remember or forget, let this fleeting light linger in our shared moment. As he flips through a couple of pages, he encounters profound expressions of sentiment, including excerpts from the poem, Accident. Ah, whose message book is this, so thoughtfully filled? Driven by curiosity, Zhou Jiangnan turns to the front, where the name Zhao Wanwan catches his eye. How unfortunate. Never mind, I shall refrain from writing. Ever since they changed seats a month ago, Zhao Wanwan has shown him nothing but disdain, occasionally huffing loudly as she passes by, as if he owes her a fortune. One day after class, Lin Yu approached him, revealing that Zhao Wanwan was quite displeased about the seat change, privately expressing her disdain for Zhou Jiangnan. With such animosity, would it not be foolish to leave a message? Zhou Jiangnan glances at Lu Ming, seated in the front row, and shakes his head in sympathy. This newly minted infatuated admirer, since sitting behind Zhao Wanwan, appears to have had all his light devoured by a black hole, never smiling again. Now he spends his days sighing like a wilted eggplant. As for being the school flower's close male companion, such thoughts are entirely out of reach. He has witnessed Zhao Wanwan berate Lu Ming over trivial matters on numerous occasions. Since Lu Ming's arrival, Huang Xiaolong has unexpectedly gained the liberty to breathe. Alas, poor fellow. Zhou Jiangnan silently laments, then nonchalantly snatches away Li Pingfei's gaming console, compelling him to focus on his studies. Jiangnan, you're stricter than my father. If you weren't my brother, I'd certainly fight you. Is it wrong for my dad to care? Uncle Li has made it clear, if you fail to enter a specialized school, you'll be sent back to the factory to toil for 5 years, stoking a furnace day in and day out, surrounded by burly women. Is that what you want? Li Pingfei, envisioning that scenario, quickly shakes his head. That's right. Just a few more days, hang in there. Once the exams are over, we can bathe in Qing Shui River. That sounds marvelous. But remember, I want to borrow that large truck inner tube of yours. Zhou Jiangnan possesses an inner tube from a large truck, which, when inflated, serves as the perfect swimming ring. Each time he brings it to swim, Li Pingfei covets it, feeling that the rings he buys are inadequate. It's deflated, so you'll need to inflate it yourself. Come on, get it ready first. I've never inflated one before. Li Pingfei's voice, though not loud, resonates sharply in the quiet classroom. Inflate one. Oh dear. It appears that Li Pengzi has gotten some girl pregnant and is now contemplating an abortion. It may not necessarily be Li Pengzi, after all. He was speaking to Zhou Jiangnan, so it could very well be Zhou Jiangnan who is at fault. Hiss, that makes sense. Zhou Jiangnan is quite handsome and easily charms his friends, whereas Li Pengzi is dark and plump. Who would want to be involved with him? Zhou Jiangnan. Could it possibly be Fong Xian? Rumors abound that the campus beauty has been linked with him. The classroom erupted in a frenzy of speculation. Zhou Jiangnan glared at Li Pingfei, the instigator, who clutched his book and avoided eye contact, as if the entire matter were of no concern to him. Zhou Jiangnan considered offering an explanation, but then thought it better to remain indifferent. Rumors cease with the wise, with the impending college entrance examination. These fools still indulge in gossip, and if their grades suffer, they have no one to blame but themselves. He returned to his studies, only to hear a loud thud from the front row, clearly a book crashing onto a desk. Enough. Zhao Wanwan fumed, her anger palpable. Are you all done? The exam is fast approaching, and while you neglect your studies, others are striving to learn. If you wish to discuss, do so outside. The once boisterous classroom fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was taken aback. They had never seen the proud campus beauty lose her composure in such a manner. Zhao Wanwan, often aloof, commanded respect due to her father's position as deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, and now her classmates were even more reluctant to provoke her. With the atmosphere under control, Zhou Jiangnan felt a surge of satisfaction and happily focused on his final preparations for the examination. Ah, How I adore learning. It brings such joy. As he solved a difficult problem, a sense of fulfillment washed over him. A month had passed since the third diagnostic test, and it was evident he had made progress. He was certain the upcoming exam would yield even greater results. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of evening study. Jiangnan, I want to be returning to the factory today. My mother insists on staying in the county for these last few days to make sure I'm well prepared. Li Pingfei said, shouldering his backpack and departing. Zhou Jiangnan acknowledged him with a nod, his pen still moving as he tackled a challenging problem he had only partly solved. A rustling noise signaled the swift exodus of the classroom. So, that was it. This really is a bit of a brain teaser. Just before the classroom lost power, he managed to solve the problem, stretching and exhaling deeply as he prepared to head home. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him, extending a booklet. Zhou Jiangnan, why haven't you written me a farewell message? Zhou Jiangnan looked up. It was Zhou Jiangnan. Up close, her fair skin and striking beauty were undeniably captivating. You always said you disliked me. There was no need for me to write. Everyone else has written. Without your contribution, it won't be complete. Hurry up and write now. So you waited specifically for me? I suppose so. Regardless of our past, I still hope to leave behind some fond memories with my classmates. So you're aware that our previous memories were less than pleasant? Zhou Jiangnan mused inwardly, then decided to pen a few words. The universe is vast, accommodating countless dreams. You may become a star, I may be the sun, he may transform into the moon, and each will shine in their own way. May we all embark on a journey towards a splendid future, illuminated by hope. He passed the message book to her, and Zhou Jiangnan savored it. A delightful curve gracing her lips. Where is your message book? Why have I not written in it? I did not prepare a message book. Why not? It is unnecessary. Once I transform into the sun, you shall see me whenever you wish, with no need to seek memories within a message book. Zhou Jiangnan, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, was about to step outside when the entire building was plunged into darkness. Zhou Jiangnan, trailing behind, let out a sharp cry and soon began to sob softly. What happened? I bumped into the corner of the table. It hurts so much. Can you walk? I can't see. After a brief silence, he resolved to maintain his composure. Zhou Jiangnan sighed. Hold on to me as we walk. Huh? What do you mean? Hurry up. The main door will close soon. Oh, right. In the darkness, Zhou Jiangnan waved her hand a few times until she found a warm, large hand, which she grasped tightly. Why are you holding my hand? Didn't you tell me to? Hold on to my clothes. In a flurry, Zhou Jiangnan hurriedly reached for his clothing. The two of them hurriedly made their way out, descending the stairs, and upon catching sight of a glimmer of light, they immediately released their grip. All right, you can walk on your own now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Zhou Jiangnan stood still, watching his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 44. The National College Entrance Examination on June 7th. The examination commenced punctually. Zhou Jiangnan, having gleaned wisdom from his previous life, opted for a diet that was both safe and light prior to the test. He felt a wealth of knowledge brimming in his mind, with only a bout of diarrhea capable of impeding his quest for a commendable score. He sat quietly at his desk, awaiting the start of the exam, while the invigilator methodically distributed the test papers after conducting a public verification. As the examination began, the sound of the announcement echoed through the room, prompting all candidates to fervently put pen to paper. The essay topic revolved around the themes of forgetting and remembering, and Zhou Jiangnan, inspired, poured forth a lyrical prose piece about staying true to one's original aspirations and remembering one's mission, filled with a heartfelt patriotism. Having navigated the intricacies of society for over a decade, he was acutely aware of the attributes that would garner high marks in an essay. The Chinese language section was thus secured. The mathematics exam in the afternoon presented a moderate challenge. Nonetheless, he managed to complete the final complex problem. The difficulty was beneficial, as it would serve to distinguish between the candidates' abilities. The following morning's English test was a mere formality, and Zhou Jiangnan felt as though he had indulged in a soothing massage, confidently anticipating a score of 140. The afternoon's science examination was of paramount importance. After extensive preparation in biology, he pondered whether he would achieve a breakthrough this time. The science test indeed posed significant challenges. Fortunately, biology presented no peculiarities. While he found himself grappling with several difficult chemistry problems, it was evident that he was not alone in his struggle. Numerous students in the classroom exhibited signs of distress, some even resorting to crumpling paper into balls as a means of coping. With only 15 minutes remaining in the exam, The announcement beckoned. Zhou Jiangnan swiftly reviewed the questions he had already completed. In the dwindling moments, he followed his instincts to tackle the remaining problems, managing to address a few of the challenging chemistry questions before submitting his paper. Whether his answers were correct mattered little, as every candidate faced the same daunting questions. Upon submission, the classroom was filled with collective sighs of despair. A few fragile girls even succumbed to tears before exiting. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the school. Zhou Jiangnan chose not to engage in post-examination discussions, maintaining his composure as he left the premises. To his surprise, Li Pengfei and Fong Xin awaited him at the gate. "You're out early, quite impressive," remarked Li Pengfei. "What do you mean early? I recognized the characters on the paper, but they were foreign to me." "I fear my science exam is doomed," Li Pengfei lamented. "I wasn't referring to you. I'm well aware of your capabilities," Zhou Jiangnan retorted, eliciting a flustered response from Li Pengfei, who felt stung by this jibe. Fong Xin smiled gently. The liberal arts questions were manageable, not overly difficult. "Which is why I finished early. What about you? I heard from Pengfei that the science exam was particularly tough. Is that true?" She was familiar with Li Pengfei, but, unlike Zhou Jiangnan, affectionately dubbed him Pengfei rather than Fatty. Zhou Jiangnan nodded. "It was indeed challenging. I barely managed to finish all the questions. And I suspect I will have several mistakes." "What? You actually completed all of them? Goodness, are you aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University?" Li Pengfei was utterly incensed. His insufferable brother's display of arrogance was painfully disheartening, especially considering the many blanks left in his comprehensive exam. What nonsense is he spouting? "I won't get into Tsinghua or Peking University, and even if I could, I still wouldn't attend. Life is much more pleasant in the South." Bah. Now he thinks he's something special. From now on, I can step out and say I have a brother who attended a prestigious university, making that group of pretentious folks envious. Zhou Jiangnan was aware that Li Pengfei had another group of dubious friends, including some reckless youths, but he chose to disregard them. The three of them strolled along, engaging in light-hearted conversation, all beginning to dream of a carefree and joyous summer vacation. With 3 months remaining until the university enrollment in early September, the mere thought was delightful. As they reached the intersection, they habitually parted ways to head home. Fong Xin suddenly produced a message book. "Jiangnan, could you write me a note?" "Huh? Oh, sure. Why do all the girls have these books? Do they really revisit them after writing?" In his past life, he had never once looked back at anything from his high school years. Most classmates lost contact after graduation. Women are indeed peculiar creatures. Zhou Jiangnan flipped through Fong Xin's message book, finding it completely filled. He inquired, "Where should I write?" "Right on the first page. The one with my name." After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Jiangnan earnestly penned a passage. "It is said that one thinks of beauty when gazing at flowers, and of friends when admiring the moon. After much reflection, I realized that the flower is you, and the moon is also you. There is no need for romantic musings. You have long been etched in my memory." He returned the message book to Fong Xin, who did not open it on the spot, but instead placed it back into her bag. "See you on the day we fill out our applications, Jiangnan. Goodbye." They waved farewell as Zhou Jiangnan made his way home. Zhou Xiangdong and Luo Xiaoying had been waiting for him, their attention seemingly lost despite the television playing in the background. As Zhou Jiangnan stepped through the door, Luo Xiaoying hurried over, taking his backpack and placing it on a chair. "My child, how did the exam go today?" "I think it went well. It feels okay." "That's wonderful. Can you maintain the level of the third assessment?" Zhou Jiangnan glanced at the anxious old Zhou and reassured him, "It will be better, not worse." "Great. My son is finally making something of himself," old Zhou exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement, rising to his feet with joy as he headed toward the door. "Where are you going?" Luo Xiaoying asked. "Don't worry about me. I'm going out to get my son a watermelon, a pound of cold pig's head meat, and a bottle of wine to celebrate." "Oh, why the hurry? Let us wait for the exam results first." "I'm not in a rush. Once the results come out, I plan to host a banquet and invite all our relatives from back home." Old Zhou energetically left the house, while Luo Xiaoying, despite feigning annoyance, couldn't suppress her smile. "Look at your husband, always so honest and straightforward. The last time he was this impulsive was when you aced the high school entrance exam. At over 40, he still gets carried away like this." Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. A child's success is the greatest reward for their parents. Old Zhou would surely experience many more such days in the future. The old man was elated, ready to go. He emptied his backpack, contemplating for a moment before gathering all his textbooks from previous years into a pile, leaving only a few literary classics. "Mother, call the scrap collector." These books are merely taking up space at home, he remarked. Luo Xiaoying, feeling a pang of sorrow, dropped her spatula and rushed out. What are you doing? We must keep all these books. They may be needed someday. What use are they to me? I'm not repeating the year, he replied. You can give them to your cousin. He is only in the 3rd year of junior high and could benefit from some early preparation. Fine, as long as it makes you happy. Chapter 45. Braid of male and female. The day after the examination, Zhou Jiangnan indulged in a leisurely slumber. Last night, for the first time, old Zhou had surprisingly permitted him to have a small glass of wine, which proved remarkably effective for aiding his sleep. Accustomed to the rigors of early mornings and late nights at school, the sudden respite left him feeling somewhat adrift. With his parents off to work, a note and 200 yuan lay on the table, the handwriting unmistakably belonging to Luo Xiaoying. Dear son, breakfast is in the pot. Do not merely consume the egg whites. Here are 200 yuan for your pocket money. Feel free to enjoy yourself in the county. But do not go bathing in the Qingshui River. At that time, the wages at the cement factory barely exceeded 800 yuan a month, making the 200 yuan a significant sum for an ordinary working-class family. Feeling the weight of maternal love, Zhou Jiangnan tucked the money back into the drawer of the master bedroom. The remaining 5,000 yuan from selling 2 songs rendered it unnecessary to take more from home. Following Luo Xiaoying's instructions, he reluctantly swallowed an egg and tidied up before cycling out. The weather was splendid, and with nothing pressing to occupy his time, he decided to wander around the county and perhaps pass some time at an internet CAF. Lingjiang County's urban area, though not vast, boasted 5 public high schools, including No. 1 and No. 2 middle schools, as well as 2 vocational schools, accommodating nearly half of the county's high school students. During holidays, internet CAFs and billiard halls thrived with activity. Thanks to his experience hanging out with Li Pengfei, Zhou Jiangnan skillfully navigated through several alleyways and arrived at the newly opened Happy Internet CAF. Boss, I'd like to charge 10 yuan, he said. The proprietor accepted the money without inquiring about identification and promptly set up a computer for him. Zhou Jiangnan habitually logged into QQ, and as soon as he did, the penguin icon flickered, indicating he had received several friend requests. The usernames bore a distinct vintage charm, such as incompleteness, love me, and habitually crying, which made him feel overwhelmed. The only name that appeared somewhat traditional was Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk. He rejected all the non-mainstream names and accepted the request from Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk. Next, he glanced at his own nickname, Misty Rain in Jiangnan, and found it overly pretentious, so he changed it to Level 8 Gale. Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk appeared online, but their profile was devoid of information, with only a single star for level and age marked as confidential. He wondered who this elderly individual might be, indulging in youthful exuberance. The other party had not messaged him, nor did Zhou Jiangnan feel inclined to engage in conversation. Just as he was about to play a game, a notification popped up vigorously shaking on the screen. Li Pengfei had logged on. Hey Zhou Jiangnan, you actually went out to the internet CAF. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Level 8 Gale, Happy Internet CAF. Hold on, I'll be right there. Li Pengfei's QQ avatar turned black as he logged off. Zhou Jiangnan opened CS and began to play, finishing a match before Li Pengfei arrived. In the meantime, he started browsing the forum. Recently, a post appeared on the Spicy Province forum, titled, Rumor has it that a new expressway will traverse our province, yet again. Someone is poised to become wealthy through forced relocation. Nearly 10 minutes after its publication, the post rapidly ascended to prominence, being pinned as a hot topic. Upon clicking on it, Zhou Jiangnan noted that although the rumor only vaguely mentioned a few waypoints, they bore an uncanny resemblance to the expressway route etched in his memory. The replies beneath the post were equally intriguing. Some individuals urged the poster to provide evidence of authenticity. Others implored for more insider information, while a few vehemently condemned the poster as a fraud. The poster responded infrequently, reiterating a wager on a household registration book, leaving belief up to the reader. Zhou Jiangnan refrained from responding, yet felt a sense of reassurance. The mere emergence of such rumors suggested that they were not baseless, at the very least. It indicated that his rebirth had yet to trigger a butterfly effect. As he pondered this, a message from Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk arrived. Ah, the Misty Jiangnan is so beautiful, why change its name? Zhou Jiangnan chuckled, thinking, can you not read it backward? It appeared that the early internet users remained somewhat naive. He spontaneously crafted a whimsical rhyme, a gale of level 8, blowing into your heart, dispersing the gloom. Every day is a clear sky. Moments later, the other party replied, wow, You are quite humorous. Zhou Jiangnan could only sigh in disbelief. Was that truly humor? It seemed the threshold for awkwardness among middle-aged individuals was rather high. He subconsciously assumed that the person on the other end was a woman in her 30s or 40s and was not particularly interested in idle chat, responding with a few periods and then neglecting further engagement. Just then, Li Pingfei arrived at the internet CAF, reuniting the duo known as the Garbage Brothers for another gaming session, and they promptly dove into a game of CS. During this time, fishing boats singing at dusk sent several more messages that went unanswered. After finishing a game, Zhou Jiangnan returned to the chat window only to find she had already logged off. He felt no stirrings within and casually changed his QQ status to invisible. Jiangnan, help me analyze whether Sad Smile is actually a woman. Li Pingfei had already launched Fantasy Westward Journey, where a character named Sad Smile, a delicate girl, was calling him brother. Zhou Jiangnan found himself momentarily uncertain as he read the barrage of emoticons accompanying her messages. Brother, I want to change my color. Will you send me 10 color fruits? Li Pingfei hesitated before responding. Didn't you just dye it? Why do you want to change again? Hee, it looks pretty, please. Darling. Zhou Jiangnan inhaled sharply. The other party's charm was rather sophisticated, making it indeed difficult to discern their gender. Li Pingfei looked at him expectantly, his gaze weak and pleading. After some contemplation, Zhou Jiangnan advised, Fatty, have her add you on QQ. I already added her. See? Li Pingfei opened QQ, revealing that her nickname matched her in-game name, with her profile indicating she was female and 18 years of age. Fatty, send her a message. Never mind. Switch seats with me. I'll handle it. Zhou Jiangnan took over the controls, typing, Sad Smile, I'm feeling down. Kobe didn't win the championship this year. Who is Kobe? Is he your friend? Oh, I almost forgot that you might not comprehend this. Never mind. I shall refrain from discussing it. However, there is a matter upon which I seek your counsel. My cousin is about to celebrate her 16th birthday, and I find myself at a loss regarding the perfect gift. Do you have any exquisite suggestions? For a young lady, one might consider delightful Disney-themed plush dolls, charming little dresses, or perhaps anime cards and journals. The other party proceeded to rattle off a plethora of ideas without hesitation. Upon seeing the journal, Zhou Jiangnan felt an unwavering certainty. Such an item would be beyond the grasp of those not truly knowledgeable. He then rose, clasping his hands in a solemn gesture, declaring, My dear friend, it is undoubtedly a girl, certitude within a margin of error of merely one. Li Pingfei rejoiced, exclaiming, Ha! I knew it would be correct. She must be a girl. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when a voice chimed in softly. I only stated she is a girl. I never claimed she is a beauty. What if she resembles a flower? Alas, it seems prudent to wait until we meet her in person before presenting her with a gift. The trust between individuals can shatter in an instant. At that moment, the chubby figure before him hesitated. Zhou Jiangnan witnessed him lock away the ungraded item and store it in the warehouse. Once doubt takes root, the charge is already established. How true that is. Chapter 46, A Visitor Time Flies. In the blink of an eye, it has been half a month since the college entrance examination concluded. Over these past 10 days, Zhou Jiangnan could no longer resist and went for a wild swim in the Qishui River with Li Pingfei. Li, with a large inner tube in his arms, clamored to exchange it for his professional swimming ring. What could Zhou Jiangnan do but agree? During this period, he occasionally played basketball, visited internet CAFs, and checked on the progress of his self-built house every few days, leading a fulfilling life. As for conducting market research for his entrepreneurial aspirations, that thought never crossed his mind. In Lingjiang, a small county town, the most abundant establishments were retail shops. There was hardly any industry to speak of. If one were to mention selling milk tea, it could be feasible to adapt the concepts of fresh fruit tea and diversified products from the future, achieving significant success. After all, reincarnation necessitates grinding through the levels. However, he did not intend to venture into entrepreneurship during this summer. He preferred to wait until he was in college. At present, his primary focus was on monitoring the progress of the third floor of his self-built house, striving for its swift completion. Recently, rumors had begun circulating in the county town about land acquisition for a highway, although the official plans had yet to be released. Insiders with keen insight had already begun to discreetly seek out properties in the suburban towns. According to the examination schedule in Sichuan province, the results of the college entrance examination would be announced on June 25th, followed by the opportunity to fill in applications before July 5th. Compared to the estimated scoring in a few regions, the The release of scores before application was considerably more humane. That evening, after dinner, Zhou Jiangnan was watching a DVD movie with Li Pengfei when he received a notification that a call had come through to the cement factory's duty room specifically for him. He was taken aback. Could it be that he performed exceptionally well, and a school was attempting to recruit him early? As the children of the cement factory. When someone called looking for someone, the old man in the duty room would not usually mention anything about collecting a phone fee. Zhou Jiangnan answered the phone. Hello? Who is this? Hello, I am from the County Land Bureau. Do you have several self-built houses in the suburbs for sale? I can purchase them at a premium. I'm sorry, I currently have no plans to sell. If there's nothing else, I will hang up. Please don't hang up, my friend. I know you bought them for over 300 yuan per square meter. How about I offer you 400 yuan per square meter? I'm not selling. For 150. Which is quite a high price. Others cannot offer such a premium. Thank you, but I really am not selling. How did you find me? Oh, I have my own channels. Please consider it again tonight. If you change your mind, just call this number. After the caller hung up, Zhou Jiangnan thanked the old man and continued upstairs to watch the movie. Before long, another call came in. Li Pengfei, puzzled, asked Jiangnan, "You seem to be quite busy lately. Is another beauty calling for you?" "Beauty, my foot. The last call was about buying self-built houses. And I suspect this one is too. I'll go and deal with it." Zhou Jiangnan went downstairs and soon returned. "Fatty, the second call about buying houses has come in, and I suspect there will be more. Why is that? There are still numerous houses available over there. Why not seek them out? Who would be foolish enough to sell at such a moment? They probably perceive my youth and think me easily deceived." Zhou Jiangnan reclined in his chair, brimming with confidence. "Have you not heard that a national highway is set to pass through that area?" "Yes, I have heard. But what of it?" "Goodness, you simpleton, can't you grasp such a straightforward principle? Building roads necessitates land acquisition. Land acquisition entails relocation, and relocation invariably demands compensation." "Oh." Li Pengfei's mind cleared, realizing the implications of 4 houses. How much compensation would that entail? "I estimate at least 400,000, he mused. Zhou Jiangnan raised 4 fingers, casually stating a figure. Li Pengfei, incredulous, responded, 400,000? We invested 120,000, and in just a few months, it could transform into 400,000? Indeed, based on my understanding of relocation policies, this figure is conservative. We're about to strike it rich, my friend. Let us not forget each other in wealth's embrace. Remain calm. Let us wait for the official announcement." What did I say? Surely another call is incoming. The elderly gentleman from the duty room called out once more, prompting Zhou Jiangnan to rise and descend the stairs. Throughout the evening, he received no fewer than 10 calls, leading to the old man's increasingly skeptical gaze. It was likely that tomorrow, old Zhou and Luo Xiaoying would conduct an inquiry. Zhou Jiangnan, feeling helpless, offered numerous reassurances before the elder was convinced he had not caused any trouble. With so many calls, Li Pengfei finally recognized the veracity of the matter, prompting a cascade of questions in his mind. How did Zhou Jiangnan come by this information and purchase the houses in advance? Could he possess prophetic foresight? The hefty fellow, with flesh abundant upon him, lacked such cunning. He would never wait until the following day to address an issue. "Jiangnan, had you been aware of this news months ago when you began purchasing self-built houses?" Zhou Jiangnan fell silent, his gaze profoundly contemplative. Li Pengfei clasped his hands, his expression serious. "Speak freely. I shall not betray you. You don't truly engage in astrology and divination, do you?" At this moment, the hefty man displayed a hint of reverence, much to Zhou Jiangnan's delight. "It's not as mystical as you suggest. I merely observed a news broadcast indicating the state's initiative to promote the development of the western regions and implement a transportation-first strategy. In the next 5 years, a significant number of highways will be constructed, leading me to pay attention to related information. Our county, being the largest in population within the province, will inevitably have a highway, given the county's geography, with mountains to the east, north, and west, and only southern expansion aligning with Rongqing. I deduce that the highway will surely traverse from the south." He articulated his reasoning with such conviction that Li Pengfei found every statement compelling, feeling a sense of admiration for his insight. Zhou Jiangnan analyzed with fervor, concluding, "I concede there is an element of risk in my gamble. However, it appears I have wagered wisely this time. Moreover, even if my gamble proves incorrect, those houses will remain, and in a decade or 2, they will undoubtedly be acquired through urban expansion, ensuring no loss." Li Pengfei remained silent for a moment before abruptly raising his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Brother, you are destined for greatness. We are all adults now. I await the day you take me for a foot massage. In that instant, the aura he exuded left Zhou Jiangnan momentarily dazed, as if he were witnessing the rise of a legendary figure in the bathing industry. My friend, our brotherhood is meant for grand endeavors. You are destined to be a factory director, and I certainly cannot lag behind. But do lend me a hand. I sense that you are on the brink of significant wealth. Whether as a high-ranking official or a prosperous entrepreneur, you possess that potential. I appreciate your kind words, my friend. While we have the time, let us go obtain our driver's licenses. Why bother learning that? As a boss, one need not drive. Fool, how can one charm women without knowing how to drive? Would you have the driver merely stand by while you handle matters? You make a valid point. Let us go? Let us register right away. Chapter 47. Is this my son? June 24th. The weather was clear and cloudless. Zhou Jiangnan anxiously stood before the stove, his heart ablaze like the limestone burning within, simmering with an intensity that threatened to fracture. That scoundrel Zhou Jiangnan. When did this batch of children go to purchase houses? And not just one, but four at once. Did he find the money lying on the ground? A sense of crisis enveloped him. His son had developed an independent thought process and awareness, undertaking significant endeavors without informing him or Luo Xiaoying. Had it not been for the 2 drinks he shared with the duty officer at lunchtime, the couple would still be oblivious to the deception. For self-built houses, at the very least, would cost a good 100,000. The Zhou family's savings barely exceeded 20,000. How could this wretched son be so extravagant? Class leader. What is the matter? You seem rather distracted. Have you had a quarrel with your wife? Ah, no, not at all. Our relationship is quite harmonious. Zhou Jiangnan replied with an awkward smile, yet he could not suppress his curiosity. Xiao Lu, let me ask you something. If your son suddenly became very independent and ceased to seek your opinions, what would you do? Xiao Lu, a worker in the 3-man team and already in his 40s, answered without a moment's hesitation. In that case, I would promptly go to the ancestral grave to offer incense. It would be a good omen that the descendants have finally matured. Zhou Jiangnan, still not satisfied, pressed on. But what if he acquired several tens of thousands without informing you, and spent it all at once? What? Then I must prepare a few more belts. I'd surely give him a good thrashing. Xiao Lu declared emphatically, devoid of his usual subdued demeanor. Class leader, is it true that your Jiangnan has become disobedient? Nothing of the sort. I was just asking casually. Keep an eye on the stove while I step out for a smoke. Zhou Jiangnan quietly retreated to a corner, and Xiao Lu's fervent emotions began to infect him. As a father, he resolved to confront Zhou Jiangnan and give him a good scolding upon their return. Such significant matters should have been discussed with his parents. What would become of them in the future? At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan, who had just registered with Li Pengfei at the driving school, felt the weight of his dwindling funds in his pocket. Coach, I want to be able to come tomorrow for the results. We'll arrive on time the day after. After assuring the coach, the two rode back, contemplating the feasibility of checking the results on the factory's old computer, ultimately deciding that a phone call would be more reliable. By the time they returned to the cement factory, it was already 6 in the evening. Zhou Jiangnan pushed open the door and sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Old Zhou sat imposingly in a chair, his gaze sharp and menacing. Ah, Zhou boss, you remember to come back, do you? What does it feel like to spend money so recklessly? Let me tell you about it. Oh, this cursed sarcasm. To hear such words from old Zhou's lips was unprecedented. Surely the sun had risen from the west today. Zhou Jiangnan changed into his slippers and sauntered in. Old man, what is going on? What is going on? I should be asking you that. What is the story with those self-built houses under your name? Damn it. That old scoundrel Geng had ultimately betrayed him. Despite the unfolding events, Zhou Jiangnan remained unfazed, offering a gentle smile to his mother, who seemed hesitant to speak. I knew that old Master Go had lost his teeth and was prone to rambling. Here is how it all went. He recounted the story of purchasing a house with the meager savings from Li Pengzi's pocket money. Initially, old Zhou and Luo Xiaoying merely twitched their lips at the mention. Yet, when he revealed that his 2 songs had garnered 100,000, they could no longer contain themselves and stood up in astonishment. Finally, when he disclosed that several properties were likely to be expropriated for redevelopment, with compensation expected to double, the couple fell into a stunned silence. What else could they do? Everything their son had shared had surpassed the boundaries of their understanding. Old Zhou had spent over a decade mixing cement, his life confined to a modest plot of land, utterly unfamiliar with concepts like copyright, government planning, or urbanization. As for Luo Xiaoying, Her entire existence revolved around the family's daily struggles. With the most complex topic she could engage in being her son's mental well-being, words she scarcely comprehended. Nevertheless, the core message was crystal clear to them. Their son Zhou Jiangnan had earned 100,000 to buy a house, which could potentially turn into several 100,000. It was astonishing. How could they have such an extraordinary son? So young, yet already delving into government policies. What a predicament. Was this truly their child? With 3 generations of impoverished farmers in the Zhou family, this hardly resembled their lineage. Zhou Jiangnan pondered and pondered, unable to grasp the situation, scrutinizing Zhou Jiangnan closely, feeling increasingly unsettled. This lad had matured in the blink of an eye, given that the entire sequence of events was laid out clearly, and that there would be no financial loss. The notion of punishment with a belt was entirely out of the question. Furthermore, with Zhou Jiangnan now standing at a height of 6 feet, old Zhou could hardly restrain him during the New Year festivities. If his son wished to flee, he would certainly be unable to catch him. After much contemplation, old Zhou stammered, Jiangnan, what are your plans regarding the compensation from the demolition? Old man, what do you need the belt for? Zhou Jiangnan calmly glanced at the belt hidden beneath old Zhou's seat. Saving money was not an option. Making money was the true path, and one must spend when necessary. I've already thought it through. I intend to buy you both a house in the county, then take you for a full medical checkup, leaving some money at home, and saving the rest for my entrepreneurial endeavors during university. With that, the purpose was clearly articulated, leaving little room for further discussion. Luo Xiaoying and old Zhou exchanged glances. Your father and I are living well at the factory, in good health. There's no need to waste money on medical checkups, nor should you buy a house in the county. We are happier than anything to see you succeed. As for entrepreneurship, we cannot afford it. You have grown and developed your own ideas. Keep your earnings for yourself. We understand you are responsible now and surely have your plans. Moreover, university life and friendships require expenses. How swiftly time has passed. Their youngest, once so small at birth, had now transformed into a handsome young man, ready to stand on his own. As time progresses, the instances in which my parents can assist me become increasingly rare. We have saved nearly 30,000 yuan, and you may take it whenever you need. Luo Xiaoying muttered on, while Zhou Jiangnan felt his eyes welling with tears. In his previous life, old Zhou succumbed to lung cancer at an early age, leaving his mother to live alone thereafter. His visits home during his time on the construction site were few and far between, leaving him with precious little time to spend with her. People often say that being a son is the easiest role to assume, yet it is the most challenging to fulfill well. In this life, he vowed to care for his parents diligently, ensuring that no regrets lingered. Mother, you and father should heed my advice. A health checkup won't cost much, and it will put my mind at ease while I pursue my studies at university. Where do you intend to attend university, my child? Old Zhou inquired anxiously. I plan to go to Jiangnan and apply to Linen University, as prosperous regions offer abundant opportunities. I have heard of Linen University. It ranks among the top 10 in the nation. Are you confident? Please do not risk failing to gain admission. Rest assured, the results will be released tomorrow, and I am certain everything will be fine. Although the matter of purchasing a house was temporarily set aside, under Zhou Jiangnan's insistence, old Zhou and Luo Xiaoying agreed to undergo the health checkup. At the dinner table, old Zhou unexpectedly poured half a glass of wine for his son. His little Jiangnan had finally grown up. Chapter 48. The college entrance examination results on June 25th. Before dawn, Zhou Jiangnan was roused from his slumber by Luo Xiaoying. Today marked the day of the college entrance examination results. Old Zhou had long arranged with the duty officer to use the landline in the duty room to check his son's scores. Zhou Jiangnan, taking his time to dress and wash up, found that by the time he finished breakfast, it was already past 7. The family of 3, brimming with anxiety, made their way to the duty room, only to discover that Li Jiangguo and his son Li Pengfei were also present. Good morning, Uncle Li, Zhou Jiangnan greeted, while the chubby Li stood behind his father, making faces. Li Jiangguo smiled and nodded. Jiangnan, your scores have significantly improved. Perhaps you will secure a place in a 985 university. But does Pengfei know if he can qualify for a junior college? Uncle Li. Don't listen to Fat Fei's nonsense. I believe he can get into an undergraduate program, Zhou Jiangnan replied. Li Jiangguo playfully tapped Li Pengfei on the head and turned to old Zhou, saying, Xiangdong, you've come at just the right moment. Let us wait and see if Jiangnan is right. If Pengfei scores high enough for undergraduate admission, I'll treat them to a mobile phone. Old Zhou scratched his head. Feeling reluctant to let Li Jiangguo incur such expenses, how can I let you spend money on that? What do students need with a phone? The younger generation was growing up and deserved their own lives. The two boys had been inseparable since childhood, and no matter what, they would need to support each other in the future. University is different from high school. Students from all over the country would be there. It was crucial to prepare the necessary tools for the children to ensure they did not falter at the starting line. Moreover, having a phone would facilitate communication, allowing them to call home whenever they felt homesick. As a businessman, Li Jiangguo's perspective and way of thinking surpassed old Zhou's comprehension, leaving him unable to argue and instead prompting him to insist that Zhou Jiangnan express his gratitude. At 8 o'clock, with a resolute demeanor, Li Pengfei dialed the inquiry hotline 96789100. Under the watchful eyes of several onlookers, his fingers trembled as he entered his examination number. The results began to be announced. Chinese, 99 points. Li Jiangguo furrowed his brow, while Li Pengfei felt a pang of anxiety. Mathematics, 126 points. Li Pengfei exhaled in relief, and Li Jiangguo's brow relaxed slightly. English, 105 points. Both father and son were astonished. When had Li Pengfei ever scored over 100 in English? Before they could collect themselves, the voice on the phone continued. Science comprehensive, 195 points. Total score, 525 points. Li Jiangguo fixed his gaze sharply on Li Pengfei, and the two exchanged looks of disbelief. Zhou Jiangnan, quick to respond, promptly congratulated. Uncle Li, Fat Fei has done remarkably well this time, based on the previous admission thresholds. This score should qualify for undergraduate studies. Li Jiangguo remained silent, but Li Pengfei was overjoyed, leaping into the air and exclaiming, "Ha, wow. I actually scored over 100 in English. Ha ha ha, Jiangnan. I must surely qualify for a junior college now. This is incredible." No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Jiangguo slapped him on the head. What a lack of ambition. Jiangnan is right. There is hope for a third-tier university. But it all depends on this year's scoreline. Both father and son were elated and quickly called Li Pengfei's mother to share the good news. Old Zhou and Luo Xiaoying, empathizing with their joy, extended their heartfelt congratulations. Once the call concluded, everyone's attention turned to Zhou Jiangnan. "Jiangnan, it's your turn now. Let us see what surprises you have in store for us." Li Pengfei handed the phone to him, and Mr. and Mrs. Zhou were so tense that their bodies were taut. Zhou Jiangnan calmly activated the speakerphone, entered his examination registration number, and then a voice announced, Chinese, 135 points, Mathematics, 141 points, English, 146 points, Comprehensive Science, 277 points, total score, 699 points. Silence engulfed the duty room. The elder, about to light a cigarette, was so startled that he withdrew his lighter. The factory director remained silent, and thus he felt even more hesitant to speak. It was Li Pengfei who first broke the silence, slamming his palm on the table and exclaiming, "Wow, you are incredible. Is this even a score that a mere mortal can achieve?" Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. "Is it not permissible for you to express your excitement? Does anyone not indulge in a feast during the new year?" Li Pengfei was even more exuberant, landing a few playful punches on his shoulder. And the two brothers were overflowing with joy. Li Jiangguo was the first to pull out cigarettes, offering one to the elder on duty and Mr. Zhou, then lighting one up and savoring a puff, blissfully exhaling a smoke ring. "Xiang Dong, congratulations on having a prodigy in your family. It's time to prepare for the celebration feast," he declared. "Ha ha ha. Pengfei, you also achieved remarkable results. This young lad owes much to your Uncle Li's frequent care. Surely, he will not forget his roots when he achieves success. Indeed, Aunt Shuang has also been very supportive. These gestures of kindness will be remembered," replied Luo Xiaoying. The adults were discussing the celebration for the academic success when Li Pengfei suddenly interjected, "Old man, don't forget about the phone you promised." Li Jiangguo chuckled as he pulled out his wallet, saying, "No need to wait for the admission cutoff. Take the money now and buy it yourselves." He handed over a thick stack of cash, which Zhou Jiangnan estimated to be around 6,000 or 7,000. "Thank you, Uncle Li," said the plump Li, eagerly pulling Zhou Jiangnan downstairs. "Hurry, let us go to the county to buy a phone, and then hit the internet CAF for some fun." Li Jiangguo, overhearing this, did not object. With such results, he would gladly allow his son to soar. The three adults watched as the two young lads rode off on their bicycles, leaving the factory premises filled with immense pride. Li Jiangguo was already aware of Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei's plans to purchase a self-built house, And he also knew about the cement that his son had been secretly acquiring for repairs. Rather than feeling anger, he had been quietly observing. The son of the Zhou family was extraordinary. He had transformed into someone remarkably distinct. He approached situations with composure, exhibiting a measured demeanor, neither arrogant nor impatient. And he was also quite handsome, destined for great achievements in the future. His own son was not inherently bad, but lacked cunning. He would undoubtedly require Zhou Jiangnan's support in the future. As being a factory director was no easy feat, he was genuinely delighted by Zhou Jiangnan's achievements. Mr. Zhou, contentedly smoking, could only think one thing. Damn it, my son is phenomenal. Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pingfei sped along, pedaling their bicycles with such fervor that they seemed to be emitting smoke. They arrived at the mobile phone street in the county. In this small town, while there weren't many industries, there were certainly plenty of shops selling mobile phones and similar items. ZTE, TCL, Lenovo, Motorola. An array of brands offering an extensive selection of mobile phones. After a thorough exploration, Zhou Jiangnan resolutely opted for Nokia, setting aside other considerations. This brand is renowned for its durability, boasting a defensive feature that surpasses that of its competitors. Li Pingfei, lacking any expertise in mobile devices, took Zhou Jiangnan's word for it. The two of them each acquired a Nokia 7610 and procured a phone card, with some funds remaining from Li Jiangwo's contribution. Let us hurry to the internet CAF before all the seats are taken. With their numbers saved, Li Pingfei dashed towards the CAF in a frenzy. Zhou Jiangnan initially anticipated diving straight into gaming upon arrival, but instead, he first logged on to QQ, subsequently creating a class group and inviting everyone with a QQ account. To their surprise, out of 63 classmates, 57 joined the group. The eager chubby boy couldn't contain his excitement and decided it was time to showcase his prowess. Chapter 49. My brother scored 699. Pretentiousness is an art even if the pretentiousness is not his own. Li Pingfei could hardly contain his eagerness. If my brother performs well, it reflects positively on me. Is there any issue with that? Zhao Wanwan is quite impressive, isn't she? Didn't she confidently assert that she wouldn't let Zhou Jiangnan surpass her? Let us see what she has to say now. Li Pingfei firmly believed that Zhao Wanwan would, under no circumstances, achieve a score of 700. Zhou Jiangnan might very well be the top scorer in the class. De Pengge. Dear classmates, has everyone checked their college entrance examination results? Damn, don't even mention it. My mom broke her feather duster over me. Haha. It's all right. I've made some progress compared to the third diagnostic exam. I'm still checking. Don't panic. De Pengge, you must be Li Pingfei. Your name is so distinctive. From your excitement, it seems you did quite well, didn't you? The group chat was buzzing with enthusiasm. At that moment, in a room within the county police station's family quarters, Zhao Wanwan, clad in pajamas, sat before her computer, calmly monitoring the messages in the group chat. She gazed at the nickname 8th Level Gale, awaiting his remarks. Suddenly, the avatar flickered, and Lin Yuan sent a message. Wanwan, have you checked your scores? I only managed 675. You should be quite a bit higher than that, right? It was evident that this nickname belonged to Lin Yuan. Zhao Wanwan typed a response. Not by much. I only scored 688. Wow, what a lucky number. Congratulations. Lin Yuan exclaimed, then inquired, which one in the group is Zhou Jiangnan? I'm eager to know his score. But I don't know his QQ number. I know. His name is 8th Level Gale. Zhao Wanwan began to type a message but hesitated, deleting it all. Instead, she quietly replied, I don't know either. She didn't wish to appear overly concerned about Zhou Jiangnan, especially not allowing anyone to discover that she had added him on QQ. The previous account under the name Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk was a newly registered one, while her prominent account in the class group was named Wanwan. After exchanging a few private messages, the atmosphere in the group was heating up, thanks to Li Pingfei. Everyone, let me share some insider information. Our class's perennial top student, Gao Qianjun, scored 701. Absolutely impressive. This score guarantees his admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Let me chime in as well. Zhou Xiaolong, who hasn't joined the group, scored 671. Wow, he is a dark horse in the college entrance exam. With that score, he can choose any 985 university. Have you forgotten about another individual? I suspect he is the real dark horse. I wonder how many points he scored. You mean Zhou Jiangnan, right? Is he in the group? Come out and speak. Li Pingfei nudged Zhou Jiangnan. We're calling you. Make your grand entrance. Grand entrance? I prefer to be low-key. I dislike showing off, Zhou Jiangnan observed discreetly, having no intention of speaking up. Pfft, you pretentious one. writing love poems, singing love songs, and dunking. How is any of that low-key? I see you were just waiting for them to finish before making a big reveal. However, I'm happy to play along. I won't expose you just yet. At that moment, someone called out to Li Pengfei. Depungu, you hang out with Zhou Jiangnan daily. Don't you know how much he scored? Ahem, I have not been in his company these past few days. I shall inquire about him with a call on my mobile shortly. Wait, have you purchased a new phone? What model? Boss Li, please guide me. I entrust you with matters concerning my posterior. Today, however, let's refrain from discussing such topics. The group chat erupted in a flurry of excitement, swiftly diverting attention elsewhere. Lin Yu typed with a huff. I am aware of Wanwan's grades, and revealing them would surely astound you all. How much? Surely, Goddess Zhao couldn't have outscored Gao Qianjun. Not quite, but 688 is indeed quite impressive. Goodness, how terrifying. Now, Zhou Jiangnan has absolutely no chance of surpassing her. Ha ha, what a peculiar character. Bored. A fleeting blush crossed Zhao Wanwan's face. She was no longer an innocent little girl. Recalling her last fervent vow to Zhou Jiangnan that she would not allow him to surpass her, she could not shake the odd look in his eyes. At that time, she had not immediately grasped the situation, but later, upon reflection, she nearly went mad. It was entirely her own fault for hastily omitting a word. Moreover, apart from Lin Yu, only Huang Xiaolong had overheard this exchange, and it was undoubtedly him who had earned the nickname Mighty Dragon. Both are named Long. Yet while Zhou Xiaolong scored 678, Huang Xiaolong could only manage 541. Such is the disparity. Zhao Wanwan resolved that during the next round of college applications, she would firmly reprimand Huang Xiaolong for his thoughtless chatter. The group continued to report the college entrance examination scores of many, yet none surpassed 688, indicating that Zhao Wanwan had firmly secured the second position in her class. Others began sharing scores from different elite science classes, revealing that in the 2005 graduating class of Lingzhong No. 1 High School, the highest score was 702. Only 2 individuals had surpassed the 700 mark, the other being Gao Qianjun, who remained the second highest in the entire school. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Zhao Wanwan's score would likely place her back among the top 10 in her year, and her homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, would undoubtedly be beaming with joy. As the conversation progressed, Li Pengfei sent a sunglasses emoji, bracing himself to show off. Brother Daping, I'm back. Would you care to know about Nan Shuai's score? Today, in a rare moment of good humor, he had transformed Zhou Jiangnan's moniker from brat to Nan Shuai. The subject blushed at the side. Fatty, that's enough. Cease this nonsense. Li Pengfei paid him no mind, reveling in the group chat's banter, a smug smile on his face. Li Pengfei, what score did Zhou Jiangnan achieve? Lin Yu, why not take a guess and see if he has surpassed Zhao Wanwan? Bah. Zhao Wanwan grew even more flustered and irritated. That wretched fatty, much like Huang Xiaolong, is no good. Lin Yu pressed further. From your tone, it seems he might have outscored Wanwan. Zhao Wanwan panicked. Surely not. Could Zhou Jiangnan truly have surpassed her? Others began flooding the chat with a barrage of question marks and exclamation points. Suddenly, a user by the name of Leave a Name Before the Fire chimed in. Hee, I am quite different. I merely wish to know, Brother Pong. Did you manage to qualify for a vocational program? Lu Ming, do not presume that I cannot recognize you simply because you don a disguise. I, Pingood, have achieved a score of 525. Jiangnan claims I am capable of entering a third-tier university. Ha ha ha. Can you possibly surpass my score, you insignificant fool? Alas, the heavens must be blind. Leaving the chat in a huff, I made my mark before departing. Lin Yu offered a few flattering remarks to satisfy the vanity of the rotund figure, then continued to press for results. Li Pengfei swiftly tossed out a number, 699. The class group fell into an immediate silence. Not a soul spoke for over 20 seconds, leading Li Pengfei to believe the internet had faltered. Just 1 point shy of 700. How infuriating. This is the true dark horse. Now it is all over. Not only can Zhou Jiangnan articulate and compose, but he also possesses musical talent and striking looks, coupled with astonishing academic prowess. What merit do I have to be a classmate of such a distinguished individual? I now find myself engulfed in regret. Had I known, I would have befriended Fong Xin as well. Fool. Take a moment to reflect. Are you anywhere near the heights of Nanshan? Are you as handsome? Certainly not. You possess none of those attributes, not even the grades, which have utterly overshadowed yours. How could the school beauty ever take an interest in you? Your words are painfully hurtful. As Li Pengfei furiously hammered away at the keyboard, he could hardly contain his delight. reveling in the sheer joy of his own bravado. Chapter 50. The goddess wept in the internet CAF. The incessant sound of keyboards clattering filled the air. Li Pingfei transformed into a terrestrial keyboard sage, exuding an air of bravado. Zhou Jiangnan, utterly speechless, remarked, "Fatty, those grades were earned by me. What are you so pleased about?" "Heh, Jiangnan, I know you are least adept at pretending. So it is more fitting for me to take the lead during such moments. We are brothers, after all. What is yours is mine. Just watch." Suddenly, Li Pingfei called out in the group chat, "Zhou Jiangnan, my brother has surpassed you. What do you say to that?" After observing for a long while, Zhou Jiangnan could no longer contain herself and replied, "Li Pingfei, are you out of your mind? What does his score have to do with me? How could it not concern you? You used to look down on him, calling him weak and discarding the love letters he sent. Now that he has toughened up and overshadowed you, are you surprised? What does it matter what I say?" Zhou Jiangnan hasn't uttered a word. It seems the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. You're insane. Zhou Jiangnan was furious. If she could voice her thoughts, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses. "You filthy-minded fatso, don't let me see you, or I will end you." Li Pingfei grew increasingly animated, as if he were the one who had been a loyal dog for over 2 years. The others remained silent, merely observing his fervent antics in the chat. In terms of being a nuisance, Zhou Jiangnan was clearly no match for him. Before long, her avatar went dark, indicating she had been forcefully removed from the conversation. Delight surged within him. He had longed to confront her. After all, what was she but a pretty face with good grades? Why act so arrogantly? Damn it. I am merely the errand boy delivering love letters, and she always glares at me. All those origami cranes she discarded are now a source of her humiliation. She must finally be humbled. Li Pingfei relished his outburst, promptly ordering 2 bottles of cola and a pack of Hallyu egg yolk pies. Zhou Jiangnan disapproved of his actions. If one's affection for another causes distress, it strays from the original intent of that affection. Ultimately, while he felt shame for his 2 years of servile behavior in high school, he recognized the inappropriateness of his actions. Moreover, the image of a muscular man folding origami cranes sent shivers down one's spine. Furthermore, confessing one's feelings should be a celebration of victory, not a battle cry. He had the right to love, just as Zhou Jiangnan had the right to refuse. Having been reborn, one should start anew. They were essentially strangers. Why entangle themselves? Such games are for children. Fatty, let me emphasize this seriously. Let the past remain in the past. High school is over, and so is everything that came with it. In the future, do not associate me with her. I dislike that. Li Pingfei paused, swallowing his egg yolk pie. All right, I've vented my frustrations. I want to bring it up again. The two reached a mutual understanding and were about to engage in a game of CS when Lin Yu urgently messaged in the group, "Li Pingfei, you jerk. You've made Wanwan cry." I called her, and she could barely speak. "She didn't provoke you. Why did you upset her? Just wait. If anything happens to Wanwan, see if Uncle Zhao lets you off the hook." Lin Yu's words sent a chill down Li Pingfei's spine. In an unexpected moment of reflection, I momentarily forgot that Zhao Wanwan's father is the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. Surely, she is not so fragile as to contemplate despair. Jiangnan, what should I do? Have I caused a ruckus? Surely, old Zhao would not seek vengeance. No, she is not as delicate as you perceive. Never mind. I shall extend my apologies on your behalf. Zhou Jiangnan located the QQ account of the user nicknamed Wanwan and sent a friend request. Zhao Wanwan, having wept nearly to her limit, wiped her tears and was sipping yogurt when she noticed a prominent account adding her as a friend. Her heart skipped a beat. What should she do? Is he here to mock me as well? After some contemplation, she decided to accept the request. Zhou Jiangnan sent a message, "Zhao, I apologize for the incident involving the chubby one. He tends to speak without thinking. I have already admonished him. Moreover, you should be celebrating your excellent results. Congratulations." "Thank you. I thought you were here to ridicule me," Zhao Wanwan replied. "Not at all. Only children behave that way. I have no interest in such trivialities. All that transpired in high school is behind us, and we are all connected by fate as classmates." "Oh, then congratulations to you as well for achieving such high scores. You are surely on the path to Tsinghua or Peking University." "Thank you. You're not upset anymore, are you?" "Not upset. That's good. Then let us leave it at that. Goodbye." With that, Zhou Jiangnan quietly departed. Zhao Wanwan blinked, realizing that this insufferable man had indeed become heartless, merely coming to go through the motions of an apology. "No, I am angry again." Just as she was about to send this message, she reconsidered and deleted it. The education she received since childhood did not support such behavior. Since Zhou Jiangnan has moved on, perhaps it is best to let the past fade away. Zhao Wanwan messaged Linyu, informing her that she was no longer upset, which relieved Linyu. The conflict between Li Pingfei and Zhao Wanwan was merely a minor episode. The focus of everyone remained on the college entrance examination results, for that was the matter of utmost significance in their lives. Some took the lead in speculating the admission cutoffs in the group chat. Some believed the score for the third-tier colleges should be around 510, while others thought it might hover around 520, yet none anticipated reaching 530. Li Pingfei was overjoyed, increasingly convinced of his prospects for undergraduate studies. The school had issued a notice stating that on June 27th, all classes would organize the filling of applications by class. This year marked the first time that the application process shifted from estimated scores to actual scores. To prevent any misunderstandings regarding the rules, many important details required in-person explanation. Everyone in the group eagerly anticipated the day after tomorrow, when they would gather to discuss their applications and deepen their camaraderie, ensuring that they would remain connected, no matter where life took them. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiangnan's thoughts were occupied by another matter, or rather, another person, Wang Yueran. She had mentioned that she would conclude her internship after the exams, and he wondered if she had returned to school yet. He carefully recalled Wang Yueran's phone number, which he had silently saved in his newly acquired phone, contemplating a call to check on her when Li Pingfei was not around. He had failed to see her off properly before she left. He felt he had not been a very competent little brother. The two individuals continued to indulge in their gaming session, with Li Pengzi insisting on dragging Zhou Jiangnan into the world of dream of the Red Chamber. Consequently, he registered a character named Yinyu Jiangnan, a swordsman. Li Pengzi's Dragon Palace character guided him through the Great Wild Goose Pagoda, and by the time they logged off, he had reached level 30. In the evening, the pair strolled through the streets, purchasing some snacks before riding back to the concrete factory together. Lacking Fong Xian's contact information, they remained unaware of her exam scores. Upon returning home, they were greeted by a sumptuous feast. To their surprise, Li Jiangguo and his wife had come to Zhou Jiangnan's residence for dinner, much to Li Pengzi's delight. "Mom, weren't you out shopping in Rongqing? How did you return so swiftly?" Li Pingfei's mother, named Zhang Shuang, was dressed quite fashionably, yet without the pretense typical of a wealthy matron. "Your Auntie Luo has prepared a splendid meal. Uncle Chun suggested we join your family for dinner, and as your aunt, I simply had to come to celebrate Jiangyan." Both families enjoyed a jovial and lively dinner, during which Zhang Shuang bestowed a generous red envelope upon Zhou Jiangnan, who expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thus, the delightful day came to a close, with eager anticipation for the arrival of the day after tomorrow. Chapter 51. Filling out applications. If your heart harbors expectations, then time will never seem sufficient. The 2 days slipped by swiftly, and as Zhou Jiangnan entered the classroom, he found it already occupied by a significant number of students. Li Pingfei had returned to the county town with his parents the night before and arrived even earlier than him, currently animatedly chatting with a girl in front of him. The atmosphere in the classroom was generally lively, as not many students in the senior class 6 had performed poorly on their exams. The moment Zhou Jiangnan walked through the door, he captured everyone's attention. "Wow, isn't that Brother Nan? Our dark horse is here." "Brother Nan?" "No. He should be called God Nan. Handsome, talented, and academically accomplished. I'm betting he will become the next great writer." The classmates were in high spirits. Zhou Jiangnan responded with a smile and casually made his way to his seat. "Jiangnan, I tried calling you last night, but it was always busy," Li Pingfei boasted, flaunting his newly acquired phone like a naive country bumpkin. "Oh, I just got it and don't quite know how to use it. I must have pressed the wrong button," Zhou Jiangnan replied nonchalantly, while his thoughts drifted elsewhere. The truth was, he had called Wang Yueran last night, and he couldn't let this rotund friend of his find out. Otherwise, with his loose tongue, who knew how the news would spread? On the line, Wang Yueran had congratulated him on his high score and mentioned that she would be returning to Rongqing School that morning, expressing that they might meet again if fate allowed. This statement left Zhou Jiangnan discontent. In stories, if fate allows usually meant they would never meet again. Such a stunning sister, of course, they must meet again. If fate does not allow it, he would create an opportunity. How could a younger brother not see off his sister as she departs? In a moment of impulsiveness, he told Wang Yueran to wait for him. After he filled out his applications, he would escort her to the station, honoring their bond as siblings. Wang Yueran laughed and readily agreed to her little brother's request. Thus, despite the cacophony in the classroom, Zhou Jiangnan felt little desire to join the discussions. He was preoccupied with the thought of completing his application swiftly to fulfill his promise of farewell. Surely, seeing her off could not be deemed as mere flattery, could it? Zhou Jiangnan, which university are you planning to apply to? Tsinghua or Peking University? Lin Yu inquired, having somehow appeared behind him. Tsinghua or Peking University? No. In my previous life, Zhao Wan'an went to Tsinghua. If I apply there, wouldn't I just be in the same city? I need to distance myself, out of sight, out of mind. Zhou Jiangnan replied, I won't choose either. I'm going to Jiangnan. Jiangnan? With your scores, not choosing Tsinghua or Peking would be such a waste. However, Jinling University, Linen University, or Shanghai Jiaotong University are all excellent choices. Which one are you considering? Linen, I adore that city, he stated. Hee. I wish you all your dreams come true, Lin Yu replied cheerfully before returning to her seat. Just as Zhou Jiangnan hoped to enjoy a moment of peace, Li Pengfei approached him again. Godnan, could you give me some advice? Which university can I get into with my score? The provincial score lines had been established. 595 for the first batch of science majors, 550 for the second, and just 525 for the third. This plump fellow barely scraped by. What incredible luck. Let me think. May I have a look at that application guide you have? Zhou Jiangnan took the college application guide and perused it, finding himself at a loss for choices. The young man showed no inclination to venture beyond the province and was left with no choice but to gamble on an obscure major at an independent college. Thus, he settled on the film academy. All right, I will discuss this with my parents, he declared. Li Pengfei stepped outside to make a phone call and returned shortly, beaming. My parents have inquired through connections and affirmed that the chances are quite favorable. So it is settled. With his indecision resolved, Li Pengfei felt a sense of liberation and began to inquire about the preferences of his peers, though most opted for discretion. Before long, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, entered the classroom with an air of satisfaction. Class 6 had garnered quite a reputation this year, achieving a remarkable turnaround in overall performance, which would undoubtedly yield a substantial bonus for him. Particularly noteworthy was the emergence of Zhou Jiangnan, a dark horse in the class. One must understand the honor a spot at Tsinghua or Peking University brings to both the school and its educators. It would warrant a grand celebration with banners displayed throughout the campus. With pride swelling in his chest, Mr. Zhang ascended to the podium and announced the class's results. Zhou Jiangnan had unexpectedly surged to third place in the grade, a stunning achievement after 3 years of relative obscurity. Apart from Zhou, Zhao Wan'an also made an unprecedented entry into the top 8, securing the 8th position. Coupled with the likes of Zhou Xiaolong and other rising stars, the envy of the other homeroom teachers was palpable. Students, you are the most outstanding class I have ever taught. Based on our high scores, we ranked first in the entire grade, Mr. Zhang exclaimed, his sentiments met with murmurs of discontent from the audience. Really? Just last time, he claimed we were his worst class. What a swift change of heart, Lin Yu remarked. Huang Xiaolong quickly chimed in, indeed. His opinions shift faster than pages in a book. Be quiet, I wasn't talking to you, came the customary retort. Huang Xiaolong felt a deep sense of grievance. Ever since his adoptive father had fallen from grace, teacher Lin's demeanor toward him had soured. Fortunately, this dreary chapter of his life was soon to conclude. Wanwan, which university are you planning to apply to? He asked. My scores are a bit awkward for Tsinghua or Peking. My parents have scrutinized every guide and consulted numerous people, suggesting I apply to Linen University. I think it seems quite suitable. Ah, Zhou Jiangnan is also heading to Linen University, Lin Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she scrutinized Zhao Wanwan. Come clean. Did you two conspire in secret? Zhao Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing. Zhou Jiangnan's score surely guaranteed him a place at Tsinghua or Peking. Why would he forsake such a golden opportunity? In Lingzhou County, gaining admission to these prestigious universities instantly catapults one to local fame, complete with monetary rewards and grand banners adorning the school's entrance, reminiscent of ancient parades. He should have been riding high on success, reveling in the beauty of the world. Why would he choose Linen University? Could it be that he was aware of my intentions and deliberately opted out of Tsinghua or Peking? Perhaps he was still holding on to his feelings for me? Oh dear. What should I do? If he pursues me to university, should I accept him? Zhao Wanwan felt lost in thought, momentarily forgetting to respond. Wow. Could it be that my guess was correct? Ah, Wanwan, you say you don't want to? Yet in truth, Lin Yu exclaimed with great excitement. That's not true. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tickle you. Zhao Wanwan, in a flurry, reached out to tickle her, and the two became entangled in playful chaos. Old Zhang observed this with a knowing smile, recognizing them as good children who deserved joy for their commendable exam results. After a brief moment, Zhou Jiangnan, out of breath, declared, I genuinely have no idea. I haven't asked him, and besides, which university I attend is my own concern. What does it have to do with him? Lin Yu, relentless, retorted, Jiangnan, you've changed. You used to express disdain and contempt whenever Zhou Jiangnan was mentioned, but now your tone has softened. Could it be that you harbor feelings for him without even realizing it? Nonsense. If you keep talking like this, I won't pay you any attention, Zhou Jiangnan shot back. Once their playful tussle subsided, Old Zhang began distributing the 2005 college admission application cards for Sichuan province. Without hesitation, Zhou Jiangnan filled in her first choice as Linen University and casually selected a few other schools for her second and third choices. Having already decided on his school, Zhou Jiangnan did not seek Old Zhang's advice like the others. Instead, he swiftly filled out his application card and departed. By the time Old Zhang realized what had happened, his beloved student had vanished without a trace. He glanced at the application card in his hand, feeling as though the world was spinning around him, and sensed he might faint at any moment. A wayward disciple, I advised you to aim for Qihua or Beida, and you chose Linen instead? This truly infuriates me. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he resolved to visit Zhou Xiangdong's home that evening to engage in some earnest discussions with Zhou Jiangnan about his future aspirations. There was still time to amend the final summary of the application forms, which required each student's signature for confirmation. Chapter 52. Did he drink my milk tea? By late June in Lingjiang, the weather had become quite sweltering. Zhou Jiangnan dashed out of the classroom and sprinted towards the back gate of the school. Wang Yuan, biting on a straw at the milk tea shop, noticed his breathless arrival and smiled, illuminating the very air around her. Zhou Jiangnan approached with a grin, exclaiming, Good sister. I have arrived. Such an absurd address. Wang Yuan set down her milk tea and glanced at the time. It's barely past 9 in the morning. Have you really filled out your applications so early? Have you thought it through? Did you check everything? With a dry throat, Zhou Jiangnan grabbed her milk tea and took a sip before replying. I already said I'm applying to Linen University, so I just filled out my first choice and left. You didn't fill out your second and third choices? Hurry back and complete them. This is no joke. Wang Yuan exclaimed, her expression one of shock at his impulsiveness. No need. If my scores can't get me into Lin University, then I might as well not attend college at all. Little brother, you are quite confident. Sister, I'm not a child anymore. Zhou Jiangnan's gaze was intense as he slurped noisily on the straw. My milk. I've finished it. Wang Yuan paused, then quickly reacted, giving him an indignant glare. I was saying you are no different from the other boys. You're not a good one after all. Oh, come on. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm an adult now, not a child at all. Zhou Jiangnan feigned ignorance. You know exactly what I mean. Wang Yuan pulled her suitcase towards the roadside to wait for a taxi, and Zhou Jiangnan hurried to assist. In the moment he grabbed the suitcase, his hand brushed against hers, feeling cool and smooth. Today, Wang Yuan was dressed refreshingly. Perhaps it was because her internship had concluded. Transitioning from a teaching role to a senior student, coupled with the hot weather, she wore a floral short skirt and a white t-shirt, her hair styled in a bun. That divine aura. Zhou Jiangnan hailed a taxi, placing the suitcase in the trunk before comfortably sliding into the back seat beside Wang Yuan, entirely unashamed. Wang Yuan tilted her head to appraise him and pursed her lips, then smiled brightly, finding him exceedingly charming. This little brother is quite intriguing, his movements so practiced and skilled. He has many tricks up his sleeve. Jiangnan, I never expected your college entrance exam score to be so high. 699 points. Why not apply to Tsinghua or Peking University? That is a dream for many. Because I like it. I like Jiangnan. Zhou Jiangnan declared confidently. Strong individuals never complain about their circumstances. Wherever they go, they are strong. It doesn't have to be Tsinghua or Peking. Besides, Linen University is not lacking. There are plenty of beautiful girls there. Is that one of your considerations? Indeed. Not a single good man among boys. I never realized you were so lecherous. Didn't Confucius once say, food and sex are fundamental human desires? I, a true gentleman, am no exception. Just like on this hot day, seeing you brings me such joy. The conversation between the two left the taxi driver utterly astonished, nearly choking on his own saliva. What a surprise. What is the relationship between these two handsome men and beautiful women? At first, he thought they were a couple. It's all rather confusing. Furthermore, How could that arrogant fellow score 699 points? Shouldn't he be aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University? Was I oblivious when I stepped out? It seems like all manner of peculiar beings have emerged. Excuse me, are you a graduate of the senior class at No. 1 high school? Yes. Oh, my apologies. Zhou Jiangnan looked at the driver in bewilderment, while Wang Yuan chuckled softly. Zhou Jiangnan, honestly, you hardly resemble a student at all. The handsome lad awkwardly rubbed his nose, annoyed by the driver who was ruining the farewell atmosphere. I'll file a complaint. The driver silently noted Zhou Jiangnan's name, planning to ask his son, who was in his second year of high school, when such an extraordinary character had emerged from number 1 high school. The taxi soon arrived at the bus station. Zhou Jiangnan paid the fare and retrieved his luggage, while Wang Yuan gracefully walked ahead, her long legs glowing with radiance. It's no wonder the younger brother is so charming. The older sister simply dazzles. Zhou Jiangnan mumbled to himself as he followed behind, openly admiring her. Truly, those legs are a masterpiece, long, straight, and flawless, with neither excess nor deficiency. By contemporary standards, she could easily be a leg model. Lost in thought, he unexpectedly bumped into a soft palm. It was Wang Yuan, sensing something amiss, who had turned around, catching the little lecher red-handed. She stood on her toes and tapped Zhou Jiangnan's forehead, reproaching him with a hint of exasperation. Honestly, I've noticed a rather mischievous side to you. You seem to have no respect for me at all. I think I should keep my distance. Zhou Jiangnan grinned. Sister, you're leaving soon. I want to remember your beauty, so a few extra glances won't hurt. Besides, I won't lose anything by looking. Sister is quite an amusing title. Wang Yuan withdrew her hand and teased. What? Do you plan to sing farewell for me? I would love to, but alas, there's no ancient pavilion or willow by the roadside to set the scene. If you don't mind, I could sing Kiss Goodbye instead. Wang Yuan shot him a glance. This boy has a way with words. Who claimed he lacked masculinity? Such nonsense. Let us hurry, or I'll be waiting over an hour for the next bus. She frowned slightly, then added, You lead the way this time, you rascal. Zhou Jiangnan beamed, pulling his luggage and striding ahead. Wang Yuan observed his figure from behind, tall and handsome, clad in a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, radiating the freshness of youth. He would surely stand out in university, far superior to those greasy, lecherous boys in school. If only he were a tad older, she might indeed consider him. No. Wang Yuan, what are you thinking? Get a grip. She shook her head, dismissing her fanciful thoughts, only to realize Zhou Jiangnan had stopped, resulting in her colliding with him this time. Like a fledgling returning to its nest, she plunged into his embrace, colliding against his chest, where she could feel the firmness of his muscles. Sister, why did you throw yourself into my arms? Zhou Jiangnan teased with a mischievous grin. Wang Yuan, startled, bounded back a meter like a frightened rabbit, glaring at him in embarrassment and anger. Zhou Jiangnan, how could you be so wicked? I merely turned to see why you had fallen silent. Who would have expected you to come crashing into me? You cannot blame me, he replied playfully. Yes, it's all my fault, he conceded with a smirk. But it's not entirely your fault. One could lament that the atmosphere of parting is excessively poignant, stirring deep emotions. Who is lamenting anything? You're just a little devil, Wang Yuan retorted, her annoyance palpable. Zhou Jiangnan, with a glimmer in his eyes, seemed to hint at something deeper. Wang Yuan, gritting her teeth and stamping her foot in frustration, only fueled his excitement. Perhaps contemplating the possibility that they might never see each other again, he allowed his repressed spirit to emerge, becoming notably more playful. In this playful banter, he discovered Wang Yuan's intriguing nature, sometimes wise, at other times adorably naive, utterly charming in her own right. However, the joyous moments were fleeting, and soon the bus was set to depart after they purchased their tickets. As they parted, Wang Yuan opened the window and waved. Goodbye, my mischievous little brother. The exceptional Zhou Jiangnan. Sister, don't forget me. I will miss you. Safe travels, he called back, raising his phone in a gesture. Understanding his implication, she smiled softly, her lips curving upwards. She opened her phone contacts and changed Zhou Jiangnan's name to Little Brother. In the twilight of her university days, to have such a remarkable and amusing younger brother during her internship was truly a rewarding experience. Yet, ultimately, they were not destined to walk the same path. She had to decide whether to pursue further studies or enter the workforce. Romantic entanglements were but fleeting matters beyond her immediate concerns. Chapter 53. 3 types of girls after bidding farewell to Wang Yuan. Zhou Jiangnan felt a tinge of melancholy. Although their moments alone were few, he regarded her highly, perceiving her as an exceptionally remarkable young woman. Among the several stunning girls he had encountered since his rebirth, only Wang Yuan exhibited both grace and vivacity, embodying a delightful blend of sweetness and charm. Zhou Jiangnan found their conversations effortless and their companionship effortlessly comfortable. In contrast, Zhao Wanwan's pride and indifference to others' feelings made interactions with her exasperating. Such a girl could only be appreciated from a distance. On the other hand, Fang Xian, though gentle and considerate, possessed a remarkably delicate sensibility. Engaging with such a girl required careful attention to one's words, as one could easily strike a nerve unknowingly. Reflecting on Fang Xian reminded him of her words about filling out college applications and their subsequent farewell. Zhou Jiangnan understood her implication of meeting again at the school gate. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was still before 10, making it an opportune moment to return to school, so he hailed a taxi. Indeed, Fang Xian was waiting at the school entrance. Upon seeing him alight from the cab, she exclaimed in surprise, "Jiangnan, why are you so late in filling out your applications?" "Oh, I completed my applications long ago. I just went to the bus station to see off a friend," he replied. "Oh, did you come back for something else?" she inquired. "Not really. I remembered you saying see you at the application site, and since I didn't have your contact information, I thought I would chance upon you," he chuckled. "Fortunately, you haven't left. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to find you later," Fang Xian said, her eyes shimmering with a hint of warmth and joy. "So you came back specifically for me?" "Indeed," he affirmed, receiving the answer she desired. She felt a warmth envelop her heart and was tempted to share that she had also applied to Lenin University. However, before she could voice it, Zhou Jiangnan interjected. "I saw your scores. You are the top liberal arts student in the city. Which of the prestigious universities did you apply to, Tsinghua or Beida?" "Well, that's a secret. You'll find out soon enough," she teased, deciding to keep the mystery alive, playfully blinking at him. Her mischievous expression momentarily captivated Zhou Jiangnan. "All right, I suppose I will eventually learn, as the school will announce it," he mused. Fang Xian winked, not necessarily after chatting for a while. Zhou Jiangnan asked for her contact information, only to discover that not only did she lack a QQ account, but her phone number was also a landline. This was rather awkward, as one cannot carry a landline to university. He fumbled in his pocket, feeling embarrassed. "Oh no, I didn't bring any paper to write my number down for you. Do you think you could remember it if I recite it?" "How silly. You can write it on your palm," she replied, calling him out on his folly. His mind momentarily blanked at her remark. As their eyes locked, Fang Xian's eyelashes fluttered, and a delicate blush graced her cheeks, exuding a charming allure. Indeed, it was evident that the girl deemed the school beauty would possess exceptional looks. Zhou Jiangnan handed her a pen, and Fang Xian wrote her number on her palm, quietly reciting it to herself a few times. At this moment, Li Pingfei called, "Jiangnan, where on earth have you been? I returned from the restroom, and you vanished." "I'm at the school gate," Jiangnan replied. "Damn it. You could have called me before leaving. Without further ado, shall we head to Happy Internet CAF? "Oh, Fang Xian is also there." Li Pingfei's voice was somewhat loud, causing Fang Xian to overhear their conversation. She inquired, "Are you guys going to the Internet CAF? I've never been. Could you take me along?" "Perfect timing. We can help you register a QQ account," Jiangnan readily agreed, urging Li Pingfei to hurry up. Once the trio was assembled, they walked together, with the generous Li Pingfei treating them to a 3-person seat. Jiangnan naturally took the middle spot. After assisting Fang Xian with her QQ registration and adding each other as friends, Li Pingfei encouraged the well-behaved girl to join them in playing Fantasy Westward Journey. Having never played an online game before, Fang Xian quickly became enchanted by the cartoonish graphics, creating a character named Xian Kai. Upon seeing others with colorful appearances, she exclaimed in envy. Jiangnan rolled his eyes, realizing that girls, regardless of age, have an affinity for flamboyant things. Without hesitation, the affluent Li Pingfei purchased 10 colorful items to help her adorn herself in vibrant makeup. However, instead of battling monsters to level up, Fang Xian became singularly focused on catching sea turtles in the Great Eastern Sea, much to Li Pingfei's vexation. Resigned to the situation, Li Pingfei shifted his attention to assisting Jiangnan in acquiring summoning beasts. To showcase the joys of the game and retain his good friends, he bought a plethora of advanced manufacturing guides and crafted iron weapons. Unbeknownst to this rotund fellow, Jiangnan had already played Fantasy Westward Journey in a later era and was well versed in its mechanics. As Li Pingfei explained, he proudly crafted a weapon. "Wow, That's impressive. You can create your own weapons. Jiangnan feigned astonishment and seized control. Interesting, let me give it a try. Before Li Pengfei could react, Jiangnan had crafted several sets of iron weapons and proceeded to appraise them, only to be astounded by the unexpected outcome, a level 129 grade fan. Damn, your luck is extraordinary. You aced the college entrance exam and now this. How unfair. This fan could easily fetch at least 3,000 yuan in reality. Fong Xian, the novice in the Great Eastern Sea, was taken aback. What? You can sell items from the game for real money? The innocent girl was entirely unaware of online gaming. If this were 10 years later, such an item would easily sell for tens of thousands. In this era, it was indeed quite inexpensive. Jiangnan chuckled. I want to sell it. This game is rather intriguing. Now I can flaunt this fan. Indeed, he took his glowing weapon to join a ghost-catching team, where the leaders clamored excitedly for the esteemed player. Li Pengfei was elated to see his brother's interest peaked. Knowing that they would have companionship in gaming from now on, he then gifted a plethora of items, boasting that he would help both of them reach level 120 before the start of university. Fong Xian shyly replied, Pengfei, I don't have that much time for gaming. I still need to help my grandmother during the summer, and I might also spend some time at my dad's. Zhou Jiangnan remarked, fatty. I too lack the luxury of idling in internet cafes daily. In a few days, I intend to seek some employment. Frustrated with the indifference of those unscrupulous individuals who take money without fulfilling their obligations, Li Pengfei exclaimed, what on earth are you thinking? The college entrance examinations have concluded. This is precisely the time for relaxation. If Fong Main has matters to attend to, that's one thing. But are you truly considering moving bricks? Don't even mention those bricks, Zhou Jiangnan retorted vehemently. Have you forgotten our plan to register for a driving license? We need to seize the opportunity to practice driving. Besides, are you not heading to Rongqing? I will accompany you, and while we're there, we can procure some goods at the North train station to sell at a market stall. What profit can one possibly make from a market stall? Li Pengfei questioned dismissively. It's inconsequential. It's all about gaining experience. Otherwise, idling about every day becomes dreadfully monotonous. Very well, when shall we embark for Rongqing? I will inform Xiaoxiao in advance. The Xiaoxiao refers to his virtual spouse in the game. The sooner, the better. As soon as the volunteer forms are signed, we shall set off, aiming for a round trip each day. Fong Xian interjected. Who is Xiaoxiao? Zhou Jiangnan smirked and gestured towards Fatty. You should inquire with this fellow. Fong Xian's eyes widened in confusion, while Li Pengfei's face flushed crimson. Well, she is merely a friend from a game. Oh, so she's your online romantic interest. Fong Xian elongated her tone, wearing an expression of understanding. To mask his embarrassment, Li Pengfei guzzled down a can of cola. Chapter 54. The irrelevance of Zhao Wanwan. After a day of indulgence, Zhou Jiangnan returned home as dusk enveloped the sky. In front of his residence stood an unfamiliar Jialing 125 motorcycle, piquing his curiosity as he gazed at it for a moment longer. Upon entering, he was met with the unexpected presence of two individuals in the living room, his homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, and the department head, both seated together. His father, Mr. Zhou, was engaged in conversation, while comrade Luo Xiaoying busied herself in the kitchen. Jiangnan is back. Upon hearing the door open, the trio in the living room turned their attention to him, with Mr. Zhang offering a greeting. Luo Xiaoying wiped her hands on her apron and said, Son, we have a teacher visiting today. Hurry inside. I'll prepare another dish, and we'll be ready to eat. Zhou Jiangnan pondered briefly and surmised the purpose of Mr. Zhang and the department head's visit. It was most likely concerning his college entrance examination applications. It was not surprising, as every year after the exams, Lingjiang one high school competed with other local schools for the number of students admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities. The admission numbers for these prestigious institutions had become the most significant metric for Lingjiang No. 1 High School and a focal point for the local educational community. Having scored 699 points, he was theoretically on track for admission to either of the two elite universities, yet he had not applied to either, which surely raised concerns among the teachers and school administrators. Director Deng, Mr. Zhang, Zhou Jiangnan greeted as he took a seat. Mr. Zhang got straight to the point. Jiangnan. Over the past 3 months, I have witnessed what can only be described as a miracle. In such a brief period, you have surged from beyond the 600th rank to the top 10, a first in the history of Lingjiang No. 1 High School. You have set a precedent. This year, our analysis suggests that the cutoff for Tsinghua and Peking is likely around 685. There are only 6 students in the science class with scores above 685. And it is quite unexpected that you and Zhao Wanwan did not apply to these institutions. We visited Zhao Wanwan prior to this, and after discussing with her parents, we could grasp their perspective. With a score of 688, it is understandable that she would forego Tsinghua and Peking, as it may not lead to a favorable major. However, your decision to not apply is perplexing. Your score qualifies you for a reputable program. Why would you not pursue that? Mr. Zhang, increasingly animated, could hardly contain his enthusiasm and stood up, directing his gaze at Mr. Zhou. Xiangdong, while the boy may lack understanding, you, as his father, should guide him in making choices. I refrain from criticizing your attention to his academic performance over the past 3 years, given our camaraderie. However, at this pivotal juncture in his life, you cannot simply remain passive. Just then, Luo Xiaoying entered with the final dish and, noticing Mr. Zhang's fervor, chuckled nervously. Mr. Zhang, please don't be so agitated. Let us eat and discuss this. No, we must visit another family later, Mr. Zhang declined. Do have a bite. It is mealtime. And you are already here, he insisted. Mr. Zhang was about to refuse again when Director Deng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and interjected, very well. Then let us add 2 more sets of chopsticks to the table. Mr. Zhou cast Zhou Jiangnan a disapproving glance. In turn, Zhou Jiangnan took the initiative to serve rice to the 2 teachers and offered them vegetables with chopsticks. Mr. Zhou habitually reached for the liquor beneath the table. But Luo Xiaoying shot him a disapproving look, prompting him to withdraw the bottle. Bring it here. The last time I drank was at your wedding. Since we've met again, let's indulge a little. Old Deng will be riding later, so he can pass this time. Old Zhang snatched the wine pot and poured himself a generous half-bowl. Old Zhou, aware of the discontent brewing within his former middle school classmate, could only awkwardly accompany him in drinking. After a few sips, Old Zhang began to curse. Jiangnan, you wretched fellow. Why have you chosen to languish in mediocrity? Zhou Jiangnan rubbed his nose at a loss for words. How much worse could Linen University be compared to Qingbei? Why was he accused of giving up? Before he could respond, Old Zhang continued his barrage. Are you still clinging to Zhao Wanwan? Thinking of pursuing her again? Mind you, her father is the deputy chief of the police department. Sooner or later, she'll ascend to greater heights. If you don't aim for a prestigious place like Qingbei, what makes you think your background is worthy of her? The moment those words left his mouth, the other 3 adults at the table fell silent, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Old Zhou slammed his chopsticks onto the table, his gaze turning progressively hostile. Luo Xiaoying displayed no outward reaction, but also ceased her movements. Director Deng, perceptive as ever, quickly attempted to defuse the situation. Oh dear, Mingfu, what are you saying? It's perfectly normal for young people to be curious about relationships, especially since Jiangnan is quite the handsome lad and Zhao Wanwan is beautiful as well. Mutual attraction is not a problem. Moreover, they are both adults and have made significant strides in their recent college entrance exams, indicating that their emotional lives have not hindered their studies. This is not the matter at hand. As for why he did not apply to Qingbei, I believe Jiangnan must have his own reasons. Why not let him share his thoughts? Jiangnan, please, enlighten us. All eyes turned to Zhou Jiangnan, especially old Zhou's, which brimmed with skepticism, as if ready to chastise him at any moment. Jiangnan remained composed, calmly slurping a noodle and even taking a sip from old Zhou's wine glass. Dad, Mom, Director Deng, Uncle Zhang, I have given this matter considerable thought, so please do not rush me. First and foremost, my desire to attend Linen University has nothing to do with Zhao Wanwan. I was unaware of her intentions to enroll there. We share no romantic entanglements. I do not harbor feelings for her, nor does she for me. Oh, come on, don't look at me with those doubtful eyes. It's truly unrelated. Jiangnan found himself at a loss for words, feeling that contemporary parents were perhaps overly concerned about the dynamics between young men and women. Regarding my choice of Linen University, I have several reasons. First, I simply prefer the climate of the South. The northern winds and winter chill are unbearable, and I have no desire to endure that. Second, Uncle Zhang knows I have a fondness for classical poetry, and my proficiency in language is tied to this appreciation. Having immersed myself in the enchanting verses of poetry and song, I naturally developed an affinity for Jiangnan. Please, do not look at me with that expression. My name contains Jiangnan, which you bestowed upon me. It seems destined that I should go there. Reflect on that for a moment. The third reason, which is of great significance, is that I believe the Jiangnan region, aside from its economic prosperity, boasts a vibrant commercial atmosphere and environment. I aspire to venture into entrepreneurship. and I foresee greater opportunities there. Lastly, I would like to inquire about your opinions. Is it the field of study that holds greater significance? Or is it the institution itself? To be candid, my academic performance may not secure me admission to the most prestigious programs at Tsinghua or Peking University. However, I would have the liberty to choose any major at Linen University. Moreover, Linen University is also a renowned institution nationally. I do not perceive it to be significantly inferior to Tsinghua or Peking. Having reached the age of 18, I am now an adult, capable of determining the course of my own life. Zhou Jiangnan, fueled by the spirit of the moment, rose to his feet, exuding a fervent confidence reminiscent of a spirited debate with learned scholars. In the very next moment, Lao Zhou's large hand came crashing down upon the back of his head. You think you can decide? I haven't even spoken yet, and you presume to take charge. How dare you act like that? He is still just a child. Now, in this household, who do you think holds the reins, you or I? Luo Xiaoying placed her chopsticks down forcefully, glaring at Zhou Xiangdong. If you choose to remain silent, I shall count to 3. Chapter 55. This Jiangnan is not the Jiangnan of old once again. The rugged mountains of Shu Dao loomed before them. Old Zhou's lips twitched, pondering whether to assert his authority and salvage some dignity in front of his old classmates. However, the prospect of sleeping on the floor for several consecutive days loomed large, leading him to conclude that maintaining his pride was far less significant than preserving his comfort. Thus, he hesitated, choosing silence. The father, in his futile attempt to suppress his son, found himself thwarted, for the son was the apple of his mother's eye. This scenario resembled a perplexing cycle of balance, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Director Deng sensed the disruption of familial harmony, yet recognized the weight of Zhou Jiangnan's earlier words, which clearly stemmed from careful contemplation. Particularly striking was the resolute clarity of his logic, rendering further persuasion seemingly futile. After all, one cannot force a reluctant fruit to sweeten. The choice of educational aspirations ultimately rested with the individual. Jiangnan, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further commentary. However, do remember that there is a reward for those who gain admission to Qingbei County, Deng added. If you happen to reconsider, please notify us promptly. Zhou Jiangnan nodded, turning to Uncle Zhang. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhang. I am fully aware of my choices, and I assure you that my future accomplishments will not disappoint you. Old Zhang downed the remaining liquor in one gulp and sighed. Ah, Xiangdong, our children have grown. We are aging. Xiangdong followed suit and drained his glass, a simple grin spreading across his face. For him, his son's current achievements were already a source of immense pride. Whether or not he attended Qingbei mattered little. The young man was now capable of making his own decisions, having matured from a small child trailing behind his father. After the meal, the family accompanied Director Deng and Zhang Minfu as they departed. The roar of the motorcycle faded into the distance, while old Zhang volunteered to wash the dishes. Luo Xiaoying listened intently as her son compared Linen University with Qingbei, both parents feeling content, believing that as long as their son was happy, nothing else mattered. The unwavering support of parents for their children remains a constant. Mom and Dad are here for you. The highway leading from Lingjiang People's Cement Factory is subject to major repairs every 3 years. The frequent passage of heavily loaded trucks wreaks havoc on the delicate cement road, reducing it to ruins in no time. Director Deng rode his bike, carrying Zhang Minfu back toward the county town, with their next stop being the home of Fong Xian, a remarkable student, the top scorer in the humanities of Ling City and the second in the province. Strange occurrences abound each year, but this year has been particularly rife with oddities. It was astonishing to discover that the daughter of the deputy mayor had also applied to Linen University. After being bullied by Huang Mao, her identity gradually became known throughout the county, prompting teachers aware of the situation to commend the deputy mayor's strict household management. The only daughter, surprisingly willing to endure a modest life in the countryside with her grandmother, pursued her studies solely through her own efforts, never seeking accolades from Olympiads, relocating for college entrance exams, or leveraging athletic talents for extra points. The integrity displayed by Fong Su since his appointment as deputy mayor reflects a commendable family ethos. Old Zhang, you mentioned that with Zhou Jiangnan, Zhao Wanwan, and Fong Xian, all three of whom are capable of gaining admission to prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua and Peking University, why did they all choose to enroll at Linen University? One could understand if Zhou Jiangnan and Zhao Wanwan, being classmates, made a private agreement to attend Linen University together. However, Fong Xian belongs to the liberal arts class. What motivated her choice? I have no idea, but if you inquire, you might find out. Old Zhang furrowed his brows, for he had recently heard that Fong Xin had been getting quite close to Zhou Jiangnan. If the liberal arts top student indeed chose Linen University because of him, this young rascal would have single-handedly thwarted the aspirations of Lingzhong No. 1 High School to become a prestigious institution. Nevertheless, it seemed that Director Deng was unaware of this matter, so it would be best for him to feign ignorance as well. When the motorcycle arrived at Qianjin village, it was already past 7 in the evening. Fong Xin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Director Deng and teacher Zhang Minfu, but she quickly called for her grandmother. "Grandma, Director Deng and teacher Zhang have come." Old Zhang quietly remarked, "Old Deng, the task of persuading her falls to you. After all, I am not her subject teacher." "Don't worry, I will handle it," assured Director Deng. After parking the motorcycle, he politely greeted Grandma Fong, who warmly invited both men inside. "Auntie, it's getting late, and we specifically came to hear Fong Xin's thoughts. She is the top liberal arts student in our city, yet she did not apply to Tsinghua or Peking University." Grandma Fong was taken aback. She was no ordinary rural woman and was well aware of the esteemed status of these universities in the country. Xin, you did not apply to Tsinghua or Peking University?" "Grandma, I applied to Linen University," Fong Xin replied softly, respectfully offering tea to the two teachers. Grandma Fong frowned. "Why? Have you discussed this with your father?" Fong Xin embraced her arm. "Because I like Jiangnan. I haven't told Dad yet, but he is quite open-minded and will surely understand." Goodness, what a clever way to adorn her father with a high hat. If Grandma Fong were to oppose this choice, it would imply that her son was not open-minded. Thus, the matter would shift to a father-daughter issue, sparing the grandmother from entanglement. Director Deng saw nothing amiss, but Zhang Minfu, engaged in literary work, sensed the underlying tension. The previous individual who professed a fondness for Jiangnan was Zhou Jiangnan himself, who genuinely cherished the misty southern landscapes. Now, the one expressing affection for Jiangnan raises questions. Is it the geographical region she admires, or the name itself? Surely, this Jiangnan is not the same as that Jiangnan. It was not his duty to counsel this young lady, so Zhang Minfu opted for a role of companionship. Internally, he could not help but lament, that rascal Zhou Xiangdong. Truly a remarkable phenomenon. He seems poised to win over the daughter of the deputy mayor Fong. Quite impressive, with his loyal wife still in the picture. Perhaps he should learn a few tricks from him and create a new account to refresh his experience? Silently sipping his tea, he observed Director Deng as he gently guided and educated. Meanwhile, Fong Xin, with her soft exterior concealing a resolute core, remained steadfast, unwilling to budge. This girl seemed to have firmly made up her mind. Alas, Fong Xin, you are rather confused. The liberal arts program at Jingbei University is the finest in the nation. With your background, coupled with the prestige of Jingbei University, how much pride could you bring to your father? Have you considered seeking your father as counsel? The teacher possesses a mobile phone. You could call him now. Teacher Deng, my father is upright and principled. He does not wish for us to use his name as a badge of honor, and he certainly does not need me to enhance his reputation. He would not oppose it. Xin, please call your father and hear his opinion. The two teachers have made a considerable effort to come here, and we must provide them with a definitive response. Fong Xin chose not to use Director Deng's mobile phone, but instead dialed her father using the landline on speaker mode. The voice on the other end was somewhat chaotic, suggesting that Fong Suchu was still engaged in a meeting late into the night, deliberating on work matters. He only asked one question regarding his daughter's intentions. Have you made up your mind? Fong Xin affirmed that she had. Thus, old Fong's response was straightforward and brusque. Then go ahead boldly. Your father supports you. Oh dear, what a burden. How can parents be so irresponsible? Can Linen University possibly compare to Qingbei? One is of the highest caliber, the other merely respectable. Qingbei is, after all, a singular entity. Sigh, disappointment, failure, and disillusionment. Love shall not find me again. Director Deng, disheartened, offered a few words of encouragement, echoing sentiments similar to those expressed when departing from Zhou Jiangnan and Zhou Jiangnan's homes. Before graciously thanking Grandma Fong for her hospitality and leaving on his motorcycle with a sense of solitude. On the road, he remained perplexed. Old Zhang, I truly cannot comprehend. What could possibly motivate her actions? Old Zhang replied thoughtfully. Does one need a reason to love someone? What are you saying? Director Deng felt a shiver run down his spine, his muscles tensing with anxiety as he asked, Zhang Minfu, what do you have in your pocket? It's poking me. Just keys. Can't one keep keys in their pocket? Zhang Minfu retorted, Besides, if I'm too drunk to sit still and fall, wouldn't that be considered a work-related injury? By all means, is he worried I might usurp his position as department head? Those who engage in ideological work possess the most dubious of hearts. Chapter 56, Prosperity Through Demolition. Linjiang No. 1 High School was fortunate. In 2005, it remarkably produced 6 prodigious talents bound for Tsinghua and Peking University. Yet, it was also a source of great disappointment, as 3 of these outstanding students chose to enroll at Linen University, despite all attempts to dissuade them. The principal, in his office, erupted in fury, vehemently reprimanding Director Deng and Zhang Minfu. Despite having the upper hand, the situation had deteriorated to such an extent that both bore undeniable responsibility. What could Deng and Zhang possibly say? The principal's insight was indisputable, as the entire county buzzed with discussions regarding the peculiarities of Linjiang No. 1's college entrance examination results. Another sensational piece of news finally came to fruition. The mountainous Linjiang County, notorious for its arduous roads, was set to receive a highway. A national-level plan had been officially released. A highway traversing multiple provinces would pass through Linjiang County, with one of its exits located in the suburban area. According to the planning map, this entry point was situated in what was once the development zone, which was soon to undergo land acquisition and demolition. Of course, a single highway would not entail extensive demolition. Even accounting for the construction control areas on either side, it would not necessitate the obliteration of the entire town. Where there are those who rejoice, there are also those who feel disillusioned. Li Pengfei gazed at the planning map, utterly in awe of Zhou Jiangnan, feeling as though he were witnessing a miracle. Divine South, forever a deity. Jiangnan, my God, all 4 of your properties lie directly on the planned route, each perfectly aligned. How on earth did you manage this? Do you possess the uncanny ability to foresee the future? The plump fellow clasped his hands together, his expression remarkably reverent. Master, please enlighten me. When shall I encounter sweet love? Zhou the master cast him a sidelong glance, feigning a calculation. No, you can't even find love, yet you desire sweetness. You must be dreaming. Li Pengfei immediately exploded in outrage. If this deity does not bless me, what good is it? He lunged forward, grasping Zhou Jiangnan by the throat, and they soon found themselves in a scuffle. The blonde-haired net CAF manager hesitated for a moment, debating whether to intervene, but upon witnessing their prolonged tussle without bloodshed, chose to roll his eyes and ignore them. Zhou Jiangnan subdued Li Pengfei and whispered, "Fatty, keep it down. Wealth should not be flaunted. Ouch, you scoundrel. Remove your hand from my throat. It hurts." Li Pengfei grimaced, warily glancing around the CAF, fearful that their earlier conversation regarding properties would be overheard. The 2 distractedly played games for a while before unanimously deciding to log off early. On their way home, the duo fantasized about demolition compensation and the prospect of exceptional performance in the upcoming examinations, their steps light and buoyant, with spring-s breeze and swift hooves. "One day I shall witness all the flowers of Chang'an," Li Pengfei declared, brimming with confidence as he pointed to his bicycle. "Ha ha, once the money arrives, I'll immediately get a motorcycle, one that can take girls along. Trust me, it's worth the gamble. A bicycle can transform into a motorcycle. By the way, let us prepare. We'll head to Rongqing together tomorrow." "Wonderful. Will you accompany me to meet my online friend?" "Of course. We'll set off early and should arrive in Rongqing around 11. If it goes well, treat her to lunch to foster some rapport. Then in the afternoon we can stroll through the Lotus Market near the North train station." "Absolutely. I'll message her right away." Li Pengfei sent messages to his online romantic interest via mobile QQ, entirely unconcerned with the high cost of data usage, as his pocket money became quite ample after the release of his college entrance examination results. Soon, they arranged to meet at a mall not far from the East Bus Station, and Brother Daping was so excited that he pedaled his bicycle with fervor. Upon returning home, Zhou Jiangnan found Luo Xiaoying preparing dinner, while old Zhou had yet to finish work. "Mom, I'm back," he announced. "Wash your hands. Your father will be home soon. And dinner is almost ready." "Oh, let me see what we're having today." "Well, braised pork with preserved vegetables. What is the occasion for such a feast?" He reached out to take some, but Luo Xiaoying swatted his hand away. "Don't grab it with unwashed hands. It's not any special day. Your second uncle slaughtered a pig and brought over some meat, and he also took that pile of books back for your cousin." His second uncle was a butcher, and he had never lacked for business. His cousin, Luo Tsong, was robust in stature but academically challenged. Giving him those books would indeed be a waste. "Why didn't he stay for dinner?" Zhou Jiangnan inquired. "I tried to persuade him, but he claimed to be very busy, as he has to accompany your cousin for tutoring every day this summer. TSK, I see that little fat Luo hasn't been disciplined enough. A doting mother spoils her child. Indeed, it's your second uncle's fault too. Whenever he tries to discipline him, his wife rushes to protect him. Little Tsong has gone astray, you know. I've heard he spends his days with some troublemakers riding dirt bikes. The mother and son sighed together, discussing how the second uncle wished Zhou Jiangnan to tutor his cousin for a while, a suggestion he politely declined. Education relies on the individual. If I were to teach little fat Luo, I'd end up hitting him 5 or 6 times a day. Either he would perish or I would. Forget it. I can't be bothered to stir up animosity. Besides, I have my own matters to attend to. I'm planning a trip to Rongqing tomorrow. As Zhou Jiangnan finished speaking, old Zhou's voice boomed from the doorway. Who is going to Rongqing? The disheveled figure of old Zhou entered, but his expression radiated triumph. Ever since his son's impressive college entrance examination results were announced, old Zhou walked with a newfound vigor at the factory, basking in the pride of his son's accomplishments. The factory resembled a small society, where even the slightest news spread rapidly. Zhou Xiangdong's son ranked 3rd in science countywide and 4th citywide, igniting envy among the other parents in the factory. Having spent a lifetime speaking of other people's children, old Zhou could hardly contain his joy now that such a remarkable child was his own. Moreover, today, conversations at the factory revolved around the upcoming highway construction in the county, which would require demolitions in the affected areas, with the government providing compensation. It was rumored that the compensation would be at least 600 yuan per square meter, with an entire house starting at 100,000 yuan, an amount that would take a lifetime to save. Xiaolu from the team spoke of this with eager anticipation, and Zhou Xiangdong was immediately reminded of the several properties his son had purchased for him, swelling his pride even further. My son is truly exceptional. He is undoubtedly a product of the Zhou family. Jiangnan, I've heard about the highway demolitions. Are your properties affected? And what business do you have in Rongqing? Zhou Jiangnan, with his mouth full of food, nodded in agreement. Everything is in the demolition zone. It won't be long before the government approaches me for discussions. As for going to Chengdu, tomorrow, Li Pengzi and I will take a stroll and find something to do. What will you do? Lao Zhou was taken aback. Seeking business opportunities, Zhou Jiangnan replied. Business opportunities? You intend to venture into commerce, yet you have no experience. Don't be deceived, Lao Zhou retorted anxiously. Rest assured. I have a plan in mind. Besides, I am already 18 years old, and with more than 2 months until university begins, I cannot afford to squander my time idly. I too understand the intricacies of business. Just be cautious. Lao Zhou muttered begrudgingly, feeling an unexpected emptiness in his heart. His son had truly grown up, increasingly independent and self-reliant. Zhou Jiangnan, having lived 2 lifetimes, was adept at reading emotions and could easily discern his father's feelings. Dad, Mom, no matter how old I grow, I will always be your son, and no matter how far I wander, I shall return to your side. Lao Zhou felt a warmth in his heart and playfully chided. Go wherever you wish. Your mother and I have no objections. Indeed, a young man should aspire to explore the world, as long as you achieve something. That is all that matters. Luo Xiaoying also smiled in agreement. Chapter 57. Zhao Wanwan purchases stockings as dawn broke the following day. The Trash brothers embarked on the earliest bus to Rongqing. Li Pengfei, yawning incessantly, soon succumbed to slumber. Zhou Jiangnan gazed out at the scenery. New buildings lined the roadside, a testament to the laborers who had invested their earnings into these structures. Alas, once the highway was completed, this county road began its gradual decline. Subsequently, with the advent of a new expressway, the county road fell into utter disrepair. The value of the properties plummeted significantly. What does this signify? It underscores the notion that choice is far more pivotal than mere effort. If one does not pursue the correct path, no amount of diligence will yield anything but painful consequences. Furthermore, it is imperative to adapt to the currents of progress. The decade following 2005 marked a fervent period of infrastructure development, alongside the rapid advancement of the internet, with capital predominantly flowing into these arenas. For the impoverished youth striving to transcend the shackles of their social class, these sectors are their only avenues for hope. The bus arrived at the East Station precisely after 11. As Li Pengfei exited the station, he suddenly became self-conscious, his speech faltering. Jiangnan, do you think my outfit is appropriate? Do I look too tacky? Zhou Jiangnan scrutinized him carefully. He wore a standard English logo t-shirt paired with dark denim jeans. His hair styled in tousled bangs and sported sneakers, presenting a lively image of a slightly portly young man. "It looks fine to me, reminiscent of a certain winter," he replied. "Don't brush me off like that. Is my hairstyle a bit disheveled? I feel like if I had cut it short like yours, it would have looked good too. I should have done that. Not everyone can pull off my hairstyle. It depends on one's features." "Bah, you scoundrel. With that baby face. Are you planning to sell yourself?" Li Pengfei spat playfully. The two hailed a rickshaw and arrived at the shopping mall sign in just a few minutes. As they approached their destination, the portly fellow grew increasingly anxious. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled, taking the lead toward a bubble tea shop. Upon entering, they spotted 3 young women, each seated at separate tables. One had dyed blonde hair, another had softly curled locks, and the third had sleek black hair framing her face. "Jiangnan, which one is she?" "How would I know? You're the one who made the arrangements." "What should I do? I wanted to video chat with her before, but she never agreed." "I don't know which one she is. What are you standing there for? Just go ask them one by one." Zhou Jiangnan nudged him forward. The portly fellow stumbled a few steps, gesturing awkwardly as he stood before the trio. The 3 girls looked up, seemingly bemused by his antics. I think I took a wrong turn." The portly fellow turned to flee, wishing for an escape route. Zhou Jiangnan caught his arm. "Apologies. My friend has a tendency to be shy. May I ask which of you lovely ladies is Xiao Xiao?" The girl with the blonde hair hesitated for a moment before rising. "I am. That's me." "Oh, it's you. Here, this is Brother Doping." Zhou Jiangnan observed closely. The girl had a round face and donned a distinctly alternative style, embodying the essence of a spirited young woman. Onlookers gathered, watching the scene unfold as the portly fellow and the girl exchanged awkward glances, both rendered speechless by the tension. Zhou Jiangnan let out a helpless sigh and decided to call both individuals to change their location for conversation, retreating outside to avoid suspicion. After what felt like an eternity, the 2 online acquaintances finally recognized each other. Zhou Jiangnan's stomach growled with hunger, and only then did the chubby fellow emerge, beaming alongside the girl with the yellow hair. "What is this? The cowherd and the weaver girl are so engrossed in their reunion that they have forgotten about me, the old ox? Xiao Xiao, this is my childhood friend." "Zhou Jiangnan," Li Pengfei introduced. "Jiangnan, this is Zhu Xiaoxiao." Zhu Xiaoxiao greeted him with, "Hello, handsome." "Not bad. At least she knew how to be polite." Zhou Jiangnan nodded in acknowledgement and boldly said, "Let us go grab a bite to eat. You're treating, fatty." The trio headed straight to KFC. After thoroughly indulging at the expense of the chubby friend, Zhou Jiangnan prepared to set off for the North Train Station's Lotus Market. Li Fatty hesitated for a moment and murmured, "Jiangnan, why don't you go on your own? I'll wait here for you." This fat fellow's tendency to prioritize romantic interests over friendship was becoming apparent, yet Zhou Jiangnan understood, as the beginning of such encounters was always enchanting. "All right, stay in touch," he replied, leaving behind the lovey-dovey couple. The solitary handsome guy boarded the bus to the Lotus Market. In the 2000s, the Lotus Market was the largest distribution center for small commodities in Chengdu. Zhou Jiangnan wandered around with great interest, inspecting various trinkets and baubles, and after a thorough exploration, he settled on his plan. Clothes, socks, and flip-flops were of no interest. What he sought were stockings. This item had a high profit margin, and customers typically did not haggle. After comparing several shops, he arrived at a store specializing in wholesale stockings and struck up a lively conversation with the affable middle-aged female owner, who was choosing high-heeled shoes. After discussing the texture and thickness of the products, Zhou Jiangnan decided to purchase several hundred pairs. As he crouched down to pack the goods into a snakeskin bag after completing the transaction, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Boss, how much for this pair of stockings?" The crisp, youthful voice was unmistakably reminiscent of the fierce class monitor. Zhou Jiangnan turned around and, indeed, it was Zhao Wanwan. What was she doing here? Holding stockings in her hand, she was accompanied by a charming middle-aged woman, and at that moment, both recognized Zhou Jiangnan, staring at each other in surprise. From Zhou Jiangnan's perspective, the campus belle had finally shed her oversized school uniform and was now clad in a lovely little dress, her fair legs glowing in the light. In her grasp, she held the delicate sheer stockings, a type he had just assessed for its delightful texture, imagining how they would look on those splendid legs. Stop right there. No more thoughts. No matter how attractive this fierce girl is, she should not be provoked. A man must first shoulder his responsibilities. Zhou Jiangnan steadied himself, preparing to greet her, but Zhao Wanwan spoke first. "Ah, you. What are you doing here? Can I come here?" No, I mean, how is it possible to run into you here? The world is too small. I should leave the province next time. Zhou Jiangnan continued to focus on packing the stockings, while the middle-aged woman beside Zhao Wanwan frowned and asked, Wanwan, is this your friend? Zhao Wanwan gently linked arms with the elegant woman beside her and said sweetly, Mom, this is my high school classmate, Zhou Jiangnan. Ah, is he the valiant one who scored an impressive 699 points, Zhou Jiangnan? The woman inquired, her expression softening. Indeed, replied Wanwan. The woman smiled warmly at Zhou Jiangnan. Hello, Xiao Shou, I am Wanwan's mother, Su Hui. Zhou Jiangnan stood, brushing the dust from his hands, yet refrained from shaking hers. Hello, Aunt Su. My hands are quite dirty, and I wouldn't want to soil you. Are you wandering about on your own? What about the bags on the ground? Oh, I thought I might as well keep busy, so I came to wholesale some socks to sell back in the county. Just trying to pass the time with a little street vending. Wow, what an industrious young man. After just finishing the college entrance examination, you're not thinking of having some fun, but instead, you're already learning to be self-sufficient. Wanwan, look how independent and thoughtful he is. You should take a cue from him. To her mother's remarks, Zhao Wanwan surprisingly refrained from retorting. She merely nodded in agreement, her emotions in a tangle. What a coincidence it is. Wherever I go, he seems to follow. Could this be fate? Chapter 58. Are we perhaps destined? He was a high school classmate, a young man imbued with a strong sense of justice. Achieving remarkable academic success, he ranked third in the county and fourth in the city during the college entrance examination. A true academic prodigy. Furthermore, he possessed talents in poetry, music, and composition, and now he was independently striving to establish a business. Although it was merely a street vendor endeavor, it still demonstrated his commendable practical skills. In contrast, many of his contemporaries, aged 17 or 18, spent their holidays either engrossed in video games or engaged in romantic pursuits, frivolously spending their parents' money without a shred of remorse, as if they believed that merely completing their exams was the pinnacle of life. Su Hui was acutely aware of the realities of university life, lacking discipline and practical skills. For years in college could easily devolve into mere idleness. Even with self-discipline, one might only approach university studies with the same seriousness as high school. In the professional world, mere academic prowess is insufficient. The true prerequisites for success are audacity, capability, and innovative thinking. As she regarded the young man before her, Zhou Jiangnan, her admiration grew. She felt that such an ambitious individual was indeed worthy of befriending her daughter. The adage one is influenced by their company held true. Surrounding oneself with positive energy alters one's aura. With a smile, Su Hui suggested, Little Zhou, it is a rare pleasure to encounter you here. Given the sweltering summer heat, let me treat you to ice cream and desserts. Please do not decline. You and Wanwan are not only high school classmates, but will likely be university classmates as well. I have matters to discuss with you. Zhou Jiangnan felt overwhelmed by the revelation. In a previous life, Zhao Wanwan had been accepted into prestigious universities such as Tsinghua and Beida. He could not fathom why she chose to apply to Linen University this time. Could it be a case of opposing fates, resulting in a butterfly effect? Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Zhao Wanwan met his skeptical gaze, a flicker of unease crossing her features. Zhou Jiangnan, I initially had no knowledge that you had also applied to Linen University. I only discovered it after submitting my application. I did not deliberately choose the same university as you. Her attempts at clarification only served to amplify the awkwardness of the situation. Su Hui, being astute and the wife of the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, was well acquainted with the intricacies of various social circles. She quickly sensed her daughter's unusual demeanor and, with a flash of insight, realized the underlying truth. Oh, the mystery is unraveling. No wonder Wanwan suddenly changed her mind about not applying to Renmin University. She had previously expressed concerns about her scores and voiced disdain for the northern climate. Among other excuses, it became clear that the root of her decision lay with this young man before her. Su Hui regarded him with newfound scrutiny, beginning with his hairstyle, which pleased her. It was neither dyed nor unevenly parted, and he appeared quite spirited. His attire was also appropriate, devoid of any gaudy accessories, and his trousers were unblemished, presenting a clean and refreshing appearance. Lastly, his facial features were indeed commendable, refined yet defined, with a resolute gaze that possessed an intriguing depth. Overall, he would easily score a 90 in her assessment. Zhou Jiangnan, oblivious to the approving expression emanating from the attractive woman before him, chose not to press further regarding Zhao Wanwan's explanation. Instead, he casually inquired, What major did you apply for? Law, Zhao Wanwan replied. Oh, he exhaled, relieved. Thank heavens. It is fortunate that we are not in the same profession. Su Hui smiled meaningfully, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Let us proceed. There is a dessert shop ahead, and I shall treat you to a refreshing respite. Finally, the shop assistant managed to interject, eagerly inquiring, Miss, do you still want the stockings? Zhao Wanwan suddenly recalled the ultra-thin stockings she had been clutching, hastily returning them to their place. No, I do not want them. It was all her mother's fault for insisting that wearing stockings could ward off pesky mosquitoes in the summer, which were particularly bothersome in Sichuan province. She quickly tugged her mother forward, with Zhou Jiangnan following helplessly behind. Boss, I will leave my things in your shop for now and pick them up later. Absolutely. Go ahead, handsome. I will take good care of them. Upon arriving at the dessert shop, Su Hui encouraged him to order whatever he pleased. Zhou Jiangnan generously ordered a cup of mango sago, as this amount of money was trivial for the director's wife. Zhao Wanwan savored her blueberry ice cream, quietly listening to her mother converse with him, so engrossed that she bit her spoon in stillness. Zhou Jiangnan had to concede that this young lady was indeed beautiful. The way her little tongue licked the ice cream was simply extraordinary, a talent innate to her. Alas, she was a fierce tigress. Su Hui posed numerous questions, such as what her family did, what plans lay ahead, and when she would be attending school. He responded sporadically, thinking to himself that he was not a criminal to be interrogated. During their exchange, he learned that Zhao Wanwan's family owned property in Chengdu, confirming that they were indeed affluent. Xiaozhou, you and Wanwan will be college classmates soon. With such distance from home, I cannot help but worry for her safety. If anything arises, you must lend her your support. Well, Su Annie, Zhao Wanwan is quite capable. She likely does not need my assistance. Better safe than sorry. Consider it a request from an aunt. It is always beneficial for a young lady to have someone familiar when venturing out. Wouldn't you agree, Wanwan? Zhao Wanwan, lost in thought while biting her spoon, snapped back to reality, mumbling a few affirmatives, seemingly oblivious to the question posed. Zhou Jiangnan could only acquiesce. After all, her mother was treating them to ice cream, and one cannot easily refuse a hand extended in kindness. Moreover, given Zhao Wanwan's lofty pride and self-assuredness, it was unlikely she would ever require his help. Agreeing was not a significant issue. At that moment, Zhao Wanwan spoke up. Zhou Jiangnan, where do you plan to set up your stall? I have not decided yet. I am merely joking. That large bag, will you be able to carry it back? It may look large, but the fabric is not heavy, and besides, Li Pengzi will assist. Oh, where's Li Pengfei? I haven't seen him. He has something to attend to. He is waiting for me at the station. You. Zhao Wanwan chattered incessantly, causing Zhou Jiangnan's head to spin. Why was this young lady so talkative today? She resembled a walking encyclopedia of questions. She even queried about his excellent performance in the college entrance examination, as if she had not witnessed his relentless dedication. Clearly, she was a fierce tigress, yet she insisted on pretending to be a demure lady in front of her mother. Did she not find that exhausting? However, the duration of indulging in a bowl of dessert is fleeting, and eventually, the three of them finished their treats. Zhou Jiangnan took the initiative to suggest returning to Lingyang, lest they miss their transport. His demeanor was unmistakably clear, gratitude for the hospitality, a farewell, and no need for further accompaniment. Zhao Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle at the comical sight of them carrying a woven bag. Wanwan, this Zhou is quite a remarkable individual. Su Hui remarked. Ah, he wasn't always like this. This transformation has occurred only in the past 6 months. Zhao Wanwan recounted Zhou Jiangnan's earlier days, selectively omitting the more embarrassing episodes, which made Su Hui's eyes light up even more. 3 years of silence can lead to an extraordinary rise. 3 years of obscurity can culminate in astonishing feats. This young man truly is impressive. Such a person is worth befriending. Zhao Wanwan nodded obediently. With long hair and a short skirt, she radiated an almost ethereal glow. Chapter 59. A call from the relocation office when Zhou Jiangnan found Li Pengfei. He was bidding a reluctant farewell to Zhu Xiaoxiao. Zhu Xiaoxiao had already boarded the bus, while the rotund fellow lingered at the bus station entrance, glancing back repeatedly. It appeared that during the afternoon he had developed quite a crush. Come on, stop being so sentimental and come help me out, Zhou Jiangnan called out. Turning around, he spotted Li Pengfei struggling with a bulging sack made of snake skin. Unable to restrain his sarcasm, he remarked, what is going on with you? Did you come to the city to scavenge? Get lost, this is my merchandise. Just help me carry it for a bit, Li Pengfei retorted, as Zhou Jiangnan unceremoniously tossed the bag onto his shoulder, causing him to stagger slightly. So, How was your afternoon with Zhu Xiaoxiao? You seem to be getting along quite well. Hee hee, we found an internet CAF and played Fantasy Westward Journey for a few hours. What? That's it. Didn't you do anything else? Zhou Jiangnan, what are you thinking? Xiaoxiao is very innocent. She is not the kind of girl you imagine. She needs to be cherished. All right. She is innocent. You're noble, and I'm the one with a dirty mind. Don't tell me you didn't even hold hands in the entire afternoon. No. She said we shouldn't rush things on our first meeting and should take our time to nurture our feelings. Li Pingfei beamed foolishly. I dyed her hair and gave her a no-rank weapon as a gift. She was so happy and said she'd treat me to milk tea next time. Oh my. Who would have thought you were such a romantic, a pure-hearted warrior of love? Who was it that once looked down on me for pursuing Zhao Wanwan? At least I didn't spend any money. You, on the other hand, have splurged a fair amount. A no-rank weapon, although it may not be valuable, still starts at 1,000. I haven't even spent that much on all the socks and underwear in this snakeskin bag. Zhou Jiangnan watched the foolishly grinning Li Pingfei ahead of him, feeling a mix of exasperation and pity. If not for the burden on his shoulder, he would have given him a good lesson in military-style boxing. Innocent? Nurturing feelings? Milk tea next time? All these words are painfully grating. While the others are effortlessly winning hearts, you've wasted a pile of gifts without achieving anything. Bah, love-struck fools deserve their fate. Listen, my dear friend. It's essential to seize the moment. Why are you being so overly cautious, practically handing over your future wife to someone else? Sometimes, the bicycle you're hesitant to ride might have already been taken for a spin by someone else, and you wouldn't even realize it until it's too late. Upon hearing this, Li Pingfei abruptly halted, turning with a serious expression. My instincts tell me she is a good girl, and one act recklessly. Zhou Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Fine, I want to say more. Just keep your wits about you, and hurry home to buy your ticket. It was time for this foolish friend to experience some harsh lessons in love. By the time they returned to Lingjiang, the sun was setting. Zhou Jiangnan lugged the bag upstairs, preparing to scout the pedestrian street in the county the next morning to set up a stall, waiting for his acceptance letter. As for Li Pingfei, it seemed he was destined to fall in love, leaving Zhoujiang and with little hope for his assistance. The summer nights are not particularly lengthy. At the break of dawn the following day, he rode his bicycle hastily towards the county. Upon reaching the pedestrian street, he received a call from the demolition office, requesting him to come in for a discussion regarding the relocation matters. The county acted swiftly. The highway planning had just been announced, and a demolition command center was promptly established, with target groups immediately identified. Zhou Jiangnan owned 4 houses, each situated along the essential route of the highway, making him a prime target for their efforts. The urgency in the phone call compelled him to head directly to the demolition office. The destination was a modest bungalow not far from the development zone, prominently displaying a freshly made sign. Upon entering, Zhou Jiangnan greeted, "Hello. I am here to inquire about the demolition policies. Whom should I address?" The staff in the office looked up in surprise, puzzled by the presence of such a youthful young man. Although tall and robust, his face bore the unmistakable marks of youth. A middle-aged man inquired, "Where are your elders? They should be here. How can a child come alone?" Zhou Jiangnan replied with a smile, "No need for them. The house belongs to me, and I am here to discuss it. Besides, you just called me, didn't you? Are you Zhou Jiangnan?" "Yes, that is me." Zhou Jiangnan presented his identification, and after thorough verification, the middle-aged man escorted him into the negotiation room. Whispers filled the office as everyone was taken aback. Recently, they had reviewed the housing records, and the transaction files from the housing authority clearly indicated that the 4 houses had been purchased only recently. They assumed the houses were bought in the child's name by the parents, expecting the parents to attend the discussion alongside him. To their astonishment, the actual proprietor was indeed this 18-year-old lad. However, the highway planning had been strictly confidential before its release. It was likely that apart from the highest officials, no one in the county had any inkling of the plans. They had investigated Zhou Jiangnan's background, revealing that he was merely the son of an ordinary worker from a cement factory, with no conceivable connections to influential figures. How could he possibly have had prior knowledge of the insider information? This only piqued their curiosity further. Apart from the source of his considerable funds, what audacity drove this young man to act in such a manner? Despite the middle-aged staff's probing inquiries, Zhou Jiangnan steadfastly maintained that he was merely taking a chance, asserting that his purchase was a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. After several hours of deliberation in the negotiation room, the staff proposed a compensation standard of 550 yuan per square meter. Zhou Jiangnan remained non-committal, stating he needed time to consider. Upon exiting the demolition office, he made his way directly to the area of self-built houses. As expected, the usually reclusive homeowners had gathered, forming small groups to discuss the compensation for the demolition. Zhou Jiangnan casually inquired among a few, and they unanimously declared that they would not accept anything below 700 yuan per square meter. Some even demanded a starting price of 1,000 yuan per square meter, clearly aiming to seize this opportunity for a substantial profit. Now, Zhou Jiangnan had a clearer understanding of the situation. He had no intention of becoming a stubborn holdout, especially since he would soon be heading off to university, leaving him little time to engage in protracted negotiations with the demolition office. However, the proposed standard of 550 yuan per square meter was far too low. His psychological threshold stood at a minimum of 600 yuan. He resolved to secure a firm position. He casually indulged in a bowl of mixed noodle soup before returning to the pedestrian street to survey the area, remaining until evening when the stalls opened. He meticulously discerned the distribution patterns of other vendors before he was satisfied. The pedestrian street was bustling with numerous stalls at night, predominantly selling grilled sausages and fried skewers, with a few vendors offering socks. He scoffed at any competition, confident in his unique offering of stockings. After selecting his preferred spot, Zhou Jiangnan planned to arrive early the next day to set up. The stall did not bear any names. It was first come, first served. He harbored no fears of disputes over stall ownership, knowing the other vendors were timid and only preyed on the weak. If they were bold enough to confront him, they would not be peddling their wares on the street. As for the demolition office, he would let them take their time. He neither aspired to be a stubborn holdout nor a victim of exploitation. Youth did not equate to vulnerability. Chapter 60. You are unworthy of my niece. In the subsequent fortnight, Zhou Jiangnan led a rather fulfilling life. He diligently sought out his driving instructor for practice, occasionally slipping a pack of cigarettes to secure ample time at the wheel. As evening descended, he set up his stall. Despite having claimed a prime location, his imposing stature, complemented by the occasional glimpse of a tiger tattoo on his arm and a glimmering gold chain around his neck, deterred others from causing any trouble. It was evident that Zhou Jiangnan's tough exterior was merely a facade. The tiger tattoo was nothing more than a temporary sticker, indistinguishable upon a cursory glance, easily removed with alcohol or toothpaste. The ostentatious gold chain was, in fact, a trinket of little value, buoyant in water. To amplify his bravado, he donned flamboyant shirts and sunglasses, reserving them exclusively for his stall. He would occasionally brandish his phone, animatedly engaging in conversations rife with threats, claiming he could break legs if needed. Yet, a closer inspection would reveal the screen was black, devoid of any genuine communication. His aim was to sidestep unnecessary confrontations. And indeed, the surrounding vendors kept their distance, while customers were largely intimidated by his appearance. Zhou Jiangnan remained unperturbed. After all, his target clientele was not the law-abiding citizens, but the rebellious youth sporting brightly dyed hair. In a sixth-tier city like Lingjiang, those who wore stockings typically fell into two categories, either affluent ladies at the forefront of fashion or audacious young women wholly unconcerned with societal judgment. To the average observer, stockings were merely accessories of flirtation, suggesting a lack of seriousness. To his surprise, Zhou Jiangnan's casual approach to selling stockings yielded over 100 pairs in just half a month, netting him nearly 1,000 yuan after deducting costs. It became clear to him that unconventional methods were the key to profit. The mundane grind of honest labor was futile. With the early admissions already concluded, he noted that the first batch of undergraduate admissions in Sichuan province would soon commence. His family, particularly old Zhou, had already hinted at throwing a celebration upon receiving the acceptance letter. Zhou Jiangnan allowed them their excitement, recognizing that the college entrance examination was a significant milestone in the eyes of his parents. During this period, the demolition office would call him every other day, persistently urging him to sign the agreement for relocation. Occasionally, they would resort to threats, suggesting that refusal could lead to forced demolition or rerouting plans. Zhou Jiangnan dismissed their intimidation with disdain. Who were they trying to scare? No one in the area had consented to the terms thus far. As for the notion of altering the planning, that was sheer nonsense. A national road network could hardly be modified by a mere county. It was not merely his reluctance to acquiesce. The offer of 600 yuan per square meter was simply too paltry. After a couple of days, the demolition office contacted him once more. "Oh, Director Su, I must insist you cease your incessant calls. I am quite busy. If I were to agree to that sum, Others would undoubtedly come to my home to exact vengeance. As soon as he picked up the phone, Zhou Jiangnan adeptly played the game, leaving Su Haoyang, the deputy director of the demolition office, visibly perturbed after their numerous dealings. Su Haoyang was acutely aware that Zhou Jiangnan was far from the innocuous persona he projected. This young man was quite the sly character, his words and actions impeccably calculated. He spoke in a low tone. Enough of the roundabout talk. Come over here. I've summoned our director, and he wishes to speak with you personally. Over half a month had passed with no progress on the demolition work. Every household was a seasoned negotiator, and the only potential breakthrough lay with Zhou Jiangnan. Fine, if you're going to waste my dinner time, you'll have to treat me. Zhou Jiangnan tossed a pair of black stockings to a provocatively dressed woman in a short leather skirt, ignoring her enticing figure as he deftly packed up to leave. As he mounted his bicycle, the woman stamped her foot and called after him. Hey, handsome, you haven't paid me yet. 19 yuan and 8 cents, rounded off to a neat 20. The handsome fellow waved casually as he pedaled away. Oh, wait, shouldn't you be rounding down for me? By the time she realized, the shadow of his bicycle had vanished, leaving her seething with frustration. Hey, buddy, could you keep an eye on this for me? Zhou Jiangnan tossed a snakeskin bag into the demolition office lobby and greeted the security guard before heading inside. The guard, accustomed to this routine, accepted the cigarette Zhou offered, puzzled as to why this flamboyantly dressed young man always brought a snakeskin bag. Was it to carry cash? Had he not known the full story, he would never have allowed this ostentatiously dressed young man through the door. As soon as Zhou Jiangnan entered, Su Haoyang rushed over, grabbing him and leading him toward the director's office. Xiao Shou, remember to discuss things amicably with the director. Kindness brings prosperity, so no roughhousing. Rest assured, Teacher Su, Zhou, have always believed in winning people over through virtue. The two entered the director's office, where they remained in discussion for over an hour before emerging. Zhou Jiangnan exited with a spring in his step, and Su Haoyang's face radiated with joy. By heavens, after such a lengthy discussion, they had finally broken the ice. If they didn't make progress soon, the county would convene a meeting to express their displeasure. Su Haoyang felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhou Jiangnan. For with his leadership, it was akin to breaching a fortress, making subsequent negotiations significantly easier. In truth, the base compensation the director offered Zhou Jiangnan for the demolition wasn't much higher, sitting at 600 yuan per square meter. With only a modest increase in the initial agreement's additional bonuses, Zhou Jiangnan was quite satisfied, as the total area of his 4 properties amounted to 800 square meters, yielding a compensation of 480,000 yuan. With an additional bonus of 40,000 yuan, the total reached 520,000 yuan, averaging out to 650 yuan per square meter. This met his psychological price point, and there was no need for further negotiation. Dinner consisted of cold pig's head meat served with congee, courtesy of Su Haoyang, who watched Zhou Jiangnan devour his meal with gusto. Teacher Su, I've signed the agreement. When will the funds be transferred? Once you hand over the keys, the money will be in your account within 7 working days at the latest. This is a dedicated fund, so there will be no delays. Su Haoyang's expression was complex. Alongside the excitement of completing the first demolition task, he felt an absurdity creeping in. Having spent a lifetime in township work, he had finally secured the position of deputy director through his brother-in-law's connections, yet at nearly 50. His savings barely exceeded 100,000 yuan. Zhou Jiangnan, a young man nearly the same age as his son, has unexpectedly become a millionaire. Damn, truly remarkable. What's the matter, feeling unwell? Zhou Jiangnan inquired, noticing the change in his expression. Su Haoyang shook his head. No, it's just that I feel a sense of imbalance. Why don't I have a son like you? Don't worry, you can seek a son-in-law like me, Zhou Jiangnan jested. Don't talk nonsense, I don't have a daughter. But I do have a beautiful niece. How beautiful. Exceedingly so, you wouldn't be worthy of her. My sister claims she is the belle of the first high school. Humph. Old Su, you're not referring to Zhao Wanwan, are you? Zhou Jiangnan paused, realizing that this 50-year-old man shared the surname Su, just like Zhao Wanwan's mother. Could he possibly be her uncle? Su Haoyang was taken aback as well. Do you know Wanwan? Of course, I also attended the first high school. Who wouldn't know the belle? Damn, you were able to attend the first high school too? Old Su fell into a deep depression. Even the thought of pig's head meat no longer appealed to him. Chapter 61. Niece, do you know Zhou Jiangnan? Su Haoyang remained silent. This young rascal had dealt with many people and spoke with an impeccable eloquence. Moreover, he now donned a floral shirt and a hefty gold chain, embodying the demeanor of a frivolous ne'er-do-well. Initially, he had merely lamented Zhou Jiangnan's sudden wealth, but now he discovered that this brash lad was also a student of Lingjiang No. 1 High School. How could this be? Little Zhou? So you were also among this year's senior class? How did you fare in the college entrance examination? Ah, don't mention it. It didn't go well. Oh, that puts my mind at ease. I mean, what a pity. Su Haiyang found the pig's head meat in his mouth to be more savory. And after finishing his meal, he leisurely accepted a cigarette from Zhou Jiangnan, preparing to end his workday. Zhou Jiangnan reclaimed his snakeskin bag, humming a little tune as he made his way home. July 17th. An email arrived at the cement factory, and old Zhou jubilantly brought home his son's admission letter. Don't touch it. Let the youngest open it. You clumsy hands might tear it. Luo Xiaoying opened his hand and called Zhou Jiangnan from his room, her expression pious and solemn. Youngest, come and open it. Zhou Jiangnan tore open the email, revealing an exquisite admission letter signed by Lenin University. Old Zhou eagerly leaned in, and upon receiving the head of the household's approval, he held the admission letter with both hands, overwhelmed with joy. Xiaoying, quickly send out the word. Invite all the relatives from our hometown. Let us celebrate with a meal tomorrow at noon. I'll go book a restaurant right away. The restaurant is too stingy. Go and ask how much a table at the hotel costs. We should book a few tables for a better meal. The couple excitedly discussed their plans, while Zhou Jiangnan pulled out a wad of cash. Mom, Dad, use my money. Out with you. At a time like this, who would use your money? Luo Xiaoying commanded old Zhou, go and take out 5,000. Zhou Xiangdong grinned foolishly and nodded, changing his shoes and heading outside. Meanwhile, at the home of Deputy Public Security Director Zhao Junmin, guests filled the house. With the leader's daughter being admitted to a prestigious university, colleagues and friends felt obliged to come and offer their congratulations. Moreover, with so many relatives and old acquaintances, the place was bustling, and the iron threshold of the house was nearly broken under the weight of visitors. Typically fastidious, Su Hui also loosened her standards. Greeting each leader with her daughter in tow, Zhao Wanwan displayed poise and grace. After welcoming and bidding farewell to guests, the evening culminated in a family banquet. Su Haiyang arrived as well, presenting a congratulatory red envelope to his niece. As the wine flowed and conversation sparked, the family beamed with joy at the mention of Zhao Wanwan's school. The elders were particularly animated, unable to contain their smiles. Not only is Wanwan beautiful, but her academic performance is also exceptional. Jumin has hopes of advancing further. In the future, no ordinary suitor will be worthy of our little princess. Junmin and Xiaowei had indeed raised a remarkable daughter. Such an outstanding young woman would be a rarity in the county. Listening to the elders' praises, Zhao Wanwan felt her cheeks flush. Aunt, please don't flatter me. I'm not as extraordinary as you say. Su Haiyang chuckled and responded, your aunt is not mistaken. The county town is rather small. I am well aware of the leader's children here, and they are either unremarkable in appearance or lackluster in academics. Truly, none can compare to Wanwan's exceptional talents. For instance, the former county chief's daughter is quite ordinary and, having performed poorly in university entrance exams, was sent abroad at great expense. Then there is Director Sun's son from the Finance Bureau, who didn't even manage to secure a spot in an undergraduate program. The best among them is merely a child of the Education Bureau, who only managed to enroll in Sichuan University. Historically, the students who have succeeded in gaining admission to Tsinghua and Peking University have been from humble backgrounds. There is no point in comparing those. After a few drinks, Su Haiyang counted on his fingers, revealing that among the cadre's children, none could rival Zhao Wanwan. Zhao Junmin, witnessing his daughter being praised by his brother-in-law, raised his glass, his face aglow with pride, and exchanged pleasantries. Suddenly, Su Haiyang seemed to recall something, setting down his chopsticks. Speaking of young people, I recently encountered a rather cunning young man, quite adept in speech and action, a junior officer at best. Everyone turned to him, eager for more. Have you heard of Zhou Jiangnan Wanwan? He seems to know you. Yes, he is my classmate. Oh, you truly do know him. This lad is indeed a student at the junior officer level. Brother, what about Zhou Jiangnan? How did you come to interact with him? Zhao Junmin inquired, slightly puzzled. Oh, this fellow sports tattoos, wears sunglasses, and dons a flamboyant floral shirt with a thick gold chain. He hardly resembles a junior officer. Zhao Wanwan was taken aback. Just recently, she had seen him in Rongqing, looking clean-cut and handsome. How had he transformed into such a flashy character? Uncle, you must be mistaken. Zhou Jiangnan is quite shy. My mother saw him last time, and he was a clean and tidy individual. How could he have tattoos? How could I be wrong? I've been dealing with him daily regarding the demolition of his properties, and I've worn my vocal cords thin. He even treats me to meals from time to time. At this point, Su Hui's interest was piqued, and the trio pursued the story further. Su Haoyang recounted the details of the demolition. Upon hearing the description of Zhou Jiangnan's flashy attire, often carrying a snakeskin bag, Zhao Wanwan was rendered after a moment's reflection on his peculiar appearance. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Haoyang sighed. This rascal has managed to pocket over 500,000. And he seems to regard that sum as trivial, speaking of it with such nonchalance. By the way, he must have taken the college entrance examination, right? What score did he achieve? Su Hui shot him a look. Brother, his score surpassed Wanwan's, obtaining 699 points. What? He scored that high? Doesn't that mean he could have attended Tsinghua or Peking University? Su Haoyang spat in disbelief. Damn, this rascal told me he didn't do well on the exam. He could no longer contain his exasperation, realizing he had been duped by Zhou Jiangnan's outward appearance throughout the entire demolition negotiation. Zhao Junman chuckled, brother-in-law. That young man was even commended countywide as a model of bravery. How could he possibly be a flashy dandy? After decades of dedicated service in the township, you have been completely bamboozled by a mere child. It is utterly laughable. Laughable indeed. I have not deceived you. Those youngsters were dressed in a particular fashion. And the current generation is far too wild. Is that true? I find it hard to believe. Zhao Wanwan, filled with immense curiosity, immediately recalled this fellow's mention of street vending and prepared to inquire about the location of his stall for the purpose of observation. However, there is a possibility that her uncle might not be entirely mistaken. Perhaps during this period, Zhou Jiangnan has indeed undergone transformation, potentially descending into debauchery alongside Li Pengfei, adopting a rather unconventional style. Humph. What kind of respectable young man would resort to selling stockings at a street stall? How vexing. If he becomes a member of that subculture, how can I still claim him as my high school classmate in the future at university? Chapter 62, Little Boss. How much for this pair of stockings? Without hesitation, after finishing their meal, Zhao Wanwan eagerly declared her desire to go shopping, pulling her mother, Su Hui, along as they hurried out. To set up a street stall, the prime location in Lingjiang was undoubtedly the pedestrian street, and her intuition told her that Zhou Jiangnan must be there. Fortune smiled upon her that evening, for Zhou Jiangnan indeed had set up a stall. At this moment, he was clad in a flamboyant shirt and trousers, nonchalantly fanning himself with a large palm frond. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat, he wore a pair of generic flip-flops. A provocatively dressed woman in an ultra-short leather skirt was engaged in a heated discussion with him. From a distance, Zhao Wanwan could not hear their conversation, nor could she discern where his gaze, hidden behind sunglasses, was directed. Wearing sunglasses at night, he certainly did not give off a good impression. Zhao Wanwan felt both exasperated and amused. Was this the prodigy who scored 699 points, celebrated as the handsome Lu Chuanfeng of Class 6? Mom, yes over there. Should we go? Of course, this little Zhou seems quite entertaining. Let's go have a look, Su Hui replied, a smile dancing on her lips as she gracefully led her daughter forward, her fitted skirt accentuating her figure. Zhao Wanwan, dressed in denim shorts and a fitted tee, followed closely behind with a high ponytail, her demeanor proud. As they drew nearer, they could overhear Zhou Jiangnan's conversation with the woman in the leather skirt, which was even more baffling. Handsome, I waited for you for 2 days, and you finally reappear. Did you think you could escape? You can't. You're like a firefly in the darkness, so bright and outstanding. Stop, stop, stop. What do you want from me? Zhou Jiangnan interjected. You are the one who owes me, and your whole family too. When are you going to repay the 2 dimes you owe me? Who owes you money? Don't slander me. Oh, so you're denying it now? Look at these stockings I bought 2 days ago for 19 yuan and 8 dimes. And you had the audacity to round it up to 20. Zhou Jiangnan slapped his forehead. Come on, is it really worth squatting here for 2 dimes? With that time, you could have earned hundreds. Less nonsense. Even if it's just 2 dimes, it's still my hard-earned money. Pay up, you scoundrel. Sorry, I have no change. How about you buy another pair of underwear? I'll give you a discount. Zhou Jiangnan pointed to the new arrivals, a pair of ultra-sexy little Mercedes underwear, his words flowing smoothly. This is the latest stock from the provincial capital. Wear it, and no man can resist your allure. It's seductive and tantalizing, enhancing your value. Truly a must-have for the year. The woman regarded it with skepticism but surprisingly accepted the offer, forgoing the 2 dimes and spending another 20 on the underwear instead. Zhou Jiangnan flicked the cash, producing a crisp sound, then stuffed it into his pocket, patting his thigh with satisfaction. With a chuckle, Su Hui remarked on Zhou Jiangnan's antics, pulling Zhao Wanwan from her stunned silence. She found it hard to fathom how Zhou Jiangnan had transformed into this. A shrewd merchant. Slick and glib, was this really the image of a model student, poised to enter a prestigious university? It was utterly embarrassing to associate with him. She turned to leave. But Su Hui forcefully grasped her hand. Little boss, how much for these stockings? Zhou Jiangnan lounged on the ground, catching sight of two beautiful legs in his peripheral vision. Without lifting his head, he replied, new arrivals of the season, silky temptation, a weapon to captivate men, 19 yuan a pair, no haggling. What about for that ante? Is there a discount? No discount. Only Annie's buy stockings. Xiao, look up and see who we are. Upon raising his head, Zhou Jiangnan realized it was Su Hui and her daughter. Zhao Wanwan wore a frosty expression, as if she owed 200,000 yuan to someone. Oh, Su Auntie, if you're buying, I won't charge you. I'll gift you a pair. Haha, you are quite amusing. Su Hui pointed at his tattoo. Can you even read? It's fake. A ruse. And the chain? Also fake, made of painted wood. As they conversed, Zhao Wanwan couldn't help but interject. Zhou Jiangnan, why are you, a grown man, selling women's items? And this underwear, such indecent things you can sell? Truly shameless. Unmoved, Zhou Jiangnan replied nonchalantly, where there is demand, there is a market. Who says men cannot sell? Disdaining small underwear, huh? At least this one is a Mercedes. If your husband doesn't arrange things for you, I'll go live stream eating excrement. I don't care, others can sell, but you cannot. Zhao Wanwan blurted out, flushing deeply under Zhou Jiangnan's puzzled gaze. Why? Because you are a student of Linen University. Su Hui laughed, smoothing over the situation. What Wanwan means is that she fears it might tarnish your image. If the school perceives you as a delinquent, it would be undesirable. Oh, then I must thank Xiao for that. I shall also gift a pair of stockings. Zhou Jiangnan handed her a pair of black stockings, which Zhao Wanwan promptly knocked to the ground. You are just indulging in depravity. Mom, let's go. Wait a moment. Su Hui picked up the 2 pairs of stockings and smiled at Zhou Jiangnan. Xiao, thank you for the gift. Next time, Auntie will treat you to a meal. Zhou Jiangnan waved them off, watching the mother and daughter depart. It seems only an alluring mature woman would suffice, Zhao Wanwan. This young girl clearly had no understanding of what passion entailed. Everything was fine, except for the mouth she possessed. Zhou Jiangnan continued confidently selling women's products. Li Pengfei had not contacted him for several days. This slackard was now engrossed in games, infatuated with Zhu Xiaoxiao, lost in a web of online romance. However, it mattered little, as old Zhou was inviting guests to dinner tomorrow, including Li Jiangwo's family. It would be the perfect time to discuss the division of funds with that gluttonous Li Pengfei. The 520,000 yuan from the demolition compensation had already arrived. Li Pengfei belonged to the 3rd batch of undergraduate admissions, and results wouldn't be available until at least the end of July. Recently, the street vendor business was thriving, and the women of Lingjiang County were becoming increasingly open-minded in their aesthetics. Zhou Jiangnan estimated that before the start of school, he could earn several thousand yuan. Meanwhile, back home, Zhao Wanwan fumed. Mom, why did you accept the stockings he gave you? That's just self-degradation. I don't want his things. Zhao Junmin has gone to work overtime again. Su Hui took out a pair of stockings and chuckled. Wanwan, that little Zhou is far more astute than you might think. His situation is not one of self-indulgence. Have you not noticed that he occupies the prime location, surrounded by minimal competition? Furthermore, it is often said that only men truly understand men, so his venture into selling women's products poses no issue. In fact, it may even attract more attention and yield greater success. It has long been asserted that women's money is the easiest to earn. We lingered for but a moment, and his business hardly faltered, wouldn't you agree? Zhao Wanwan pondered this and realized the truth in her words. I suspect that his tattoos and chains are merely meant to intimidate. Su Hui tore open the packaging and examined the stockings. The quality is quite decent. Would you like to give them a try? They can enhance your curves. Zhao Wanwan blushed. Mom, what are you saying? Su Hui laughed silently and retreated to her room with the stockings in hand. Chapter 63. A minor incident at the graduation banquet. The sofa formed a modest, yet perfectly rounded curve. Was there really a need for shaping? Zhao Wanwan gazed at the remaining pair of black stockings on the sofa, hesitating for a moment before finally biting her lip and bringing them back to her room. She locked the door and, with a critical mindset, donned the stockings for the first time, then approached the dressing mirror. Her long, slender legs were enveloped in the sheer black stockings, accentuating the curves of her hips and thighs to an exquisite degree, the curves possessing an almost seductive beauty. Coupled with her aloof demeanor, there emerged a striking contrast of innocence and allure, causing her to blush profusely. Flushing, she suddenly spat out in disgust. Ugh, you creep. After freshening up, she logged onto QQ, and her account fishing boat at dusk came online. Noticing the profile of 8th level Gale lit up. Zhou Jiangnan sent a message. Friend, may I ask you a question? What type of girl do boys generally prefer? At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan had already returned home and was texting Wang Weran. Chuckling at her inquiry, referring to her as friend was classic middle-aged banter. How could she still be discussing boys and girls? Perhaps she was an older sister? Zhou Jiangnan's mischievous side took over as he replied straightforwardly, good-looking. Zhou Jiangnan, with an expression of knowing, paused for a few seconds before sending another message. What constitutes good-looking? Big breasts, a slim waist, a perky bottom, long legs. What about the face? With those attributes, does the face even matter? Zhou Jiangnan nearly choked on her own disbelief. Indeed, Zhou Jiangnan was not a good person, and her disdain for him deepened. Yet, oddly enough, she found herself curious about his perception of her. She spun around. She met all those criteria, and her face wasn't lacking either. Could she be considered as ideal? Fang Xian wasn't that remarkable either. At least she only had an A cup, Zhou Jiangnan thought in embarrassment. Zhou Jiangnan had no time to entertain a middle-aged sister's idle chatter. That he hadn't blocked her was already generous. His thoughts were consumed with how to present a gift to Wang Weran. He had decided long ago to gift her a piano. With the demolition compensation finally in hand, he felt uneasy if he didn't spend a little. Outside, old Zhou was exuberantly calling friends and relatives. The venue for the graduation banquet confirmed at the Lingjiang Grand Hotel in the county. Minfu, you absolutely must come. We owe Jiangnan so much over these past 3 years. If you don't come, we wouldn't dare to touch our chopsticks. Zhou Jiangnan knew he was on the line with their homeroom teacher, old Zhang, and smiled to himself, thinking he must light a cigarette for the non-smoking old Zhang tomorrow. At last, he felt he had the qualifications and confidence to tell everyone, I stand before you. How much do I resemble my former self? The next day, at the Lingjiang Grand Hotel, the charges here were far from inexpensive. Old Zhou had truly put forth a significant amount to reserve 6 tables, with relatives from both the Zhou and Luo families in attendance. Due to the ongoing season of graduation banquets, old Zhou couldn't secure a private room, leaving them to sit in the main hall. Li Jiangwo's family had also arrived. Zhou Jiangnan discreetly pulled Li Pingfei aside, urging him to find a moment to transfer funds at the bank. Li Panzi was overwhelmed with joy, rubbing his hands together in excitement as he expressed his intention to purchase a motorcycle immediately. After a lengthy wait, none of the subject teachers had shown up. Just as the banquet was about to commence, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Minfu, finally made his tardy entrance, reeking of alcohol. My apologies, there are just too many banquets today. I've already attended 2, he explained. Upstairs, Director Chen is hosting a gathering as well. I managed to excuse myself after a half glass of wine, but I vowed to attend Jiangnan's graduation feast no matter what. Zhou Jiangnan then realized that it wasn't that the other teachers were preoccupied. They were likely all busy congratulating those in power. Although he had no knowledge of who Director Chen was, he felt no anger. Such is the nature of society. Essentially a makeshift band, inherently inclined to flatter those in authority. Old Zhou felt somewhat embarrassed. He had initially intended to book a more upscale venue to treat the teachers. Yet with so many absent, he felt humiliated. Fortunately, Li Jiangguo had the experience and quickly lightened the mood with a few jovial remarks. He patted old Zhou on the back, suggesting, since those who were meant to be here have arrived, let us invite teacher Zhang to say a few words. Zhang Minfu delivered a heartfelt speech, praising Zhou Jiangnan's miraculous rise, stating that in his decades of experience, he had never witnessed such a precedent. Both the Zhou and Luo families, being of humble origin, were thrilled to see their younger generation achieving such success, and the applause that erupted was deafening, filling the hall with a cacophony of cheers. While it was entirely normal for families to gather and create a lively atmosphere over a meal, the hotel was also hosting other banquets, including Director Chen's gathering upstairs. Why is it so noisy downstairs? Chen frowned. A teacher stepped outside to take a look and whispered in his ear, another studentess family is also hosting a graduation banquet. Oh, is that the family that took Zhang Minfu away? The teacher nodded in acknowledgement. Director Chen was the head of the Lingjiang County Education Bureau, directly overseeing his career, and his son had just been accepted into a prestigious university. Chen's frown deepened. The senior year group is all here. The school leadership is present. Yet Zhang Minfu seems to be favoring one over the other. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the teacher hurried downstairs to pull Zhang Minfu aside. Director Chun is upset. You need to come with me to apologize over drinks. Zhang Minfu was taken aback. Does a leader really care about such things? Didn't I already drink half a glass before leaving? That's how leaders are, come on. After much hesitation, Zhang Minfu followed him upstairs. After a while the meal was still being served, Principal Liang unexpectedly appeared downstairs. Zhou Jiangnan, come, let me introduce you to the leaders. Principal Liang, I don't know any leaders. You will after you meet them. Director Chun from the Education Bureau is quite interested in your achievements. If you don't go, Teacher Zhang might have to drink 3 more glasses. Zhou Jiangnan's expression darkened at the thought of this bureaucratic nonsense. Old Zhang was merely a diligent Chinese teacher. Why must they indulge in this drinking culture? When Zhang Minfu had come downstairs earlier, he had been swaying unsteadily, clearly lacking in tolerance for alcohol. If another 3 cups are poured, it may indeed lead to dire consequences. He raised his glass to toast with a group of relatives, then leaned closer to old Zhou and whispered, Father, I shall take a look. You need not worry. Li Jiangguo, smiling, inquired, Would you like Uncle to accompany you? I am acquainted with a few people. No need. Uncle Li, please enjoy your meal and drink. I can handle this matter. Zhou Jiangnan ascended the stairs with an air of calm, while Principal Liang incessantly reminded him not to offend the leaders. For there were other officials from different counties at Director Chen's banquet. Zhou Jiangnan smiled, thinking, it's merely the culture of the banquet. In his previous life, engaging in projects inevitably involved dealings with local bureaucrats. He was well aware of the dynamics. Principal Liang opened the door, and all eyes turned towards them. Zhou Jiangnan focused intently and noticed that the entire leadership of the first middle school was present, seated at a secondary table. The main table was undoubtedly occupied by the leaders of various departments. Dominating the main seat was a man with gold-rimmed glasses, a portly figure, and a sinister gaze. This must be the infamous Director Chun. The table was lavishly adorned with abalone and lobster, brimming with exquisite delicacies from land and sea. Chapter 64. I drink on his behalf. Is this the dark horse of our county after more than 30 years? Yes, indeed, Director Chen. This is our student Zhou Jiangnan, who has been admitted to Linen University. His scores would have secured him a place in Tsinghua or Peking University without a doubt. What a pity. It's rare for our county to produce a talent of such caliber, and it seems wasted. This indicates that Principal Liang and your team have not done your jobs adequately. My fault. I shall drink a cup in penance. Principal Liang raised his glass and downed it in one go. Director Chen, however, shook his head. While it is true that leadership may have its shortcomings, it is ultimately the individuals responsible for execution who bear the brunt of accountability. The homeroom teacher cannot disengage from this responsibility. He glanced at Zhang Minfu, his meaning unmistakable. If the homeroom teacher has failed to perform his duties, he too must bear the consequences and partake in the drink. The principal, the department head, and other school leaders exchanged knowing glances with Zhang Minfu, indicating that he must comply with this ritual and ensure he appeases the leaders. Reluctantly, old Zhang raised his glass once more and took a hefty gulp, only to cough violently afterward, his complexion shifting from crimson to pallid. Zhou Jiangnan observed with discomfort. In years to come, Zhang Minfu would pass away prematurely from heart disease, leaving behind a pair of orphan children and a bereaved widow. His health was indeed fragile. He could not endure another drink. Just as Zhang Minfu was about to sit down, Director Chen continued, Old Zhang, you are not only Zhou's homeroom teacher, but also the Chinese teacher for my son Lingyun. Both of them have been accepted into prestigious universities, which is cause for celebration. You must drink another cup. Yes, another cup. This is a joyous occasion. Some in the crowd cheered, urging him to drink. Old Zhang steeled himself and downed another glass, biting his lip to suppress the urge to retch. Lingyun, a teacher is a father for life. You must toast Mr. Zhang once more, as a sign of respect for your mentor. With these words from Director Chen, the school leaders were fully aware that they were putting Zhang Minfu in a difficult position. Merely because he had visited Zhou Jiangnan downstairs, he was subjected to such humiliation. Indeed, the narrow-mindedness of leadership was as the rumors suggested. Zhang Minfu's face turned ashen, and he fought against his nausea to apologize. I'm sorry, Director Chen, but I truly cannot drink anymore. I will be sick if I do. No worries. Those who can vomit have a better tolerance for alcohol. We might not be able to drink as much as you can. I truly cannot drink anymore. I have a gastric ulcer. It is a rare occasion of joy today. Not drinking would be disrespectful to everyone. Zhou Jiangnan could no longer bear to watch. He wanted to punch that wretched Director Chen. Seizing the glass from Zhang Minfu's hand, he smiled and said, Director Chen, my mentor is unwell. I shall drink this on behalf of Teacher Zhang. Jiangnan, you Zhang uncle, drink some tea to soothe yourself. I know what I'm doing. The expression on Zhou Jiangnan's face was unfamiliar to Zhang Minfu. He distinctly saw an unusual depth and worldly wisdom in his student's eyes. Before he could utter another word, Director Chen clapped his hands in approval. Excellent. Young Zhou, you are grateful and loyal, a true man. Lingyun, share a drink with Zhou. You may become friends in the future. Lingyun rolled his eyes. Who in the world would want to be friends with this country bumpkin? What of striving for high scores? Numerous individuals emerge with excellent academic results only to find themselves in the workforce, for ultimately, society hinges upon familial backgrounds and connections. Yet, when father speaks, refusal is not an option. Greetings, I am Chen Lingyun from Class 3. Zhou Jiangnan, Class 6. The two clinked their glasses, with Zhou Jiangnan downing his drink without a flicker of hesitation. He remained blissfully unaware of Zhao Wanwan, who sat at a nearby table, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she observed him. Ha ha, young Zhou is quite impressive. Since you have accepted your mentor's toast, you must continue to drink. Director Chen laughed heartily. Zhou Jiangnan cleared his throat. The liquor was fragrant and rich. Indeed, a lavish indulgence. He nonchalantly settled into his seat, requesting the waiter to bring additional utensils, for with such a lavish spread of delicacies before him, it would be a travesty not to partake. At the main table, a middle-aged man with a square face regarded him with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration. Zhou Jiangnan returned the smile, even though he had no inkling of who this seasoned gentleman was. If one is to perform, one must do so wholeheartedly. He sampled a few morsels before boldly approaching the main table with the wine vessel, toasting everyone in sight, regardless of familiarity. He then made his rounds to the school leadership's table, effortlessly engaging in toasts and encouragement, betraying no hint of his humble origins. In contrast, the protagonist of this graduation banquet, Chen Lingyun, appeared somewhat less astute, lacking the finesse exhibited by Zhou Jiangnan, who adeptly navigated the social waters. Zhou Jiangnan, however, paid little heed to this privileged offspring, his mind preoccupied with finding a way to outmaneuver Director Chen and reclaim some dignity for old Zhang. Director Chen, our county's educational endeavors thrive under your guidance, a matter for celebration indeed. I must toast you. With a racing heart and trembling hand, he raised another glass to the leadership, downing it in one go. Lingyun and I hit it off remarkably, so in the future, should you find a need for my assistance in the Jiangnan area, do not hesitate to ask. Come, Lingyun, let us raise a glass to your father. Esteemed school leaders, this year our institution has achieved remarkable results, and we must ensure Director Chen is recognized for his excellence. Wouldn't you agree? Thus, let us toast our leader. As the glasses clinked and the liquor flowed, the atmosphere became increasingly vibrant. Blimey, this young lad is indeed formidable. It is clear he intends to challenge Director Chen with this display. By the age of 18, he drinks like a seasoned veteran. Where on earth did he hone such capacity? Director Chen began to sense something amiss. His intention to embarrass Zhang Minfu was backfiring as his star pupil turned the tables on him. Bewildered, he slapped the shoulder of the square-faced man beside him, exclaiming, Old Zhao, let me tell you, this kid is cunning. Despite his scores, he insists on attending Linen University. Surely, he is after your precious daughter. The square-faced man chuckled. That cannot be. Director Chen, you must be inebriated. There is no connection there. Nonsense. Director Chen interjected, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Your daughter's decision to forego Qinbei is understandable. After all, high scores do not guarantee admission to prestigious programs. Yet, this lad's scores are exceptionally high. In our gathering, there are 3 young individuals who have successfully gained admission to university, 2 of whom are enrolled in prestigious institutions. Although my son has merely managed to secure a place at Jinling University of Technology, it is still a respectable establishment within the Jiangnan region. Lingyun and Wanwan have known each other since childhood, and as they traverse the long and winding roads ahead, they can certainly support one another. Given the rare occasion of shared joy today, Lao Zhao, please summon Wanwan. Lingyun, Xiao Zhou, you 3 should share a drink together. Zhou Jiangnan has already surmised that the square-faced man is Zhao Wanwan's father, Zhao Junmin. As expected, Zhao Wanwan was pulled from her corner by him. Chen Lingyun, having indulged in some drinks, was indifferent to the gazes of others, his eyes fixated on Zhou Jiangnan with a look of infatuation. Jiangnan, when do you start school? Let us go together. Zhou Jiangnan glanced at him coolly. I do not wish to walk alongside someone who relishes stinky tofu. Then I shall refrain from eating it in the future. You are far too fragile. What if we encounter a rogue on the way? Should I be the one to protect you? Though slender, I possess muscle. I am quite strong. How do you intend to prove that? Chun Lingyun persisted, while Zhou Jiangnan, exasperated, pointed at Zhou Jiangnan. Here is the deal. If you can outrank him, I will walk with you. Chapter 65. The brave warriors who charge for love. Zhou Jiangnan, engrossed in the unfolding drama, wore a perplexed expression. Was there some misunderstanding? The lady was intent on fawning over him, yet she had enlisted him as a human shield. The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she tends to be. It was evident that this young lady was still incensed by the earlier comparison to stinky tofu, truly a source of calamity. Zhou Jiangnan felt the misfortune descend upon him and cast an irritated glare at Zhou Jiangnan. Unyielding, Zhou Jiangnan's eyes clearly conveyed her message. Debts owed must eventually be repaid. What was wrong with her using him to fend off a drink? Narrowing his eyes, Zhou Jiangnan turned to Chun Lingyun, the hapless fellow. Brother, this is not my concern. You must sort it out yourselves. With that, he raised his glass and made his way back toward Director Chun. The old man could only endure a few more drinks before succumbing, and now was the time to pursue the remaining vigor and not squander his reputation. However, Chun Lingyun stood firm, blocking his path. I don't care. Since Jiangnan has made a proposition, I shall take my chance. You will drink with me. Did he have to acquiesce to her every word? Must he really play the sycophant? It was all too much, wherever he went. There seemed to be warriors charging forth for love. Less chatter. If you're afraid, just say so. I won't bully a child, he retorted. What do you mean? Nothing. If you're so formidable, then drink up. I still have relatives downstairs to attend to. Zhou Jiangnan downed 3 consecutive drinks, raising his hand, while Chun Lingyun, gritting her teeth, hastily followed suit. Those accustomed to drinking knew that consuming spirits rapidly could easily lead to intoxication. The pure-hearted warrior's vision blurred, the world spun, and he collapsed to the ground, only to be assisted by those nearby to the sofa. What a lightweight. Zhou Jiangnan, unfazed, shot a glance at Zhou Jiangnan, lingering on her for a moment, making her feel uneasy. His gaze resembled that of Zhou Jiangnan during his childhood fits of anger. Could he possibly be contemplating a punishment? Lost in her thoughts, Zhou Jiangnan's mind raced. Zhou Jiangnan turned directly to Director Chen, enthusiastically embracing him. Director Chen, come now, let the younger generation toast you with another drink. Director Chen, evasive, avoided the invitation. Director Zhou, you ought to buy a horse. After all, Zhou Jiangnan and I are classmates. Zhou Jiangnan pulled Zhou Jiangnan into the fray, prompting Director Chen to down another glass. Director Chen, if you refuse to drink when the younger generation toasts you, could it be that you fear me? A man must never utter a refusal, especially one in a prominent position. Director Chen, who valued his pride, found himself in a dilemma with such words uttered. Principal Liang, oblivious to the situation, approached to flatter and shield from alcohol. Zhou Jiangnan downed the contents of the pouring vessel in one go, while the old man stubbornly countered, ultimately losing consciousness. Zhou Jiangnan, chuckling to himself from the sidelines, neither encouraged nor obstructed the drinking. Others had long since reached their limit and dared not challenge Zhou Jiangnan, fearing that reckless actions might harm the master. With no one to intervene, Director Chen succumbed to the drink, sprawled on the floor like a lifeless mass. Director Chen? Goodness. He.S. foaming at the mouth. Someone, call for help to take him to the hospital. The scene descended into chaos as Zhou Jiangnan clapped his hands and made his exit, blending into the shadows. Zhou Jiangnan gazed at his retreating figure, bemused, indeed. As his brother-in-law had said, he was quite the slippery character. Zhou Jiangnan stared at his departing figure, lost in thought, feeling that this man exuded an overwhelming aura today. Unlike any recent high school graduate, particularly striking was his composure as he held up his glass, engaging in lively conversation, seemingly unaffected by the atmosphere around him. He appeared entirely transformed from the person she once knew. The crux of the matter was that these changes had surfaced only after he ceased pursuing her, seemingly coinciding with his acquaintance with Fong Xin, a realization that unsettled Zhou Jiangnan deeply. So, when I am near you, you deteriorate, but with someone else, you flourish? Are you made of Play-Doh, changing shapes at will? When Zhou Jiangnan brushed past her, the scent of alcohol mingled with a surprisingly pleasant fruity aroma. Yet, he didn't spare her a glance, which she found utterly excessive. What is it to you, a grown man, to act as a shield? So many wished to be my shield, and I wouldn't even entertain the idea. It was infuriating, to the point of exasperation. At that moment, Zhang Minfu stumbled out of the restroom, clearly having just purged himself of his excesses. After searching around for Zhou Jiangnan and failing to find him, he turned to Zhao Wanwan and asked, "Where's Jiangnan?" "Mr. Zhang, he went downstairs," Zhao Wanwan replied. "Oh, that rascal, he leaves without calling me. I must go check on him." "Mr. Zhang, wait, I'll accompany you." "Haha, are you worried about me stumbling?" "Don't worry, I'm feeling much better now that I've emptied my stomach." Zhao Wanwan silently followed behind him as they exited the private room. Upon reaching the stairs, they could hear the lively chatter from downstairs. Zhou Jiangnan was engaged in cheerful conversation with friends and family, amidst the boisterous voice of Li Pingfei, the overweight man. "Jiangnan, you little rascal, when did you develop such drinking prowess? You've demolished the upstairs." Zhang Minfu laughed as he joined the gathering. "If it weren't for your assistance today, I fear I would have met my demise here. This predicament is also partly due to my influence. Otherwise, how could they have force-fed you so much alcohol upstairs? Uncle Zhang, your complexion has turned pale from drinking. You should take the time to visit a hospital and check on your heart." Zhou Jiangnan offered him a glass of juice, saying, "You should refrain from drinking and eat something to settle your stomach." Zhang Minfu eagerly indulged in the dishes, finding the fare here far more enjoyable than that upstairs, relishing the comfort it brought him. A gathering with discordant energies could render even the finest abalone unpalatable. As he took his seat, Zhao Wanwan's presence was unmistakably revealed behind him. Such a captivating beauty immediately drew the gazes of everyone present, with Li Pingfei springing to his feet in astonishment. "Zhao Wanwan, what are you doing here?" Zhao Wanwan shot him a cold glance, replying, "Why can't I be here? This hotel isn't owned by you." "No. I mean, what brings you to our gathering? This is Jiangnan's graduation banquet, and you weren't invited." Mr. Zhang was intoxicated, and I was concerned he might fall. "Is it not permissible for me to bring him here?" Before Li Pingfei could retort further, he was swiftly silenced by a slap from Li Jiangguo on the back of his head. "Come now, we're all classmates. Must you chatter so much?" Li Jiangguo rose and moved past Zhao Wanwan, warmly greeting the newly arrived Zhao Junmin, who had also descended from upstairs. "Director Zhao, my foolish family member often speaks without thinking. I hope you do not take offense." Zhao Junmin chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "That is merely a matter among the young students. I do not have the leisure to inquire into such affairs. I have come specifically to pay a visit to Xiaoshou's parents, as they have raised such an exceptional son, and I wish to learn from them." Zhou Xiangdong, still nervously rubbing his hands, was hastily pulled over by Li Jiangguo. "Xiangdong, this is Director Zhao from the County Public Security Bureau, who has come to visit you," he said. Zhou Xiangdong, who had only ever interacted with the village chief, felt even more anxious in the presence of the police chief and found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Junmin took the initiative to shake his hand. "Hello, Xiao Zhou's father. I hope you don't mind my coming to share a drink with you. Xiao Zhou and Wanwan are classmates." Zhou Xiangdong stammered, and Luo Xiaoying quickly made room for them, while Li Jiangguo accompanied Zhao Junmin to their seats. Zhou Jiangnan shrugged and called for a waiter. "Let us add 2 sets of chopsticks. Director Zhao, it would be a pleasure to have you enjoy a drink with us. If our Zhao Daxiwa does not mind, perhaps she could join us for a meal as well?" "Humph, can I sit now?" Zhao Wanwan asked Li Pingfei. "Please, take a seat. Make yourself comfortable, my lady." Li Pingfei replied with a roll of his eyes. Zhao Wanwan smoothed her skirt with both hands, her curvaceous figure settling down beside Luo Xiaoying, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the table. Chapter 66. Fong Xin is much better than you. The name Zhao Wanwan resonated profoundly with the Zhou couple, particularly because rumors had once circulated in school, leading Luo Xiaoying to mistakenly believe that Zhao Wanwan was her son Zhou Jiangnan's early romantic interest. Now, as the elegant young woman sat gracefully beside her, Luo Xiaoying felt a wave of inadequacy wash over her. This girl was extraordinarily beautiful, with fair skin, striking features, and an admirable demeanor. Her father was even a deputy director, making it clear that her own son could not compare. She picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of salted pork in front of Zhao Wanwan, saying, "Little Zhao, you should try this. I made it myself and brought it over." Zhao Wanwan hesitated at the sight of the pork, contemplating the consequences of indulging. Another month of dieting awaited her if she succumbed. Zhou Jiangnan, misinterpreting her hesitation as disdain for his mother's chopsticks, darkened his expression and offered her the bowl, stating, "Mom, if she doesn't want it, I'll eat it." "I don't mind." Panic surged through Zhao Wanwan. Despite the fleeting glimpse of disdain in Zhou Jiangnan's eyes, she felt deeply wronged. She had said nothing. So why was he jumping to conclusions? This thought pierced her heart. The usually aloof and composed campus goddess found her eyes brimming with tears, her defenses shattered. Luo Xiaoying, alarmed, reprimanded Zhou Jiangnan sharply. Why are you being so possessive? Little Zhao never said she wooed to eat. You'll get an earful when we return. Li Pengfei raised his eyebrows and wore a knowing smile, biting her lip to suppress her feelings of injustice. Zhao Wanwan quickly regained her composure and sweetly said, Auntie, please just call me Wanwan. I'm not being picky. I'm just worried about gaining weight. Luo Xiaoying beamed with delight, her enthusiasm palpable. Just a small piece. It's rich yet not greasy. You want to gain weight. Zhao Wanwan took small bites of the meat. Zhou Jiangnan, wishing to avoid the awkwardness, decided to make himself scarce and approached Zhou Xiangdong's table with his wine glass. When his daughter disregarded him, he had no choice but to engage with her father. Zhao Junmin was currently receiving compliments from Li Jianguo, with old Zhou occasionally interjecting, creating an atmosphere of amiable camaraderie. Zhou Jiangnan forcefully inserted himself into the conversation. Director Zhao? It's my fault. I was too busy toasting Director Chen earlier and didn't attend to you properly. Now, my father, Uncle Li. And I would like to toast you. Zhao Junmin's expression turned curious. Was this crafty young man attempting to outmaneuver him? How naive, as a former soldier. He had never feared a drinking challenge. Well then, you're a true benefactor. I would have sought you out for a drink regardless, he chuckled. Noticing Zhou Jiangnan's confusion, Zhao Junmin reminded him, that female classmate you saved last time. She is the daughter of Mayor Fong. If anything had happened to her, I would have lost my position long ago. Zhou Jiangnan was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Good heavens, how astute Fong Xin truly was. It was no wonder she never mentioned her family background. Maintaining his composure, he set down his glass and called Li Pengfei over, grinning. It can't just be credited to me. The hefty one was part of the rescue as well, so he should drink with us. Li Pengfei, puzzled by the turn of events, initially attempted to retreat upon realizing it was a drinking occasion. However, Li Jianguo, eager to seize the opportunity for his training, wouldn't he allow him to escape and firmly grasped Zhou Jiangnan, saying, Yes, right. It's a rare occasion. You both should toast Director Zhao. With no choice but to comply, Li Pengfei braced himself and drank. With the first cup comes the second. Under Li Jianguo's coercion, he downed several more, soon becoming tipsy and slurring his words. The rotund figure plopped down beside Zhao Wanwan, brazenly voicing his thoughts. Zhao Wanwan, I must say, Fong Xin is far superior to you. Zhao Wanwan, engrossed in her meal, was taken aback by a sudden remark, questioning his intent. What are you implying? You claim to judge beauty, yet you are not necessarily more attractive than her. As for family background, she is the daughter of the mayor, and her academic performance surpasses yours. What are you so proud of? My brother, Zhou Jiangnan, was utterly infatuated with you throughout our first 2 years of high school, to the point of losing all dignity. Yet you dismissed him with disdain. What makes you think you're above him? He possesses both looks and talent. And now his grades exceed yours. What exactly disqualifies him from you? Family background. The future is uncertain. He is destined for greatness. I opposed his confession to you from the start. Even a stone can warm over 2 years. Yet you not only failed to reciprocate but also mocked his softness. Oblivious to how distressed I felt witnessing his sorrow. Thankfully, he has come to his senses. I am so relieved. He discarded all the origami cranes. No longer fixated solely on you, and instantly became radiant. Once you looked down on him, but now he may not even regard you. Let me tell you, Fong Xin is a friend of mine, and it's quite evident that she has feelings for Jiangnan. Why else would she choose to attend Linen University over Tsinghua or Peking University? Li Pengfei rambled on endlessly, and Zhao Wanwan, initially impassive to his jibes, could no longer contain herself upon hearing that Fong Xin would also be attending Linen University. She blurted out, Is Fong Xin dating Zhou Jiangnan? Not yet. But it's only a matter of time. After all, the barrier between a girl pursuing a boy is but a thin sheet of paper, Li Pengfei replied, beaming with pride. He then turned to Luo Xiaoying, saying, Aunt Luo, you must keep a close watch on Jiangnan. Countless girls are bound to fall for him in college. Who knows, you might soon have a grandchild. Luo Xiaoying felt quite embarrassed. Li Xiaoping had become rather indiscreet after drinking. Where was Shuaing today to keep her son in check? What nonsense are you fabricating again? Zhou Jiangnan grumbled, pulling Li Pengfei from his seat. Hey, I was talking about Fong Xin. She definitely likes you. Stop talking nonsense. She is the mayor's daughter. Watch your words, or old Fong will deal with you. Pfft. If she has no interest in you, I'll let you kick my head like a ball, Li Pengfei retorted as he returned to his seat, adding, I advise you to choose Fong Xin. She is far better than Zhou Jiangnan. Shut up, you fool. I've said it before, the wise do not fall into love. Romance is something even dogs avoid. Zhou Jiangnan noticed Zhou Jiangnan's silence and offered a courteous reassurance. The fat guy is just drunk. His words lack thought. Just ignore him. However, Zhou Jiangnan inquired seriously, did you and Fong Xin agree to aim for Linen University together? She fixed her gaze on him, her expression grave. Zhou Jiangnan was taken aback and shook his head, saying, she also applied to Linen University? How was I not aware of this? Zhou Jiangnan pouted and replied, Fatty Li mentioned it. Zhou Jiangnan then turned to Li Pengfei and inquired, Fatty, who did you hear this from? Li Pengfei responded, it's common knowledge among my classmates in the liberal arts class. Oh, this is indeed the first I've heard of it. No wonder Director Chun is displeased. Losing the top student in the liberal arts to schools like Tsinghua and Beida is truly a significant loss, Zhou Jiangnan remarked, appearing somewhat oblivious. Zhou Jiangnan, feeling disheartened, set down her chopsticks and stood up, saying, thank you, Auntie, I've finished eating. Luo Xiaoying, believing she had not been attentive enough, became flustered. After some contemplation, she finally grasped that a girl named Fong Xin seemed to have a close relationship with her eldest son and was also the daughter of an official. Goodness. If that is indeed the case, the Zhou family would find it exceedingly difficult to cope. Chapter 67. One man, two women, three eccentrics. Time flies. It has been over half a month since the graduation banquet. During this time, Zhou Jiangnan has transferred the money to Li Pengfei. That rotund fellow indeed went ahead and purchased a motorcycle, transforming into a flamboyant youth who spends his days reveling in the thrill of the ride. Fong Xin has been out of touch for quite some time. Her QQ hasn't been online, and no calls have come from her. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, occasionally engages in conversation with Zhou Jiangnan, still caught in the dilemma of whether to pursue work or further studies. Zhou Jiangnan continues to operate his stall on the pedestrian street, and surprisingly, business is thriving. By mid-August, the admissions process in Sichuan province has concluded. Lingyongno, one high school proudly displays banners at the school entrance, celebrating this year's commendable college entrance examination results. From the graduating class of 2005, 6 students achieved scores meeting the thresholds for Tsinghua and Peking University, with 3 ultimately gaining admission. A total of 273 students from the school were accepted into first-tier universities, including 68 into 985 institutions and 14 into the top 10 universities in the country. Such impressive results have led the school to decide to hold a commendation ceremony for the outstanding students, scheduled for August 18th. Zhou Jiangnan received an invitation and will be one of the exemplary student representatives to receive an award on stage. Given the attendance of county leaders responsible for education, the school suggested that all students taking the stage wear white shirts for the sake of decorum and photographic appeal. Li Pengfei scrutinized the notice, muttering sarcastically, TCH. Just more bureaucratic nonsense. Why not let us wear suits? Your excitement is unwarranted. You're not even going on stage, Zhou Jiangnan retorted playfully, tossing a pair of ultra-thin black stockings to the alluring woman across from him, wholly disregarding her glistening eyes. With such a short skirt, stockings are the perfect complement. The beauty, striking in her appearance, offered him a discount, $19.80 after the discount. Thank you. You have a sweet tongue. Here as 20. No need for change. As he handed over the money, her fingers grazed his palm, sending a tingling sensation through him. It is quite normal for a handsome lad selling stockings to attract a bit of attention from a mature woman. He has long since grown accustomed to it. Li Pengfei, observing the woman's demeanor, wished he could become Zhou Jiangnan, bearing all the pressures in his place. Jiangnan, the money has arrived. When are we heading to the supermarket for a shopping spree? My motorcycle is itching to hit the road. Do you really need me to accompany you to the supermarket? Just ride your motorcycle to the provincial capital and find Zhu Xiaoxiao. She can join you. Zhou Jiangnan glanced at his stall, noticing the dwindling inventory. He planned to cease operations in a couple of days and was eagerly awaiting the start of the new school year. He intended to order a gift for Wang Yuan, believing that a brother should always surprise his sister with something special. Perhaps a piano worth around 10,000 yuan would suffice. With just over 20 days until university enrollment, Zhou Jiangnan has many arrangements to make in the meantime. He still has the final driving test to complete and the health checkup scheduled for his parents approaching quickly. Additionally, He needs to book train tickets at least 15 days in advance. There is so much to do. Time to close up shop at precisely 5 p.m. Zhou Jiangnan purchased a casual white shirt on the pedestrian street, contemplating pairing it with a pair of jeans and casual leather shoes. Seriously, a shirt with jeans and leather shoes? What kind of fashion statement is that? Li Pingfei quipped. You know nothing about trends. It's all about being casual. This outfit will serve well for university, Zhou Jiangnan retorted dismissively, before mounting his motorcycle and heading back to the cement factory. That evening, the factory canteen was serving additional dishes to celebrate the deputy manager's acceptance into a third-tier university, a moment of glory for the Port Lili. On the morning of August 18th, Lingjing No. 1 High School was adorned with vibrant flowers, with a red carpet extending to the entrance. The school had set up a stage in the indoor basketball arena for the commendation ceremony honoring the outstanding students from the class of 2005. Zhou Jiangnan sat upright in the front row, attired in his white shirt. To his left was Zhao Wanwan, and to his right was Gao Qianjun. Zhao Wanwan, clad in a short-sleeved white shirt, sported her signature high ponytail and wispy bangs, her unadorned face appearing radiant. Beautiful, yet unfortunate for her loquaciousness. As Zhou Jiangnan glanced to his left, he spotted Fong Xin seated across from Zhao Wanwan. After nearly 2 months apart, Fong Xin appeared even more graceful. At that moment, Fong Xin caught his gaze, and they exchanged a smile. Fong Xin, long time no see. How have you been? Quite well. I've been accompanying my father in Lingshan City, and just returned yesterday. I just learned you also applied to Linen University. No wonder Principal Liang was nearly beside himself. Is it really that exaggerated? I told you before, I have an affinity for southern cities, so I chose Linen. Their conversation, conducted over Zhao Wanwan's presence, rendered her invisible, eliciting a sense of annoyance. Those two insufferable lovebirds, can't they keep it down? She thought, rolling her eyes. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, Fong Xin. Do you like Jiangnan? Huh? Fong Xin stammered, flustered. I don't. Oh, but you just mentioned liking southern cities, and isn't Jiangnan's Linen a southern city? A glimmer of mischief flickered in Zhao Wanwan's eyes. Fong Xion's mind momentarily faltered, and she blurted, oh, I do like Jiangnan. Oh, I knew you liked Jiangnan. Otherwise, how could you score so high and not aim for Tsinghua or Peking University? Zhao Wanwan elongated her words, sounding somewhat mocking, leaving Fong Xian flustered. In the span of mere dialogue, Zhou Jiangnan realized that Fong Xian was no match for Zhao Wanwan. Though usually aloof, this little vixen was a seasoned conversationalist, possessing a certain finesse. The gentle and demure Fong Xian was wholly outclassed. Poor thing, Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, signaling for Fong Xian to disregard Zhao Wanwan. Yet Zhao Wanwan seemed to revel in the conversation, deliberately positioning herself to obstruct Zhou Jiangnan's view and engaging Fong Xian. Fong Xian, I will also be attending Linen University. We will be alumni. How serendipitous. We should keep in touch. Oh, sure, I've heard about that, Fong Xian replied. Have you heard? Many people are whispering behind our backs, labeling us as the oddities of this generation, particularly in reference to you and Zhou Jiangnan. I am utterly perplexed as to why they would speak of us in such a manner. After all, your scores undoubtedly qualify you for prestigious programs at elite institutions like Tsinghua and Beida, and I could barely squeeze in as well. We have willingly relinquished the opportunity to attend the schools they so fervently desire, only to converge at Linen University, which has led them to dub us as one man and two women, the trio of peculiarities. What absurdity! Can such words be carelessly uttered? Those wretched souls, incapable of tolerating such vicious slander. Zhou Jiangnan's expression faltered, nearly choking on his own words. From his vantage point, he gazed at Zhao Wanwan, whose slender waist was accentuated by a pair of black trousers that lent her an air of professionalism. Fong Xian was similarly attired, though she opted for a neat fringe over a high ponytail, embodying a sweet and innocent charm. One man and two women, an unconventional trio, yet not without its merits. How delightfully intriguing. Chapter 68. Unbeknownst to Wanwan, the podium was already packed to capacity. Zhou Jiangnan gazed ahead, spotting the deputy county head responsible for education seated prominently at the center. Beside him was Director Chun of the Education Bureau. The old fellow, after being inebriated during their last encounter, had been unceremoniously carried to the sofa like a lifeless dog. One could only wonder if he would hold old Zhang accountable for that debacle. The leaders took turns delivering speeches, and Principal Liang beamed with pride. Outstanding students lined up to receive their awards. Those admitted to Qingbei received a government bonus of 10,000, supplemented by another 10,000 from local entrepreneurs. The other top 10 students received 5,000 each from both the government and private sponsors. After collecting his certificate and prize, Zhou Jiangnan returned to his seat, only to notice the anxious expression of Gao Qianjun beside him, who appeared on the verge of tears. "Brother Gao, what troubles you?" Gao Qianjun was drenched in cold sweat. Stammering, "Jiangnan, I've lost my speech." "What speech?" "The one I'm supposed to deliver as the representative later." "What do I do?" "I spent the entire night writing it." Zhou Jiangnan looked at him with sympathy. It truly took a unique talent to misplace a speech at such a crucial moment. Gao Qianjun frantically searched around before abruptly leaving his seat in search of a teacher. Moments later, he returned, his face a picture of despair. The host hurried over to Principal Liang, whispering urgently. Principal Liang's expression darkened as he promptly reported the unexpected situation to Director Chun, who furrowed his brow in response. "He can't go off script?" "No, he only finished his speech last night. When I asked him to read it before the meeting, he was trembling, without the script. He probably wouldn't manage to say much." "Then let us find someone else." "Aren't either two more from Qingbei?" "That won't work either." The other two who got into Qingbei are exceptionally introverted and reclusive, even less capable than Gao Qianjun, and they certainly weren't prepared. "What on earth are you all doing? If this goes awry, County Head Su will be furious." "Never mind. Are there any other representative students?" "Well, Zhou Jiangnan's achievements are quite representative." Upon hearing Zhou Jiangnan's name, Director Chen immediately recalled the boy who had been coerced into drinking, and decided to use him as a backup. At such a gathering, even a seasoned official could falter without a prepared speech. It was even more daunting for a fresh-faced youth. A representative speech could either shine a spotlight on one's achievements or lead to utter embarrassment. If someone were destined to falter, Director Chen preferred it to be Zhou Jiangnan. "He'll do. Arrange it." Just then, it was time for the student representative to deliver remarks. Principal Liang, hoping for a miracle, whispered a few words to the host. Gritting his teeth, the host announced, "Next, we invite the outstanding student representative, Zhou Jiangnan, to speak." Zhou Jiangnan, engrossed in watching the proceedings, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his name, thinking he must have misheard. "Zhou Jiangnan, please come to the stage to deliver your remarks," the host repeated. Zhao Wanwan nudged the dazed Zhou Jiangnan, who was now pointing at himself, his expression one of bewilderment and shock, a sight that could elicit laughter from anyone. "Hey, you there, Zhou Jiangnan, get up. What are you laughing at?" Zhou Jiangnan turned around, glaring, while Zhao Wanwan couldn't contain her laughter, and Fang Xian blinked in disbelief. The old man Liang at the podium seized the microphone, calling out, "Zhou Jiangnan, yes, you. Hurry up and share your thoughts." Zhou Jiangnan, with a smile plastered on his face but annoyance brewing inside, reluctantly made his way to the stage. Li Pingfei, seated in the back row, was in tears from laughter. It was easy to imagine how dumbfounded the suddenly called-upon brother felt. As Zhou Jiangnan stood on the stage, Director Chen nodded and smiled at him, a smile laced with hidden malice. Zhou Jiangnan suspected the abrupt change in speaker was Chun's idea, using this occasion to settle personal scores, which was utterly despicable. It was tragic to think that someone like him could hold the position of Director of Education, overseeing an entire region's educational affairs. However, Zhou Jiangnan had no intention of returning to Lingjiang County after graduation. If he had to offend someone, so be it. He took the microphone, relaxed his posture, made minor adjustments, and exuded composure. After all, it was just a speech. In his past life, he had managed hundreds of workers on construction sites, regularly holding safety meetings to deliver speeches without fear. It was simply a matter of familiarity with the words, "Dear classmates. To be honest, I'm a bit bewildered as to why I've been asked to speak. The affection from the school has come too swiftly, like a whirlwind. And I'm ill-prepared. Since I'm unprepared, I'll just speak off the cuff. I want to thank the nation, the government, and the school. But let us get straight to the point. Half a year ago, I was a mediocre student, the kind that blends into the background. And I believe 99% of you have never heard my name. It all began with a personal awakening. From ranking 600th in my grade to breaking into the top 300, it took me a month and a half. To jump from the 300s to the top 100, just a month. Finally, I unexpectedly scored 699 on the college entrance exam, which I attribute to luck. But one cannot deny that luck is a form of strength as well. Thus, one must clarify what they truly desire. Zhou Jiangnan, with one hand in his pocket, grew more animated as he spoke. Occasionally referencing classical texts, his eloquence flowed effortlessly, radiating confidence without a hint of hesitation. The success gurus of later generations had their teachings mirrored in his words, as he passionately delivered motivational sentiments to the audience, one after another. Zhou Jiangnan had never seen such a charismatic Zhou Jiangnan. She was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this seemingly brash young man was indeed remarkable. Not only her, but also Fong Xin beside her, and Lin Yu in the back rows. The girls had never encountered a peer with such eloquence, especially with Zhou Jiangnan's white shirt, which added a mature charm that contrasted sharply with his youthful appearance. His denim jeans paired with casual leather shoes were both unusual and exuded a carefree spirit in this era, making him far more appealing than the portly leaders on stage. Zhou Jiangnan's speech oscillated between high and low culture, occasionally punctuated with crude expressions that stirred the classmates into a fervor. Li Pengfei even felt that not becoming the leader of a cult was a waste of his talents. Zhou Jiangnan continued to speak eloquently, leaving Director Chun filled with regret. It was utterly unexpected that this young rascal not only avoided embarrassment but instead shone brightly. How absurd. The college entrance examination is not an end, but the beginning of another competition with boundless futures awaiting us. Even the venerable Xian father can still fear the youth, and a man should not underestimate the young. In the future, we will undoubtedly be the pride of Lingjiang No. 1 High School. Let us all encourage one another. With an eloquent flourish, he concluded his speech, and Mayor Su took the lead in applauding, with everyone joining in fervent applause. At that moment, the question lingering in everyone's minds was, who on earth had labeled Zhou Jiangnan as weak and introverted? Zhou Jiangnan felt her cheeks flush, stirred by Zhou Jiangnan's passionate words, her mind involuntarily drifting to cherished memories. The awkwardness of their first meeting, the innocence of the first love letter, the warmth of the first milk delivery. What once was distasteful now transformed into sweet reminiscence. Just as he had once said, "Be good, don't make a fuss," she found herself irresistibly softening. As for Lin Yu behind her, she had long since become infatuated. That day, Zhou Jiangnan, with one hand in his pocket, exuded an aura of confidence. Chapter 69. Hardware Softening Project Director Su applauded, and Director Chun had no choice but to join in. Aside from him, everyone else found the student representative's speech today to be exceptionally brilliant. Zhang Minfu watched from the audience, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction and growing envy towards Zhou Xiangdong. Damn it, this guy has lived an honest life his entire life. How could he have such an eloquent and impressive son? I refuse to accept it. Zhou Jiangnan returned to his seat. Fong Xin gently inquired, Jiangnan, when do you plan to report to university? Zhou Jiangnan replied, school starts on September 5th. I intend to leave on the 2nd. What about you? My father will take me. He is busy with work and only has time on the 5th, Fong Xin said, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. Zhou Jiangnan, however, felt a surge of joy, as she had almost thought Fong Xin would suggest going to school with Zhou Jiangnan. Thank heavens. I'm grateful to the Queen Mother of the West for sending down this fortune. Without Li Pengfei's brute force assistance, Zhou Jiangnan, the scoundrel, certainly would make a good matchmaker. How delightful. Indeed, Zhou Jiangnan asked. Oh, you must be flying then? Fong Xin nodded in affirmation. That is quite unfortunate. I believe that when venturing far for university, one must first experience the train journey, traversing through the mountains and fields of various provinces, immersing oneself in the diverse local customs. The sensation of your hometown receding further away while the future draws ever closer is the essence of education. The scoundrel can wax philosophical like a sow wearing a brassiere, with a plethora of sayings. Fong Xin listened with wide-eyed admiration, feeling even more regretful. Zhou Jiangnan rolled her eyes, seemingly dismissive of Zhou Jiangnan's rhetoric. Not long after, the awards ceremony reached its conclusion. The county leaders posed for a group photo with the outstanding students. Due to his height, Zhou Jiangnan stood in the third row, while Fong Xin and Zhou Jiangnan, the two school beauties, occupied the second row directly in front of him. At the moment the photographer pressed the shutter, the two girls slightly tilted their bodies, unnoticed by anyone. After the ceremony, Fong Xin hailed a taxi to the bus station, eager to return to Lingshan City. Zhou Jiangnan left with her close friend Lin Yu, who mustered the courage to ask Zhou Jiangnan for his phone number before they departed. Damn it, Lin Yu likes you. Now every girl who sees you claims to like me. Am I some kind of currency? Zhou Jiangnan joked. Really, I dare you to ask her. Shut up. Let us head to the pedestrian street. I'll treat you to hot pot, Zhou Jiangnan said, giving Li Pengfei a playful punch before hopping onto his motorcycle. Feeling the 5,000 yuan in his pocket and waving grandly, let us also get a foot massage while we're at it. Li Pingfei, initially reluctant to linger, lost all interest upon hearing the mention of a foot massage and quickly started the engine. Finally, I've been waiting for this day. Hold on tight. Li Pingfei revved up, and in an instant, they vanished from sight, leaving a group of girls who had chased after them, yearning for a phone number, feeling utterly frustrated. The two brothers indulged in a lavish meat feast at a hot pot restaurant, after which Zhou Jiangnan led the way to a street lined with foot massage parlors. He paused in front of a sign that read, Foot Care, 38 yuan. Foot Massage, 48 yuan. Shoulder and Neck Relaxation, 58 yuan. Hardware Softening Project, 188 yuan? Li Pingfei suddenly raised his voice. What on earth is this hardware softening project that costs so much? I must try it. Hardware softening? Is this terminology already in use? Zhou Jiangnan pondered for a moment, ultimately hesitant to draw any conclusions. Although those in construction often indulge in foot massages, he was somewhat at a loss regarding this establishment from 2005, especially since it was located next to a police station. Observing several police cars with flashing lights and two elderly officers glancing their way, Zhou Jiangnan rubbed his nose. Well, I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it shouldn't be. That kind of softening? I don't care. I must try it. You're treating. The plump fellow insisted. We are all adults over 18. I have the right to choose my own service. All right, just follow my lead later. Who knows? It could be an enlightening experience. Young people must not make mistakes. Zhou Jiangnan reluctantly agreed, promising to remain composed. The plump man nodded excitedly. However, when the project engineer arrived, he was filled with regret. This hardware softening project was far from what he had imagined. It was merely a comprehensive service involving the removal of dead skin and calluses from the feet, nail trimming, and shoulder and neck massage. In essence, it aimed to relax stiff areas, albeit excluding certain sensitive spots. Watching a burly man skillfully attending to foot care while smoking, Zhou Jiangnan felt that his choice of foot massage was certainly superior, especially since at least a female technician would be attending to him. Li Pingfei slumped despondently in the recliner, staring at the ceiling with humiliation, while Zhou Jiangnan struggled to contain his laughter. Once outside, the plump man continued to grumble incessantly. Enough already. If you wish to explore the mysteries of life, wait until school starts and seek out Zhu Xiaoxiao. After all, you will be studying in Rongqing. No, I can't wait. I'm going in these few days. Li Pingfei resolved to see if he could regain softness in his relationship with his online love interest. After conversing for so long, spending money to upgrade his configuration, it was about time for a system update. Zhou Jiangnan gasped in shock. Don't be reckless. I don't want to hear you singing Tears Behind Bars through glass in the future. Li Pingfei confidently shook his head. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Xiao Xiao said she loves me and is willing to do anything for me. And you believe that? Are you foolish? Love is not merely spoken. It must be acted upon. Have you truly considered what she has done for you all this time? Why should she pave the way for you just because you charge forward? Li Pingfei fell silent, stubbornly holding his head high. Fine. I'm too lazy to persuade you. It's better to test the waters sooner rather than later. If it doesn't work out, it's best to part ways early. Zhou Jiangnan stretched lazily, falling back into his old habit of playing the role of the wise teacher. My friend, do you know what women truly desire? Good looks? Don't be ridiculous. Good looks are only useful in certain contexts. What women genuinely desire is wealth. As long as you're willing to spend, they would go to great lengths for you. No, I do not wish to engage in commerce. I yearn for genuine love. The trivial affection you speak of is merely a transaction. Li Pingfei, that obstinate and unyielding individual, is beyond redemption, and Zhou Jiangnan spat in disdain. I am a person who values honesty. So I implore you to reflect upon yourself. Are you tall? Are you handsome? You are neither. But do you possess wealth? Indeed, you do. Then that settles it. The so-called tall, rich, and handsome type you aspire to be is only wealthy in your case. Without your riches, what do you have? Li Pingfei's expression darkened, as if on the verge of an outburst, but Zhou Jiangnan wisely chose to retreat. You will inevitably come to this realization, given your family fortune. Women will be plentiful in your future. I only hope that when you are sailing on your yacht, you will not forget your brothers. I refuse to accept this. Xiao Xiao will surely love me for who I am, as she is not a materialistic girl. Very well, you are right, Brother Dapeng. Chapter 70. Journey Eastward to University, September 2nd. The heat in Rongqing lingered, oppressive and stifling. A green train snaked along the tracks as hurried passengers boarded, tickets in hand. Carriage 8, seat 47. This was his destination. Zhou Jiangnan stowed his suitcase in the overhead rack and sank into his seat, exhaling a sigh of relief. Today marked the commencement of his journey to university, and after much effort, he had secured a hard seat ticket for the train. The thought of enduring over 30 hours in such discomfort made his backside ache in anticipation. Nonetheless, a sense of joy enveloped him. Not only was he embarking on a new chapter in life, but he had also successfully resolved several lingering matters. The first was his parents' health checkup. Just before his departure, he had taken Zhou Jiangnan and Luo Xiaoying for a comprehensive medical examination, and fortunately, both were in good health. There were no signs of lung cancer in old Zhou, with even nodules absent, a most gratifying outcome. The second matter was repaying Wang Yuan for her kindness. Zhou Jiangnan had spent nearly 11,000 yuan on a piano, including delivery to her home. Wang Yuan had helped him earn 100,000. And returning this favor brought him peace of mind. The moment his older sister received the gift, she was utterly beside herself with joy, exclaiming in delight over the phone. Unable to find adequate words of gratitude, Zhou Jiangnan had teased her during the call, suggesting that if she truly appreciated the gift, she might as well offer herself in return. Haha, you rascal, you're becoming increasingly unrefined. When will you come to Linen? I'll escort you. Will you accompany me to the school or to my heart? Of course, to the station. No mischief now. Wang Yuan insisted on seeing him off before his departure. Her younger brother's protests falling on deaf ears. As Zhou Jiangnan reminisced about their earlier exchange, a smile crept onto his lips. When this stunning beauty, her hair styled in a bun, stood at the entrance of the train station, all passers-by couldn't help but glance her way. Clad in a floral dress, she embodied grace. A vision of elegance. Zhou Jiangnan grinned, opened his arms wide, and seized the moment to embrace her tightly before she could fully comprehend what was happening. Then dashed into the station with his suitcase in tow. You. Wang Yuan stammered, pointing at him. I told you not to see me off. I despise farewells. The more one speaks, the more melancholic it becomes. So just a hug will suffice, Zhou Jiangnan replied with utmost seriousness. Zhou Jiangnan, I've never seen you so unscrupulous before. You actually took advantage of me. Wang Yuan exclaimed, stomping her foot and placing her hands on her hips. It's never too late to realize it. Farewell, sister. I'll remember this. My favors are not so easily exploited. You will soon learn that. Oh. Had I known, I would have given you a farewell kiss. Oh, you little rascal, you're in big trouble. Wang Yuan hopped in frustration outside the station. While Zhou Jiangnan, grinning, left her with a retreating figure, his suitcase in hand. That tender embrace lingered in his mind as he leaned back in his seat. Recalling his troublesome friend, Li Pengfei. This tumultuous romance was the only recent disappointment amidst an otherwise promising journey. After the last foot massage, Li Pengfei rode his motorcycle to Chengdu the next day, eager to surprise Zhu Xiaoxiao at the nursing school she attended. However, after waiting for more than 3 hours, he was disheartened to see Zhu Xiaoxiao emerge, hand in hand with a blonde, both smiling as they headed towards a short-stay hotel. To his dismay, she was wearing the floral mini dress he had gifted her. Undeterred, Li Pengfei lingered outside the hotel for another half hour, only to witness Zhu Xiaoxiao exiting with flushed cheeks and disheveled hair, a sight that could hardly be attributed to an English study session. In that moment, his heart sank. And amidst Zhu Xiaoxiao's panicked gaze, he rode his motorcycle northward, leaving behind the bitter remnants of a love that had lasted merely 3 months. Now a mere memory in the rearview mirror. To console him, Zhou Jiangnan spent the night drinking with him, nearly missing the train they were to catch. He hoped that his friend would soon awaken to reality, even as he nursed a headache, sitting in the cramped middle seat of a 3-person hard seat. Zhou Jiangnan felt a twinge of regret. If only he had secured a window or aisle seat, being wedged in the middle was uncomfortable, especially if the passengers on either side were men. The train attendant urged passengers to board, and one by one, workers bound for Shanghai climbed aboard, their large bags competing for space in the overhead compartments, quickly filling them to capacity. Among them were several young couples, recognizable as university students by their attire and demeanor. Zhou Jiangnan crossed his arms and closed his eyes, seeking a moment of solace, as he was not in the mood for conversation. The previous night's revelry had left Li Pengfei inebriated, and Zhou Jiangnan felt far from well himself. His friend drank recklessly, demonstrating quite an impressive tolerance. As the train played a saxophone rendition of Home, it only intensified Zhou Jiangnan's feelings of melancholy and longing. He recalled his mother, Luo Xiaoying, who had tearfully bid him farewell that morning, urging him to take care of himself. A mother's worry follows her child wherever they go. And old Zhou was no better off, lamenting that he had not been allowed to accompany his son to university. Shaking his head, Zhou Jiangnan thought about how pointless it was to dwell on such matters. Farewells have always been painful for the sentimental. He had no desire to shed tears on the train, as he was not leaving home forever. Before long, a familiar female voice echoed from a distance. Dad, I told you to leave early, but you insisted on stopping by the office. We almost missed the train. Oh dear, why is this train so crowded and smelly? Didn't they say taking the train to school would be a great experience? Zhou Jiangnan could hardly suppress a chuckle, but then he heard a deep male voice respond. I told you to take a plane, but you insisted on the train. This is such a hassle. I warned you it would be cramped. Even going to the bathroom will be a challenge. Ignoring the advice of the wise brings its own troubles. The female voice retorted, if you found it so disagreeable, you shouldn't have come to see me off. I told you I could manage on my own, but you insisted on tagging along. Wasn't it arranged by your mother? Besides, I worry about you being alone. What if something were to happen to a young lady like you on the road? A man's voice approached, gradually becoming clearer. Let me check. Seat 46, seat 48, here we are. Look, we're late, and the rest nowhere to put the luggage. The woman's voice, filled with impatience, suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, she could not restrain her astonishment. Zhou Jiangnan, what are you doing here? Zhou Jiangnan opened his eyes. The girl before him was none other than Zhao Wanwan. What a coincidence. It seems that enemies are destined to meet. He could never have imagined that Zhao Wanwan, this affluent young lady, would take a ride on a frogskin train. Could it be that she was seeking her very own frog prince? Chapter 71. Even goddesses need to use the restroom. Zhou Jiangnan extracted his train ticket and examined it. Carriage 8, seat 47. This is where I purchased my ticket. Where else should I sit? Zhao Wanwan's fleeting glimmer of surprise vanished, and she furrowed her brow, stating, That's not what I meant. I meant it is quite a coincidence to encounter you here, and our seats are adjacent. How fortuitous. Indeed, it is a small world, Zhou Jiangnan replied. He rose to make way and nodded in greeting to Zhao Junmin. Director Zhao, are you seated inside? No need. Wanwan enjoys the scenery. Let her go in first. Zhao Junmin said, lifting a pink suitcase, searching for a suitable spot, and adding with a smile, when we're out and about, don't call me Director Zhao. Since we've shared drinks together, just call me Uncle Zhao if you don't mind. Zhou Jiangnan remained non-committal. The aisle was already crowded with people and luggage. He awkwardly leaned back to create a path for Zhao Wanwan to enter. With a huff, she tiptoed inside. Today, she wore a pair of snug jeans, a fitted white t-shirt, and a sun-protective jacket, exuding youthful vitality. A young man sitting across from a couple pretended to adjust his glasses, clearly taking the opportunity to gaze intently at the abyss before him. However, his subtle antics did not escape his girlfriend's notice, who promptly pinched him hard. Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. What are you laughing at? Am I amusing? Zhao Wanwan glared at him, mistakenly believing he was mocking her peculiar gait. For reasons unknown, she found it all too easy to become irate in Zhou Jiangnan's presence, as all her composure seemed to vanish in an instant. Zhou Jiangnan chose to disregard her. Such a self-satisfied woman only grew more spirited with every word. Zhao Wanwan bent to squeeze past him, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and Zhou Jiangnan felt as though he were catching a glimpse of his long-lost great-grandmother. The train sped swiftly, weaving through the undulating countryside, devoid of any magnificent vistas. Zhao Wanwan's disappointment deepened, and her resentment towards a certain individual began to brew, who claimed that traversing the mountains and fields of various provinces, experiencing different local customs, and savoring the feeling of home drifting further away while the future loomed closer, was the essence of pursuing an education? How foolish to have believed such nonsense. The words of men are often deceiving. As dusk approached, mealtime arrived. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, ate treasure porridge, beer, soft drinks, and mineral water. Excuse me, coming through. Please make way and tuck in those little stools. The vendor, with a regional accent, struggled to push his cart through the crowd. Those with no standing room hurriedly squeezed to the sides to avoid the chaos, and the carriage resonated with a cacophony of complaints. Yet, Zhou Jiangnan found this scene rather endearing. In this day and age, being able to purchase a standing ticket for the train was a blessing, even with people sitting by the restroom door. Seasoned travelers knew that on green trains, one should generally refrain from drinking water. If absolutely necessary, a sip would suffice, but one should never indulge in excessive gulps. Navigating through the throngs to reach the restroom was indeed a formidable challenge. Zhou Jiangnan extracted a cup of instant noodles from his bag and prepared to indulge in it. The braised beef noodles contained not a single morsel of meat. It seemed this company could go bankrupt without ever utilizing an entire cow. Zhou Jiangnan, initially distressed by the unpleasant aroma of the noodles, found herself amused by his quip, struggling to suppress her laughter. The other passengers began to produce biscuits, fruits, and some even ordered boxed meals, silently consuming their provisions. Zhou Jiangnan also ordered a boxed meal, but Zhou Jiangnan had lost her appetite. He offered his meal to Zhou Jiangnan, saying, "Xiao Shou, would you like it? I'll trade you for 2 oranges." Before Zhou Jiangnan lay a bag filled with oranges gifted by Wang Duan. "I'm already full. You should save it for Zhou classmate. Feel free to take any fruit if you desire," he replied. She insisted she wouldn't eat it, deeming it wasteful to discard it, and added that his cup of noodles was likely insufficient. "All right, thank you, Uncle Zhou." Zhou Jiangnan ceased to refuse. He could afford a boxed meal, after all, being a newly affluent individual with savings of 400,000. However, the meals served on the train were notoriously overpriced and unpalatable, making the instant noodles seem far more appealing. Zhou Jiangnan handed an orange to Zhou Jiangnan, who later retrieved another one herself. Zhou Jiangnan observed her as she tilted her fair, swan-like neck to sip from a half-empty bottle of drink, contemplating whether to speak up, but ultimately chose silence. He decided to relinquish his inclination to assist and respect other circumstances. This young lady would soon realize the gravity of her predicament when she needed to use the restroom. As the train entered a series of tunnels, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Many passengers had already closed their eyes to rest, and the sounds of snoring began to echo throughout the carriage. Zhou Jiangnan, who had hardly slept the previous night alongside his overweight friend, felt drowsiness wash over him and draped his coat over himself to sleep. After an indeterminate period, he felt someone shaking his arm, akin to a lifeline tethering a worker. "Damn it, you all." Zhou Jiangnan abruptly opened his eyes, prepared to chastise the group for their improper conduct. Yet, instead of a rowdy crowd, he was met by the cool demeanor of the school belle, Zhou Jiangnan. Her face was flushed, and she gazed at him helplessly, murmuring, "I just wanted you to help me a little. You're so fierce." "What's wrong?" Zhou Jiangnan inquired quietly. I drank too much water. And I want." Zhou Jiangnan indicated the aisle with discomfort and pointed to his right. "I can't find my dad." Zhou Jiangnan understood her plight. This young lady needed to use the restroom, yet as a first-time train traveler, she was uncertain of its location. Moreover, the aisle was crowded, making passage a challenge. "Serves you right for drinking so much juice and eating the fruit my elder sister gave me," Zhou Jiangnan thought, bemused. Noticing her expression suggested she had been holding it for quite a while. "The restroom is at the junction of the carriages." He stood up to clear a path for Zhou Jiangnan. "Can't you just take me there?" she asked, slightly irritated. Zhou Jiangnan was not inclined to indulge her. He had long since ceased to pander to her whims, yet she still maintained an air of entitlement, seemingly unaware that times had changed. "Classmate, is this how you request assistance? You jerk, I can't stand you." Zhou Jiangnan bit her lip and shifted out of her seat, only to take a few steps before retreating back. "Zhou Jiangnan, could you please assist me and lead the way?" Her unexpected humility truly took him by surprise. Nevertheless, considering they were classmates, it was wise to leave a thread of goodwill for future encounters. He squeezed out of his seat and said, "Follow me." Zhou Jiangnan trailed behind him, struggling to navigate along his footsteps. Zhou Jiangnan was reminded of his earlier words to Li Pingfei. Even goddesses need to answer nature's call. No one is above the mundane realities of life. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that Zhou Jiangnan's anxious frown at that moment would be rather endearing. If only she had a more expressive face. What a pity. Chapter 72, The First Intimate Encounter. As they were progressing, Zhou Jiangnan suddenly let out a piercing scream and swiftly leaped forward to grasp Zhou Jiangnan's hand. "What are you doing?" Zhou Jiangnan asked, displeased as he retracted his hand. "I stepped on someone's foot," Zhou Jiangnan replied. "Did that person complain?" "No." "Then why the fuss?" Zhou Jiangnan was utterly speechless. It was a crowded train, and stepping on feet was hardly surprising. The person who had been stepped on remained silent, yet she made a scene. Wasn't she the fierce tiger of high school? Now she had transformed into a timid kitten. Did she still expect to hold hands? Dream on. As per the usual, just hold on to my clothing. Once the initial fright had subsided, Zhou Jiangnan regained her composure. That infuriating Zhou Jiangnan, that despicable man, was he really trying to shake her hand off so forcefully? Countless boys had wished to hold her hand, yet here she was, making the first move, and he had the audacity to be ungrateful. What's this? If Fang Xian can hold hands, why can't I? Upset and fuming, Zhou Jiangnan released his shirt and stubbornly stormed into the restroom. Almost immediately, another terrified scream erupted. What now? Zhou Jiangnan pushed the door open just as Zhao Wanwan bolted out, colliding into him. What is it? It's so filthy and smelly. I refuse to use the restroom here. Zhao Wanwan was clearly shaken. Zhou Jiangnan, however, with little regard for her fear, pushed her back in. Aren't you about to burst? Hurry up, there's a line forming. Zhao Wanwan, biting her lip in frustration, soon emerged in tears, pounding her fists against his arm. It's all your fault. Everything is your fault. What the hell, how is this my fault? Zhou Jiangnan was utterly bewildered. Had the school belle lost her mind? Zhao Wanwan retorted angrily. It's because of you. If you hadn't said that we needed to take the train to university, I wouldn't have canceled my flight to come here. It's all your fault. Zhou Jiangnan suddenly connected the dots. This girl had been eavesdropping on his conversation with Feng Xian and had taken it seriously. At that moment, the train entered a tunnel, causing a painful pressure change in their ears. Zhao Wanwan covered her ears, the dim light in the carriage worsening the atmosphere. In her frustration, she tried to walk back, only to stumble and nearly fall forward. Quick as lightning, Zhou Jiangnan pulled her back. You go ahead, Zhao Wanwan stubbornly shook off his hand. Standing behind him in a huff, Zhou Jiangnan cracked his knuckles, thinking that if she were his daughter, she would have been dealt with long ago. Taking a deep breath, he chose not to engage with her stubbornness. After a few steps, another cry came from behind. He turned around to see a shadowy figure tumbling forward, and instinctively, he reached out to catch it. Soft, fragrant, and delightfully bouncy. Zhou Jiangnan, what are you doing? Zhao Wanwan furiously slapped him, but he had anticipated her reaction and dodged. What's the matter? Everyone is trying to sleep, and you're making such a commotion. Have you no sense of public decorum? He firmly grasped her hand, preventing her from striking again. Zhao Wanwan struggled in vain, utterly restrained by this vile individual, and humiliation drove her to tears. In retaliation, she bit down on Zhou Jiangnan's shoulder, causing him to nearly leap from the pain. Damn it, are you a dog? Let go, or I'll bite you to death. Just because you're the campus belle, does that give you the right to act like a petulant child and bite indiscriminately? I don't care. I intend to bite you because you were being a rogue and taking advantage of me. You pushed me. It wasn't intentional. So, am I at fault for trying to catch you and prevent you from falling? Ugh, you pinched me. Wasn't that intentional? Well, it was just a reflex. My apologies. I truly did not mean it. Zhou Jiangnan felt somewhat embarrassed, as the situation was utterly absurd, yet it had coincidentally unfolded in such a way. Zhao Wanwan clearly remained unconvinced and continued to struggle. After a few more attempts at reasoning, Zhou Jiangnan, growing impatient, struck down with a swift motion. And the world fell silent. Stop this nonsense. Let's go. Zhao Wanwan trailed behind him, clearly sobbing quietly. At their seats, Zhao Jumin was anxiously searching for his daughter. When he saw them return, Zhao Wanwan's tear-streaked face prompted him to ask, what happened? Zhou Jiangnan, undaunted, replied, she needed to use the restroom, so I took her. On the way, she threw a tantrum, and I had to be stern with her. Zhao Junmin looked at his daughter, his eyes filled with inquiry. Zhao Wanwan nodded in tacit agreement. Proud as she was, she refused to seek her parents' intervention like a child. Besides, if she were to recount the incident, who knew how her father might react? After all, they were in the same university, and sooner or later, she would ensure Zhou the scoundrel paid her back tenfold. Dad, where did you go just now? I stepped out to smoke and made a few calls. Zhao Wanwan huffed in irritation. Dad, you were too carefree. Don't you worry about your daughter's safety? She was angry, exceedingly angry. Upon returning to her seat, she sat down heavily, but as she closed her eyes, her mind was flooded with images of being overpowered, sending chills down her spine and igniting a feeling of heat within her. Regret washed over her in waves. Profound regret for having believed Zhou Jiangnan's deceitful words. The relentless discomfort of the green train was nearly unbearable. This was only the first night. There remained another day and night to endure. What was she to do? Zhao Junmin nodded at Zhou Jiangnan, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. This girl is traveling far for the first time and is quite naive. Zhou Jiangnan quickly dismissed the need for thanks. Glancing at the time, he noted it was past 8 in the evening. After a brief nap, he had regained some energy and decided to engage Zhao Junmin in conversation. Seeing Zhou Jiangnan's keen interest in criminal investigation, Zhao Junmin, feeling a bit bored, happily shared some tips on fraud prevention. Somehow, the conversation effortlessly morphed into discussions about solving cases. Zhao Junmin vividly recounted various cases he had encountered: robberies, homicides, sexual assaults. Zhou Jiangnan listened intently, while the young couple across from them previously asleep, suddenly stirred, with the young man interjecting. So, even when the girl said she wouldn't report it, he still killed her. Zhou Jiangnan let out a sigh, remarking that human nature is the most challenging to fathom. Regardless of gender, one must exercise heightened vigilance when venturing outside, particularly for solitary young women who must prioritize their safety. He glanced around the dimly lit carriage and inquired, "You appear to be a student. May I ask which university you attend?" The young man adjusted his glasses confidently and replied, "I study at Linen University of Technology." His female companion scrutinized the three individuals across from them and lingered for a moment on Zhou Jiangnan, stating, "I am from Linen College of Media." Zhou Jiangnan suddenly lifted his head. Linen College of Media was indeed the institution attended by Su Cici. However, compared to her current age, Su Cici was likely just entering high school, given their age difference. The young woman across from him was quite attractive, yet she paled in comparison to Zhao Wanwan. Chapter 73. Arrival in the crowded carriage. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Once a few individuals began to converse, the atmosphere grew lively. The boy opposite was quite the talker. He took out some sunflower seeds and placed them on the table for everyone to enjoy, initiating a greeting with Zhou Jiangnan. "Ah, handsome fellow. Are you also attending university?" "Indeed, I just gained admission and am here to register." "Oh, we're in our third year. Which university do you attend?" "Linen University." "Impressive. My name is Qin Leping. We are fellow townsmen. Let's keep in touch." The boy quickly warmed up, exchanging QQ numbers for mutual support, then gestured towards Zhao Wanwan. "Is this stunning beauty your girlfriend?" Zhou Jiangnan hastily replied, No, I can't aspire to that. Her father is right here. She is my high school classmate." "Oh, my apologies, I thought too much." The boy quickly apologized. Zhao Junmin waved his hand nonchalantly, his expression calm and unperturbed. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan, with her eyes closed, felt a slight flutter as she heard the words "cannot aspire to," surprisingly taking them to heart. She feigned indifference, continuing to rest while silently observing the other's conversation. After a while, Zhou Jiangnan subtly inquired about the situation at Linen Media College, jokingly asking if there were particularly many beautiful women, even teasing Qin Leping to help him find a girlfriend there. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Zhou, with your good looks and being a top student. Going to the media college is like Tang Sung entering the kingdom of women. You needn't worry about finding a girlfriend," Qin Leping laughed. "Well, it's all about broadening social circles and increasing exposure. In this day and age, looks aren't crucial for boys. What matters is having a solid material foundation." The female companion next to Qin Leping chimed in excitedly, "How could looks not matter? If my boyfriend is handsome, I can forgive him even after a fight." Zhou Jiangnan was momentarily speechless. The companion continued, "If you're looking to date, I know a few lovely junior girls I can introduce you to." Zhou Jiangnan perked up, smiling. "That sounds fantastic. Once I get to school, we could even organize cross-school mixers." At that moment, Zhao Wanwan let out a heavy huff, sarcastically remarking, TSK. "Didn't someone say they wouldn't date, claiming that women only hinder problem-solving speed?" Her tone caused Zhao Junmin to furrow his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Zhou Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. "What I meant was before university. Now that I am in university, times have changed, Zhao classmate." Zhao Wanwan, momentarily silenced by his retort, simply huffed disdainfully once more. "Ahem, Xiao Zhou, you young people should prioritize your studies. From my years of humble experience, I advise you not to rush into relationships." Zhao Junmin quickly imparted his life wisdom. The so-called romantic entanglements can distract from one's ambitions. At 18 or 19, it is the prime time for pursuing endeavors. Young people should focus their energy on serious matters. Establishing a family is no easy feat. Everything requires financial expenditure, right? And what about the cost of raising children in the future? What does it mean to be a man, to bear the weight upon one's shoulders? It signifies responsibility. In the future, it seems that old Zhao is engaged in ideological work at the bureau. The few young individuals around him appear utterly captivated by his words. Zhou Jiangnan secretly scoffs, pondering why old Zhao incessantly gazes at him. His tone is so fervent that one might mistakenly believe he regards me as his own son. Moreover, in the realm of adulthood, what one carries on their shoulders may not solely be responsibility, and the rising sun in the morning is not necessarily the sun itself. Such profound truths should be directed towards Zhao Wanwan. As if fulfilling his wishes, old Zhao becomes animated, shifting his focus to Zhao Wanwan. "Wanwan, remember what your father just said. As a young lady, you must protect yourself at all costs, never." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Jiangnan interjected. So, do you regret marrying Mom, Dad? What? What did you say? I sense that you regret it. I will tell Mom that you regret marrying her. I never said that. Old Zhao's expression shifted from confusion to alarm. He was all too aware of his wife's temperament. If their daughter stirred this pot, he would undoubtedly face a few days of kneeling on the washboard upon returning home. Despite his position as the deputy director of the police bureau, he was, after all, under the strict governance of his wife, unable to traverse the mountains of domesticity. Zhou Jiangnan, with a hint of pride, asserted, "Didn't you say if you had married later, you would be a full director by now? Perhaps even at a higher rank? All because you wasted your youth." "Did I say that?" Zhou Jiangnan glanced at Zhou Jiangnan. "You did, Uncle Zhou," Zhou Jiangnan affirmed with a nod. "Ahem, my dear daughter. My love for your mother is genuine. What would I accomplish by being in this leadership role without her? The blood-stained landscape pales in comparison to the vibrant touch of your mother." Old Zhao's swift change in attitude astonished everyone present. This old fellow, it seems, is indeed a seasoned admirer, which explains why Zhou Jiangnan has developed a rather poor impression of men as mere sycophants. Zhou Jiangnan's eyes flickered with disdain, while Qin Leping's companion looked on with admiration, remarking to him, "See? Learn from Uncle Zhao. This is what a real man is." Zhou Jiangnan, akin to a triumphant swan, proudly raised her head and gazed at Zhou Jiangnan. "What are you looking at? That is merely Uncle Zhao's life insight. It does not represent all men, nor does it embody me. Nietzsche once stated that one should carry a whip when approaching women." Zhou Jiangnan resolutely declared, "I, Zhou Jiangnan, shall never again be a sycophant. The former version of myself has long since perished." Zhou Jiangnan huffed, choosing silence thereafter. With this little interlude, Zhou Jiangnan found it increasingly difficult to assume the role of a teacher. He was firmly ensnared by Zhou Jiangnan, unable to scold or strike her, confirming his status as a seasoned daughter-esque slave. Upon hearing Zhou Jiangnan's vow to abandon sycophancy, old Zhao inexplicably exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze towards him growing increasingly appreciative. This young man is indeed worthy of significant trust. The train sped along, the passengers drifting in and out of sleep. At last, they entered a vast expanse of plains. The mountains grew fewer while the waters increased, indicating their arrival in the Jiangnan region. In the early hours, during a stopover, Zhou Jiangnan purchased several duck heads, eager to challenge the spiciness of Sichuan province, only to find himself nearly brought to tears by the heat. The surplus duck heads were distributed among the others, with old Zhao indulging in one. Zhou Jiangnan, roused from her slumber, stubbornly refused to eat, her lips pursed in defiance, as if longing for someone to force one into her mouth. After a few more hours, the train finally arrived at its destination, Linen South Station, now past 9 in the morning. The early autumn air in Linen was somewhat brisk, prompting Zhou Jiangnan to tighten his coat. He had only visited this place once in his previous life during a business trip and had no experience in navigating to Linen University. However, it mattered little, as a shuttle bus had long been arranged for the newcomers. Zhou Jiangnan wrapped herself in the coat handed to her by Zhou Jiangnan, enviously watching Qin Leping depart with his girlfriend, effortlessly making their way. At the exit, welcoming volunteers approached them. "Hello, are you new students at Linen University?" The two nodded, and the volunteer, brimming with enthusiasm, guided the trio to the bus. However, the presence of a beautiful girl garnered special treatment, as an upperclassman wearing glasses swiftly took charge of Zhou Jiangnan's luggage. To the untrained eye, one might mistake the scene for an encounter with brigands. Chapter 74. Affinity. Upon arriving at the school, everyone dispersed to complete their registrations. As Zhou Jiangnan dragged his suitcase, he was hastily pulled aside by Zhou Jiangnan, deliberately steering clear of Zhou Jiangnan's incessant chatter. "Little Zhou, throughout this journey, I've come to perceive you as a commendable individual. Particularly with your commendable sense of masculinity. Do maintain that. Uncle Zhao, if you have something to convey, please be direct. I am in a hurry to finish my registration and secure a good dormitory bed. Then allow me to be forthright. You are aware that Wanwan has been raised with great care. Her mother and I initially intended for her to remain within the province, but with such high scores, it would indeed be a shame to keep her here, especially since she herself wishes to venture beyond Sichuan. It is ultimately concerning for a young lady to be out in the world alone, particularly one as lovely as my daughter. While I can offer some support in Lingjiang and throughout Sichuan, I am at a loss here. You are high school classmates, now alumni, and fellow townsfolk. I hope you could extend a helping hand if the need arises. The heartfelt concerns of a father resonate universally, even with the resolute deputy director of public security. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiangnan was earnestly hopeful, while Zhou Wanwan was growing increasingly impatient. After a long and arduous journey, she merely wished to complete the formalities and take a refreshing shower. Reflecting on how she had endured the train ride at Zhou Jiangnan's suggestion, she shot him a displeased glare as he continued to engage in endless conversation with her father. The passing boys were captivated. The new freshman was strikingly beautiful. Understanding Uncle Zhao's intentions, Zhou Jiangnan did not refuse. Moreover, Zhou Wanwan's prideful demeanor suggested she would hardly seek his assistance. No problem, I shall lend my help. Wonderful. When the new year arrives, and we return to Lingjiang, your uncle and aunt will treat you to a meal, and Su speaks highly of you. Haha, we shall discuss it then. Uncle Zhao, I must take my leave. With a wave to the father-daughter duo, Zhou Jiangnan bypassed Zhou Wanwan and proceeded to the registration area for new students at the Computer Science Institute. He was majoring in computer science, while Zhou Wanwan was pursuing law. As for Fang Xian, she was studying Chinese language and literature. All first-year undergraduates at Linen University were situated in the same campus, with divisions occurring later. Fate would ensure their paths crossed again. Zhou Wanwan glared at his retreating figure, her irritation heightened by the enthusiastic senior girls surrounding her. The Computer Science Institute, in contrast to other faculties, appeared somewhat lackluster. While the other departments showcased beautiful senior girls with charming voices, the Computer Science department was represented by a couple of scruffy boys and an unremarkable senior handling the reception. Hello, I am here for registration. Zhou Jiangnan handed over his admission notice. The senior girl's eyes lit up, despite his disheveled hair. It was evident that this freshman was in good health. She eagerly took the documents from him and expedited the registration process. One of the scruffy seniors began his sales pitch. Freshman, do you need bedding? I see you only brought a suitcase, so you must not have these essentials. The school won't provide them. You need to buy your own. I have new sets available. How about it? Zhou Jiangnan promptly declined. He had fallen victim to such dubious sales tactics in his previous life. The items were merely refurbished goods, previously used by others. Once the paperwork was completed, he made his way to his assigned dormitory, BUN 303. The door was ajar. Upon closer inspection, it was a relief to find only one individual inside. With 3 remaining beds available, Zhou Jiangnan decisively chose the one by the window, simultaneously placing his luggage down and greeting the earlier occupant. I am Zhou Jiangnan, hailing from Sichuan province. May I ask your name? Zhang Dahong from northern Anhui, came the reply. The man, wearing black-framed glasses, was of modest height and somewhat slender. Dressed simply, with a gaze that flickered nervously, betraying a hint of timidity. Zhou Jiangnan, smiling, extended his hand. Brother Zhang, from now on we'll be roommates. I look forward to your kindness. Zhang Dahong shook his hand in response. After organizing his belongings, Zhou Jiangnan ventured to the school's commercial street to purchase bed linens and quickly made his bed before lying down to rest. After over 30 hours on a train, his body felt as if it were falling apart. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, some time later, a cacophony of noise roused him from his sleep. The other 2 individuals in the dormitory had arrived. Upon seeing him awake, a sturdy young man with a square face and a buzz cut cheerfully exclaimed, finally awake. Big guy? I was hesitant to speak loudly, but I'm Guatai. From Spring City. Zhou Jiangnan was at a loss for words. The boisterous voice had already reached a volume sufficient to wake him. And yet he still complained about it being too soft. He turned his attention to the other person, who was dressed in a manner that exuded quality. His clothes were crisply ironed, and his hair was neatly styled in a side part, presenting a refined demeanor. Upon noticing Zhou Jiangnan was awake, he politely introduced himself. Hello. I am Su Yunche, from Huijing. Zhou Jiangnan, from Sichuan province. He replied with a polite nod. With all 4 dormitory members present, it was indeed curious that not a single local from Linen was among them. In just a brief encounter, Zhou Jiangnan had already discerned the personalities of the other 3. The earliest arrival, Zhang Dahong, was rather introverted. Guatai was straightforward and boisterous, while Su Yunche likely came from a well-off background, exhibiting a polite demeanor that carried an air of distance. However, such brief interactions only revealed initial impressions. The true compatibility would require further observation. He glanced at the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. He clapped his hands. Now that everyone is here, have you all organized your belongings? The other 3, uncertain of his intentions, instinctively nodded. Then let us proceed. Let us go grab something to eat and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Zhou Jiangnan hopped off his bed, casually wiping his face. Guotai and Su Yunche finally took in his full appearance. He was tall, well-proportioned, and strikingly handsome. Goodness. When I checked in, I heard there was a handsome guy in our major. It wouldn't be you, would it? Guotai suddenly inquired. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Yunche's expression subtly shifted as he felt a surge of pressure. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled and shook his head. What nonsense. I'm merely moderately handsome. If we're talking about true beauty, that title belongs to Yunche, whose refined and elegant demeanor surpasses mine. Gua, you really need to elevate your standards of beauty. Guotai scrutinized the two. Indeed, Su Yunche appeared more delicate and scholarly, yet Zhou Jiangnan was no less impressive. Enough of this. It's not as if we're women comparing looks. Let us go, let us eat. Zhou Jiangnan, feeling at ease, took the lead, with Guotai following closely behind. Su Yunche contemplated for a moment before joining them, leaving only Zheng Dahong still unmoving. Dahong, come on, Guotai urged. Zheng Dahong hesitated, saying, you all go ahead. I shall not join. I will head to the cafeteria later. This sense of awkwardness felt oddly familiar. I am indeed referring to the cafeteria. Zhou Jiangnan, half-jokingly, approached and draped an arm around his shoulder, saying, we share the same dorm. Are you afraid we might consume you? Hurry up. Zheng Dahong, with his slender frame of barely over 1.60 meters, found himself unable to resist Zhou Jiangnan's insistence and thus followed him out of the dormitory. Su Yunqing trailed behind, observing the faded trousers and the rolled-up collar of his t-shirt, lost in thought. He then cast a glance at Zhou Jiangnan's retreating figure, recalling how this fellow had initially suggested dining off campus, but quickly altered his plans to accommodate Zheng Dahong. His emotional insight is commendable, and he possesses quite a strong affinity as well. Chapter 75. The first class meeting. A meal swiftly bridged the distance among the four individuals. Those who gained admission to Linen University were, in their high school years, the most illustrious of their peers, each possessing a modicum of pride. Take Su Yunqing, for instance. Zhou Jiangnan surmised that in high school, he was the quintessential heartthrob, fair-skinned and delicate, with a graceful demeanor and an air of nobility. Fortunately, this fellow was born in the Summer Kingdom. Had he ventured to the West, he would undoubtedly have been reduced to tears. After 9 o'clock that evening, the counselor visited each dorm room to announce the class meeting scheduled for the following morning. Exhausted from a day of toil, everyone felt weary. Thankfully, the suite comprised bunk beds and a private bathroom, though the order of showers was left to individual discretion. Guotai, lacking any sense of decorum, dashed into the bathroom, singing boisterously as he bathed, his cacophonous voice eliciting a barely perceptible frown from Su Yunqing. The fellow truly sang with an unbearable lack of talent. Zhou Jiangnan jestingly urged him to hurry. Before long, the four had completed their evening routines. After a few idle exchanges, they descended into slumber. The following day, at the School of Computer Science and Technology, the quartet arrived punctually at their classroom. Zhou Jiangnan surveyed the room, noting a cluster of boys with only 4 girls among them. Initially unimpressive, a closer inspection revealed an even more lackluster scene. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as he had no intention of seeking a girlfriend within the class. Guotai, however, sighed dramatically, his thoughts evident. As they settled into their seats, more students trickled in, bringing the total to 46. This year, the computer science class at Linen University comprised 47 individuals, with 1 still absent. The counselor, Gu Qing, glanced at the clock and frowned. Deciding not to wait any longer, she ascended the platform and commenced her announcements regarding military training arrangements and other vital information for newcomers. Just as she began, a girl rushed in, flustered. Excuse me, teacher, I'm sorry for being late. I entered the wrong classroom. 46 pairs of eyes turned to her, causing her to blush and shyly bow her head. The boys were somewhat exhilarated. She was quite appealing. Guotai nudged Zhou Jiangnan, inquiring, what do you think? Zhou Jiangnan took a moment to assess her. Her bangs framed a round face, and she wore a pale pink t-shirt tucked into her jeans, complemented by a pair of white sneakers. She had a modest sense of style, yet her physique was commendable. Her waist-to-hip ratio was pleasing, and her legs appeared long. In the vast sea of Linen University, she could be considered above average. What? That's merely above average? Your standards are remarkably high, Guotai remarked. Just as Su Yunqing interjected, in my high school, she would have been deemed attractive. Zheng Dahong, though not one for many words, nodded in agreement. Zhou Jiangnan scratched his nose, reflecting, is that so? It seems I have been rather superficial. The girl stood bashfully at the entrance, and the counselor Gu Qing, Noticing the last empty space on the attendance sheet, called out, "Cheng Luai, please find a seat," as she squeezed into the row with the other 4 girls. The class meeting continued. As the new students embark on their academic journey, it is customary to postpone the selection of class committee members until after military training and prior to the commencement of formal classes. During this interim, students are still unfamiliar with one another, necessitating a period for relationship building and an opportunity to observe individual conduct during military training. However, it is essential for a class to have at least 2 individuals to assume leadership roles. In accordance with tradition, Gu Qing decided to appoint 1 male and 1 female student as temporary leaders to assist in disseminating notifications and similar responsibilities. To commence our gathering, we engaged in self-introductions, allowing everyone to familiarize themselves and deepen their impressions of one another. Each student took turns to introduce themselves, sharing whether they had held any leadership positions in high school. As the first row began, the rest of us observed with interest, particularly Zhou Jiangnan and his companions, who were seated further back and took delight in perusing the class roster. Gao Shi, hailing from Yuzhong, had served as the academic representative. Wu Xiaojun, from southern Shaanxi, had been a member of the student council. Jiang Hongmei, from western Guangxi, had not held any class leadership positions. Upon the completion of the first row's introductions, it became apparent that a significant number of them had held prominent roles in high school, much to the satisfaction of the instructor, Gu Qing. Han Yinqiu, from western Guangdong, introduced himself as the class monitor. Gao Ninglu, from northern Jiangsu, mentioned her role as the cultural committee member. I am Cheng Luai, a local from Linen, and I served as the English class representative. The late-arriving girl approached the stage, appearing somewhat dim-witted. Laughter erupted from the audience, as her assertion of being an English representative hardly seemed substantial. Cheng Luai hurriedly descended from the stage, her cheeks flushed, biting her lip in embarrassment. Guotai could hardly contain himself, his eyes gleaming with interest, fixated on her. Su Yunqing shot him a disdainful glance before stepping onto the stage. Hello everyone. I am Su Yunqing, from Huijing. I enjoy drawing and calligraphy, and I served as the youth league secretary in high school. If anyone wishes to explore Huijing, I can serve as your guide. His refined demeanor attracted the attention of several girls, and Gu Qing regarded him with favor. After Su Yunqing concluded, it was Zhou Jiangnan's turn. He approached the stage with an air of ease, a warm smile gracing his face. Dressed in a simple yet pristine outfit devoid of any accessories, exuding an aura of relaxation. I am Zhou Jiangnan, from Sichuan, and I have not held any leadership positions. I am merely an ordinary student. His stature stood out among the class, and although he lacked the fair complexion of Su Yunqing, his deep, soulful eyes hinted at untold stories, complemented by his handsome appearance, creating an indescribable charm. Cheng Luai gazed at him in awe, and Zhou Jiangnan subtly nodded in acknowledgement, prompting her to shyly lower her head. The other 4 girls beside her were even more exhilarated, with both Su Yunqing and Zhou Jiangnan gracing the computer science class. 2 handsome young men had unexpectedly emerged. One was refined, while the other possessed a captivating depth. However, it appeared that Su Yunqing held the edge in terms of attractiveness, his attire radiating an air of distinction. Once all introductions were concluded, Instructor Gu Qing had already reached a decision in her mind. Guotai, having served as the president of the student council in high school, you will temporarily take on the role of contact person for the boys. Gao Ninglu, I appreciate your efforts on behalf of the girls. Ensure that Cheng is kept in the loop, as she is not from your dormitory. The 2 individuals mentioned displayed contrasting expressions. Guotaishi appeared unable to contain his emotions, while Gao Ninglu wore a troubled frown. Regardless of their sentiments, Gu Qing continued, stating, beginning tomorrow, we shall commence our formal military training, which will last for a fortnight. During this period, absences will only be permitted for health reasons or exceptional circumstances. If you must request leave, please approach me individually for a leave note. It is imperative to adhere to discipline throughout the training, as there will be a military drill competition. I hope that all members of our class will exemplify our spirit and firmly establish a sense of collective honor. You are all students of Linda, and our institution is renowned for nurturing high-caliber talents. Thus, you must always be mindful that you represent the image of Linda. Additionally, following the military training, there will be a welcoming cultural gala for the entire school, and attendance is mandatory for all. I have arranged several matters, and it seems the time is nearly up. This concludes our class meeting for today. You may disperse. Chapter 76. Military training. Military training is an experience that every new university student must endure, albeit with varying content across different institutions. Some universities adhere to a conventional approach, while others merely go through the motions, and some even organize live-fire drills. The military training at Lenin University falls into the conventional category. Coincidentally, the weather is particularly scorching at this time, and despite it being early autumn according to the calendar, the heat remains oppressive. On the athletic field, the freshmen from the School of Computing are arranged into several formations, led by their respective instructors. Guotai, having been designated as the male leader, energetically runs about, his ingrained bureaucratic tendencies evident in his demeanor. Alas, with Guotai around, tranquility eludes the masses. Even Zhou Jiangnan, despite his remarkable composure, cannot help but mutter curses under his breath. Guotai has corrected him numerous times, nitpicking at the slightest misstep. Look at Jiangnan. Doesn't he resemble a puppet of the regime, a veritable traitor? Zhou Jiangnan remarks with a smirk. He understands the obsession that those from Lu province have with the system, making Guotai's enthusiasm less surprising. Well, soon he shall be addressed as Colonel Gua. Indeed, that name suits him well. Observe how he shamelessly seeks personal gain, his gaze constantly wandering to Cheng Luoi's direction, as if there were anything of interest beneath the military uniform. Zheng Dahong interrupts. Stop talking. The colonel is looking our way again. Be careful, or he might report us to the instructor and make us stand in military posture for an additional half hour. Sure enough, Guotai's gaze sweeps over once more, unyielding and unrecognizing. With the instructor temporarily convening a meeting, Guotai assumes command, reveling in the newfound authority that lightens his very bones. Under the relentless sun at 11 in the morning, Zhou Jiangnan feels the sweat streaming down his face, his entire body drenched. Other formations have begun to rest, while on his side, some are swaying unsteadily, clearly unable to endure much longer. Damn it, are you trying to work us to death? Zhou Jiangnan raises his hand abruptly. Gua, it's enough. Let everyone take a break. No way, the instructor hasn't returned yet. We cannot pause, Guotai retorts coldly. Zhou Jiangnan, growing increasingly incensed, responds. Other classes are resting. Don't drag us into your desperate bid for recognition. What if someone suffers from heat stroke? Complaints ripple through the crowd, discontent evident in their murmurs. Guotai clenches his teeth, still refusing to relent. If the instructor returns and sees this, I will be reprimanded. Who cares? If anyone is to be reprimanded, let it be me. Zhou Jiangnan's frustration boils over. I cannot endure any longer. You can practice if you wish. Before Zhou Jiangnan could finish his thought, Cheng Luoi suddenly collapses. Gao Ninglu screams in fright, and the others, encountering such a situation for the first time, are left bewildered and unsure of what to do. Zhou Jiangnan rushes over to assess the situation and quickly deduces that it is a case of heat stroke. He promptly pinches Cheng Luoi's philtrum. Guotai, in a state of panic, declares, "You all stay here. I shall fetch the instructor immediately." With that, he dashes towards the academic building. Zhou Jiangnan gently touched Cheng Luoi's forehead, her skin burning with fever. Noticing her flushed complexion and her unresponsive calls, he realized that waiting any longer was not an option. He lifted her into his arms. "Everyone, step aside and find shade under the trees to rest," he commanded. Yunche accompanied him as they hurried to the school infirmary. They dashed towards the infirmary, Zhou Jiangnan carrying a person weighing at least 100 pounds, surprising in its strength. After a while, Guotai returned breathless with the instructor. Bewildered, "Where's Cheng Luoi?" he asked. "By the time you return, the food will be cold. Zhou Jiangnan and Zhou Jiangnan have taken her to the hospital," came the reply. Gao Ninglu rolled her eyes, growing increasingly annoyed with her temporary partner. The instructor, unaware of the situation, darkened his expression and bellowed, "They left for a reason. What are you all doing? Who told you to disperse?" One male student couldn't help but interject. "Instructor, the other classes are resting. Can't we take a break?" "You may, but only with my permission. Did you file a report?" The instructor retorted fiercely. "Who led this?" "Zhou Jiangnan and Zhou Jiangnan," came the reply. The instructor nodded in acknowledgement and then shouted, "Gather. Stand in military posture for another half hour." The group dared not express their anger, but exchanged discontented glances at Guotai. Damn sycophant. That little Japanese Guodazwa. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiangnan continued to run with Cheng Luoi in his arms, oblivious to any impropriety. Upon reaching the infirmary, the school nurse examined her and immediately hooked her up to N4. "You arrived just in time. She'll be fine once her temperature drops," the doctor assured, which relieved both Zhou Jiangnan and Zhou Jiangnan. After leaving Cheng Luoi in the care of the infirmary, the two made their way back to the playground. Passing by a small shop, Zhou Jiangnan bought 2 popsicles, leisurely enjoying one with Su Yunche. When they arrived at the playground, the atmosphere felt off. The instructor stood there with a dark expression, and everyone regarded the duo with sympathetic eyes. Seeing them still enjoying their popsicles only added to the absurdity of the situation. "Oh, you too. I won't even start with you." Watai, oblivious to the tension, further provoked the instructor's wrath. Zhou Jiangnan, present. Su Yunche, present. For leading and violating military training discipline, you are to stand in military posture for 1 hour. The rest of you may disperse. Watai approached, speaking earnestly. "I'm not saying it's your fault. Shut it and get lost." Su Yunche exploded. A female classmate fainted. And sending her to the hospital was an act of kindness. How is that a violation of discipline? Yet Zhou Jiangnan restrained him with a shake of his head. The authority of the instructor must not be challenged. Standing is standing, it matters not, he thought. However, Watai, whether foolish or oblivious, showed no awareness of the situation. The two stood obediently under the blazing sun while the others drank water and cooled off, with some even enjoying watermelon. This group of brutes. Suddenly, Zhou Jiangnan recalled a phrase. "After we leave, they will build schools and hospitals for you. Raise your wages." This is not out of newfound compassion or because they have become good people, but because we have been here. The current benefits have indeed been attained at the expense of him and Su Yunche. Gao Ninglu, unable to bear the sight any longer, seized the opportunity while the instructor engaged in conversation with other instructors to deliver water to the two. "Oh, Gao, you shouldn't." "Silence. It's none of your business." Gao Ninglu retorted fiercely at Guidazhua, and the expressions of the other classmates turned grim, making Guatai acutely aware of the collective ire he had incited. Particularly, his dormitory mate Zheng Dahong regarded him with a newfound estrangement. "You all. I'm doing this for the good of the class," he lamented. Zhou Jiangnan replied calmly, "Old Gua, life is not merely black and white. You will come to understand this in due time. The world is not solely about conflict. Even in university, one must navigate the complexities of human relationships. Thus, one should not judge others based solely on first impressions." Among the 4 in the dormitory, Su Yunche appeared aloof and indifferent. Yet he possessed a kind heart and a chivalrous spirit. Zheng Dahong was cautious and considerate, always thinking of others. Watai, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, harbored a tendency towards self-centeredness. In contemporary terms, he could be described as a sophisticated egoist. Chapter 77. Talent show. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. As time passes, the personalities of individuals gradually unfold, leading to the formation of distinct cliques. After the day's military training concluded, Su Yunche remained silent. Refusing to engage with Guatai, Zhou Jiangnan, while not overtly antagonistic, treated him with noticeably less warmth. Zheng Dahong immersed himself in his studies, maintaining an impartial demeanor. Guatai appeared to recognize his own shortcomings, lying on his bed and reflecting intently on Zhou Jiangnan's words. After a day of rigorous training, they felt utterly exhausted. Once they completed their evening routines, the 4 of them lacked the enthusiasm for conversation and quickly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, military training commenced punctually. Cheng Luoyi arrived at the playground and first expressed her gratitude to Zhou Jiangnan and Su Yunche. She had heard from Gao Linglu about the previous day's events and felt guilty knowing that the two were punished for her sake. "It's nothing. We are classmates. And it's only right to help each other. How are you feeling today? If you're unwell, don't hesitate to ask the instructor for a leave of absence." No, it's fine. I'm all right now. I can't let my issues hold back the entire class." "Luoyi is right. We are a collective." Guatai interjected. "Leave me be. Who wants to deal with you?" Cheng Luoyi retorted, visibly displeased. Guidazhua, stung by her words, sheepishly retreated to the side. Cheng Luoyi turned back to Zhou Jiangnan, her face brightening with a smile. Although she had fainted from the heat the day before, she learned from Gao Linglu that Zhou Jiangnan had carried her to the hospital in a princess carry. Gao Linglu remarked on Zhou Jiangnan's surprising strength and gentlemanly demeanor, noting how his hands were positioned appropriately. The mere thought of that scene made Cheng Luoyi blush and feel weak in her life thus far. She had never been embraced by a boy. Not even a simple hand-holding had occurred, let alone a princess carry. In the past, she had harbored a crush on a boy from the school team, but when her parents discovered her budding affection, they reprimanded her, effectively extinguishing her nascent feelings. That boy was merely athletic and somewhat handsome, but academically he was far from stellar. In contrast, Zhou Jiangnan stood before her, tall, handsome, and undoubtedly academically accomplished. as evidenced by his admission to Linen University. She wondered if he could play basketball. Oh my, I never anticipated that university life could be so delightful. Perhaps love is just around the corner. Flushed with excitement, she suddenly dashed away, leaving Zhou Jiangnan perplexed. He nudged Su Yunche, saying, "Yunche, you're surprisingly charming. You've left the girl quite smitten." Su Yunche shot him a glance and replied coolly, "Do you think that flattery will compel me to reciprocate? Dream on." "Hey, I'm being serious." "So am I today." The military training instructor was relatively more humane, ensuring a fair amount of rest time. As per tradition, there were activities such as singing contests between the formations. Each class sent representatives to showcase their talents, and the losing class would have their instructor participate in the performance. The College of Computer Science had 6 majors, with 15 classes in the freshman year. Guadazwa boldly volunteered to sing a rendition of the heroic song. But even the instructor found it intolerable. Many were left speculating about the origin of his inflated self-esteem. However, it must be said that the newcomers are truly a remarkable assembly of talents. Among them are street dancers, flute players, and even practitioners of Tai Chi. Zhou Jiangnan, scratching his head in bewilderment, pondered over whether these individuals were indeed extraordinary beings. Their academic prowess was one thing, yet each possessed a unique skill as well. At this moment, the regional advantages became evident, for those with diverse talents predominantly hailed from the affluent eastern coastal regions. For instance, Su Yunche was adept at playing the flute. In contrast, students from the western and northeastern parts found themselves in rather awkward predicaments. After toiling diligently to become a top student in a small town, they arrived at university only to discover an abundance of peers far more accomplished than themselves, leading to a significant sense of disparity. Some are born into privilege, while many others are destined to labor. Zheng Dahong, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, declined an invitation to perform, nervously clutching at his clothing. "All right, if someone prefers not to perform, then so be it. Not everyone shares your inclination," Zhou Jiangnan thought. Unable to watch any longer, he intervened to stop Guotai from continuing his raucous behavior, only to have the latter turn on him with a sharp retort. "Then you go ahead and perform a number for Dahong." This impertinent fellow truly lacked self-awareness. Even with Zhou Jiangnan's typically genial disposition, he felt compelled to deliver a sound reprimand. The instructor chimed in, "I think that's a splendid idea. If anyone is unwilling to perform, we shall find someone to assist." Guotai basked in the attention, as if he had struck gold. Su Yunche grew increasingly displeased with him, harboring a sentiment that reflected the adage about the harshness of one's origins. Zhou Jiangnan, feeling the pressure, reluctantly stepped forward and sang a song titled "Displace Time and Space." His voice, imbued with a sense of fragility, resonated with a melody the audience had never encountered before, captivating especially the female listeners, some of whom even ventured from neighboring classes to hear. Once he concluded, the instructor promptly called upon Chang Luai. To everyone's surprise, she performed a classical dance. Her supple form and sweetly smiling eyes transformed the military training uniform into a mere backdrop for her exquisite grace, leaving even Guotai in a state of awe. A wave of astonishment swept through the group. As the performance concluded, the applause erupted fervently. Guotai, ever the troublemaker, called for another performance, only to receive a disdainful glare from Cheng Luai. Zhou Jiangnan was then urged to perform again. After a brief moment, the instructor tossed the ball back into his court. Feeling exasperated, Zhou Jiangnan thought to himself, "What on earth shall I perform? It's not as if I can just haul a piano over here." He protested, "Instructor, I possess no talents whatsoever, not even a smidgen." "Then sing another song," came the response. "Is it possible to forego singing?" "No, we cannot break the rules." "In that case, I suppose I could dance, but I would require a partner." "I apologize, Li Xiaoyu, but it seems I must once again employ the skills you have taught me." Reflecting on a past romance, Zhou Jiangnan shook his head to dispel the unwelcome memories and turned to the instructor, stating, "A ballroom dance cannot be performed solo." The instructor, understanding, called out, "Ladies, is there anyone who can dance?" After a moment of silence, Zhou Jiangnan interjected, "I believe we shouldn't be too rigid about gender. Males can dance as well." Amidst the laughter, someone suggested, "Su Yunche, you could pair up with Zhou Jiangnan. After all, you are good friends. Stop your nonsense, or I shall not hesitate to take action." Su Yunqing declared fiercely, glaring at the unruly classmate who dared to speak out. He was willing to fight for his dignity. I can do it," Cheng Luai volunteered, raising her hand. The two stood side by side, one at a height of 5 feet 5 inches, the other towering at 6 feet. Surprisingly, they appeared quite harmonious. Zhou Jiangnan wasted no time, taking her hand and guiding her directly. It was better to finish quickly. There was no shame in dedicating oneself to the art. This was Qing Luoyi's first close encounter with a boy of her age. And the sweltering heat intensified the sin of Jiangnan. It was not the fragrance of autumn osmanthus, but rather a hint of masculinity. The hand resting on her waist felt feverishly warm, sending her heart racing. Steady yourself, just complete the dance. Zhou Jiangnan's voice whispered in her ear, his breath brushing against her skin, rendering her weak and vulnerable. Qing Luoyi was completely oblivious to the dance she was performing. She was merely being swept along by Zhou, reduced to a mere instrument. Spinning, leaping, I kept my eyes closed. Guodazhua watched with envy, his fists tightening in frustration. Su Yunqing raised an eyebrow. Jiangnan, you clever dog. This is rather intriguing. Chapter 78, the filming assignment, damn it. I've never even had the chance to engage in martial arts. Yet this new batch of students has already begun to delve into the arts. The senior from the school's publicity club expressed his discontent, but his professionalism compelled him to press the shutter and capture the scene of the dance. The department head had announced the intention to document the freshmen's military training, aiming to seize some iconic moments. As the dance concluded, Zhou Jiangnan swiftly released his grip, allowing Qing Luoyi to return to the ranks. The instructor was highly approving and promptly declared, "In our formation, you two will be the team leaders." At this proclamation, Guotai's spirits plummeted. There was nothing to be done. One's appearance was innate, and he simply could not compete. Thus, the military training progressed day by day. Suddenly, one day, Zhou Jiangnan received a notification. The school's publicity department was organizing the filming of a promotional video for the freshmen, intended for presentation at the upcoming welcome conference. Since the casting was based on recommendations from various departments, he was chosen as a representative of the class of 2005 from the School of Computer Science. Alongside him was Qing Luoyi, a result of their previous dance performance. Zhou Jiangnan was utterly bewildered. Why on earth would they want me for a promotional video? I am not an actor. Perhaps I could manage something with a bit of flair, but this? Jiangnan, this recommendation is not only the college's arrangement, but also the intention of the publicity department, said the counselor Gu Qing during a discussion. Firstly, the dance you and Luoyi performed was indeed impressive. Captured by the reporters from the school news center and subsequently published in the school magazine. The college leadership believes you both aptly represent the vibrant spirit of the freshmen, embodying the essence of our computer science department. Secondly, I am aware of your excellent college entrance exam scores, which could have secured you a spot at prestigious institutions. Yet you chose our university, indicating your fondness for this place. Thus, having you participate in the promotional video seems fitting. Of course, the college did not recommend only him. Several other students would also be featured, albeit without individual credits. After Gu Qing elaborated, Zhou Jiangnan began to grasp the rationale. Sigh once again. I am shouldering pressures that one of my age should not have to bear, all due to my appearance. It is exhausting. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found 3 roommates sprawled on their beds, in a state of repose. Guotai, noticing his return, inquired, "Jiangnan, I heard you're going to be filming?" Zhang Dahong was taken aback, and Su Yunqing turned his head in curiosity. Discussing such matters, it was impossible to feel drowsy. Zhou Jiangnan held little regard for Guotai, who lacked any sense of decorum in social interactions, treating everyone with an unwarranted familiarity. The issue was that this familiarity was not the amiable kind, but rather a brazen disregard for social awareness. If he did not rectify this habit, he would encounter significant challenges in the real world. Let it go. We share the same dormitory. There's no need to stoop to his level. You seem well informed about the promotional video, he remarked. Indeed. It seems that being handsome affords certain advantages. People like us are inherently at a disadvantage, wouldn't you agree, Dahong? Guotai expressed his indignation, while Zhang Dahong pretended not to hear, offering no response. Zhou Jiangnan decided to divert the conversation. Yunqing will be featured as well. Won't that drive you to envy? Su Yunqing was taken aback. How come I was unaware? However, he would soon find out, as several individuals in our academy were privy to the information, not just him. This only served to further irritate Guodazhua, who promptly stormed into the restroom. Today, he insisted on being the first to bathe. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head at Su Yunqing, choosing to disregard him. Privately, Su Yunqing had already expressed his desire to change dormitories. Coexisting with someone lacking boundaries was truly exhausting. Although one might perceive them as generous and open-hearted, they were, in reality, quite petty. If they could compete, they would relentlessly pursue, but if they could not, they would respond with cold indifference, which contradicted the existing impression. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Cheng Luoyi was being surrounded by her roommates, chattering excitedly. She had just formed a dormitory with 3 girls from class 2, and they were all dressed in light, breezy pajamas, resembling a lively group of rabbits. Luoyi, are you going to perform a classical dance for the promotional video? No, I don't know. Why not try wearing ancient Hanfu? It would make you look ethereal and enchanting. Yes. I heard that the tall and handsome boy from your class will also participate. And that cultured, charming lad will be on screen too. They will be utterly captivated. Class 1 is truly brimming with talent, a plethora of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Oh dear, what are you all discussing? We are making a very serious film, mind you, unbeknownst to Zhou Jiangnan. The promotional video was assembling nearly all the students with commendable poise and demeanor from the new batch, including Zhao Wanan and Fong Xin. The leadership of this year's news center was quite innovative. Talented individuals were indeed the perfect embodiment of the Jiangnan spirit of Linen University. For Zhou Jiangnan, the sole advantage of participating in the filming was the opportunity to forego military training during the shoot. Su Yunqing could hardly contain his excitement. As only 8 days remained until the military training concluded, if he continued to tan under the sun, he would be several shades darker. The transformation from fair Su to dark Su would severely undermine his elegance. That night, Guotai, upon learning that Cheng Li would also attend, went to bed early without uttering another word. The atmosphere in the dormitory was rather tense. Su Yunqing appeared to be getting closer to Zhou Jiangnan, while Zhang Dahong, striving to offend neither side, remained absorbed in his studies. If one were to express a preference, this Anhui native felt more at ease with Zhou Jiangnan and the others. Recently, Guotai had whispered several times in his ear, claiming that Su Yunqing came from a privileged background, enjoying superior living standards. Zhou Jiangnan seemed no less impressive, his demeanor suggesting he was not raised in an ordinary family. Furthermore, both of them were handsome and talented. Only Guotai and Zheng Dahong belonged to the same social class, destined to unite. Zheng Dahong found it quite perplexing. Why must there be a division of classes? Zhou Jiangnan was genuinely amiable. Moreover, although Su Yunqing projected an aloof exterior, he was never condescending and always exhibited politeness and propriety. It should also be noted that Zhou Jiangnan had assisted him numerous times during their first meeting. He had been considerate of Zhang Dahong's feelings and had proactively suggested dining at the cafeteria, even though he had initially intended to go to the food street outside the campus. Everyone at Linen University has gained admission through their own merits. Yet you, Guotai, presume me to be a fool? The hearts of the southern Anhui lads are as clear as day. They can readily discern who is virtuous and who is not. As for this phenomenon, Zhou Jiangnan is well aware but has no intention of altering it. He has repeatedly admonished himself, relinquish the urge to assist others, and respect their destinies. Moreover, I am not Guotai's father. There is no necessity for me to teach him wisdom. The protagonists in novels possess an imposing aura that commands reverence. Yet unfortunately, Zhou feels he lacks such presence. Even if he possessed it, he would not desire it. The trio, each with their distinct personalities, coexist in harmony while celebrating their unique qualities. Furthermore, as university life settles into a rhythm, he must focus on entrepreneurship. Who has the time to meddle in trivial matters? Zhou Jiangnan silently scoffs. It is evident that Guodazhua harbors affections for Cheng Luoyi. If he likes her, he should confess. If the confession fails, then take action. Worst case, he ends up in jail. If he is too timid to act, can he truly claim to be in love? Bah, what a waste. The dormitory at Linen University typically lights out by 11 in the evening. Zhou Jiangnan quickly finishes his shower and proceeds to do laundry. In his previous life on the construction site, he despised the odor of sweat and had long grown weary of the oppressive environment of the workers' quarters. Should anyone in dormitory 303 dare to toss their stinky socks around, Zhou would undoubtedly take it upon himself to impose order. This is his bottom line. He will not tolerate any form of uncleanliness that might spawn a red-haired monster. Chapter 79. The 4 New Beauties Dahong. Rest assured, I shall take your place in slumber. The following morning, Zhang Dahong and Guotai departed early for military training, prompting Su Yunqing to utter this enigmatic remark, leaving Zhou Jiangnan utterly astonished. Who would have thought that this young master from Huijing harbored such a hidden, playful nature? Given more familiarity, he might well utter the coarsest of phrases. Am I misguided? Zhou Jiangnan mused as he swiftly descended from his bunk, completing his morning routine in a few moments. Preparing to head to the cafeteria to procure some buns, Su Yunqing lamented being ensnared by his bed, unable to rise, and requested Zhou to bring back some sustenance. The young master, contemplating the prospect of skipping military training, felt his spirit soar. Zhou Jiangnan, not one to decline, tidied himself and stepped out. Very well. Remain here and do not wander, he instructed, turning to close the door. Moments later, a furious shout erupted from the dormitory. Zhou Jiangnan, you little fool. Zhou Jiangnan feigned ignorance, embodying the aloof scholar's demeanor akin to a petulant child. After a brief interlude, savoring the delicious buns, Su Yunche found himself rather fond of this little fool, deeming him worthy of deeper acquaintance. Postmeal, as they traversed the path to the news center, Su Yunche suddenly interjected with an air of mystery, Jiangnan, have you heard the rumors regarding the 4 most beautiful freshmen? Never heard of it. Are you referring to a ranking? Zhou Jiangnan shook his head. How could that be? I lack such status. It originated on the school forum, a result of voting. Just a week into the semester, who has managed to fathom all the freshmen? Who knows? I suspect it was those seasoned veterans from the news center. Displaying his flamboyant side, Su Yunche began to enumerate. Jiang Xinyue from the Foreign Languages College, rumored to be a rich heiress from Shenzhen. Fang Xian from the Humanities College, said to hail from Sichuan, like you. Zhao Wanwan from the law school, a cold goddess, also apparently from Sichuan. Lastly, there's Yun Shang, with a rather obscure surname, from the Economics College. The forum unanimously recognizes them as the 4 most beautiful freshmen, though I have yet to encounter any of them. Have you heard of Fang Xian or Zhao Wanwan? They're from the same province. Zhou Jiangnan smiled faintly. I had 2 classmates in high school. If they don't share the same name, I might know them. What? Damn it! Su Yunche exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Your schoolmates? What do they look like? Beautiful. Oh my, Brother Nan, please introduce me. Organize a reunion sometime. I would love to participate as a special guest and broaden my horizons. I knew it. How could a 19-year-old boy remain as composed as an old dog? Your previous pretense of being a refined gentleman merely masks the fact that you are, at heart, a lecher. Zhou Jiangnan spat in disdain, concerned that another dog might emerge beside him. Guadazwa was already showing tendencies of a sycophant. In the future, as the market price soars, every sycophant will bear responsibility. Maintaining stable prices is a collective duty. Quickly now, I suspect you will meet them today. Zhou Jiangnan felt little curiosity towards Jiang Xinyue and Yun Shang, for he had encountered countless beauties in the future. Even in this lifetime, Wang Jueran was exceptionally stunning. Sighing, he suddenly found himself missing his elder sister, having not seen her for over 10 days, and he wondered how she was faring. Su Yunche, perplexed, asked, why the sigh? Are you not excited to see beautiful women? This fellow's aesthetic standards were excessively high. Cheng Luai seemed merely above average in his eyes. Perhaps he had a rich romantic history in high school. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, opting not to explain. Soon, they arrived at the promotional center. A large multimedia classroom was already filled with dozens of individuals, each strikingly attractive. The men possessed a certain charm, while the women were all quite beautiful. Zhao Wanan and Fang Xian sat together, likely high school alumni, sharing a sense of familiarity. By the window sat a girl with an oval face, her confident and flamboyant gaze accompanied by a perpetual smile, her features round and pert, distinctive in their appeal. Another girl appeared exquisitely delicate, sweet to the point of being almost overwhelming, resembling a little lowly. These 2 were undoubtedly among the 4 great beauties. Zhou Jiangnan understood instantly. As he and Su Yunche entered the classroom, they captured everyone's attention. Cheng Luai, having arrived early, could not help but wave. Zhou Jiangnan, Su Yunche, over here. Su Yunche was about to move over, as it was quite normal for students from the same college to sit together. Just then, Fang Xian exclaimed with delight, Jiangnan. You're here too. We're over here. This was significant. The newly appointed beauty of the College of Literature had taken the initiative to greet a boy. And the boy appeared completely unperturbed, as if they were old acquaintances. Could he be her boyfriend? Su Yunche's mouth fell open in astonishment. Is he really your classmate? Indeed, we were the 2 major beauties in high school. The one who just called me is Fang Xian, and the one with the proud expression beside her is Zhao Wanwan. Do you want to join me over there? Zhou Jiangnan hesitated. How can this be? Never mind, this is too sudden. I'll sit with Cheng Luai. There's still someone from the College of Management. Su Yunche was at a loss for words, flustered. He seemed to be transforming into a sycophant. Zhou Jiangnan slapped him on the back, frustrated by his lack of resolve. What beauty! Nan Ge, am only adept at plucking flowers. He strolled over and sat down next to Fong Xin. Zhou Jiangnan glanced at him, letting out a nonchalant hum, seemingly puzzled by his prideful demeanor. The girl with the oval face noticed two boys entering. The refined-looking one retreated to the back, while the other, with short hair and a tall stature, boldly sat beside Fong Xin and Zhou Jiangnan, drawing some glances. The sweet, lowly-like girl also scrutinized Zhou Jiangnan with keen interest. Undeterred, Zhou Jiangnan inquired of Fong Xin. "You've been here for quite a while, yet you didn't give me a call, nor did you send me a message on QQ. Are you perhaps entranced by the allure of new faces, allowing the new generation to overshadow the old?" Fong Xin shot him a playful glare, aware that he was jesting, and not at all offended. "I've been busy. My father dropped me off at school and left. I haven't even had the chance to buy a phone." "All right. I'll forgive you halfway. Treat me to lunch to make up for the other half." Zhou Jiangnan's true nature as a scoundrel was undeniably revealed. Zhou Jiangnan, feeling a profound sense of shame, could not restrain herself from interjecting. "Zhou Jiangnan, as a grown man, how can you shamelessly expect a girl to treat you to a meal? I have never encountered such a man before." To which he retorted, "Well, now you have." He shrugged nonchalantly, raising his hand in the air to silence her further protests. Instantly, Zhou Jiangnan felt a rush of anger, recalling a previous incident on the train when that very hand had delivered a sharp slap to her backside. The sound had been distinctly crisp and resonant. You are such a cad," she seethed, unable to contain her irritation in his presence. Zhou Jiangnan paid her no mind, engrossed in cheerful banter with Fong Xin. Zhou Jiangnan felt a surge of frustration. It had only been a mere fortnight since the law school commenced, and already upperclassmen had begun to approach her. This despicable Zhou Jiangnan had the audacity to silence her, as if she were eager to converse with him. One could hardly forget who had once trailed behind, fawning over him. Ugh, men like him are nothing but insufferable swine. There is a saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder, yet, when faced with someone, those feelings remain unchanged. Whether in love or in hatred, the more one obsessively dwells on another, the more it feels like carving a knife into one's own heart. Unbeknownst to her, one day she would unknowingly etch a perfect statue of Buddha within her heart, embodying the complexities of love, hatred, greed, and anger, regardless of the reasons. The moment one kneels to worship is the moment of defeat. She simply did not realize this. Chapter 80. Insisting on pairing you with Jiang Xinyue. All right, everyone, please settle down. The head of the university's publicity center gestured for silence, skipping the self-introduction segment and proceeding directly to the main agenda. As distinguished freshmen from various colleges, you are all aware of the purpose of gathering here, so I will outline the arrangements forthwith. The filming of this welcome promotional video has a tight schedule and a heavy workload. The overall planning and all shot scripts have been prepared, and your sole task is to deliver your lines on camera. However, 8 students will have additional responsibilities, requiring them to showcase their talents individually. Those whose names I call should come to the adjacent office for further discussion. The head was a decisive and no-nonsense woman, unconcerned with the murmurs from the audience. She picked up the list and began to read the names circled on it. Jiang Xinyue, Fong Xin, Yin Shang, Zhou Jiangnan, Xie Xiaofeng, Zhou Jiangnan. You 8? Come with me. The rest of you should familiarize yourselves with your lines and find your rhythm. Zhou Jiangnan followed along, relieved that the brooding Su Yunchao was not among this group. That fellow seemed to harbor some unspoken grievances. It felt like an affront to his looks, as if they belittled him. Su Yunchao, you're not on the list. Cheng Luai, you are not either, so let us not hurt each other. Upon arriving at the adjacent office, the 8 stood in a row, the boys generally taller than the girls. Among the 4 girls, the one who had previously leaned against the window, exuding confidence, was the tallest, easily measuring over 173 meters. The petite, doll-like girl appeared to just surpass 160 meters. Among the boys, Zhou Jiangnan was the tallest, while the others were all around 170 meters, not much difference in height. Standing together, the distinction in stature became evident. The female head had her own insights and began to divide them into groups. The promotional video required 4 sets of representative shots, each comprising 1 boy and 1 girl, paired according to height and talent. Upon hearing this, the 8 did not exhibit much reaction. The boys were not particularly thrilled, and the girls maintained their composure. The head understood, after all, these 8 were all strikingly attractive and possessed high self-esteem, each weighing their options carefully. She proceeded with the assignments. Zhou Jiangnan, you play the piano, correct? How do you know, teacher? Zhou Jiangnan was taken aback. He had never mentioned his piano skills. You need not concern yourself with how I know. You will be paired with Jiang Xinyue, who has won a singing competition. A perfect match for a piano accompaniment. Wait, who is Jiang Xinyue? I believe I would pair well with Fong Xian. We are old collaborators. As the saying goes, it's better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. I am a believer. I will not dismantle temples. But I shall certainly break apart your unorthodox pairing. How about that? The fierce expression on the teacher's face was intimidating, and Zhou Jiangnan dared not protest further. Fong Xian blushed, casting a reproachful glance in his direction. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan found the situation immensely amusing, barely containing her laughter, for some inexplicable reason. Witnessing Zhou Jiangnan's predicament filled her with excitement and exhilaration. After this little interlude, the tallest girl, with an elegant yet aloof demeanor, approached confidently, arms crossed. Her smile lacking genuine warmth. I am Jiang Xinyue. It seems I have put you in a difficult position by collaborating with me. Please bear with it. That is not what I meant. What did you mean then? Never mind, it's of no consequence. And you have the audacity to say that. Nice to meet you. I see no special consideration has been afforded. This sharp-tongued beauty from Shuncheng, rich and articulate, was refreshingly straightforward. Zhou Jiangnan glanced helplessly at Fong Xian, who merely shrugged, indicating her inability to assist. Zhao Wanwan's eyes sparkled with determination, her fists clenched as she silently cheered Jiang Xinyue on. Go for it. Deliver a powerful retort to this Zhou scoundrel. Zhou Jiangnan, well aware of her fervor, cast a sidelong glance at her, lingering momentarily on her shapely figure. Zhao Wanwan's temper flared instantly. Damn it, why didn't Ti call out his impropriety on the train? The memory now feels like a humiliation. That despicable man is truly infuriating. When it comes to love, he wouldn't dare touch a hair on my head, yet when turning his back, he feels free to trample all over my dignity. Bastard. Fong Xian was partnered with Lu Zhao, while Zhao Wanwan teamed up with Xie Xiaofeng. Yun Shang and Wang Jingyuan formed another pair. The coordinator swiftly arranged the remaining 3 groups and tossed over 4 sheets of paper, adopting a hands-off approach. Your group's scenes will largely resemble this format. Unlike the adjacent group, you are free to decide on the content of your performance. I will only review the outcome. Each of you not only represents the visage of over 5,000 new students from the class of 2005 at Lenin University, but also embodies your respective majors, departments, and even provinces. I hope you all present your utmost capability. I have matters to attend to next door. Feel free to discuss amongst yourselves. I expect the performance details finalized by tomorrow morning at the latest. With that, the coordinator sauntered out, leaving 8 bewildered individuals exchanging glances. Though their thoughts were occupied with Zhou Jiangnan, they could not let their feelings be overtly apparent. Their unrefined emotions had yet to blossom. Fong Xian adjusted her demeanor and quickly embraced her role. The others followed suit, conferring with their partners. The adorable petite girl cast a curious glance back at Zhou Jiangnan as she departed. In the expansive classroom, only 2 remained, locked in a silent stare. Zhou Jiangnan reclined in his chair, seemingly indifferent to his appearance, addressing Jiang Xinyue, who was fixated on him. What are you staring at? You're the vocalist. You choose the songs, and I will accompany you. How naive. Anyone can play the piano. The teacher selected you for a reason. Please showcase your strengths. So soon? Right here? Of course. Is there a problem? I need to prepare and warm up a bit. Enough chatter. If it comes to it, I'll play the piano while you dance. The contrast could work. I've seen pictures of you dancing in the school magazine. It was quite captivating. You, a girl. Speak so coarsely. Jiang Xinyue scoffed. Forget it. I want to embarrass myself. It's better for you to take center stage. Zhou Jiangnan pulled a long pen from his pocket, revealing his own talent. Jiang Xinyue was utterly baffled, questioning, is this what you call an advantage? What else could it be? Are you suggesting that I should reveal it? Zhou Jiangnan retorted. In an instant, Jiang Xinyue realized that this scoundrel had indeed been driving moments ago. Very well, this is intriguing. To dare to toy with me, you shall eventually face the consequences. With a disdainful expression, she replied, it matters not. If you dare to reveal, I shall dare to look. I only fear it may be shorter than this signature pen, which would be utterly humiliating. How is it that this woman is so audacious? The men of Xinjiang truly have it tough. Forget it. She is not worth the trouble. Zhou Jiangnan spread out a piece of paper, choosing silence. What is the matter? Afraid? Is it too much for you? Jiang Xinyue continued her tirade. Her gaze fixed as she noticed him begin to write on the paper. In that moment, her attention was captivated. His handwriting was robust and forceful. The strokes graceful and poised, perfectly balanced. A feast for the eyes, indeed. With a flick of his hand, he conjured clouds and rain, washing his hands clean of the storm. Chapter 81. Zhou Jiangnan always comes up with new tricks. Lu Xinwen danced gracefully to the tune, reminiscent of a stunning figure from years past. The more Jiang Xinyue watched, the more entranced she became. This burly fellow from the Computer Science Institute can actually compose songs? Indeed, this is how Jiang, the young lady, perceives the institute, merely a gathering of oafish men. A girl from Xinjiang prides herself on a certain flair. Yet one cannot deny that the words Zhou Jiangnan inscribed on paper exude a certain charm reminiscent of the streets. However, for a performance in front of the camera, do you really intend to recite poetry? When he paused his writing, Jiang Xinyue remarked softly, "Is this your idea of poetry recitation? With you? I would rather perish." Zhou Jiangnan retorted disdainfully, casting her a glance. "Do you not appreciate the art of language? These are lyrics. I just felt a spark of inspiration and decided to pen words for a tune I played during my more tedious moments. Would you care to give it a try?" So, this is a set of lyrics. Wait, did he just claim to have composed a melody? Could it be that this chap has indeed written a song? Jiang Xinyue, suppressing her jest, responded with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. "A song you composed?" "No, I merely dreamt of an immortal named Su who inspired me," he replied. "Su Xian?" "Quite close," he added. "Do I seem like someone who hasn't attended kindergarten?" "Truly," she shot back. "Nonsense. Why not say Su Xian is you?" "What a jest. Su Xian dares to handle snakes. I certainly do not." Zhou Jiangnan shook his head and gestured towards the corner. "Allow me to play it once." Listen closely. In the multimedia classroom stood a piano. He tested the keys and then played a melody from his memory, a glimpse of the stunning swan. The music wafted through the window, momentarily halting the work of those arranging the filming next door. Others, puzzled yet captivated, found the tune delightful. Meanwhile, the other three groups in the corridor instinctively ceased their chatter, drawn to the source of the sound. This song, titled A Glimpse of the Stunning Swan, can be performed as a duet. Of course, if you can dance, it would be simply perfect. Zhou Jiangnan sketched a few notes on paper, marking the parts for each voice. Jiang Xinyue's lips curled into a proud smile. "Who can't dance? I've trained professionally for 2.5 years. This woman is remarkably audacious." Zhou Jiangnan felt it necessary to raise the stakes. The song is perhaps ill-suited for a t-shirt and jeans. It requires a touch of feminine allure. You understand feminine allure, right? It evokes the image of green spring waves beneath a sorrowful bridge, as if a stunning swan were casting its reflection, delicate and sentimental. However, one cannot set the bar too high. The girls at school indeed lack the charm found in society. Zhou Jiangnan muttered to himself, only to find Jiang Xinyue deeply displeased. She retorted coldly, "Are you implying I lack femininity?" Zhou Jiangnan appraised her from head to toe, then shrugged with a clear implication. "Yes, you do." Jiang Xinyue scoffed. "You must be blind. When the time comes, I shall wear a cheongsam and show you what femininity truly is." She had already made up her mind. She would wear a cheongsam, not merely for show, but to make a statement. In the city of Shanghai, the competitive spirit of its women is undeniably fierce. Zhou Jiangnan grinned, clearly impressed, despite holding back her breath. Jiang Xinyue had to admit that the song was indeed remarkable. Especially after trying a duet, it resonated deeply with her. Having grown up in a well-off family, she had been nurtured in various arts such as singing, dancing, and playing instruments, making her stand out among her peers. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so confidently audacious. Listening to her sing, Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast between individuals. Affluent youths not only excel academically, but also possess commendable overall qualities. Although Jiang Xinyue's vocal skills could not match Wang Guiran's professionalism, she was nonetheless among the elite in amateur circles. As he reflected on this, Jiang Xinyue silently acknowledged his talent. Zhou Jiangnan indeed had a flair. Although not a professional singer, his voice possessed a rich quality and genuine emotion, making him worthy of being a collaborative partner. "How about we sing it again while you play?" Jiang Xinyue suggested, to which Zhou Jiangnan readily agreed. With the accompaniment of the piano, the performance became even more captivating for the onlookers outside. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan felt increasingly frustrated, her agitation growing. Zhou Jiangnan always managed to come up with new tricks. It had barely been a short time since they entered university, and he was already flaunting his skills. Was the song he wrote for her titled "Dear, That Isn't Love"? And for Jiang Xinyue, it was a glimpse of a beautiful encounter, the newcomer overshadowing the old. Showing favoritism was rather excessive. She resolved not to be angry, yet the feelings of irritation persisted. Zhou Jiangnan, you shouldn't be upset. Zhou Jiangnan is merely a show-off. But she couldn't help herself. The anger bubbled within her. As they sang, their gazes met, and it was infuriating. Why not just kiss already? It was maddening. Had she known, she would have never come to Lin University. Seeing Zhou Jiangnan was already bothersome. She still had settled the score for the incident on the train, and now this was aggravating her further. I can't bear to watch. It's unbearable. Fang Xian observed the duet in the classroom, feeling a slight stir within her, though not as reactive as Zhou Jiangnan. She understood that Jiangnan was indeed a talented individual. She had realized this the first time she rode on his bicycle. He was so humorous and knowledgeable, well-versed in cultural nuances from all corners of the world. His jokes could bring tears of laughter, and he could converse with her in English with great ease. Remembering the message he left in the guest book, "You are both the flower and the moon. Why seek the fleeting beauty of wind and snow? I shall remember you for a lifetime." Fang Xian couldn't help but feel entranced. Their meeting was not without its serendipity, a fleeting yet impactful encounter. Outside the window, the three other boys felt immense pressure. Zhou, the one with talent, disregarded the unspoken rules. They had assumed everyone relied on their looks, yet he was showcasing his talents. Am I supposed to carry a beaker and alcohol lamp on stage to demonstrate a calcium oxide extraction reaction? Cursed Xie Xiaofeng, a chemistry major. As 1,000 frustrations surged within him. Unbeknownst to them, participants from the adjacent classroom began to gather around. Cheng Luoyi envisioned herself in traditional Han attire, dancing gracefully to the ancient melody, imagining the profound atmosphere it would evoke. Su Yunqing, too, was lost in thought, picturing himself playing the jade flute as he twirled with a stunning beauty. That scoundrel Zhou Jiangnan, why did he not allow me to showcase my talents? Coming from a lineage of scholars and educators, he had believed himself to be the most distinguished student in the computer science department. However, it appeared that he would spend the entirety of his university years overshadowed by this insufferable presence. Just look at Cheng Luoyi, that infatuated expression on her face. She probably has even contemplated names for their future children. Women, such superficial creatures. As Zhou Jiangnan concluded his piece, Jiang Xinyue suddenly spoke with sincerity. I believe this song would resonate more beautifully if played on the guzheng. It would capture the essence far better. Before Zhou Jiangnan could respond, she added, or perhaps the flute would suffice. Zhou Jiangnan, with a resigned gesture, replied, I understand your reasoning, but alas, I neither play the guzheng nor the flute. It is indeed lacking. You may choose someone else. Outside, Su Yunqing, lost in his fantasies, could not contain his excitement and leaned into the doorway. I can play the flute. Would you consider me? Jiang Xinyue, perturbed by the interruption, turned sharply to face him. Her tone frosty. You wishful thinker, do you not see? At your height of merely 170, how could you possibly be worthy of me? If you desire to indulge in such fantasies, return to your mother. That woman was utterly uncouth. Zhou Jiangnan sighed, covering his face. While Su Yunqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Cheng Luoyi could hardly contain her laughter. Chapter 82. The Arts, a glimpse of beauty. The young girl, with her striking appearance, spoke so coarsely. On the way back to the dormitory, Su Yunqing could not contain his indignation. It was unbearable. Jiang Xinyue was utterly insulting. Her height was one thing, but to call him a thin dog? They were all robust men. Who was truly small here? Zhou Jiangnan stifled a laugh, realizing that Jiang Xinyue had indeed struck a nerve with the young master Su. Otherwise, such a reaction would be unfathomable. Come on, Jiangnan. Have you really been swayed by Jiang Xinyue and that chi pal? That cannot be. Zhou Jiangnan nodded in agreement. I also find her excessively crude. For a young lady, she lacks grace and subtlety. Feeling somewhat better, Su Yunqing attempted to salvage his dignity. After all, she was a young lady from the prosperous city, rumored to possess a fortune exceeding 100 million. Her arrogance was somewhat understandable, yet her vulgarity was utterly unexpected. With her ample curves and exquisite figure, she was a far cry from the refined daughters of wealthy families I know. What man would dare to appreciate her sharp tongue? Enough of that. Men are inherently more robust. You should be magnanimous and not stoop to her level. Zhou Jiangnan patted his shoulder, offering a modicum of consolation. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Yunqing immediately transformed into the epitome of a cultured gentleman, exuding an air of calm and composure. The weight of his idol persona was undeniably heavy. As they entered, Zheng Dahong could not restrain his curiosity, bombarding them with questions. Guotai pretended to be engrossed in a book, yet he strained to eavesdrop, turning pages without actually reading. The more he listened, the more unpleasant it became. Zhou Jiangnan was pairing with the new beauty from the foreign languages department, Jiang Xinyue, the fabled heiress. Furthermore, she was willing to don a figure-hugging qipao to complement his song. And Su Yunche, with his delicate features and pretentious demeanor, somehow managed to feature prominently in the performance. It was infuriating. Guo Tai felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Zhou Jiangnan, unaware of his friend's internal turmoil, continued with his routine, casually asking, "Da Hong, how's military training going? Has the instructor mentioned anything?" "It's fine. The counselor spoke to the instructor personally about your absences," Zhang Dahong replied. "That's splendid. I was worried our absence might affect our squad's performance." Su Yuche chimed in, and the three engaged in cheerful banter. In that moment, Guo Tai felt isolated. Throughout the military training, he had been the temporary leader among the boys, yet Zhou Jiangnan and Su Yunche chose not to consult him, the one most informed, but instead sought out the lesser-known Zheng. It was clear they did not hold him in high regard. Indeed, Zheng Dahong was often referred to as Little Zheng by Guo Tai, who did not care how that name resonated with him. In the ongoing dormitory conversation, Guo Tai attempted to interject several times, yet he received no meaningful response. The most that Zhou Jiangnan received was a polite exchange of questions and answers, lacking any sense of camaraderie among the group. He pondered for a moment, unable to discern where the issue lay. Guo Tai quietly retired to bed, resolutely deciding to exert himself in his studies. Since he could not compete in talent or material wealth, he would strive to excel academically. The following morning, after each group presented their prepared performances, the female leader was taken aback. She had not expected such hidden talents among this year's freshmen. Discovering that someone could indeed compose such beautiful songs, fixated on Zhou Jiangnan, holding the lyrics of A Glimpse of the Phoenix, she made a bold decision. The theme of this year's welcome promotional video would be titled A Glimpse of the Phoenix. For these newcomers, this was their first encounter with the school, older students, and classmates. Each individual was a unique entity. She hoped that their initial meeting would be as unforgettable as a fleeting glimpse of a phoenix. As she listened to Jiang Xinyue describe the song's martial spirit, her mind raced, expanding with new ideas. Why not form 4 groups of 2, mirroring the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to create a visual narrative? Yes, that's it. Regardless of ancient or modern themes, this welcome event would be akin to a grand banquet showcasing the talents of the freshmen. A delightful fusion of reality and imagination. The leader excitedly shared her vision with the team, receiving unanimous praise. Consequently, the storyboard was swiftly revised and finalized, with filming set to commence in the afternoon. Zhou Jiangnan and Jiang Xinyue would naturally perform music. Zhao Wanwan and Xie Xiaofeng would represent painting. Zhou Jiangnan was astonished to discover that this seemingly delicate girl excelled at painting, a pursuit that required tranquility. How did she manage to blend her fiery spirit with such calmness? Quite impressive. Moreover, her partner, a handsome lad named Xie Xiaofeng, was remarkably skilled in swordplay, particularly with the Tai Chi sword. Zhou Jiangnan almost felt as though he had stepped into a martial arts novel, momentarily taken aback. The surprises continued. Fong Xin's duo was tasked with calligraphy, and she accepted the challenge with ease. Curious, Zhou Jiangnan inquired about her calligraphic skills. Fong Xin humbly replied, "It's nothing special. Just a first prize in the provincial youth competition." Zhou Jiangnan was left speechless, completely taken aback. The final group was particularly fortuitous. The adorable girl named Yunshang was adept at playing Go. Coincidentally, her male counterpart also possessed the same skill, as if fate had conspired to bring them together. What an extraordinary array of talent. Zhou Jiangnan wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The hidden talents at Lenin University were far beyond anything his previous institution could boast. In the days to come, he knew he must double his efforts. To shine brightly before others, one must endure trials in silence. Watching the 8 leading freshmen share their unique skills, the female leader couldn't help but smile with maternal pride. A vivid scene unfolded before her. Zhou Jiangnan strumming the piano in the background, while Jiang Xinyue danced gracefully in the foreground. In their duet, Zhao Wanwan splashed ink onto canvas, and Fong Xin elegantly inscribed verses. Beneath the trees, Yunshang engaged in a strategic game, while the third young master danced with his sword. Oh, what a spectacle! This performance is bound to leave the audience in awe. Following this, the news center should amplify the excitement, with external reporters leading the charge to generate a significant industry headline. Subsequently, the principal would be grinning from ear to ear, wouldn't he? Promotions and salary increases would surely be within reach. Snap! For heaven's sake, let us capture this moment now. The eyes of the person in charge blazed with fervent desire, landing squarely on Zhou Jiangnan, making him tense up in fear. The gaze of the master was indeed intimidating. He instinctively took a step back, using Jiang Xinyue to shield himself from her penetrating stare, which inadvertently caused her to tense up as well. Although this young lady donned a cheapao today, is it necessary for you to be so audacious as to sneak behind to observe? And yet, you dare to claim that I lack femininity? Such a little rascal. Declaring disinterest, but his body betrays his true intentions. Chapter 83. I can wear it. I can dance. Staying up late is a gradual demise. Yet it is also a form of indulgence. Zhou Jiangnan undoubtedly revels in this indulgence. After another day of toil, he collapses onto his bed, savoring the precious thrill of newfound life. The enchanting silhouette of Jiang Xinyue's dance flickers before his eyes, ethereal and captivating, adorned in a delicate green floral cheapao. Her figure is sculpted into an alluring curve. Her ample bosom, precariously contained, leads to a standard S-shaped waist that accentuates her remarkable hourglass figure, evoking a desire to master the art of parabolic curves in an instant. Particularly mesmerizing is her full, rounded posterior as she gracefully settles while holding her skirt. She resembles a succulent peach, utterly enchanting. The high heels she wears elevate her curves to their zenith, rendering her figure both firm and sumptuous. One must admit, Jiang Xinyue's physique is astonishing, creating a sensation upon her transformation. Her bold and alluring demeanor is striking. Fortunately, she possesses a voice as well. Otherwise, even the esteemed Zhou Jiangnan, a seasoned player in the realm of business, would struggle to resist such intoxicating temptation and inevitably succumb to her abyss. Zhou Jiangnan wipes away the non-existent cold sweat. This woman is best admired from afar. He has no desire for any further entanglement. Why would one prefer to be a dog when they could be a person? Reflecting on Jiang Xinyue's warning, Zhou Jiangnan, if you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes, he silently curses. How could he possibly avert his gaze when she flaunts such a round and ample figure? Meanwhile, Zhou Jiangnan lies restless in her bed, struggling to find sleep. During the afternoon rehearsal, she discreetly observed, clearly noticing Zhou Jiangnan's infatuation with Jiang Xinyue. His unabashed admiration revealed a fondness for her form. How infuriating! What is so special about Jiang Xinyue? Is it merely her ample bosom, slender waist, and curvaceous hips? I possess those attributes as well. If anything, she is just taller, with longer legs. Yet, I am fairer than she is. The audacity of Zhou Jiangnan to ignore me the entire afternoon, not uttering a single word, completely entrapped by that vixen. The boy who would blush and shy away from my gaze has transformed into this bold figure. Moreover, during the afternoon shoot, hearing the flirtatious duet between Zhou Jiangnan and Jiang Xinyue, several girls began to regard him with newfound admiration. Fang Xian, without a doubt, was the most blatant, her gaze unmistakably lustrous. Even Yun Shang, pretending to be innocent, inquired, Zhou Jiangnan, what does a fleeting glimpse mean? As if someone who could gain admission to Linen University would be unaware of such a concept. Little minx, indeed. The more Zhou Jiangnan pondered, the more discontent she felt. What is so special about a cheapao? I can wear one too. I can dance as well. I refuse to believe he can resist glancing at me even once. Lost in her thoughts, Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to purchase a cheapao immediately. After a moment of contemplation, she dismissed the thought. Jiang Xinyue had already donned her attire. It would be far too conspicuous for her to wear the same, potentially leading others to believe she was competing with Jiang Xinyue. More importantly, would Zhou Jiangnan interpret her actions as an indication of interest? No, such behavior was beneath her. Traditionally, it is the males who pursue females. How could a woman take the initiative? Zhou Jiangnan resolved not to stoop to Jiang Xinyue's level. Instead, she would opt for a hanfu, declaring her intention to wear it while painting, dazzling Zhou Jiangnan with her brilliance. This night, each individual harbored their own thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, those involved in the filming of the promotional video had begun to view this opportunity as a new battleground. In high school, the competition was based on academic achievements. Now, it extended to talents, appearances, and family backgrounds. Regardless of the competition, one must not fall behind. A man of stature should not languish in mediocrity. As the saying goes, one must seize the moment to achieve fame early. This filming session presented an excellent opportunity for recognition. Thus, during the final shooting, when Zhou Jiangnan entered the multimedia classroom once more, he was momentarily taken aback. The classroom was filled with meticulously dressed individuals, each exuding an air of poise. Particularly, the group of girls were either applying makeup or changing outfits. Zhou Jiangnan, adorned in a vibrant hanfu, radiated charm and grace. Even Fong Xian, who typically favored a natural look, appeared transformed, sporting light makeup and a ribbon in her hair. Zhou Jiangnan scratched his head and stepped back, glancing at the door sign. It was indeed the multimedia classroom. He had not erred. At that moment, Su Yunchua waved at him. Jiangnan, why are you so late? You woke up at 6 this morning for this. Zhou Jiangnan was speechless, pointing at Su Yunchua's hair. This fellow had risen even earlier than the two dogs during military training, and after some rustling, he exited without waiting for Jiangnan. Zhou Jiangnan pondered why he hadn't waited, especially since the shooting was scheduled for 9. Now, seeing Su Yunchua's new hairstyle, he realized the truth. He had gone to get his hair done. Yunchuo, you've changed. You're not the same as before. Su Yunchuo grinned confidently, surveying the assembly with a whisper. Faced with such a gathering of handsome men and beautiful women, I feel immense pressure. I must present my best self. He continued. What do you think of my new look? Doesn't it evoke the image of a graceful, ethereal swordsman? Seeing Su Yunchuo's eager demeanor, Zhou Jiangnan refrained from discouragement and nodded in agreement. Indeed, very spirited. Su Yunchuo beamed with satisfaction, unable to contain his pride. I knew it. I am the most handsome in dorm 303, haha. Zhou Jiangnan, initially not intending to tease him, could no longer hold back. Playing the flute requires lips, not hair. With that ridiculous side bang, are you off to play a different kind of flute? Upon hearing this, the crowd looked puzzled, except for the lowly-like Yun Shang, who burst into laughter, her otaku nature laid bare. Jiang Xinyue pondered for a moment and grasped Zhou Jiangnan's intention. A vivid image flooded her mind, prompting her to silently curse him as a scoundrel. Su Yunch's face flushed crimson, wishing fervently to rid himself of this insufferable roommate. Zhou Jiangnan, that rascal, spoke as if enlightened by a Rinpoche, his sarcastic remarks capable of inciting fury. Turning away, he preferred to admire Chung Lui rather than engage with such a beast. Curse you. I called for your leadership, not for myself. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled and breezily settled beside Jiang Xinyue, awaiting the arrival of their supervisor. Jiang Xinyue frowned. Is this how you present yourself? Is there a problem? Zhou Jiangnan inquired. Could you not put in a modicum of effort? Everyone else is dressed to the nines while you appear in a tattered t-shirt. It utterly undermines the effect. Jiang Xinyue's discomfort grew, and she commanded, No. You must change into something suitable at once. This isn't a beauty pageant. I won't change. Are you coming or not? I'm broke and can't afford decent clothes. Zhou Jiangnan replied dismissively, reclining with his hands behind his head, unconcerned by the piercing gaze of Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Xinyue, both furious and powerless, had come to understand that this scoundrel was nothing but a rogue, slippery and unyielding. Too much pressure would yield resistance, yet too little would result in lethargy. After enduring much, she could no longer tolerate the desecration of what could be a flawless performance. With resolve, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Please send a set of men's clothing. Yes, matching, a Zhongshan suit. Height just over 1.8 meters. Weight, I'm unsure. Zhou Jiangnan. How much do you weigh? Oh, around 140 pounds. Good, please hurry, immediately. Chapter 84. I do not rely on others. Zhou Jiangnan stood in stunned silence. What was Jiang Xinyue up to? Was she really going to buy me clothes? Good heavens, are all wealthy beauties this extravagant? It's merely a promotional video shoot. Must it be such a grand affair? What are you staring at? Jiang Xinyue hung up the phone, glaring at him with discontent. I absolutely cannot tolerate a single fly ruining a pot of porridge. Such a splendid song, such brilliant creativity. And so many dedicated classmates. None of it should suffer due to your poor quality. Look at you, the hem of your t-shirt is frayed, and your blue jeans have been washed to a pale hue. How can you possibly leave a lasting impression? It's more of a fright than anything. Jiang Xinyue lamented, her heart aching at the sight. Meanwhile, Su Yunche was reveling in delight, and Zhao Wanwan was equally exuberant. Yes, precisely. Put Zhou Jiangnan in his place. After listening for a while, Zhou Jiangnan could no longer contain himself. Jiang, are you suggesting you want to support me? Without waiting for her response, he added shyly. I do not rely on others. The multimedia classroom fell into an instant hush. Jiang Xinyue stared at this audacious man, her disbelief rendering her speechless. Her eyes filled with astonishment. What about your dignity? Standing at over 6 feet tall, with limbs intact, how dare you ask me to support you? With such a shameless demeanor, how could you possibly compose such a breathtaking piece? Heaven must be blind to have mistakenly bestowed talent upon a rogue. The rest of the classroom was equally astonished. Aside from Zhao Wanwan and Fong Xian, who were familiar with Zhou Jiangnan, everyone else gaped in wide-eyed shock, their expressions mirroring Jiang Xinyue's. The silence lasted only a moment before it erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Sister you'd better make the rice a bit harder so he can eat soft rice with a sturdy bite. With the firmest tone, you speak the softest words. Zhou, you truly are remarkable. I admire you. Jiang Academy's flower. I also wish to wear a Zhongshan suit. Flower of the Academy? She is now one of the newly crowned campus beauties. Get your facts straight. The classroom was filled with an atmosphere of joy. Fong Xian reproached Zhou Jiangnan with a playful look. This joker always managed to stir things up. Zhao Wanwan was in high spirits. The more Jiang Xinyue detested Zhou Jiangnan, the happier she felt. Just as everyone anticipated a verbal explosion from the heiress, she smiled sweetly and casually remarked, "Dream on, you little mutt." Su Che was elated. When is there a night without a moon? Where can one find a handsome lad? But few, like us, are merely little mutts. It was delightful to see Jiang Xinyue finally label him. Amid the chaos, a Zhongshan suit was swiftly delivered. Jiang Xinyue tossed the outfit in front of Zhou Jiangnan. Go, change into this. Without hesitation, Zhou Jiangnan took the clothes and headed to the men's restroom. Moments later, he returned to the classroom, and the girl's eyes lit up, gazing at this man who had once been deemed a soft rice eater. Handsome, in the Zhongshan suit, he truly appeared dignified and refined. Jiang Xinyue nodded in satisfaction. This was finally worthy of her chi pal. Zhao Wanwan was feeling discontent once more. Why wouldn't he wear traditional hanfu and partner with me? How vexing. Just as the tension was rising, the person in charge finally arrived. She observed the lively group with great delight. Today marked the final day, after several days of collaboration. Everything was to coalesce today. The venue had been set, the lighting for the photography was arranged, and filming commenced. Everyone exerted their utmost effort, achieving nearly perfect shots in one take. Once finished, the group gathered for a collective photo, followed by individual snapshots. Zhou Jiangnan and Fong Xian captured several images together. The young man radiating sunshine and charm while the young woman exuded grace and warmth, evoking envy in others. Jiang Xinyue also seized a moment to take a keepsake photo with him. Zhao Wanwan hesitated for quite a while, as the event was about to conclude in Zhou Jiangnan. That insufferable fellow appeared ready to leave. Urgency struck her. Zhou Jiangnan, everyone else has taken photos, shall we take one as well? Zhou Jiangnan regarded her as the proud little princess, now standing with her arms behind her back, head bowed, kicking small pebbles on the lawn. To complement her hanfu, she had fashioned an elegant updo, with two soft strands of hair cascading gently beside her face, her demeanor demure and enchanting, like a shy bride. Such a sight was a rarity, perhaps only existing in the fantasies of past admirers. Were it not for his understanding of Zhao Wanwan's proud nature, he might have believed she had undergone a transformation. Wasn't there already a group photo? Do you still wish to take another with me? Well, if you're unwilling, then never mind. So be it. Attempting to play hard to get, who would indulge you? Zhou Jiangnan turned to depart, inciting Zhao Wanwan's frustration. Wait. Just one photo. Only one. Very well. Zhao Wanwan pointed towards the grand willow tree by the lake. Let us go over there. The two positioned themselves, with Zhao Wanwan tilting her head towards him. The photographer swiftly pressed the shutter, capturing the enchanting beauty in the frame, her smile both sweet and bashful. All right, I must return this outfit to Jiang the Wealthy. Farewell. Fong Xian, I shall take my leave now. Contact me directly if anything arises. Goodbye. Without waiting for a response, Zhou Jiangnan dashed back to the restroom, changed out of the outfit, and neatly folded it to return to Jiang Xinyue. Here you go. Thank you for the generous sponsorship. Love you dearly. Jiang Xinyue's brows furrowed in irritation, her skin crawling at the sight of him, as she disdainfully retorted, Go away, you annoy me. A talented individual like you is nothing but a scoundrel, squandering good genes. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled and turned to leave, but she called after him. Take the outfit with you. What use do I have for something you've worn? I'll wash it and gift it to your man. I have no interest in men. If you keep talking nonsense, I swear I'll break your legs. All right, wealthy lady, I'm not jesting. This garment must be quite costly. Are you truly willing to give it to me? What else? It was tailored for you. Who else could wear it? Consider it a small tip to bring joy to this lady. By doing this, I am left with no way to repay you. If you truly feel troubled, why not gift me the Songjing Yumian, and we shall be even. Wealthy lady, I had hoped that after our few days of interaction, we could share some genuine feelings, but alas, it has merely turned into a transaction. Silence. Do you wish for me to throw you into the lake? Yes. Thank you, dear wealthy lady. I welcome the opportunity to continue revealing my cards next time. Away with you, away. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. Zhou Jiangnan has no intention of returning to the dormitory for the time being. His social circle is expanding and requires further consolidation. Cheng Luai gazed at the receding figure of Zhou Jiangnan, wishing to speak but finding herself unable to voice her thoughts, resorting instead to stamping her foot in exasperation. It is impossible for everyone to remain as nonchalant as the pampered Zhou. This is the first time they are appearing on the big screen, and no one truly knows how well they performed. Many people were clamoring around the photographer, demanding to know when the final cut would be available. Can we see it beforehand? Might the photos be shared with us early? The photographer dared not utter a word, with the person in charge remaining silent. He was too intimidated to make any promises. I truly do not know. After the military training performance, there will be a welcome party. And the promotional video is expected to be ready by then. It's only a few days away, so you can wait and see. Isn't it better to preserve a bit of surprise? I will sort the photos as quickly as I can, so please do not rush me. The photographer hurriedly escaped. Being surrounded by a group of beautiful women is no easy task. He had never felt such pressure even during private shoots. Chapter 85. Captivating the audience in late September. The autumn ambience began to permeate Jiangnan. At Linen University, yellow leaves fluttered down, accompanied by the crisp sounds of nature. The first-year students of the computer science department did not secure first place in the military training performance, yet they did not finish last either. They maintained a commendable standard. After a sweltering fortnight, the eagerly anticipated welcome party for the new students finally arrived. The timing was impeccable. No rain, just the refreshing autumn air. Organized by the college with supervision from the instructors, all freshmen from the computer science department gathered diligently in the venue. The event commenced promptly, with the host inviting everyone to first view a promotional video showcasing the talents of the new students. As melodious piano notes resonated, imbued with the essence of traditional Chinese music, a rich male voice emerged. The screen unfolded to reveal a young man in a Zhongshan suit seated at a piano, his face partially obscured, rendering his full features a mystery. A microphone was positioned before him, indicating he was both playing and singing. Zhou Jiangnan nudged Zhou Jiangnan playfully, exclaiming, "Soft rice guy, it's your moment to shine. How impressive." Zheng Dahong inquired, "Is that Jiangnan playing? And why do they call him soft rice guy?" To which Jiang Xinyue explained, "Of course it's him. He earned the nickname because he is adept at living off others' successes. And by the way, that Zhongshan suit? It was a gift from me. Is being handsome a free pass to do as one pleases?" Guadazhua's fragile heart felt the sting of envy, wishing for a soul exchange. Zhang Dahong, however, was less preoccupied with such thoughts, merely admiring the prowess of the talented individual. Moments later, subtitles appeared on the screen. Stunning encounter lyrics, Zhou Jiangnan composition, Zhou Jiangnan performed by Zhou Jiangnan, Jiang Xinyue. The camera focused on Zhou, immersed in his performance, with additional text revealing Computer Science, Class of 2005, Zhou Jiangnan. The classroom erupted in excitement. "Wow, we actually have someone this talented in our class. This song is truly delightful." Amidst the astonishment, the male voice concluded the song. Next, the screen showcased a graceful woman in a qipao, exuding charm with her slender waist and curvaceous figure. The high slit of her dress occasionally revealed her fair skin, accentuating her alluring form, which sent the audience into a frenzy of cheers, echoing all the way to the upperclassmen's dormitories. "What is all this commotion about? It's just a welcome party. Why such excitement?" One upperclassman grumbled, startled by the noise. "But it's understandable. We were just as enthusiastic back in our day. They'll soon have plenty of academic challenges to contend with. Honestly, this makes me want to take a look too." As the video continued, Jiang Xinyue radiated confidence. Engaging in a duet with Zhou Jiangnan, the scene shifted to a lakeside beneath the willows, where Yunshang was seen playing Go with another young man. Economics Department, Class of 2005, Yunshang. Architecture Department, Class of 2005, Wuiji. The Go board was a stark contrast of black and white. As they took turns placing their pieces, those who lack understanding merely perceive the scene as beautiful, while those who grasp its essence recognize the exceptional skill of the two individuals engaged in their game. They are not of ordinary caliber. As the gaze shifts from afar to near, a stunning maiden clad in ethereal hanfu paints by the lakeside, her canvas depicting a landscape in ink wash. Were it not for the presence of a sword-wielding fool nearby, the scene would be even more enchanting. Who is that clumsy swordsman? Moving so slowly as if he has not eaten? Lacking in culture, one fails to appreciate that he is practicing Tai Chi swordplay, which emphasizes the principle of slowness, using stillness to counteract movement. Regardless, I care not for the intricacies of his performance. He appears foolish as he dances around the enchanting maiden, marring her sublime ambience. And I feel an urge to strike him down. He must be nearby. I shall seek him out. Seated among the crowd, Xie Xiaofeng immediately tightened the hood of his sweatshirt, concealing his head within. It is all the fault of that female supervisor who insisted he perform swordplay. At the time, he thought himself quite dashing, but now, watching it on film, he feels utterly embarrassed. Moreover, as fate would have it, the subtitles appear as expected. Law School. Class of 2005, Zhou Jiangnan. Chemical Engineering. Class of 2005, Xie Xiaofeng. Suddenly, the crowd erupts in laughter. Ha ha ha, Xie Xiaofeng. No wonder he had to perform swordplay. He is the third young master. The mockery continues. The third young master's antics are truly ridiculous. Hearing the jests, his roommate cannot help but elbow him. Xiaofeng. It seems you've become famous. Shut up. Don't call me by my name. Don't let anyone discover my identity. Never before has Xie Xiaofeng harbored such a deep disdain for the name his parents bestowed upon him. Call me anything else. Zhang Wuji would suffice, or Chen Jinan. Whatever you prefer. Just don't call me by that name. It's more fitting to refer to you as that fool. It matters not. Just refrain from using my real name. I beseech you. I would truly appreciate it. Xie Xiaofeng gazed at the image on the screen, realizing that the jester was none other than himself. No wonder the female supervisor had looked at him with such pity in recent days. Always on the verge of speaking yet holding back, he had thought it was his charm that captivated her, only to discover the truth. Damn it. He wished he could confront her fiercely. Xie Xiaofeng withdrew his head like a turtle. As long as he remained hidden, he would not be seen. As the melodious song played, the camera continued to zoom in. The gentle and graceful Fong Xin approached the painting, her brush dancing across the canvas. Her grand inscription adorned the artwork, a perfect complement that brought it to life. The school leaders nodded in approval. Indeed, this cohort of new students is remarkable. Xiangjun, your planning skills are exceptional. It seems a disservice to place you in the news center. At the principal's words, the female supervisor felt a warm surge of satisfaction within her. It had not been easy. She had waited 3 years for this singular opportunity, and finally, it had arrived. Indeed, Xiangjun refers to her, known as the formidable demoness of Lingda, Qin Xiangjuan, though she is merely in her early 30s. Until the promotional video concluded, the audience remained entranced, lingering in the afterglow of the experience. There was no other reason. Firstly, the song was imbued with profound meaning, composed by a truly gifted artist. Secondly, the 4 beauties of the new cohort graced the screen, each embodying distinct charms, radiant, gentle, playful, and aloof. Each individual possesses a distinctive charm, the kind that lingers in one's memory long after a fleeting glance. How enchanting! Even though Linen University lacks a music academy, it boasts such captivating beauties. Truly, this journey has been worthwhile. The affluent second-generation students among the newcomers are already preparing to take action. Jiang, Zhao, Fong, and Yun. The 4 stunning figures, any one of whom would undoubtedly enhance one's stature when accompanied. A man's worth is often gauged by the caliber of women by his side. University life, beyond academics, demands practical engagement. The intricacies of biology are profound. Without personal exploration and inquiry, how can one truly grasp its subtleties? Correspondingly, the female students are also inquiring about the male counterparts captured in the lenses. Undoubtedly, Zhou Jiangnan is the most discussed individual. He, often labeled as a soft rice brother, is a subject of intrigue. Alas, if you cannot seize the opportunity, refrain from asking. Jiang Xinyua's chosen partner is not for you to contemplate. Perhaps you should consider me instead. As for those in the School of Computer Science, they are destined to experience receding hairlines in middle age. Zhou Jiangnan's reputation suffers only because the other boys are envious to the point of being infuriated. To be free from envy is to be mediocre. Chapter 86. Nocturnal Conversations in the Girls' Dormitory. Jiang, they say Zhou Jiangnan is your designated secret crush, and you even prepared a set of Republic-era military attire for him. Is that true? As soon as she returned to the dormitory, her roommates encircled Jiang Xinyua, bombarding her with questions that left her utterly perplexed. The wealthy girl furrowed her brows, inquiring about the matter, and soon erupted in anger. Which scoundrel dares to tarnish my reputation behind my back? Her roommates remained silent, merely casting her knowing glances, their intentions far from innocent. What is with those looks? Do I seem in need of a man? The affluent girl, with her long, straight black hair, donned a black top paired with a chic black jacket, complemented by short black shorts and knee-high black boots, revealing only a portion of her fair thigh, exuding an air of a formidable queen. Yet even queens require consorts. After all, she had donned a cheap how for him. To be an empress is a dream cherished by countless men. Despite their enthusiasm for gossip, Jiang Xinyue felt utterly drained and wished to scoff at her friends, who were nothing but brainless chatterboxes. With a roll of her eyes, she slumped into her chair, sighing as she pointed to her shoulder. Alas, my shoulder aches, and it pains me to even speak. Best not to mention Zhou Jiangnan. Oh, come now, sister you. Let me give you a massage while you share more. I'm all ears. Right. Your feet must be sore as well. Allow me, Gao Shui, to transform into a mighty Hercules. His Majesty wouldn't mind if I helped you remove your boots, would he? Unlike you, sister, you must be famished. I just happen to have some fried chicken. Let me feed you. As the gossip ignited, her heart raced with anticipation. Jiang Xinyue gazed at her three eager roommates, relishing the attention, and blissfully closed her eyes. She unexpectedly emitted a sultry sigh of delight. After savoring the moment, she finally spoke languidly. Zhou Jiangnan and I are entirely innocent. He is not my type. Nor am I his. Really? You've gifted him clothes, and you expect us to believe you have no feelings for him? You truly don't fancy him? Gao Shui questioned, kneading her thigh while marveling at its fairness and length. Miss Hercules, pray tell, what is my nickname? Rich girl. Ascent, that's so? Does a wealthy lady need a reason to gift someone? I could trade a set of clothes for a song from him. That would be quite the bargain. Jiang Xinyue declared proudly. My family's vast enterprises are under the command of my father, and my mother wields considerable influence in the Xincheng Development and Reform Commission. My grandparents participated in the War of Resistance. Any random cat or dog aspiring to be my man would simply elicit laughter. To be my partner, one must possess true strength. As for Zhou Jiangnan, he is indeed talented, with a pleasant demeanor and handsome looks. However, his family background is light years away from mine. It simply wouldn't work. The affluent girl, while occasionally sentimental, was mostly quite rational. Wow, after all these days since the semester began, you haven't praised a single male. The boys in our class seem worthless in your eyes, yet Zhou Jiangnan appears to be quite exceptional. My standards are simply too elevated. I cannot be compared to him. If you don't want him, I'll gladly take my chance. He. Having been personally vetted by the rich girl, he has practically a premium product. I'll claim him, so don't you dare snatch him away. The matters of interest have been brought to light, and the trio found little desire to continue the massage service, each departing in their own direction. Oh, are you all so pragmatic? Jiang Xinyue felt a tumult of emotions, reaching an unbearable point. Just a few more squeezes and she would be at her limit. Indeed, wealthy women should tend to their own needs and simply rest. Her roommate climbed into bed, deftly disrobing with one hand, skillfully unfastening her bra before cocooning herself in the blanket. Upon returning to her dormitory, Zhou Jiangnan encountered a similar situation. However, her sentiments diverged as she expressed her disdain for Zhou Jiangnan, whom she referred to as a little scoundrel. He was merely proficient in the Chinese language. She had witnessed his true nature during their high school years. Her stubbornness was a hallmark of her character. What? You were classmates in high school? Indeed. He even sat behind me in class. He was not the same back then. What was he like? Zhou Jiangnan was about to divulge that he had once harbored a fervent affection for her, but her words faltered, the mood dissipating. Affection belongs to the past. Love is but a fleeting illusion. The current Zhou Jiangnan no longer holds any fondness for her. The distance of mere politeness was palpable. Moreover, it was uncertain whether he had any feelings for Fong Xian. Her unspoken affection would bear no fruit, as Zhou Jiangnan trusted her instincts, let alone the likes of Jiang Xinyue and Yun Shang, who had only recently crossed paths with him. Enchanting, affluent, adorable, gentle. It seemed that Zhou Jiangnan's heart remained untouched by any of them, as he had buried himself deep, wrapped tightly in his own defenses. His heart, encased in concrete, could scarcely be pierced by even the sharpest of emotions. A man who can unabashedly sell seductive stockings and underwear has reached a level of indifference to external perceptions, living life in a hedonistic manner. It is precisely this quality that makes him all the more captivating. As the saying goes, men who are bad are loved by women. And a man who is both flawed and talented inevitably draws women in even deeper. Zhao Wan'an recalled Jiang Xinyue's graceful chi-pao and could not suppress a scoff. What of a larger posterior or a provocative waist? In Zhou Jiangnan's eyes, there was only desire. He appeared to be jovial and carefree each day. Yet this was merely a fade. While he could seem affable towards every girl, a chasm of emotional distance lay beneath. His laughter might simply serve as a shield. Suddenly, Zhao Wanwan felt a pang of regret. She believed she was the catalyst for Zhou Jiangnan's transformation. Yet, with her pride, she was unwilling to concede. Nor did she have any reason to do so. After all, she believed she was not at fault. Why should she accept love letters simply because someone penned them? If one cannot bear rejection, it merely reflects a weakness of character. The present Zhou Jiangnan was a stranger to her. Observing her expectant roommates, Zhao Wanwan twirled her hair and calmly stated, "He transformed unexpectedly in the second semester of our senior year, becoming adept at basketball, writing songs, playing the piano, and engaging in witty banter in English. His academic performance soared as well, rising from 600th in rank to the top 300, and eventually breaking into the top 50, landing at 37. Later, during the college entrance examination, he achieved an impressive score of 699, securing the third position in his grade. Such a remarkable score surely qualifies him for prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Why then did he not pursue that path? I understand now, Wan'an. It is because of you, isn't it? He came to Linen to seek you out? No, he was unaware that I applied to Linen University. And the exact reasons elude me." Zhao Wanwan shook her head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. "Let us not dwell on Zhou Jiangnan any longer. Let us discuss others instead." Noticing her melancholy, her roommate sought to divert the conversation, suggesting, "Why not talk about your filming partner, the third young master, Xie Xiaofeng? What of him? He has gained fame as the romantic and charming third young master." In another dormitory, the young women from the School of Humanities were engaged in their nightly conversations. "Xin, I heard Zhou Jiangnan is also from Sichuan province. Do you know him?" "Indeed, we attended the same high school." "What a coincidence. You two seem quite well matched. He is handsome and talented, while you are gentle and beautiful, isn't it?" Fong Xian smiled faintly, as waves of memories surged forth. "In the red attire of a beauty and the white garb of a friend, we sang together at dawn and drank together at dusk. The world may say I am enamored with Jiangnan, yet in truth, it is a certain individual from Jiang and who captivates me. He is truly an extraordinary person." Reclining on her bed, Fong Xian recounted the dazzling tales of her classmate, Zhou Jiangnan. "For the sake of flowers, I long for beauty. For the sake of the moon, I yearn for friendship. The flower represents me, and the moon, too, is I. After meeting you, I have become my best self. For the sake of snow, I admire the noble. For the sake of wine, I cherish the chivalrous. That snow embodies you, and that wine is also you. I hope I shall not merely be a fleeting presence in your life." Chapter 87. Class Committee Candidates: A Sleepless Night. Studies, entrepreneurship, socializing, work. Among the myriad experiences of youth, the memory of love remains indelible. Thus, on the forum of Linen University, an MV of the breathtaking moment has already been uploaded, embodying the youthful dreams. Although the image quality is not particularly clear, it does not obscure the brilliance of this year's freshmen. Rather, it adds a touch of ethereal beauty. The four great beauties have become the talk of the campus. The soft-spoken prodigy has gained notoriety. The flutist has garnered a modest reputation. The sword-dancing young master is a bit of a rogue. The senior students, puzzled and envious, cannot fathom why this cohort of freshmen shines so brilliantly. Meanwhile, the overly alluring senior girls, upon seeing a throng of handsome young men, can only feel a chill in their hearts. With so many attractive younger brothers, one can't help but wish to savor them one by one. The clubs are about to commence their recruitment. They must quickly draw these newcomers in. After all, what joy it would be to spend time together and feast their eyes. Regardless of the fervor on the forum, Zhou Jiangnan's fame has surged forth with a single song. Many have come to know that the School of Computer Science has welcomed a talented individual known for his ability to thrive on others' efforts. After a month of tumult, as the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day approach, classes for the freshmen are finally set to begin. Yet, prior to that, the selection of the class committee must take place. The counselor has been observing for several days and has begun to formulate a list of potential candidates. Thus, the second class meeting of the computer science class of 2005 is convened promptly the day after the welcome gala. Where there are people, there are factions. And within these factions lies the arena of fame and fortune. With their recent remarkable performances, the names Zhou Jiangnan, Su Yiche, and Cheng Luai have been quietly etched into the minds of their peers. In contrast, Guotai, known as Guodazhua, has also made a name for himself. After all, even infamy is a form of notoriety. Counselor Gu Qing stands on stage, awaiting the recommendations for class committee candidates, her hopeful gaze lingering on a few individuals, clearly anticipating their self-nomination. Zhou Jiangnan resolutely bows his head. No, I'm not interested. Don't notice me. Who in their right mind wants to be on the committee? I have no intention of pursuing a civil service career, so let others take on this responsibility. I have always embodied a spirit of humility. His thoughts are simple. Focus diligently on mastering his field of study, and then dive headlong into projects. The year 2005 marks the golden decade of the internet's rise. With opportunities for social networking apps, shared transport models, and short video platforms, there are countless lucrative projects awaiting development. Who has the time to manage the trivial affairs of fellow students? Anyone can take the committee position. Just don't involve me. Don't ask. I'm simply too busy. Yet, Murphy's Law reminds us that the more one worries about undesirable outcomes, the more likely they are to materialize. After a considerable time, only 3 individuals have stepped forward to self-nominate, falling significantly short of Counselor Gu Qing's expectations. Class Monitor, Vice Monitor, League Secretary, Cultural and Sports Committee Member, Academic Committee Member, Publicity Committee Member. At least 6 positions need to be filled. Currently, only Guotai, Cheng Luai, and Zhang Hua have signed up. While the 2 candidates Gu Qing holds in high regard, Su Yiche and Zhou Jiangnan, remain obliviously preoccupied, one gazing skyward, the other fixated on the ground. The ceiling and the floor hold little significance. The indifference of those 2 slippery individuals is all too evident. Witnessing this scene, Gu Qing felt an inexplicable surge of anger within her. No way, I shall insist. Su Yiche, are there flowers on the ceiling? Ah, no. I am contemplating life. After living for over 30 years without clarity, what insights could you possibly glean at merely 19? A candidate for class committee, you say? Counselor, I. Su Yiche attempted to resist, but Gu Qing raised an eyebrow, and he instantly capitulated. Very well, I shall yield to her. Young Master Su turned his gaze towards Zhou Jiangnan, who remained oblivious, lost in a world of his own. Excellent. Classmate Su Yiche has volunteered. I am quite pleased. Are there any other students willing to step forward and serve the class? Silence fell over the room, creating an awkward atmosphere. No matter. It is quite normal for the students of Linen University to prioritize academic pursuits over class leadership roles, Gu Qing asserted, attempting to salvage her dignity. After a moment, she continued, I believe our class possesses a strong sense of collective honor, as evidenced during military training. Classmate Cheng Luai persevered despite feeling unwell. Classmate Guotai tirelessly rushed about for everyone's sake. Classmate Qi Gongqiang, even on the verge of heat stroke, refused to leave the field. There are many more. You are all commendable, so do not be modest, come forward boldly. The audience remained silent. At this point, Gu Qing began to lose her composure. What is it? Are you all merely a bunch of stubborn peas, impossible to cook or break? This is infuriating. In over a decade of experience, I have never encountered such a lethargic class. Gu Qing's frustration boiled over. Well, you have forced my hand. I shall resort to random selection. It appeared that everyone was being overly modest, so random selection it would be. Gu Qing smirked silently. Zhou Jiangnan suddenly froze. Random selection was a familiar game to him. Regardless, it would eventually fall upon him. Indeed, the covert operation commenced. Zhou Jiangnan, present. You are one. You surely do not wish for our class to be a disjointed mess, do you? Counselor, I am not being modest. As a poor child from a remote mountainous area, how could I possibly be fit for a committee position? I believe we should seek someone more capable. Ha! A child from the mountains can touch a piano? Can use a mobile phone? Can wear Adidas? Gu Qing scoffed. Is that humility I sense? I shall refrain from exposing you. Indeed, Counselor, that was an Adidas king. Zhou Jiangnan attempted to decline further, but Guotai could no longer hold his tongue, exclaiming, Enough, Zhou. It is said that you are being supported by a wealthy lady from the city, living without worries and flush with cash. Hurry up and step forward. Do not waste everyone's time. Laughter erupted from the crowd, leaving Gu Qing in a state of astonishment. How outrageous, to take shortcuts immediately upon entering university. So young, yet unwilling to strive. You are bringing shame to Linen University. Gu Qing, preoccupied with her duties, had little time to browse the internet or engage in forums. thus was unaware of the origin of this jest and took it at face value. She slammed the table, her voice laced with anger. The class committee election is on hold. Zhou Jiangnan, step outside with me. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Leaving Zhou Jiangnan no time to explain, he could only hasten to follow her. He was genuinely infuriated. It was one thing to joke around in the dormitory, but to say such things in front of a visibly traditional counselor in this context, what on earth was she thinking? Such audacity. One might as well indulge in something utterly ridiculous. That final glance she cast at Guotai sent a shiver down his spine, making him acutely aware that Zhou Jiangnan was likely quite serious. He couldn't fathom why he felt this way lately. Witnessing his dorm mate steal the spotlight left him feeling unbalanced, provoking an urge to chime in at every turn. It was pure envy, an unwillingness to accept the situation. I'm just making casual remarks. You can't possibly be that upset. That would be rather petty, Guotai reassured himself, then resumed his stance on the platform as if nothing had transpired. Su Yunche subtly shifted a step to the right, wary of being infected by this fool's folly. The emergence of someone so foolish in their dormitory was truly disheartening. Chapter 88. If you don't become the class leader, who will? Time passed inconspicuously. Just as the crowd began to exhibit signs of impatience, Gu Qing and Zhou Jiangnan finally returned from outside the classroom. Gu Qing wore a smile, while Zhou Jiangnan trailed behind with his head hung low, clearly subdued. He took a small step onto the podium, standing next to Su Yunche, resembling a monkey awaiting its turn to perform, which was rather bothersome and cramped. Despite the spaciousness of the podium, it felt exceedingly congested. Zhou Jiangnan turned to see Gu Tai standing with his legs apart, fists clenched, and chest puffed out like a soldier from a foreign land, which was infuriating. Could you move over a bit? Are you posing for a talent show or something? Gu Tai was momentarily taken aback, experiencing Zhou Jiangnan's sharp tongue for the first time and struggling to respond. Throughout their time together, Zhou Jiangnan had always exuded warmth and friendliness, leaving no hint of the merciless retorts he could unleash when provoked. Suppressing a laugh, Su Yunche urged him to shift his feet. Gu Tai, feeling somewhat displeased, retorted, Zhou Jiangnan, can't you express yourself without being rude? Am I obstructing you? Yes, you are, Zhou Jiangnan replied. Just because you can write songs and play the piano doesn't mean everyone has to adore you. Think you're something special? Indeed, I am special. If you're unhappy, come at me. Noticing the escalating tension, Su Yunche thought it prudent to intervene. Considering they all shared the same dormitory and were now in front of the entire class, it wouldn't bode well to let things escalate. Enough, Jiangnan. Don't stoop to his level. Gu Tai tends to speak without thinking, just regard it as a joke. To Su Yunche's surprise, before Zhou Jiangnan could respond, Gu Tai snapped back, Su Yunche, how much money do you have that makes you so important? Who are you to call anyone brainless? You're just teaming up with Zhou Jiangnan to bully me, aren't you? By all that is holy, when have I ever bullied you? Zhou Jiangnan thought to himself, feeling frustrated by Gu Tai's abysmally low emotional intelligence. Su Yunche, feeling a chill from the cold shoulder he received, was already disinclined towards Gu Tai, and his irritation deepened. He cast a disdainful glance at him and turned away. Since the trio spoke softly, the audience below could not discern their whispered exchanges, though they sensed something was amiss. Only Zhang Dahong understood the underlying tension and guessed the reason, yet he felt powerless to intervene and could only offer a wry smile. What a misfortune. While other university dorms fostered a sense of familial warmth and camaraderie, they found themselves entangled with someone so utterly lacking in social grace. Zhang Dahong shared his frustrations about Gu Tai, whose emotional intelligence was alarmingly low. In his fervent attempts to assert himself, he often came across as overly aggressive. His self-esteem inflated to an absurd degree, and his behavior frequently centered around his own feelings, disregarding those of others. The current situation was troubling, and he couldn't help but wonder how they would manage upon returning to the dormitory that evening. Gu Qing, having missed the earlier exchange, inquired, "What were you discussing?" Zhou Jiangnan smiled and replied, "Nothing much. If we don't hold the elections soon, it will be lunchtime, and I'm starving." Realizing the truth in his words, Gu Qing proceeded to call 3 more individuals forward, gathering a total of 8 for the voting process. With ticks marked on paper, anonymous voting took place, and a correct mark was drawn for each vote received. 8 names were inscribed on the blackboard, and with each vote, a stroke was added. After tallying over 20 ballots, Zhou Jiangnan had accumulated 4 marks, while Su Yunche had garnered 3. In stark contrast, Guotai found himself with a mere solitary vote, evoking a sense of pity. "Do not fret, there are still more than 20 ballots remaining. Surely someone will support me," Guodazwa thought anxiously, clenching his fists. Before long, all ballots had been counted, and behind his name on the blackboard remained a solitary line, Guotai, 1 vote. That solitary vote was, regrettably, cast by himself. Consumed by anger and humiliation, Guotai glared at Zheng Dahong, only to find that his classmate had already turned his gaze toward the window, adopting an attitude of indifference. How splendid! You three have joined forces to isolate me. Guotai felt akin to a jester, with every classmate's gaze upon him filled with mockery, his fragile self-esteem shattered into pieces. How could it be that the esteemed president of the student council, the top scorer of the entire school in the college entrance examination, and a favored student by all teachers, was so disregarded in university? I have done nothing wrong. It is you who are targeting me. The fault lies with you in this merciless world. Amidst his internal turmoil, a classmate, called upon merely to fill the numbers, expressed concern. Counselor, didn't you promise me I could come up just to make up the numbers? I shall not serve as a class committee member. Let the position go to Guotai. Upon turning around, Guodazwa saw Cui Xiaohai, who had received 17 votes. Damn it, even a mere filler has garnered more votes than I have. And he wishes to relinquish the position to me. Who needs your charity? I refuse to accept such pity. Guotai, unable to contain his fury, shouted, no need. I do not require anyone's benevolence. In a fit of rage, he stormed out of the classroom, leaving Gu Qing and the others in stunned silence. What on earth is wrong with this new cohort? Why does everyone seem so irritable? Gu Qing hastily chased after Guotai, but he stubbornly refused to return to the classroom. Then wait for me in the office. I wish to speak with you later, Gu Qing said, feeling utterly drained and eager to conclude this wretched class committee election. Returning to the classroom, the proceedings resumed. The vote counts were visible to all. Zhou Jiangnan with 52 votes, Cheng Luoyi with 50, Su Yunche with 43, and Zhang Hua with 38. Thus, the class committee has been determined. Zhou Jiangnan, Cheng Luoyi, Su Yunche, and Zhang Hua. You 6 may discuss the specific positions amongst yourselves and report back to me tomorrow. Meeting adjourned. Eager to have a heart-to-heart with Guotai, Gu Qing was interrupted by Cui Xiaohai's frantic voice. Counselor, didn't you promise me I could fill in? What do you mean by if I say you go, then go? No more chatter, Gu Qing interjected, impatiently leaving the classroom. The students dispersed in a flurry, leaving only the 6 candidates with the most votes staring at one another in silence. What are you looking at? I will not take on the role of class leader, but the position of sports and cultural committee sounds appealing. I'll take that, Zhou Jiangnan declared as he perched upon the desk, setting his sights on his objective. No way. With the most votes, if you don't become the class leader, who will? Cheng Luoyi retorted, firmly opposing him. Let Su Yunche assume the role of the unparalleled and elegant young gentleman, capable of gracing the halls with his presence and generously hosting gatherings. He would be the perfect choice for class monitor. I oppose this. Jiangnan, you foolish simpleton, my ambition is to become the league secretary. I have no desire to be the class monitor. Perhaps Zhang Hua could take on that role. No, I too shall not be the class monitor. I would settle for being the academic committee member at most. Cheng Luoyi, with the second highest votes, could step in, couldn't she? Cheng Luoyi was infuriated. This group of men was abandoning their responsibilities at a critical moment, leaving her petite figure to bear the burden alone in such a vast class in the School of Computer Science. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Cheng Luoyi vehemently shook her head. I refuse. My goal is to be the cultural and sports committee member. I will not take on the role of class monitor. It's disappointing that you gentlemen cannot shoulder this responsibility. Not necessarily. One could also bear the burden of their legs, Jiangnan retorted instinctively. Su Yunche and the others immediately understood, raising their thumbs in approval. Brilliant, Brother Jiangnan. You truly have a way with words. Zhang Hua cast a glance at Cheng Luoyi's long and straight legs, remarking, quite impressive indeed. Chapter 89. The Good and Bad of Zhou Jiangnan. Cheng Luoyi rubbed her ears, her gaze filled with disbelief. Is this the suave, talented Zhou Jiangnan, who once danced gracefully at the social ball? How could he possibly suggest that men should not bear responsibilities on their shoulders, but rather support thighs? What does he intend to do? Whose thigh is he referring to? Suddenly reminded of a time when she inadvertently witnessed her parents arguing late at night, Cheng Luoyi instantly grasped the implication. Her face flushed crimson. A blend of embarrassment and anger as she stared at Zhou Jiangnan, rendered speechless by the earnestness in his eyes. Zhou Jiangnan quickly attempted to defuse the situation. What are you all thinking? When you have children in the future, aren't you supposed to lift them high for a ride? Isn't that carrying thighs? Despite his eloquent words, Su Yunche and the others remained unconvinced. Zhou Jiangnan, weary of explanations, returned to the main topic. The class leader position remained undecided amid a flurry of opinions. The most sophisticated elections often resort to the simplest methods, a show of hands. Those in favor of Zhou Jiangnan for class leader, raise your hands. In unison, 5 pairs of hands shot up. No, no, I am unworthy of such an esteemed role, Zhou Jiangnan exclaimed, hastily jumping down from the table. However, no matter how much he struggled, the determination in the eyes of the other 5 was unwavering. Who else but Zhou Jiangnan could hold this esteemed position? The handsome Zhou Jiangnan from a remote mountainous area ultimately succumbed to the majority. After swearing not to work at 18, he was reluctantly compelled to assist his classmates without pay. The affluent students clapped enthusiastically, especially Su Yunche, who beamed with delight. How wonderful! This rascal is now embroiled in internal strife. It seemed that dormitory 303 was destined to divide its power among 3 factions, leaving Dahong exhausted. Regardless of the process, the class committee for the 2005 computer science cohort was finally settled. Class leader, Zhou Jiangnan. Vice class leader, Zhang Hua. Youth League secretary, Su Yunche. Academic chair, Lu Xing. Sports and culture committee member, Cheng Luoyi. Publicity committee member, Cui Xiaoai. Among the 6, 4 were granted their wishes, while the only 2 who were reluctant were Zhou Jiangnan and Cui Xiaoai. Very well, since you all have such good intentions, to refuse further would be ungracious of me. Zhou Jiangnan shifted his perspective, envisioning a day when he would wield power, vanquishing all disloyal foes. So Youth League, since you support my candidacy for class leader, I dare to arrange some tasks? Su Yunche responded with a cheerful tone. What do you mean daring? As class leader, feel free to give orders. Very well. I see the evening is drawing near, and everyone must be quite hungry. Why don't you, dear Su, generously provide food and drink? It would not only foster camaraderie among the committee, but also showcase your generous spirit. Wouldn't that be delightful? What do you mean? You're asking for a meal. You rascal. Su Yunche was taken aback. You are the class leader. Why don't you invite us? How about you take the role of class leader? And we switch places? No, it's my oversight. Since everyone is new to Jiangnan, I should extend my hospitality. Su Yunche, far from angry, was instead pleased. He appreciated Zhou Jiangnan's forthright nature, speaking plainly without beating around the bush. After all, university life requires not only academic pursuit but also social engagement. To enhance camaraderie, a few individuals decided to dine together, not at a considerable expense, given that Master Su hails from a well-to-do family. Furthermore, silencing Zhou Jiangnan's incessant chatter regarding the class monitor role with a single meal seemed a worthy endeavor. Cheng Luoyi, on the side, hesitated to speak, feeling more suited for the role of the landlord than Su Yunche, as she was a local of linen. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she caught Zhou Jiangnan winking at her, leading her to an unspoken understanding, accompanied by a slight thrill within. Zhou Jiangnan, with his mischievous nature, clearly intended to treat Su Yunche to a meal, embodying both wickedness and amusement. Let us head to the food street outside the campus, he declared, leading the way. I propose a rule. We shall begin with the group leader, taking turns. Next time, it's my treat. The 6 of them, in high spirits, formed a lively procession, their camaraderie visibly strengthening. Upon arriving at the decadent food street, Su Yunche took the initiative to order, selecting 8 dishes for the 6 of them, 3 meat, 3 vegetable, 1 soup, and 1 dessert, without excessive fuss. As they dined, conversations flowed freely. Zhou Jiangnan hailed from Sichuan, while Su Yunche was from Huijing. Zhang Hua was born in the Yin and Zhao region, and Lu Xing hailed from the northeast. They were joined by Cui Xiaohai from Jiancheng and a local girl, Cheng Luoyi, thus representing a diverse array of backgrounds. Each region brought its unique customs and historical narratives, and soon the atmosphere became vibrant as they exchanged words. Zhou Jiangnan began sharing tales of enjoyable places from his hometown, and Su Yunche and others eagerly reciprocated. To elevate the spirit of the gathering, he procured several bottles of beer. Except for Cheng Luoyi, the others drank within their limits, albeit unable to abstain entirely. To their surprise, they found they could hold their liquor better than anticipated, contrasting with the image of diligent students they had expected, who were presumed to have strict upbringing. In comparison, Su Yunche struggled the most, declaring after a single bottle that he could no longer continue. The others refrained from pressuring him to drink, merely seeking a lively atmosphere. As the night progressed and their inhibitions faded, the conversation flowed unabated, often veering into discussions about women. They analyzed which girls in the academy were particularly beautiful, which senior sisters exuded allure, and shared their most striking impressions. Cui Xiaohai, with a slurred tongue, inquired, class monitor, they say Jiang Xinyue has a crush on you. Is there any truth to that? Not at all. We are merely acquaintances, nothing more than that, Su Yunche replied, dismissing the notion of any special connection. That can't be right. She's so beautiful. I refuse to believe you have no thoughts on her, Cui Xiaohai retorted. If I say there are none, then there are none. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? You wouldn't even consider raising a toast to me. Cui Xiaohai chuckled heartily, evading the challenge. Cheng Loi nibbled her food quietly, listening intently to the banter among the boys, feeling somewhat invisible. The realization struck her that the male perspective on women was predominantly based on physical appearance. The crude remarks about body features, large breasts, slim waists, and shapely figures, were shockingly vulgar. Did they truly believe it was acceptable to discuss such topics so openly in the presence of a girl? The class monitor, it seemed, had a particular fondness for long legs, revealing a rather lecherous side beneath his composed exterior. After indulging in a drink, the young man engaged in conversation with a rather suggestive tone. She silently lowered her head, then turned her gaze towards the doorway, where 4 young women gracefully entered. Among them, one girl sported a high ponytail adorned with a pink ribbon. Her hair cascaded past her shoulders, complemented by a predominantly white cartoon hoodie and light blue jeans, exuding an exuberant charm that was truly captivating. Despite the simplicity of her ensemble, an undeniable aura of goddess-like elegance radiated from her. Cheng Luai recognized her as Zhou Jiangnan, the aloof beauty featured in the freshman promotional video from the law school. Their eyes met, and Zhou Jiangnan appeared slightly taken aback, though it was not directed at her. Following Zhou Jiangnan's gaze, Cheng Luai discovered that the focal point of her attention was Zhou Jiangnan, seated to her left. Come on, Jiangnan, what are you staring at? Her roommate urged. Nothing. Let's just take a seat by the window, she replied. This restaurant was quite renowned in the food street. It was unexpected to encounter Zhou Jiangnan here as well. She was curious about what he and his classmates were discussing that seemed to bring them such joy. Furthermore, that girl named Cheng Lui was uncomfortably close to him. Just then, a voice broke through the atmosphere. Class monitor, you've interacted with all 4 of the beauties. Why not share your thoughts with us? Chapter 90. A discussion on beauty in Jiang and discussing beautiful women? Well, that certainly piques my interest. Su Yunche, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing across them. Zhou Jiangnan was attempting to demur, saying, there's really nothing to say. Cheng Loi is here. I wouldn't dare speak freely in her presence. It's all right, class monitor. You may treat me as if I were invisible, Cheng Loi whispered, her curiosity about the topic evident. Su Yunche leaned in, recalling that he hadn't exchanged many words with Jiang Xinyue and her companions during the filming. Boss, please add a plate of peanuts. He rapped on the table, ordering more dishes for his companions. Zhou Jiangnan, slightly inebriated, seemed to drift back to the days spent on construction sites, reminiscing about years of directing projects. Jiang Xinyue possesses the beauty of an elegant lady. She is bold and straightforward, her passion akin to the blazing sun. She must be the type of girl who loves fiercely and hates just as fervently. In my opinion, she can love to the utmost, but can also inflict pain when love fades. Her figure is truly exceptional, but any timid soul would feel inferior in her presence. Su Yunche's eyelids twitched. He felt the implications in those words. As for Yunshang, I haven't interacted much with her, but she is quirky and seems harmless on the surface. However, she is not someone an ordinary person can easily handle. From my limited perspective, she is undoubtedly a master of tea arts, and her compassion for others goes beyond mere appearances. Zhou Jiangnan nodded inwardly, recognizing the accuracy of his observations. As for Fang Xin, she is a dear friend of mine. In high school, she was affectionately dubbed Little Zhou Weiman, gentle and refined like a delicate flower. But beneath that soft exterior lies a strong will. She possesses her own opinions and would not easily be troubled by romantic entanglements. Thus, Yulat should not harbor any thoughts. Little Zhou Weiman? Humph, that is quite a lofty evaluation, Zhou Jiangnan thought, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction while also anticipating her own moment in the spotlight. And what of me? What impression do I leave in his mind? I have yet to hear any mention of it. It surely couldn't be favorable, as her high school memories with him were less than stellar. Zhou Jiangnan felt a flutter of anxiety. Zhou Jiangnan was the first boy, aside from her father, to have touched her hand, the first to have slapped her playfully, and currently the only one whose presence stirred such complex emotions within her. Before her gaze could wander further, she noticed Zhou Jiangnan popping a peanut into his mouth and clinking glasses with Zhang Hua, followed by a sigh. As for Zhao Wanwan, he began, but was interrupted by Cheng Loi tugging at her sleeve, turning her face crimson. Before she could explain herself, Zhou Jiangnan continued. Zhao Wanwan was actually my ideal type during high school, or rather, up until the second semester of our senior year. She is undeniably beautiful, exuding a goddess-like aura, with a naturally aloof and proud demeanor. One could argue that her personality is the least suited for romance, yet she is precisely the type that boys yearn to conquer. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanwan was torn between delight and frustration, her emotions in disarray. How can one be deemed unsuitable for romance, yet be so desirable to conquer? Speak plainly, please, without the flowery language. Lu Xing voiced the question that Zhao Wanwan was most eager to ask. Zhou Jiangnan shot him a glance and replied candidly. It simply means she evokes the strongest feelings of romance, the kind that makes one want to stand up and declare their affections. Stand up and explain. What does it mean? It simply refers to riding a bicycle, that particular posture. To elaborate, we wish to broaden our horizons. I have nothing to say to you, but Cheng Loi is still present. You will naturally understand in time. Zhou Jiangnan ceased to respond, even letting out a burp. Cheng Loi, why don't you say something to prevent this group from asking endless questions? They are learning bad habits. Cheng Loi remained silent, feeling so awkward that she could dig a hole into the ground. Su Yunchao cut straight to the chase. Since she is your ideal type from high school, do you still like Zhao Wanwan? Here it comes, the pivotal moment. Zhao Wanwan, holding her chopsticks, momentarily forgot to serve herself. No, I don't like her anymore. I have no interest in romance. If I must say, I have already met a more intriguing girl. This declaration brought Qing Luai a sense of glee, while Zhao Wanwan felt disheartened. Without waiting for further inquiries, Zhou Jiangnan took the initiative to elaborate. She is truly breathtaking, incomparable to anyone, versatile in demeanor, both sweet and commanding, exceptionally understanding, and a joy to be around. Zhao Wanwan was puzzled as to whom he was referring. She searched through her high school classmates, but could not connect the description to Wang Yueran. This was quite normal, as Wang Yueran, donning the guise of an intern teacher, was entirely off her radar. Her thoughts were rather simple. She had never contemplated challenging the authority of a teacher. Thus, her mind was left barren, and she felt a sense of frustration. Forget it. Why should I care whom he likes? It's none of my concern. Zhao Wanwan adjusted her mindset. But after a moment, she still felt quite unhappy. What does it mean to be the least suitable for romance? Oh, Zhou Jiangnan, you despicable wretch. How dare you tarnish my reputation behind my back? She was quite irritated and fuming. Why does your face look so grim, Wanwan? Is your period here? Her roommate inquired with concern. No. I've just encountered an annoying person, Zhao Wanwan replied. Who is it? Let me see. Her roommate was curious. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiangnan, with a glass in hand, was engrossed in animated conversation, oblivious to the impending danger. Fortunately, Zhou Jiangnan was seasoned and quickly sensed the tension in the air. Damn it, where is my safety helmet? He instinctively searched, only to turn and find Zhao Wanwan standing behind him, arms crossed, her expression icy. Zhou Jiangnan was startled, nearly toppling off his stool. What the heck, Zhao Wanwan? What are you doing here? Is there a problem with my presence? She replied coolly. No. How long have you been here? I just arrived. Just arrived? That's good. Zhou Jiangnan instinctively swallowed hard. This girl had a flair for dramatics and a fiery temper. If she had overheard his previous comments, there would undoubtedly be friction. Wait a minute. Why am I even worried? She isn't anyone to me. Damn it. Has the aftermath of being a lovesick fool not worn off yet? Zhou Jiangnan felt a twinge of panic. If things continued like this, he might find himself in trouble while riding his bike at night again. No. A man must be resolute. He met Zhao Wanwan's gaze with a defiant stare. Zhao Wanwan was taken aback. How audacious of you, Zhou Wanba, to speak ill of me behind my back and then dare to glare at me. Zhou Jiangnan, is your bicycle easy to ride? Indeed, I recently acquired a racing bike, featuring an infinitely variable, speed. Zhou Jiangnan's heart sank, nearly causing him to fumble his chopsticks. Oh, banana, she ultimately overheard me. This little minx deceived me, claiming she had just arrived. It seems the more beautiful the woman, the more adept she is at deceit. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Su Yunchao covered his face, unable to bear further witness, while the others raised their glasses in camaraderie. choosing to remain oblivious. Zhou Jiangnan, the new belle of the law school, one of the four great beauties among the freshmen who doesn't know her. Cheng Luai, too, watched the unfolding drama. As the class president faced her first significant challenge since assuming office. If she could navigate this hurdle, she would willingly submit to his whims. Zhou Jiangnan let out a cold laugh. Speak up, esteemed class president. Speak? About what? Elaborate on the bicycle. Oh, with so many watching, let us not discuss that. Have you eaten? Uffed. Cui Xiaohai couldn't contain himself, spraying beer as laughter erupted among the others. Zhou Jiangnan's roommates gathered around, exclaiming, "Isn't this the pampered scholar Zhou Jiangnan? Zhou the scoundrel, step outside." Without waiting for Zhou Jiangnan to respond, Zhou Jiangnan strode out of the restaurant. Zhou Jiangnan took a sip of beer and followed her outside. Chapter 91. Did you do the right thing? Zhou Jiangnan, do you particularly detest me? Zhou Jiangnan questioned frostily outside the restaurant. Having indulged in some drinks, Zhou Jiangnan felt emboldened, gazing at her with a fearless glint in his eyes. The campus belle stood before him, her simple pink ribbon accentuating her high ponytail, while her soft, translucent bangs evoked an irresistible urge to bite into their delicateness. What are you staring at? Answer my question, Zhou Jiangnan exclaimed, visibly agitated, with his hands shoved into his pockets. Zhou Jiangnan exuded a relaxed demeanor. Perhaps you should ponder why I liked you back in high school. He nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, your looks are striking. I wasn't blind. Merely committing the typical mistakes that any ordinary man would. Zhou Jiangnan pressed on, undeterred. Just answer me. Do you particularly dislike me? Neither love nor hate, Zhou Jiangnan stated. Zhou Jiangnan relentlessly pursued the topic, inching closer. Was it right to gossip about others? Was it? Okay, it was not. Am I difficult to deal with? Yes. Am I self-centered? Yes. Huh. Am I attractive? Attractive. Am I the type that boys yearn to conquer? Indeed. Do you want to? No. I don't. Zhou Jiangnan swiftly shook his head, feeling ensnared. Zhou Jiangnan fixed her gaze on his eyes, and after a long moment of silent confrontation, she chuckled lightly. Her demeanor softening like the thaw of spring. She ceased her inquiries, turning away with pride as she entered the restaurant. Her mood suddenly elevated. Her roommates, astonished, exclaimed, "Jiangnan, you? Everything's fine now. It's been ages since I treated everyone to a meal. This time, it's on me. Wow, then I'll have an extra drink. Order whatever you wish." Yea, as soon as Zhou Jiangnan arrived at the restaurant, Su Yunche and the others greeted him with laughter. Class monitor. You look like a defeated rooster, all disheveled. He did not respond, raising his voice to the waiter, another bottle of beer, and add a plate of peanuts. Su Yunche then called out playfully, "You must have been lectured by Zhou the campus belle." Zhou Jiangnan widened his eyes. How can you so unjustly tarnish her reputation? She could never lecture me. Huh. The two of you went out, and she returned smiling while you looked downcast. What else could that be but a lecture? Zhou Jiangnan's face flushed. A conversation doesn't equate to a lecture. Can casual banter among old classmates be considered a lecture? Seeing him stubbornly defend himself, Su Yunche and the others burst into laughter, filling the restaurant with a lively atmosphere. After finishing a bottle of beer and a bowl of rice, Zhou Jiangnan slammed his chopsticks on the table, declaring, "Su Aiqing, settle the bill. Your class monitor is heading home." Without looking back, he strode out, followed by another round of boisterous laughter. The class monitor is truly amusing. After a long day, Zhou Jiangnan and Su Yunche returned to their dormitory later that afternoon. Upon entering, one is greeted by Guotai's lifeless expression, clearly stifled by the pressures of the election. Zheng Dahong, upon seeing the return of his companions, releases a long sigh of relief. Heaven knows, had they not returned, he would have been on the brink of collapse. Guotai, having faced considerable distress today, found himself with a mere single vote amidst a class of over 50, and shockingly, that solitary vote was his own. It is somewhat understandable that his bourgeois roommates, Su Yunche and Zhou Jiangnan, did not cast their votes for him, but it is utterly outrageous that Zheng Dahong, a fellow proletarian, would also abstain. Such betrayal of the proletariat is incomprehensible. Guotai's disdain for Zheng Dahong grew even more than for Su Yunche. He never once considered if the fault lay with himself. What wrongs have I committed? It is you who are in the wrong. Consequently, the atmosphere thickened with tension, suffocating those present. Su Yunche gestured subtly, prompting Zhou Jiangnan to understand the necessity of resolving this issue, lest they find no pleasure in food or sleep. Zhou Jiangnan concurred. It would be foolish to allow trivial disagreements to escalate into a situation akin to that of Guojia or Guota. As the saying goes, Conceal your dagger before playing cards and cease contact after graduation. This is precisely applicable to someone as petty as Guotai. With the new academic you're just beginning, and 4 long years ahead under the same roof, it was imperative to dissolve the discord. He discreetly glanced at the newly installed water dispenser, resolving never to drink from it again. Guotai, do you have a moment to step outside for a chat? What do you wish to discuss? By what authority do you approach me? As the class monitor? Guotai retorted, his expression dripping with disdain. Zhou Jiangnan, sensing the tension, replied calmly, as a mere friend. Would that suffice? I'm afraid I have no need for such a friend, nor am I worthy of associating with someone of your caliber, Guotai shot back. Then let us engage as classmates, for we are, after all, in the same class. A conversation shouldn't be problematic, should it? I must study. I have no time for idle chatter. Guotai remained unmoved, prompting a frown from Zhou Jiangnan. Being men, we should speak openly. I apologize for my earlier transgression. It was my fault, and I hope you do not take it to heart. Allow me to treat you to supper tonight as an apology. How does that sound? Su Yunche and Zheng Dahong awaited Guotai's response. Zhou Jiangnan's words were indeed well placed, for it was not originally his fault. To his utter disbelief, Guotai resolutely declined, asserting he would not partake in any handouts. Zhou Jiangnan was left speechless. This individual was more difficult to appease than a woman, likely exhibiting traits of a paranoid personality. Such a character is indeed formidable. Guotai closed his book, slung his bag over his shoulder, and exited, leaving the three remaining in a state of bewilderment. Jiangnan, that will suffice. You have said and done all that is necessary. You have been more than fair to him. Indeed, I too believe he is making a mountain out of a molehill. We offered him an olive branch, yet he refuses to lower himself. It is not as if there is any deep-seated animosity. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, offering a wry smile. Su Yuche and Zheng Dahong, having had limited experiences, were unaware of the profound reactions that a person with a paranoid personality might exhibit when their self-esteem is wounded. Judging by Guotai's demeanor, it seems a grudge has been established. He has already developed a deep-seated resentment towards the three of them. Well, one step at a time, I suppose. Zhou Jiangnan busied himself with internal affairs, for tomorrow marks the commencement of classes, necessitating thorough preparation. In his previous life, he had pursued civil engineering, a field entirely unrelated to his current study of computer science. Thus, the knowledge from his past would not yield the straightforward arithmetic of 1 + 1 = 2. The primary objective now is to master the professional knowledge and subsequently transform the software trends from his memories into tangible realities. Logically, in the realm of internet entrepreneurship, he could merely provide direction without needing to delve into the technicalities of software development. However, Zhou Jiangnan had always harbored a passion for technology in his past life. He genuinely envied those capable of bringing their creative ideas to fruition through programming. Understanding the technical aspects himself would allow him to handle the core elements personally. Additionally, with an abundance of ideas stored in his mind, he harbored no fears of being deceived by others or being ousted from the industry. Later on, Guotai returned. Upon entering the dormitory, he immediately began to organize his belongings, leaving Zhou Jiangnan and the others perplexed.